lapad niya, lagyan nyo rin po ng bar na bakal para hindi po nila nahihigan, nang hindi po nasisira yung pitch. Kasi pag nahigan po niya yan, minsan nadudumihan, ayaw na nilang kainin. Doon naman po sa wallowing pool, 1 meter po yan. Kung gaano po kahaba yung pulungan natin, mag-adjust lang po kayo ng 1 meter, yun po yung kanyang wallowing pool. Nakakatulong po itong wallowing pool neto para ma-refresh yung katawan ng baboy, mas malakas po silang kumain. Pangalawa pa po, hindi nyo na po kailangan magpaligo. Kusa na po silang maliligo, doon na sila dudumi, doon na sila iihi, mas makakatipid po tayo sa tubig. Doon po sa tamang lugar o tamang location ng ating paglalagyan ng pakainan at saka po ng ating wallowing pan. Dapat po, number 1 sa pakainan. Siguraduhin nyo po ilalagay nyo yung pakainan ninyo doon po sa lugar na hindi na kayo papasok ng kulungan para po madali nyo siyang mapakain. Usually po, kung nasaan po nandoon yung pakainan, doon po katapat niya naman yung wallowing pool sa kabilang lugar. Kung sa nipple drinker naman po ang ating pag-uusapan, dapat po yan nakapwesto mismo dun sa wallowing pan mismo para pag ininom niya yung excess na tubig, tutulo na siya dun sa wallowing pool. And then po, hindi naman po paramihan ng nipple drinker. Yung nipple drinker po, kaya lang natin po ina-advise para po laging malinis yung maiinom ng ating baboy, laging press. Siguraduhin nyo lang din po na yung pinanggagalingan ng source ng tubig ay hindi naaarawan kasi po hindi siya niinom pagka nainitan yan. Kailangan po kung sakali ang may aarawan yung dinadaluyan ng tubig, ibaon nyo po sa lupa yung or else po talaga nakasilong na hindi naaarawan. Yung pong tamang taas niyan ay depende po sa edad ng baboy. Usually po pagka biik, nasa 1 foot lang po ang taas para po maaabot nila agad. Kasi na-adjust po uli yan habang lumalaki. Kung umiidad na siya, pwede nyo pong itaas. Makukuha nyo kung ano yung size ng baboy na hindi sa may hirapang uminom. Kasi ang baboy po ayaw nila ng halos nakatingala. Gusto nila talaga yung pag uminom sila halos yung hindi sa tingalan-tingala, hindi naman. Kasi pag tumingala, minsan pumapasok sa baga yung tubig. Kung sakali naman po wala tayong available na ipa o mahal yung ipa doon sa lugar natin, pwede naman po yung sementado. Hindi naman po ngayot ipa yung kulungan, mawawala na yung amoy. Or kahit po sementado, hindi po yan problema sa feed pro. Kasi po, ang cause po ng walang amoy ay yung feeds. Dapat po may klibe ang flooring natin. At least po, kung 3 inches po rito, 2 inches po yung bababaan ng tubig. At lagyan nyo po nung parang kadal na maliliit na bilog para po mabilis dumalo yung tubig papunta ron sa wallowing pan. Ang purpose po namin doon para mabilis ding matuyo nang hindi po masirain yung flooring. Pangalawa po doon, nakakapigil po yun para madulas yung baboy. Sa dumi po ng baboy natin, mas maganda po humukay kayo ng isang balon na maliit na pagtatapunan. Doon po ilagay niyo po lahat yung mga dahon, yung pong mga dumi yung dumi ng baboy, sama nyo na rin po doon. Yung pong mga pinagbalatan po natin ng gulay, prutas, na mga nabubulok, isama nyo na po doon. And then po, yung pong tubig na doon sa wallowing pan, pag po binuhos nyo dyan yan, dinilig nyo dyan po, magiging fertilizer po yan after 1 week lang. Ngayon po ay nalaman natin kung paano magtayo ng isang babuyan sa murang pamamaraan. Nang mahalaga po niyan, tandaan nyo, yung pong tamang sukat ng kulungan ang kailangan. Tandaan nyo po yung 4x5 meters ay sapat lamang po para sa 10. Sana po ay may natutunan kayo sa ating episode nito. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Kung kayo ay mayroong mga katanungan o nais ninyong mag-vlog ng mga aktibidad o mag-post ng ad na may kinalaman sa agrikultura, huwag kayong mag-atubiling makipag-ugnayan sa Mag-Agri Tayo. Maraming salamat sa inyong patuloy na pagsubaybay. isang magandang araw ang aming iniiwan.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagsiservisyo, kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 10 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV, ang pambansang TV.
Narito na ang PTV Balita ngayon. Pinag-aaralan ng lokal na pamahalaan ng Cagayan ang pagdideklara ng state of calamity kasunod ng pinsalang dulot ng bagyong Egay. Una nang nagdeklara ng state of calamity ang mga bayan ng Sanchez Mira at Abulog. Sa pagtataya ng probinsya, umabot na sa 470 million pesos ang agricultural damages sa Cagayan habang mahigit 200 bahay ang nasira. Patuloy naman ang search and rescue operations ng mga otoridad doon. Ilan sa mga nawawala ay isang babae at mag-ama. Naghain ng resolusyon si Senate Majority Leader Joel Villanueva para imbestigahan ang problema sa baha sa Metro Manila at ilang lugar sa bansa. Layo ng Senate Resolution 693 na gumawa ng solusyon para mapabuti ang urban drainage system at flood protection sa Kamaynilaan at iba pang low-lying areas sa Pilipinas. Giit ni Villanueva dapat magkaroon ng review sa patakaran at busisiin ang mga programa ng DPWH, MMDA at DENR kaugnay sa pagtugon sa problema ng baha sa bansa. At yan ang mga balita sa oras na ito. Para sa iba pang updates, follow at like kami sa Facebook at Twitter sa @PTVPH. Ako po si Bea Bernardo. Magandang umaga.
Calling all sports fanatics. Huwag palalampasin ang pinakamainit na sports news. Silipin natin ang latest updates, highlights at komentaryo tungkol sa inyong mga paboritong athletes, sports teams at personalities. Stay ahead of the game. Kasama sina Meg Shozon, Bill Velasco at Sheila Salaysay. PTV Sports, Lunes hanggang Biyernes, alas 7:30 ng gabi at tuwing Sabado, alas 4:30 ng hapon. Dito lang sa PTV. Disaster Watch. Alamin ang heavy rainfall warning system ng Pag-asa. Yellow rainfall warning. Maghanda sa posibleng pagbaha sa mga mabababang lugar at tabing baybayin. Pinapayuhan ang lahat na mag-monitor ng mga weather update sa inyong lugar. Orange rainfall warning. Mas malawak na pagbaha ang inaasahan at posibleng magka-landslide sa mga tabing bundok. Bumuo ng isang emergency kit at maghandang lumikas sa anumang sandali. Red rainfall warning. Inaasahan ang matinding buhos ng ulan sa loob ng 2 oras na magdudulot ng malawakang pagbaha at landslide. Para sa inyong kaligtasan, lumikas agad ang mga nasa mabababang lugar, baybayin at tabing bundok. Sa panahon ng kalamidad, dapat laging listo. Health Watch, mga paalalang pangkalusugan laban sa leptospirosis. Ang leptospirosis ay sakit na dulot ng Leptospira bacteria mula sa ihi ng infected na mga hayop. Naipapasa ito sa pamamagitan ng pagtalsik ng kontaminadong tubig sa mata, ilong at bibig, sa kontaminadong pagkain at inumin, at paglusong sa maruming tubig habang may bukas na sugat. Kabilang sa sintomas ng leptospirosis ang lagnat, panginginig, pananakit ng katawan, sakit ng ulo, pamamantal, pamumula ng mata, paninilaw ng balat, at diarrhea. Kung hindi maaagapan, maaari itong makapinsala sa bato, utak, at atay. Agad kumonsulta sa inyong doktor o sa malapit na health facility kung makaramdam ng sintomas. Para makaiwas sa leptospirosis, iwasang lumusong sa maduming tubig o baha, o gumamit ng bota at gloves kung kinakailangan. Maligo at magsabon agad kung nababad sa maduming tubig. Siguruhing malinis ang inumin. Panatilihing malinis ang bahay at kapaligiran. At ugaliin ang tamang pagtatapon ng basura. Tandaan, sa panahon ng sakit, dapat laging listo. Disaster Watch. Alamin ang mga dapat ilagay sa go bag bilang paghahanda sa anumang sakuna. Maglagay ng tubig na maiinom at mga pagkaing hindi madaling masira. Maglaan ng espasyo para sa first aid kit at survival kit para sa mga hindi inaasahang pangyayari. Huwag kalimutan ang toiletries para mapanatili ang kalinisan sa katawan. Samahan din ang mga damit at beddings na magtatagal ng ilang araw. At para ligtas at may alam, magdala ng personal protective equipment at mga teknikal na gamit. Sa panahon ng kalamidad, dapat laging listo. Nakahanda na ang COVID-19 bivalent booster para sa mga senior citizen at healthcare worker. Kung nakumpleto mo na ang primary vaccine series mo kontra COVID-19, nakatanggap ka na ng first at second booster at may 4 na buwan nang lumipas matapos mong matanggap ang iyong second booster. Ready ka nang tumanggap ng iyong COVID-19 bivalent booster. Ang bivalent booster ay safe at nagbibigay proteksyon laban sa orihinal na virus ng COVID-19 at Omicron variant. Makipag-ugnayan na sa inyong lokal na pamahalaan o kumonsulta sa inyong doktor para kayo ay magabayan. Isang mahalagang paalala mula sa inyong PTV.
วัสดีครับผมชื่อนายชัยวิทย์นะครับสุจริตกุลซึ่งชื่อน้องเสือตอนนี้เป็นครูสอนเต้นอยู่
สวัสดีค่ะทันนะคะนิชาลีเป็นเอกชนะศักดิ์ค่ะก็เป็นนักเรียนไทยนะคะที่ประสบอุบัติเหตุค่ะตกรถไฟฟ้าเมื่อประมาณปี 2554 ค่ะก็เลยเป็นเหตุที่ทำให้สูญเสียขาทั้งสองข้างแล้วก็มาสวมใส่ขาเทียมในปัจจุบันค่ะเรียกว่าเหมือนกับเราก็ต้องเรียนรู้ชีวิตค่อนข้างใหม่พอสมควรนะคะในเรื่องของการดำรงชีวิตเกือบทุกด้านของชีวิตเลยอะค่ะไม่ว่าจะเป็นการใช้ชีวิตในแต่ละวันอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะจากที่เมื่อก่อนเราสามารถเดินเหินหรือว่าสามารถทำกิจกรรมต่างๆได้ตามปกติใช่ไหมคะแต่ว่าเหมือนปัจจุบันนี้มันเหมือนทำให้เราต้องมาใช้วีลแชร์ผสมกับการใส่ขาเทียมมูลนิธิ Art for All ค่ะมีการเหมือนคล้ายๆส่งสื่อประชาสัมพันธ์ไปที่โรงเรียนแล้วก็ด้วยความที่เราอยากก้าวข้ามขีดจำกัดของตัวเองอะค่ะเราก็เลยตอบรับในการแบบส่งใบสมัครไปที่โครงการ Art for All ในตอนนั้น
Art for All ได้ริเริ่มดำเนินการมาตั้งแต่ปี 2539 และปัจจุบันเราได้รับรางวัลเป็นโครงการดีเด่นของชาติสาขาพัฒนาสังคมและผู้ด้อยโอกาสผู้พิการคอนเซปต์ของ Art for All ก็คือ 5 คนรวมเป็น1อัจฉริยะตาบอดมองไม่เห็นก็เป็นปากหูหนวกเป็นตาให้กับกลุ่มคนที่ขาดแขนขาแต่มีสติปัญญาก็เป็นสมองให้เพื่อนคนปัญญาอ่อนร่างกายสมบูรณ์ก็เป็นแรงกาย
กระทรวงวัฒนธรรมในฐานะหน่วยงานที่ดูแลงานด้านวัฒนธรรมของประเทศไทยและเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของประชาคมสังคมและวัฒนธรรมของอาเซียนนะคะก็เราก็มีส่วนสนับสนุนในการดำเนินงานโครงการศิลปะเพื่อมวลมนุษย์มีเป้าหมายที่จะสนับสนุนพัฒนาศักยภาพของผู้พิการนะคะทางกระทรวงวัฒนธรรมจึงได้เข้าไปสนับสนุนในส่วนของการเปิดตัวโครงการ Art for All สู่อาเซียนโดยได้เชิญผู้แทนอาเซียนเข้ามาร่วมโครงการตลอดมานะคะต่อเนื่องเป็นระยะประมาณ20 ปีที่ผ่านมานะคะเมื่อเราได้เชิญผู้แทนอาเซียนเข้ามาร่วมในระยะเวลาหนึ่งแล้วเนี่ยเราจึงได้นำเสนอไปขอรับการสนับสนุนจากคณะกรรมการอาเซียนว่าด้วยวัฒนธรรมและสนเทศหรือ COCI นะคะซึ่งอาเซียนได้ให้การสนับสนุนเป็นอย่างดีเนื่องจากโครงการนี้ตอบโจทย์ของการที่จะนำอาเซียนไปสู่สังคมแห่งความเอื้ออาทรและการแบ่งปันหรือ Caring and Sharing Society
พันธกิจของ Art for มี 3 พันธกิจด้วยกันพันธกิจที่ 1 ก็คือการสร้างคุณค่าชีวิตโดยการนำคนพิการทุกประเภทเนี่ยเข้ามาพัฒนาผ่านกระบวนการสร้างสรรค์ทางศิลปะศิลปะเนี่ยมันสัมผัสหมดทุกโสตสัมผัสก็เลยเลือกเอาศิลปะขึ้นมาพันธกิจที่ 2 ก็คือการสร้างความสุขสงบในชีวิตพันธกิจที่ 3 ก็คือการอนุรักษ์มรดกทางศิลปะวัฒนธรรมเมื่อรวมตัวเป็นค่ายแล้วเนี่ยเราก็สามารถเชื้อเชิญบุคลากรอาจารย์ศิลปินต่างๆเนี่ยมารวมตัวกัน
จุดเด่นของโครงการนี้ก็คือว่าผู้มาร่วมกิจกรรมมีความหลากหลายนะคะ
สิ่งที่ได้รับจากโครงการอย่างแรกเลยค่ะก็คือได้แลกเปลี่ยนมุมมองกับคนในค่ายค่ะพอเราไปอยู่ในสังคมของกลุ่ม Art for All มันทำให้เรารู้สึกว่าเฮ้ยเรามีศักยภาพที่เราก็ช่วยเหลือคนอื่นได้
จะเป็นพี่เลี้ยงเขาจิตอาสาอยู่เรียกว่าเป็นสร้างความอดทนได้ช่วยเหลือเพื่อนๆ
เหมือนมันทำให้คนพิการเนี่ยสามารถพัฒนาหรือแสดงศักยภาพของตัวเองได้มากขึ้น
Art for Allมีฐานอาเซียนเป็นครูอาเซียนและให้เยาวชนได้เรียนรู้เทคนิควิธีจากคุณครูอาเซียน
โครงการ Art for All นะคะนอกจากจะยังประโยชน์ให้ประชาคมอาเซียนด้วยกันแล้วเนี่ยนะคะยังเป็นเรื่องที่ตอบโจทย์ของสหประชาชาติในเรื่องของการพัฒนาคนพิการแล้วก็ทำให้เป็นสังคมที่อยู่ร่วมกันแบ่งปันกันแล้วก็ไม่ทิ้งใครไว้ข้างหลังด้วยค่ะ
สิ่งที่ทันอยากเห็นเลยก็คือว่าทันอยากเห็นคนพิการลุกออกมาทำกิจกรรมดีๆค่ะที่สำคัญเลยก็คืออยากให้เขาได้เห็นว่าจริงๆแล้วเราก็สามารถที่จะอยู่ในระดับนานาชาติได้เราสามารถที่จะร่วมมือหรือว่าจับมือกันเพื่อพัฒนาสิ่งดีๆให้กับคืนสู่สังคมได้ค่ะ
Art for All เนี่ยจัดการศึกษาในลักษณะเรียนรู้ร่วมกันสร้างสภาวะสะเทือนใจเมื่อคนหนึ่งมาเห็นอีกคนหนึ่งที่ยากลำบากกว่าถามว่าได้อะไรไปสิ่งที่ได้บอกว่าวัคซีนชีวิตวันหน้าเมื่อเขาเจอปัญหาให้นึกย้อนกับ
Just thinking na the leadership of the province of Abra who are here led of course by led by the governor, the father of the province, Governor Dominic Valera, at ang ating mga opisyales, lahat na po nga mayores, apo nga barangay chairman, ken barangay officials, naimbag nga daw yung amin. We are here because sabi ko nga kay Vice Governor Joy, ko, nandito rin ako last year, 1 year and 1 week before. Sabi ko, nung nangyari yun, lindol naman yun. Ngayon, nandito na naman ako, bagyo naman itong nakaharap sa atin. Kaya sabi ko, hindi na ako babalik dito, kundi pampiesta na lang. Ayoko na ng ganito. Baka ako nagdadala nito eh. Anyway, nandito kami, tinitignan, nagkakatapos lang yung briefing tungkol sa epekto ng bagyo sa ating mga karating probinsya sa Cordillera, and tinitiyak natin. Sa mga nakalipas na buwan, nakita natin ang pagbaba ng presyo ng bilihin sa iba't ibang mga sektor. Napatunayan natin na kayang maipababa ang presyo ng bigas, karne, isda, gulay at asukal. Malaking tulong ang Kadiwa Store na ating muling binuhay at inilunsad. Sa mahigit 7,000 kadiwa na idinaos sa buong Pilipinas, 1.8 million na pamilya ang nakinabang sa mababang presyo ng bilihin. Sa kabuuan, halos 700 milyong piso ang naging benta ng mga ito na nakapagbigay ng hanap buhay sa mga membro ng mahigit 3,000 na kooperatiba at samahan. Maganda ang nakita nating resulta, kaya papalawigin pa natin ang Kadiwa sa buong bansa.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagseserbisyo, kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 10 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV, ang pambansang TV. Sa paglipanan ng maling balita, Dito ka na sa Subok at Totoo. Kumpletong pagtatalakay sa mga usaping pambayan at mga programa ng pamahalaan. Dito nyo malalaman. Samahan ang veteranong mamamahayag na si Aljo Bendijo sa Public Briefing. #Laging Handa PH. Lunes hanggang Biyernes sa PTV. PTV Consumer Watch, bantay presyo sa gasolina. Check out your dream machines with veteran journalist Ron De Los Reyes in one of the longest running motoring shows on Philippine television. Auto Review, Saturday afternoons, only here on PTV.
Papalawigin pa natin ang ating programa sa abot-kayang pabahay, lalo na para sa mga mahihirap nating kababayan. Itong nakalipas na taon, inilunsad natin ang pambansang pabahay para sa Filipino Housing Program o 4PH. Nagkaroon na tayo ng groundbreaking sa 25 lugar sa iba't ibang bahagi ng bansa. Nagpirmahan na rin ng kasunduan upang simulan ang mga proyekto sa mahigit 100 lokasyon. Kung susumahin natin ito, mahigit 1 milyong kabahayan ang maialay natin sa ating mga kababayan.
Junior. Upang tumanggap ng cash assistance para sa lalawigan ng Benguet, atin pong tawagin si Benguet Governor Melchor Diclas. Atin naman po tawagin ang Province of Abra kasama na ang Mayor ng ang 27 Abra. AIS po. Ngayon naman po, umpisahan na natin ang pamamahagi ng iba't ibang tulong mula sa pamahalaan. Iniimbitahan din natin upang samahan ng ating Pangulo, si DSW Secretary Rex Gatchalian, Abra Governor Dominic Valera at Benguet Mayor Bila Valera.
Gusto mo ba ng career sa broadcasting? Ito na ang pagkakataon mo para maging bahagi ng PTV. Kasama ang mga batikang broadcaster na naghahandog ng mga award-winning na programang pang-telebisyon para sa Pilipino. Ipadala na ang iyong resume. Panahon ng ibahagi ang iyong kakayahan para sa bayan.
Sa oras ng himala, mararanasan ang tunay na himala.
Talo na naman po yung cancer!
Nakakita na po ako talaga.
Ang himala po rito totoo. May himala sa oras ng himala!
At labis na mapapagpala na pinangungunahan ni Apostol Renato D. Carillo.
Pilipinas, si Kristo ay tagapagligtas ninyo at dakila niyong manggagamot.
Mapapanood araw-araw dito sa PTV4.
Our fisheries codes must be revised to incorporate and strengthen science-based analysis and determination of fishing areas. This approach will protect both the interests of our fisherfolk and our fisheries and aquatic resources. To this end, we will seek the support of Congress to amend the code to guarantee sustainable development of our fisheries sector in harmony with environmental balance.
My name is Nguyễn Thị Thùy Linh. I've spent many years of hard work to protect the environment. For me, it all starts from a very simple gesture, recycling. That is why I and my friends at Green Life have organized many Charge for Trees events, attracting a great number of people, especially the young. These useful products all come from recyclable waste. After 2 years, Green Life now has around 100,000 members. Our Facebook fan page also has 100,000 followers. Eager to learn more about protecting the environment and our fight against plastic waste, this clearly shows that people are now more aware of environmental issues. Our goal is to change people's habit of using plastic bags step by step. We have been able to promote several trends to raise people's awareness in Hanoi, the capital city of Vietnam. With that, people start to realize that stopping using plastic bags is not so difficult. Among those is the Black Women Union with their experience of one Sunday without plastic bags. Each member has one tote bag to go shopping. This bag is very convenient. You can fold it and put it in your pocket, so it won't bother you when going out with friends or doing exercise. Then when you go shopping, just simply take it out and put things in. Tote bag like this can replace around 10 plastic bags per day. If every Vietnamese housewife can take just one day shopping with a tote bag, we can reduce a tremendous amount of plastic waste from 18,000 tons as of right now. This story is just one in many examples of what we can do to eliminate plastic waste. The trend is now popular in many cities and provinces across the country. It can be small and simple, but signifies a great start in our journey. It also lays a foundation for Vietnam to realize the country's commitment to ASEAN in reducing plastic waste. Right now, this has become an urgent task for Vietnamese government.
Ngay từ bây giờ, chúng ta cần có những hành động thiết thực.
Right now, we need to take concrete action to reduce plastics waste so that Vietnamese people and our future generations can live in a safe and healthy environment. We must be determined. Every household must reduce plastic bags. Everyone must fight plastic pollution. By 2021, all stores, markets, and urban areas should stop using single-use plastic. And by 2025, the whole country will stop relying on plastic.
Joining ASEAN's campaign to tackle ocean plastic waste, Vietnam benefits from many regional and international programs to protect the environment. A lot of ongoing programs in Da Nang, Hoi An, Quảng Bình, and other coastal cities are raising fishermen's awareness in protecting the ocean and developed a sustainable marine economy. We also have chance to learn from many countries' experience and models to apply here in our country. With the help from ASEAN, the Vietnamese government, as well as every single citizen in the country, just like me and other Green Lives members, we are working hard to be more proactive and more responsible in protecting the environment, including reducing marine plastic waste. We are aiming at a prosperous and sustainable development for Vietnam and for the ASEAN region. My name is Nguyễn Thị Thùy Linh. I am from Vietnam and this is my story.
Singapore was hosting the ASEAN quiz, and there was also a lot of pressure on us as the host to also do well. It had been a while since Singapore had actually won anything during the ASEAN quiz. We thought we'd only be attaining a top 3 or top 5 position. So when we obtained the top 2, which we worked very hard for, it really was something that we really felt rewarded for, because we'd spent our entire December holidays preparing for it.
ASEAN was not something we studied in school. It was not part of our history syllabus. So personally, I went into the ASEAN quiz treating it as an eye-opening experience, hoping to expose myself to as much as ASEAN as possible. As for our team, I think we had a very good strategy coming into the quiz. We each had our own designated roles, and that allowed us to execute everything to perfection.
We took a really systematic and detailed approach to how we approach the quiz questions.
We were able to share our ideas candidly and honestly with each other.
After participating in the ASEAN quiz, I have really discovered that the diplomatic relations between these member states goes far and beyond just that of the socio-cultural. It's not just a mere cultural exchange.
To be honest, I was not very aware of the inner workings of ASEAN and the events that were going on in the region before I participated in the quiz. But after I participated in the quiz, it kind of opened my eyes how much work goes into trying to organize a group of countries in the same region into one collective where everyone is able to work together in order to achieve the same goals.
ASEAN quiz itself was very eye-opening in terms of how other countries view ASEAN relative to Singapore. Opportunities to engage with one another distantly make it even easier for us to learn more about different cultures and exchange ideas and information, which in turn will benefit both Singaporeans and people from ASEAN.
I don't believe that participating in the ASEAN quiz has really allowed me to gain a deeper understanding as to how and why ASEAN is so important to Singapore. Very importantly, it has allowed me to understand more deeply and comprehensively that it is very important for Singapore to maintain and establish amicable relations with our neighbours in order to ensure our political and economic stability, as well as to, of course, ensure our defensive security as well.
I think it is important that ASEAN is able to collaborate with these international powers in order to help them to grow and to thrive in an ever-changing world.
The fact that I met so many youths just like me who are vibrant, dynamic, with bold ideas, it was through this that I ultimately came out with lofty ambitions of ultimately wanting to work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and becoming a diplomat, and hopefully getting the opportunity to serve within the region as well, working in one of the ASEAN member states.
Initiatives such as the ASEAN Quiz are really helpful in allowing youth to bond with other youth from these various Southeast Asian nations. I still remember very clearly after the ASEAN Quiz last year, the organizers held the networking session where we would be able to bond with the other youths via Zoom and we'll play many games. And I still remember having exchanged contacts with almost all the participants in the quiz, and I do still talk to my friends from Thailand and Brunei quite regularly, and I definitely do look forward to hosting them eventually and bringing them out for a meal.
I believe it's imperative that future generations of leaders continue to reaffirm their individual countries' commitment to forming good relations with other ASEAN member states and presenting a united front to the world that will ultimately see us become even more successful.
ကျွန်တော်ဟာ1986ကစပြီးတော့မှဒီတဘာဝဝင်းကျင်နဲ့တာငယ်တန်ထင်းသိန်းဌာနမှာစတင်တာဝန်ထမ်းဆောင်ခဲ့ပြီးအင်ဒိုကြီးတော်ရင်တိဆန်ပေးမဲ့တော်လို့2016ခုနှစ်မှာရောက်ရှိလာပြီးတော့မှအုပ်ချုပ်ရေးမှုတာဝန်များကိုထမ်းဆောင်နေပြီပါတယ်။အင်ဒိုကြီးတော်ရင်တိဆန်ပေးမဲ့တော်ဟာအင်ဒိုကြီးကဲနဲ့ဆက်ဆက်ရေဝီဧရိယာ100စတူယန်မိုင်နဲ့ကံပတ်ဝင်းကျင်မှာရှိတဲ့ရေဝီကြီးလေးကျိုးဝိုင်းတော်ဧရိယာ214.6ခွန်စတူယန်မိုင်စုစုပေါင်း314.6ခွန်စတူယန်မိုင်ကိုအင်ဒိုကြီးတော်ရင်တိဆန်ပေးမဲ့တော်အဖြစ်1999ခုနှစ်ကနေပြီးတော့မှဒီရွယ်ကြောင်းကြီးညာခဲ့ပါတယ်။အင်ဒိုကြီးကံပတ်ဝန်းကျင်မှာရှိတဲ့မျိုးကွဲစုံလိုက်တဲ့ဇီဝမျိုးစုံမျိုးကွဲတွေကြောင့်အင်ဒိုကြီးကံကို2003ခုနှစ်မှာအာဆီယံအမွေအနှစ်ဥပဒေသတ်မှတ်ခဲ့ပါတယ်။အင်ဒိုကြီးကံဟာဘေးမဲ့တော်တီထောင်ခြင်းတွေကကျွန်တော်တို့ဘေးမဲ့တော်နဲ့ဒီဒေသခံပြည်သူတွေကြားမှာဈာခံနေမျိုးဆိုတာမရှိတဲ့အတွက်ဒေသခံပြည်သူတွေကအင်ဒိုကြီးတော်ရန်တိဆန်ဘေးမဲ့တော်ကထွက်ရှိတဲ့သဘာဝတယံဇာတအရင်းမြစ်များကိုမိခိုးလုံးအားကြီးတဲ့အတွက်2019ခုနှစ်မှာ UNESCO အတိအမှတ်ပြုလူသားနဲ့ဇီဝအဝန်းနယ်မြေအစီအစဉ်အောက်မှာရှိတဲ့ဇီဝအဝန်းနယ်မြေဖြစ်သတ်မှတ်ခြင်းခံရပါတယ်။အင်ဒိုကြီးတော်ရန်တိဆန်ပေးမဲ့တော့မှလက်ရှိဝန်ထမ်းအင်အား15ဦးနဲ့ထိန်းသိမ်းကာကွယ်ရေးလုပ်ငန်းများနောက်ပညာပေးလုပ်ငန်းများသုတေသနလုပ်ငန်းများနဲ့စောင့်ကြည့်လေ့လာရေးလုပ်ငန်းများကိုဆောင်ရွက်လျက်ရှိပါတယ်။အဲ့လိုဆောင်ရွက်လုပ်တဲ့ချိန်မှာကျွန်တော်အင်ဒိုကြီးတော်ရန်တိဆန်ပေးမဲ့တော့အဖွဲ့သားမကဘဲနဲ့အစိုးရမဟုတ်တဲ့အဖွဲ့အစည်းတစ်ခုဖြစ်တဲ့ FFI အဖွဲ့ရဲ့နောက်တစ်ခါကျွန်တော်တို့ဒေသမှာရှိတဲ့ဒေသခံပူပေါင်းပါဝင်ဆောင်ရွက်တဲ့အဖွဲ့အစည်းတွေရဲ့ပူပေါင်းပြီးတော့မှကျွန်တော်တို့သင်ပေးလုပ်ငန်းတွေကိုဆောင်ရွက်လက်ရှိပါတယ်။
ကျွန်တော်တို့ Innoy တော်ဒိဋ္ဌာနဲ့ဘေးမြေတော်မှာတာဝန်ထမ်းဆောင်နေတဲ့တအုပ်ဦးစိုးမြင့်ဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဟုတ်ကဲ့ကျွန်တော်ငှက်နဲ့ပတ်သက်လို့ကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီဆောင်းရာသီဆိုရင်ဆောင်းကုန်ငှက်တွေအများပြားလာရောက်ကျက်စားနေထိုင်ပါတယ်အဲ့ဒီမှာမှအခုကျွန်တော်တို့နိုမာလအထိနောက်ဆုံးစီးရင်ကောက်ရယူထားတဲ့ငှက်မျိုးစိတ်ကတော့133မျိုးရှိပါတယ်ငှက်ကောင်ကြီးကတော့2000ကျော်အထိတွေ့ရှိပါတယ်အဲ့ဒီမှာဟိုဒါရေငှက်တွေမျိုးစိတ်ပါအဲ့တော့ဒီရေငှက်မျိုးစိတ်တွေကိုကျွန်တော်တို့ဘေးကနေပြီးတော့မှလာရောက်ပြီးတော့နှောက်ယှက်ခြင်းမရှိအောင်ငှက်တွေကလွတ်လပ်စွာကျက်စားနိုင်အောင်ဆိုပြီးတော့မှကျွန်တော်တို့ကပုံမှန်ကင်းလှည့်ခြင်းရှောင်းတခင်ကင်းလှည့်ခြင်းသတင်းရကင်းလှည့်ခြင်းဆိုပြီးတော့ကင်းလှည့်ခြင်း3မျိုးနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဆောင်ရွက်ခဲ့ပါတယ်ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီမှာဘာပုတ်ချက်တို့ပါလို့ဆိုရင်ဒါတော်တော်လေးအနေနဲ့ဟိုထဲမှာကြာရောက်နေပါပြီအမတန်မှလဲပါတယ်ဘဲကောင်းဒီတို့ဆိုတဲ့ဟာမှာဆိုရင်တော်တော်လေးရှားပါတဲ့ဟိုတွေကိုကြောက်တော့ပါပြီအဲ့တော့အခုကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီမှာတော့တကယ်ပေါ်နေတာတော့အခုဆရာတို့မြင်တဲ့အတိုင်းပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ပါပဲဆွမ်းဆိုတဲ့ရေချက်တုပ်ပေါ့ပြီးတော့ black cook ဒီဘဲတွေကတော့အမတန်ပေါ်ပါသေးတယ်ပြီးတော့ tablet ဆိုတဲ့လည်းကျွန်တော်တို့ဘဲလေးကြားဟိုလေးတွေလည်းရှိပေါ်ပါသေးတယ်
အရှိကန်းအနောက်ကန်းရွာတွေပေါ့အဲ့ဒီရွာတွေမှာကျွန်တော်တို့နှမွန်မြို့ရယ်ဒီကထားမှာကျွန်တော်တို့အမိုက်သိန်းစီးလုပ်ငန်းကိုကျွန်တော်တို့လုပ်ပါတယ်ဗျဒီချောင်းနေမြောင်းနေရတယ်မှာအမိုက်စွန့်ပစ်တာများလို့ရှိရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီအင်တော်ကြီးရဲ့ဇီဝဝန်းဝိုင်းနယ်မြေကပျက်စီးသွားတဲ့အနေအထားမျိုးရှိပါတယ်လူလူတွေကဒီမှာစီကန်းတကြနဲ့သူကအမိုက်ပစ်တတ်တဲ့စနစ်မျိုးအမိုက်ကိုဖျက်ဆီးတဲ့စနစ်မျိုးလုပ်မယ်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီပတ်ဝန်းကျင်ဝန်းဝိုင်းကိုထိမ့်သိမ်းပြီးဖြစ်သွားမှာပါဒါကြောင့်မို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကဒီလူလူကိုပညာပေးတဲ့လုပ်ငန်းကိုဦးစားပေးပြီးမှလုပ်ဆောင်ခြင်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်
တွားချင်မှာဆိုရင်တားကောင်းနဲ့ခြေရတွေ့မယ်နော်တွားလမ်းချောင်းမှာခြေရတွေ့လို့ချင်တယ် OBM မှမယ်နော်โอเคကျွန်တော်အခုလုပ်နေတဲ့လုပ်ငန်းလေးကတော့ဒီတောထဲမှာကင်းလဲသွားလို့ရှိရင်တရားမဝင်လုပ်ငန်းတွေဘာတွေလုပ်ကိုင်လဲရှိတယ်လေအနေထားတွေသူတို့ရဲ့ဟိုပေါ့တရားမဝင်လုပ်ငန်းလုပ်ကိုင်တဲ့လမ်းကြောင်းတွေရှိသလားနောက်ကြတော့ဒီတောကောင်တွေတွေ့ရှိမှုမှာမတတ်တင်တဲ့ကျွန်တော်ဒီတောကောင်တွေရဲ့မစင်တွေ့ဒါမှမဟုတ်ရင်အော်တာမဲ့အကြားတွေနောက်တစ်ခုကကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီခြေရာပေါ့လေမှတ်တမ်းတင်ခြင်းလုပ်ငန်းတွေကိုဆောင်ရွက်ပါတယ်နောက်တစ်ခုကကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီညောင်လဲကျော်အော်တဲ့အတန်တွေကိုလည်းမှတ်တမ်းတင်တယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီငှက်နဲ့ပတ်သက်နေတာဒီထူကြတဲ့အကောင့်ကြီးမျိုးသိပ်ပေါ့ကျွန်တော်ဒီစွန်အုပ်စုလိုလက်ထားအုပ်စုလိုနောက်တစ်ခုကကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီအောက်ချင်းငှက်မျိုးသိပ်အုပ်စုလိုအားမျိုးတွေ့ရှိလို့ကျွန်တော်မှတ်တမ်းတင်ပါတယ်
အင်းတော်ကြီးတော်ရဲသစ္စာပြီးမဲ့တော့ကိုကျွန်တော်တို့နိုင်ငံတော်ရဲ့အစိုးရထိန်းသိမ်းရေးလုပ်ငန်းကိုဆောင်ရွက်သလိုပဲတခါကျွန်တော်တို့အစိုးရမဟုတ်တဲ့တခြားသောအဖွဲ့အစည်းဖြစ်တဲ့ ASEAN Center for Biodiversity ကနေပြီးတော့မှလည်းကျွန်တော်တို့ထိန်းသိမ်းရေးလုပ်ငန်းတွေပညာပေးလုပ်ငန်းတွေနဲ့သုတေသနလုပ်ငန်းတွေတက်ကိုရန်ပုံငွေပံ့ပိုးခြင်းနောက်ကနည်းပညာပံ့ပိုးခြင်းတွေကိုဆောင်ရွက်လျက်ရှိပါတယ်ခင်ဗျ။အင်းတော်ကြီးတော်ရင်တစ္ဆန်ပေးမဲ့တော့ဟာအာဆီယံအမွေနဲ့ဥယျာဉ်သတ်မှတ်ထားတဲ့အတွက်အာဆီယံအဆင့်အရေးကြီးတယ်လို့ပဲကျွန်တော်တို့လက်ရှိချိန်မှာတော့အင်းတော်ကြီးတော်ရင်တစ္ဆန်ပေးမဲ့တော့ကမ္ဘာအမွေအနှစ်ဖြစ်တင်ပြဖို့အတွက်ဆောင်ရွက်လျက်ရှိပါတယ်
Nagbabalik ang PTV Balita ngayon. Pumalo na sa mahigit 500 million pesos ang halaga ng sirap minsala sa agrikultura dahil sa bagyong Egay. Ayon sa Department of Agriculture, ilan sa mga sakahan mula sa Ilocos Region, Mimaropa, maging sa Cagayan Valley at Western Visayas ang apektado ng sama ng panahon. Bigas, mais, high-value crops, livestock at poultry ang ilan sa mga nasirang produkto. Sinabi naman ng Agriculture Department na may nakahanda silang programa at pondo para tulungan ang mga magsasaka at mangingisda na apektado ng bagyong Egay. Sa ibang balita, bukas ang Department of Foreign Affairs na magsagawa ng joint oil and gas exploration ang Pilipinas kasama ang ibang bansa. Ayon kay Foreign Affairs Secretary Enrique Manalo, handa ang kagawaran na makipag-usap sa mga bansang maghahayag ng kanilang interes hinggil dito. Sa ngayon, patuloy pa rin ang negosasyon ng Pilipinas at China para mabuo ang term of reference para sa pag-uusap ng joint exploration ng dalawang bansa. Magugunitang nabanggit ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. sa kanyang ikalawang State of the Nation address na isusulong ng pamahalaan ang gas exploration sa ibang parte ng bansa. At yan ang mga balita sa oras na ito. Para sa iba pang update, i-follow at like kami sa Facebook at Twitter sa @PTVPH. Ako po si Bea Bernardo. Magandang umaga.
ឈ្មោះធីសុភាមានអាយុ28ឆ្នាំមកពីខេត្តកំពង់ចាមជាកូនកសិករមួយរូបតែបច្ចុប្បន្នស្នាក់នៅរាជធានីភ្នំពេញបច្ចុប្បន្នខ្ញុំកំពុងធ្វើការនៅក្រុមហ៊ុន PTV ពេលនោះទទួលបានមេដាយសំរឹទ្ធពេលនោះគឺគិតជារំភើបមែនតើគឺចង់និយាយថានិយាយអត់ចេញដោយសារយើងប្រឹងខំពីមុនមករហូតបានសម្រេចជោគជ័យមែនតែទទួលបានជាជំនះមេដាយសំរឹទ្ធនៅក្នុងកម្មវិធីប្រកួតជំនាញម៉ាស៊ីនស្វ័យប្រវត្តិកម្មនៅប្រទេសម៉ាឡេស៊ីកាលពីឆ្នាំ2016ហើយរយៈពេល3ថ្ងៃហ្នឹងពួកយើងប្រឹងប្រែងធ្វើការផលិតម៉ាស៊ីនស្វ័យប្រវត្តិកម្មតូចមួយទៅតាមវិញ្ញាសាដែលបានចែងហើយពួកយើងបានជោគជ័យមែនកម្មវិធីប្រកួតម៉ាស៊ីនស្វ័យប្រវត្តិហ្នឹងគឺគេតម្រូវឲ្យយើងហ្នឹងធ្វើដំឡើងលក្ខណៈថាម៉ាស៊ីនស្វ័យប្រវត្តិកម្មមួយខ្នាតតូចដែលអាចដំណើរការទៅបាន 3-4 របៀបដូចជារបៀបការចាប់បង្គំចាប់ជញ្ជូននៅវត្ថុមួយទៅដាក់វត្ថុមួយហើយពួកយើងក៏ធ្វើបានជោគជ័យមែនដូចជាការធ្វើហ្នឹងបានរបៀបរៀបរយតាន់ពេលវេលានិងធ្វើបានត្រឹមត្រូវច្រើនក្រោយពីការប្រកួតវិញគឺជំនាញរបស់យើងមានការកើនឡើងដែលធ្វើឲ្យយើងហ្នឹងមានសមត្ថភាពធ្វើមេកានិកហ្នឹងបានល្អការតបណ្ដាញអគ្គិសនីបានស្អាតត្រឹមត្រូវនិងការសរសេរប្រូក្រាមគឺគិតបានល្អនិងត្រូវជាងមុនហើយកម្មវិធីទាំងអស់ហ្នឹងគឺធ្វើឲ្យយើងហ្នឹងអភិវឌ្ឍខ្លួនឯងកាន់តែច្រើនហើយរយៈពេលដែលខ្ញុំប្រឡងមកពីប្រឡងវិញគឺខ្ញុំបានចាប់យកជាគ្រូបង្រៀននៅសាលាចាប់ដកក្រុងនុយតាំងពីឆ្នាំ2016រហូតដល់2018ខ្ញុំបានបង្រៀនសិស្សនៅជំនាញផ្នែកអគ្គិសនីផ្នែកប្រូក្រាមផ្នែកមេកានិកហ្នឹងដើម្បីឲ្យសិស្សជំនាន់ក្រោយហ្នឹងបានស្គាល់និងបានដឹងថាបច្ចេកវិទ្យាយើងគួរតែដើរទៅមុខក្រោយចប់លក្ខណៈធ្វើជាគ្រូខ្ញុំបានបន្តអភិវឌ្ឍខ្លួនខ្ញុំហ្នឹងទៅរកបទពិសោធន៍បន្ថែមទៀតនៅក្នុងក្រុមហ៊ុន PTV ដែលជាក្រុមហ៊ុនផ្នែកសង្វាក់ផលិតកម្មស្វ័យប្រវត្តិដែលត្រូវនឹងជំនាញរបស់ខ្ញុំដើម្បីនឹងបង្រឹងសមត្ថភាពកាន់តែខ្លាំងឡើងពីព្រោះការធ្វើការងារនៅក្នុងក្រុមហ៊ុនគឺជាម៉ាស៊ីនស្វ័យប្រវត្តិកម្មដែរប៉ុន្តែលក្ខណៈធំធ្វើឲ្យយើងនឹងបានស៊ីជម្រៅនៅក្នុងកម្មវិធីការគិតសេប្រូក្រាមការដំឡើងមេកានិកការដំឡើងអគ្គិសនីនឹងតាមខ្ញុំធ្វើការនៅក្រុមហ៊ុននេះគឺខ្ញុំខិតខំប្រឹងប្រែងធ្វើការដើម្បីទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍និងបង្កើនសមត្ថភាពខ្ញុំកាន់តែខ្ពស់តាមរយៈរៀនច្បងនៅក្នុងក្រុមហ៊ុន តាមរយៈការសិក្សាតាមរយៈការប្រកួតប្រជែងជំនាញអាស៊ានថ្នាក់អន្តរជាតិពីមុនគឺបានផ្ដល់ឲ្យខ្ញុំនឹងមានក្តីប្រាថ្នាទៅថ្ងៃអនាគតគឺចង់ផ្នែកកាត់ជាលក្ខណៈក្រុមហ៊ុនតូចមួយដើម្បីដល់សេវាកម្មខាងផ្នែកស្វ័យប្រវត្តិកម្មពីព្រោះវិស័យកសិកម្មឧស្សាហកម្មតាមរោងចក្រនីមួយៗមិនសូវមានបច្ចេកវិទ្យានេះទេដូច្នេះគឺយើងអាចបង្កើតជាក្រុមហ៊ុនដើម្បីផ្គត់ផ្គង់នូវជំនាញបច្ចេកវិទ្យានេះទៅតាមតម្រូវការការប្រកួតជំនាញអាស៊ានហ្នឹងគឺបានផ្លាស់ប្ដូរជីវិតខ្ញុំហ្នឹងដើម្បីឲ្យខ្ញុំហ្នឹងមានការងារសមរម្យធ្វើមានលក្ខណៈបទពិសោធន៍ដើម្បីស្វែងយល់ពីការងារនិងអាចចែកចម្រៀងនៅបទពិសោធន៍ហ្នឹងទៅដល់សិស្សទៅដល់មិត្តរួមក្រុមការងារខ្ញុំឈ្មោះធីសុភាជាជនជាតិខ្មែរនេះជារឿងរ៉ាវអំពីអាស៊ានរបស់ខ្ញុំ
Hai, saya Haja Narmona Saliana Suzi, boleh dikenali sebagai Mona, selaku Presiden Malam Minggu Pusat Belia daripada Brunei Darussalam. So, Malam Minggu Pusat Belia adalah platform bagi para belia untuk menampilkan aktiviti mereka daripada hobi dan ditampilkan segala kreativiti mereka dengan inisiatif dengan berkarya, berjarah dan berlurih untuk menampilkan kepada orang ramai inisiatif-inisiatif mereka. Dan disitulah Malam Minggu Pusat Belia membantu belia-belia kita ni dan juga komuniti negara Brunei Darussalam dengan lebih kondusif menuju ke wawasan negara 2035. Okay, peranan saya adalah untuk memberikan kepada dorongan dan juga inisiatif kepada belia-belia dan juga komuniti di luar sana untuk mengeluarkan mereka daripada poverty, kemiskinan yang ada di Brunei Darussalam. So, pada tahun ini, Malam Minggu Pusat Belia adalah tahun kedua untuk mengikuti Day of Action dengan Kementerian Kebudayaan Belia dan Sukan. Dengan itu, kami ada menjalankan beberapa aktiviti-aktiviti kesukarelawan untuk membantu komuniti dan juga kepada vulnerable group yang ditarget. Sepertinya adalah komuniti di Kampung Katok B, yang mana kami membina jati diri dorang, mendisiplinkan dorang dengan kebersihan dan juga budaya sehat. Seperti aktiviti-aktiviti yang dijalankan adalah seperti hiking dan sambil itu beriadah juga, memperkenalkan sesama sendiri orang because of COVID-19 kita ni tersekat dengan keluar di sana. Antara aktiviti yang akan diadakan juga adalah aktiviti senam riadah bersama dengan pelbagai grup yang kami target adalah belia-belia dan juga beberapa komuniti daripada luar sana. Jadi perkumpulan ini adalah orang dikatakan perkumpulan yang sehat dan juga memberikan networking kepada sesama sendiri. Seperti yang kita tahu maskot SEA Games Brunei pada tahun 1999 adalah Awang Budiman. Jadi pada aktiviti projek-projek Day of Action 2020 Malam Minggu Pusat Belia akan menyerapkan apa itu Awang Budiman dan siapakah Awang Budiman, kerana belia-belia masa sekarang masih belum mengetahui siapakah Awang Budiman. Dari di sanalah kami mengajar indirectly approach of pemahaman apa itu Awang Budiman dan siapa Awang Budiman. Dan projek kedua adalah membantu kesedaran terhadap orang ramai dengan menerima golongan-golongan daripada Down syndrome. Kerana Down syndrome mereka juga manusia, mereka juga punya perasaan dan juga mereka ingin kata orang kira di penerimaan daripada orang ramai, kerana mereka pun ingin bekerja, mereka pun ingin berdikari sendiri seperti orang lain juga. Jadi Malam Minggu Pusat Belia dalam projek ini create awareness untuk membantu mereka-mereka tersebut dengan harapan dan hasrat impian daripada golongan Down syndrome akan tercapai suatu hari nanti, insya-Allah. Kalau dikatakan projek about Down syndrome itu adalah satu yang unik di negara Brunei Darussalam. Because of kalau di negara luar memang barang itu sudah common for them, tapi di Brunei masih memerlukan platform-platform seperti ini untuk create awareness for orang ramai membuka minda dan menerima penerimaan mereka. Pasal mereka juga perlukan bantuan seperti ini di negara kita ni sendiri. Kalau bukan kita ni yang bertindak seperti ini, siapa lagi kan? Sedikit pesanan kepada negara-negara ASEAN di luar sana, berharap agar kita dapat mencontohi sesama sendiri dan mengikuti segala aktiviti yang bermanfaat ni kepada kita ni semua. Jadi kemungkinan kita ni dapat orang exchange ideas, topik pengetahuan ataupun macam mana untuk menaikkan, mempertabatkan lagi cara orang memang about breaking of the poverty of cycle is not easy out there. Everything, I think almost everywhere in ASEAN we face the same thing, but I hope and I wish that this is one of the way that we can tackle this problem as an Asians, one nation, one country, one we unite together. I am Mona Seliana, a Bruneian, and this is my ASEAN story.
My name is Serena Sisombat. I'm the Managing Director of Sinu coffee player based in Laos and operating since 1994. When Mr. Sinu, the founder, created the company, his aim was to contribute to the development of the country. So he wanted to develop an activity which would contribute to creating jobs in the community and also highlight a key resource from Laos, which was the coffee. So the main focus at the beginning was really agriculture, developing plantations and exporting green beans. Then we quickly saw that there was an untapped potential for Lao coffee. So he decided to diversify activities and moving into roasting activities and also retail, meaning that he started to open coffee shops both in Paksay and progressively in Vientiane capital as well. By developing these roasting and retail activities, the brand Sinu Coffee came up, And this was one of the first coffee brands in Laos. Developing this first coffee brand in Laos was a key milestone for the company. It really established our ambition to highlight the fact that Laos could make product and export it eventually to the world. And at the same time, I would say, still continuing our mission to creating jobs and highlighting this key resource of Laos that we were mentioning before, which is the Lao coffee. As I joined the company 6 years ago, I immediately understood that being part of ASEAN was a key point for us and that we should leverage on this. So right from the beginning, I immediately took the opportunity to show our company capability on every platform that was offered to us. For example, in 2017, when we had the opportunity to compete into the ASEAN stage for the ASEAN Business Awards, I immediately stepped into this. So we applied as a Lao company for 2 awards that were the ASEAN Women Entrepreneur Award, and the second one was SME Excellence. I fortunately, got the ASEAN Women Business Entrepreneur Award. So I was so proud, and I really wanted to highlight the achievement of the company.
And our Women Entrepreneur of the Year is...
From the Lao People's Democratic Republic, Serena Sisombat Hervey of Sinuk Coffee. This award recognizes the outstanding women in business who have demonstrated significant success through leadership, market positioning, and company performance.
How I got this award is that I was showing how the company had been doing over the past few years, and so also showing the plans for our business to shine on the ASEAN market over the next year. And that was a significant milestone for us, I would say. So since then, our company still keeps some activities in ASEAN. We're trying to develop partnerships, keep in contact with the coffee industry in the region as well. And that's quite important to leverage on this network, because it's also how we elevate our knowledge and gain access to some knowledge that is useful for us to also expand our activities.
The Malaysia contingent consists of 29 members, led by Mr. Muhammad Zamin bin Muhammad Ani.
I'm Natasha Diana, 22 years old, and I'm from Malaysia. I'm currently studying in Sanwa University, doing International Trade and Marketing, and it's my last semester. And I am the 46th participant youth for the SHIP of Southeast Asian and Japanese Youth Program. pendek dia sayap kita orang panggil.
Okey, sayap.
Mula-mula kita daftar dan sediakan karangan 300 patah perkataan, bebas, boleh tulis apa-apa.
Okey.
Dari situ kita akan tapis untuk ujian psikometrik. I started this program because it was encouraged by my aunt, as she was an ex-PY as well. As she said, it was an amazing program for me to try out, and I tried it myself, and it was an amazing program. Other reason was because that it was another initiative for me to study overseas. And I would say it was the perfect program for any youth to participate and study overseas. That was a lot. One of it is leadership skills, public speaking skills, and my love for Malaysia have gone so much stronger and bigger. Impak
Okay.
Boleh dikatakan one of the best experience in my 22 years of life. Sebab dia kuatkan jati diri, kepimpinan, and dia memang push you out of your comfort zone.
I want to be included. I want them to understand why. But how often we take the initiative to understand other people, to take the initiative to learn the situation.
There was so much thing that I experienced for the first time, and I can personally say that these experiences can only be gained through the program itself. Tasha salah seorang daripada peserta yang pegang jawatan sebagai Ketua Jawatan Kuasa Penajaan.
Oh, okey.
So, bila diberikan tanggungjawab untuk cari penaja untuk kontingen-kontingen Malaysia yang akan keluar sana paparkan imej negara Malaysia, rasa tanggungjawab tu berat sangat kan? Tapi lepas dah beberapa hari di-train dan alhamdulillah capai objektif. I strongly encourage the Malaysian youth to join because it's definitely once in a lifetime experience. For you to check out the updates for this program, you can check out Mepi_Sayap on Instagram. I'm a proud Malaysian.
I really like watching cartoons and animations on TV and YouTube, but I never got a chance to make one of those. But when I was at the 4th grade, my teacher told me about this program called Scratch, where you can animate and make games. I was really fascinated on the possibilities that you can make animations and games. There's a lot of possibilities. But I feel like I need to learn more about Scratch. I really love watching cartoons, watching animations on TV and on YouTube, but I never got the chance to create one of those. But until one day when I was in the 4th grade, my teacher teach us how to use this program called Scratch. You can make animations and games on it. I was like amazed on the many possibilities to make games and animations. but I feel like I want to learn more about this application. So I started learning courses on this place called Scratchy. I learned a lot about Scratch on that place. And that's also the place where I knew about ASEAN Cyber Kids Camp. I knew this was once in a lifetime opportunity. I wanted to represent Indonesia. I want to show that Indonesia's young community are capable of making animations and games on Scratch with our creativity. I also want to represent Indonesia, that we can win this competition. That is why I joined. I met so many people on there. I learned all about their culture there. After winning second place, I was really motivated on continuing to create animations and games on Scratch. So I started learning more and more, and in fact, until now, I still make animations. To all of you in Southeast Asia, stop wasting time playing games and watching animation. I encourage you to join this program. Do something that is useful, like learning how to code animations and play games. Imagination can be real if you make it real.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagsiserbisyo, kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 10 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV, ang pambansang TV. PTV Crime Watch, mga paalala laban sa human trafficking. Ang Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act ay batas na ipinasa upang wakasan ang human trafficking sa bansa. Layunin itong protektahan ang mga biktima, lalo na ang mga kababaihan at kabataan. Sa ilalim ng batas, bawal ang pagre-recruit, pagkulong at pagbabiyahe ng mga tao patungo o palabas ng bansa gamit ang pagbabanta, panlilinlang, pamimilit at pag-aabuso ng kapangyarihan para sila ay ipasok sa prostitusyon, sa pilitang pagtatrabaho, pang-aalipin, pagbebenta ng human organs at iba pang uri ng pananamantala. Kumilos laban sa human trafficking. Alamin ang inyong mga karapatan at makipag-ugnayan sa mga organisasyon at ahensya ng pamahalaan na maaaring magbigay proteksyon. Huwag basta maniwala sa mga nag-aalok ng trabaho, lalo na sa text at social media, at i-report ang anumang gawaing kahinahinala. Sama-sama nating sugpuin ang problema ng human trafficking. Disaster Watch. Alamin ang Modified Tropical Cyclone Wind Signal System para sa mga paparating na bagyo. Signal number 1. Isa itong tropical depression na nagtataglay ng bahagyang lakas ng hangin at tatama sa loob ng 1.5 araw. Posible itong makadulot ng pinsala. Walang pasok ang mga bata sa preschool. Signal number 2. Ito ay tinatawag na tropical storm na may dalang katamtamang lakas ng hangin at posibleng tumama sa loob ng 24 oras. Pinapayuhan ng lahat na isecure ang kanilang mga bahay at kagamitan at huwag na munang maglakbay. Wala ring pasok ang mga mag-aaral mula sa preschool hanggang high school. Signal number 3. Ito ay severe tropical storm na posibleng tumama sa loob ng 18 oras. Pinapayuhan ang mga residente na lumikas sa mabababang lugar, baybayin at tabing ilog at maghanda sa pagkawala ng kuryente at komunikasyon. Walang pasok sa lahat ng antas ng edukasyon. Signal number 4. Ito ay isang ganap na typhoon na maaaring tumama sa loob ng 12 oras at nagtataglay ng napakalakas na hangin. Dapat manatili muna sa bahay at lumikas mula sa mga mapanganib na lugar. Signal number 5. Ito ay isang super typhoon na nagtataglay ng napakalakas na hangin at posibleng magdulot ng malawakang pinsala. Manatili sa loob ng matibay na gusali at mag-monitor sa mga weather update para sa inyong kaligtasan. Sa panahon ng bagyo, dapat laging listo.
Minglawa, welcome to ASEAN Women Entrepreneurship Program. Through this program, you will see the efforts of women entrepreneurs in ASEAN member states who are achieving in their respective business field with creative idea. ASEAN has over 600 million population and it is one of the largest economies in the world. In accord with the economic growth in the region, the women participation in the business sector plays one of the crucial roles. Now, women in ASEAN contribute their efforts significantly to support the economic progress of their countries through their own businesses and SMEs. You will enjoy sharing business experience and knowledge of ASEAN women, enhancing entrepreneurship and gender equality, and creating a business environment led by women through the program. It will highlight the role of ASEAN women entrepreneurs and share their experience, how they have overcome challenges for their success to the viewers. Let's enjoy the programs of ASEAN member states.
Dreams change all the time. It's important to acknowledge the power of seizing the right opportunity at the right time.
I'm a comms graduate, actually chanced upon the tech industry about 10 years ago, and it was all from a late night landing session with a friend. It was very interesting. Obviously, it's completely new in this region, and it was a very exciting opportunity for me, so I decided to just go for an interview anyway, got the job immediately. 3 years later, 2015 I believe, right near the start, and took care of country management for Singapore, and today I take care of expansion for ShopBack. People think I have a pretty cool job. I travel, I meet new people, I discover new cultures, try new food. All of them are true. But of course, on top of that, there is a lot more that comes together with that. It's a lot about growing teams and bringing ShopBack's culture to the new markets. And of course, over the years, there are a lot of awards. One of the first one was actually a startup award in Singapore, and we also submitted for a mobile congress. And I remember that was only within our first year, we already won gold for that in Barcelona. Shopback since 2014 has expanded into 9 different countries, of course including Singapore, as well as Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, Taiwan, Australia, Vietnam, and South Korea most recently. Some of the challenges I face as a technopreneur, well, actually there's just one major one, which is facing constant uncertainty. For example, expanding into a new market, you need to sort of deal with completely new cultures, new languages, the way they operate, the way you communicate with people, they all have to change. And all these little things sort of happen on a daily basis, and we sort of have to adapt ourselves to it. And to stay ahead, you need to make sure that you're also thinking about how you can improve your product every day in order for users to see you adding value to them too. So that is one of the key challenges.
So we chose Josie to be part of Shopback because I think she has 3 good qualities. So I think the first one is that she's highly competitive. Every time she does something, she really goes out of her way to want to win it.
Josie constantly challenges us because she basically sets very high standards for the team. She has very high expectations of what we can achieve for the team.
She's always so passionate and working relentlessly towards her goals, and that is really, really inspiring to us as well. So we see her as a leading example, and we aspire to be like her.
I think behind every tech startup that you have is actually run by people, right? And being able to see the good in people, I think that really helps a lot. So I think that allows her to really get things started as well as to help things grow well.
Currently in Singapore, women only makes up about 30% of the workforce in the tech industry. 30%, it's a very small amount, and unconscious bias or even cultural stigmas have a massive role to play here. And this forms a really unhealthy cycle, right, that goes on and on, where women's confidence level is affected. And then that causes these stigmas to be formed from a very young age. And that's a really big problem. And we all know that women have a huge role to play in the future of tech. And the first step is really for women to acknowledge that this exists, and it will help to give confidence to all women to help fill the tech gap that's needed in a very male-dominated industry. So how can we encourage more women to be in tech? I think it's quite important that we tackle this right from the start, you know, where education plays a major role. And it's just as simple as having a women spokesperson to talk about STEM-related the field of studies. So as any parent, I think, typically they always care about you by, you know, telling you how you need to drink more water, you know, you need to breathe sometimes, you know, brush your teeth. I think it's just their way of telling them, you know, like that they telling you that they care about you. But what I really love about my family is that while they're doing that, they never really question my every move. Even when I joined a startup, they never sort of like asked me, why would you do that? Why would you not, you know, take on something a little bit more stable? And of course, I guess there were always a little bit of questions, especially from my dad's side, where both my sisters were always in like, you know, major stable jobs in large corporations. And it was more like, hey, you know, you could have considered these opportunities, why wouldn't you now? But there was never anything that was more like telling me to not do it or asking me why or challenging me why. It was more of like a silent supporting role that they really played, and it was something that I really appreciated. So they definitely supported me in my entire career in the startup.
其實係冇咩特別擔心啦，因為佢咁年輕，係可以做多啲唔同嘅嘗試啦。咁亦都佢比較係容易接受到有挑戰性嘅嘢啦，咁亦都可以學習其他唔同多啲範圍嘅嘢咯。其實我冇擔心佢要做啲咩嘢啦，咁佢當然肯去嘗試啲新嘅嘢係非常好嘅，同埋佢從小咧我都感覺到佢係比較喺學習方面嘅能力都幾高，亦都好肯去接受新嘅嘢啦。咁佢亦都好有創意，佢知道我好 support 佢啦。其實係因為我都好似 其實佢返工啊、去打波啊、去成啦，我都會 pick up 佢。咁佢都會感覺到我係好 support 佢咯。
She's also very entrepreneurial. I remember when I think I was like 7 or something, and that means she's 11. We would have these postcards that my mom purchased, and then she would bring me along to start selling these postcards to our neighbors. So we would go across blocks, up and down, knocking on every single door, and she'll be leading me, and she'll be asking everyone, do you want to buy a postcard from us? And there is no reason why anyone would need to buy a postcard, but it was just like something that she did. I thought it was really fun as well. So yeah, she's very entrepreneurial. I think she's a very brave person. She takes on a lot of challenges. She doesn't get bogged down by the things around her, and she's fearless in that sense because she's not afraid to fail, and she tries out a lot of different things without that kind of worry, which I think is what separates her from a lot of other people.
My advice for women who really want to enter the tech industry is really try not to please everyone, because it really gets you nowhere. And if you know what you want to do, focus on that and really just try your best to get that done. And if you really want to go into it, find out more about it, talk to people about it, get advice about it. And that really, really helps you out in the first place. All back to my first point about confidence levels, which is what support are schools giving you? What information are your parents giving you? Are you getting the consent that you need? If you want to do it, you're interested in it, get into it. And that's your personal choice to make. And I feel like that really, really helps and to make a huge difference.
My life philosophy is, can't is not an option. This helps me to continuously try, fail, learn, and hopefully succeed. And the mistakes I make will always remind me to stay humble.
Ang tulong pinansyal ay tinanggap ni na Governor Jerry Singson, Governor Rafael Veronica Ortega, David ng La Union at Governor Mark Ronald Lambino, representing Governor Ramon Guico III ng Pangasinan. Maraming salamat po, mahal na Pangulo. Dito po. Dito na po nagtatapos ang ating programa. Muli po, nais po naming ipaabot ang taus-pusong pasasalamat sa mahal na Pangulo para sa kanyang patuloy na suporta sa mga programa at pamamahagi ng assistance sa mga naging apektado ng Bagyong Egay. Mga kababayan, palakpakan natin ang ating Pangulo, President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr.
Babiyahe ka ba patungo o palabas ng Pilipinas? Register muna sa etravel.gov.ph. Pumunta sa eTravel website o iscan ang QR code. Sagutin ang online form. I-screenshot o i-download ang iyong personal QR code. At i-present ito sa inyong airline representative bago sumakay at sa quarantine officer sa inyong pagdating. Kailangan mag-register sa loob ng 3 araw bago dumating sa Pilipinas. Gayon din sa mga Pilipinong aalis patungo sa ibang bansa. Ang e-travel registration ay libre at walang bayad. Ang Philippine One-Stop Electronic Travel Declaration System ay pinagsamang inisyatiba ng Department of Information and Communications Technology, kasama ng Bureau of Immigration, Bureau of Quarantine, Bureau of Customs, Department of Tourism, Department of Health, Department of Justice, at ng Department of Transportation. Tatlong bagong programang sumasalamin sa kwento ng Pilipino. Mapapanood na sa inyong People's Television.
Mr. President, what do you do every day? Maraming bagay naman talaga na ginagawa ng isang Pangulo na hindi alam ng publiko. Kaya dito ko na lang sasagutin sa vlog yung katanungan na yan.
The Philippine President, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., like you've never seen him before on BBM Vlog.
Madami na ako nakitang picture ng beach at iba pang lugar sa Pilipinas. Pero ngayon ko lang talaga masasabi. Ang ganda pala talaga ng Pinas, no?
Tunghayan ang mga nakakaantig na istorya ng buhay ng mga ordinaryong Pilipino sa On the Ground.
Ang oras ng pagpapatrol ko sa dagat, alas 8 ng gabi.
10 taong gulang pa lamang ako nang matuto akong magpayot.
Ako pala si Alvin Cristobal. Isa po akong mandarame.
At sumabay sa pagbuo ng mga bagong pangarap, katuwang ang mga programa ng pamahalaan para sa isang bagong Pilipinas.
Tinupad niyo po yung pangarap namin
na ang pangarap po namin ay pangarap nyo rin po pala para sa aming mga mahihirap.
BBM Vlog, On the Ground, Bagong Pilipinas, mapapanood na dito lang sa PTV, ang pambansang TV.
I urge the government to enact a new government procurement law and a new government auditing code. This to make government procurement and auditing more attuned to these changing times. We will give effect to the mandate of the Constitution and the Local Government Code as clarified by the Supreme Court very soon. Almost all the required devolution transition plans of the LGUs are done. To fully prepare them for optimal devolution, the necessary technical and financial assistance is being extended to our local government. In everything that we do, the enduring Filipino quality of bayanihan will still be our guide.
Isang paalala mula sa PTV ngayong Disaster Resilience Month. Dahil ang Pilipinas ay matatagpuan sa Pacific Ring of Fire at Typhoon Belt, madalas tayong nakararanas ng bagyo, lindol at pagsabog ng bulkan. Alamin ang mga dapat ilagay sa go bag bilang paghahanda sa anumang sakuna. Maglagay ng tubig na maiinom at mga pagkaing hindi madaling masira. Maglaan ng espasyo para sa first aid kit at survival kit para sa mga hindi inaasahang pangyayari. Huwag kalimutan ang toiletries para mapanatili ang kalinisan sa katawan. Samahan din ang mga damit at beddings na magtatagal ng ilang araw. At para laging updated sa sitwasyon, maglagay sa go bag ng mga gamit pang komunikasyon gaya ng radyo, baterya, power bank at charger. Maging alerto at handa para sa anumang sakuna.
Sa paanong paraan mo nararamdaman ang presensya ng Diyos sa iyong buhay?
Mahalaga ka sa Panginoon. Gusto ka niyang pagpalain. Gusto ka niyang iangat.
Sa oras ng kalungkutan at pagkabahala, kanyang dinidinig ang iyong pagsamo. Sa bawat suliranin, ika'y hindi niya pinababayaan.
Salamat, Panginoon. Salamat, Panginoon.
Ang iyong mga panalangin ay kanyang ipinagkaloob.
Tinubos tayo sa kasalanan. Nung siya ay namatay, bumangon sa kanyang libingan.
Kasama mo ang Panginoon magmula noon hanggang ngayon at sa habang panahon.
Siya masyadong nakakarinig. Naririnig mo ako? Opo. Naririnig mo ba ako? Opo. Nakakarinig na siya.
Kasama natin ang Diyos. Samahan si Pastor Chris sa kanyang misyon na ipahayag ang Ebanghelyo ng Diyos at patunayan ang mga milagro ni Kristo sa ating buhay. Tuwing Sabado alas 7 hanggang alas 8 ng umaga. Atmosphere for Miracles kasama si Pastor Chris. Dito sa PTV4.
Nakahanda na ang COVID-19 bivalent booster para sa mga senior citizen at healthcare worker. Kung nakumpleto mo na ang primary vaccine series mo kontra COVID-19, nakatanggap ka na ng first at second booster at may 4 na buwan nang lumipas matapos mong matanggap ang iyong second booster. Ready ka nang tumanggap ng iyong COVID-19 bivalent booster. Ang bivalent booster ay safe at nagbibigay proteksyon laban sa orihinal na virus ng COVID-19 at Omicron variant. Makipag-ugnayan na sa inyong lokal na pamahalaan o kumonsulta sa inyong doktor para kayo ay magabayan. Isang mahalagang paalala mula sa inyong PTV. Health Watch, mga paalalang pangkalusugan laban sa leptospirosis. Ang leptospirosis ay sakit na dulot ng Leptospira bacteria mula sa ihi ng infected na mga hayop. Naipapasa ito sa pamamagitan ng pagtalsik ng kontaminadong tubig sa mata, ilong at bibig, sa kontaminadong pagkain at inumin, at pagluso sa maraming tubig habang may bukas na sugat. Kabilang sa sintomas ng leptospirosis ang lagnat, panginginig, pananakit ng katawan, sakit ng ulo, pamamantal, pamumula ng mata, paninilaw ng balat, at diarrhea. Kung hindi maaagapan, maaari itong makapinsala sa bato.
Mga animals nila, mga animals nila, lahat ng gamit nila, lalong-lalo na mahihirap. Sila mismong tabi ng ilog, mababagar, seriously damaged. Yung ating mga infrastructure na marami pong na-wash out. Mga tulay natin, maraming nasira. Mga kalsada, ito, mga wall. Hanggang gabi, kinagabihan, ang hirap na saklolo sa kanila. Kasi wala kang makitang kalsada, puro tubig. Very hard to penetrate yung nagpapasaklolo. Brownout, walang signal. May mga na-injured at 6 po ang namatay because of egay. Yan po yung affected population, 28,000 families, 138 members of the 1,000 families. Yan, mga roads, bridges, spillways, communication-related incidents. Sa Kapitolyo, ginawa na namin evacuation center. Ito yung mga nasa gip natin. Hanggang ngayon, nasa evacuation center pa yung iba kasi hindi pa pwedeng bumalik sa kanilang bahay. Wala nang bahay yung iba, sira yung bahay ng iba. Yan po ang situational report ng Ilocos Sur, Mr. President. Sana po matulungan nyo kami, bumangon ulit. Numampay the Ilocanos, as we say, are resilient in whatever damaging kwan, pero we still need your help, Mr. President. And with all the other line agencies.
Thank you.
And sir, if I may, remember July 27, 2022, earthquake po yan. We were victims of earthquake. Nasira yung ating ancestral buildings, mga ancestral churches. Nangako po ang NCCA, marami silang nagpunta noon, binisita kami dahil sa bilin mo, sir. Sabi mo sa akin noon, lahat ng agency ng gobyerno tutulong dyan. Awa ng Diyos, natupad naman, pumunta silang lahat. But then, after a month, nangako yung NCCA, ito na yung amount, this amount, we'll go to this. 5 million up, kaming bahala, 5 million down, kayong mga local government. So we did our part, nagawa na namin. But 5 million up, sir, I would like to let you know, wala pa po. 1 year na namin noong July 27, ito na naman, egay.
Okay. Can we hear from DSWD how many people are in the evacuation centers? How many displaced are outside of the evacuation centers?
Mr. President, I actually called the governor the other day. The numbers kasi keep on moving dahil...
Of course.
Yeah,
Well,
but
whatever we have
our
now.
same numbers, when I got my report, it's at 22,733 families. Pero dun sa report ni Gov, lumaki na ulit, naging 28,000 na eh. So this was printed last night, so I think dumami pa ho. Mr. President, for Ilocos Sur, we have 18,870 food packs on the ground. Some of them have already been distributed, some are still with us. I actually spoke to the governor the other day, sabi ko nga ho, na anytime they need more food augmentation, it's in our warehouse and ready to be distributed. So the number is, I guess yung kay Gov na mas accurate, 28,000. Sa amin, 22,000 families.
Can we go back in the presentation to see the damages? Mabilis kasi kanina. No, yung listahan.
Yan, kinilipag ko rin yan.
Full report yan. Oh, yeah. Yeah, can you stop there? 28,130. Gosh, what effect was it? 28,000. This is your latest number. Okay. Can we keep going? Yung konti pa, a little bit. Next slide. There's another slide after this. Oh, stop, please. Okay. Walang crops. Pag sinabing roads 49 are available, ano yung 49?
Yung mga nasa may diferensya po.
Ay.
Mga damages.
Okay. Oh. All right. Thank you. Okay.
Sir, I will submit our detailed situational
All
report,
right.
sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Gov. Sige. Ito yung kailangan natin. Yeah. Oh, sige. We'll go through this. Okay. Siguro, before we go to study in detail the Ilocos Sur situation report, we can now hear the situation report for Ilocos Norte. Gov Matt, if you would like to proceed.
Good morning. Magandang umaga po. Ay magabigat. We'll just keep it brief. Unang-una, of course, allow me to greet President Bongbong Marcos Jr., everyone from the different NGAs, my fellow governors, Congressman Sandro, our mayors, lahat ng kasama po natin. Magandang umaga. We can skip this slide. Of course, as we know, we were under Signal 4, no? At its peak. Next slide, please. These are preliminary data wherein we had 233 barangays, almost 17,000 families, and almost 60,000 individuals. As far as we're concerned, though, everyone was affected due to the blackout and persisting blackout that we're experiencing. In terms of houses, we have almost 1,300 partially and almost 100 completely damaged. As of this time, as of yesterday, no one remained in the evacuation centers. Everyone had returned home. But our issue has been certain isolated areas wherein we've been either by foot or by air delivering food packs. These are not national roads, but the smaller roads that remain unpassable, specifically Vintar, Dingras, Pitdig, even Paway, certain isolated areas. Next slide, please. We had a total of 4 casualties.
Wait, those areas that we cannot get through, have we made an assessment at all in
Yeah.
Vintar, Pitdig?
So everyone has been served, thanks to our mayors.
So the numbers that you're putting up include them already?
Which ones? But
The ones that were displaced, the ones that
yeah, they're certainly
kasama na yan
included.
dyan. Okay.
Yeah, they're certainly included.
Yes.
A total of 4 deaths, as mentioned, all due to drowning. Next slide, please. These are some of the isolated areas that I mentioned earlier. Solsona was another one.
Always.
Next slide, please. As of today, we've already distributed over 10,000 food packs, primarily thanks to DSWD. Actually, I'd like to thank all of our NGAs who have really been very helpful. OCD, DSWD, DOH, DPWH, lahat po have really been contacting me directly ng mga RDs and even from the central office. Nagpapasalamat po kami. We also have our mayors obviously picking up large numbers of food packs since last night because thankfully naka-uwi na po from our sauna lahat yata ng mga mayors natin. Kaya very untimely also that some of us were caught in Manila. But thankfully, I think everyone has really stepped up.
Yung LMP, nag-attend ba kayo ng LMP? Oo, kaya pala. Oh, yun, that's why.
In fact, si Cap Elmer nasa Hawaii yata, nasa States umuwi once he saw the forecast of the typhoon. He said he couldn't be on vacation once he saw the forecast. We can proceed. Next slide, please. Okay, this is Lawag as mentioned. Lawag especially really needs a long-term solution. I think one thing we need to look at, of course, is the dredging of the river systems, the drainage. In fact, sana we can work with DPWH also to...
They rescued over 2,000 people with 3 little rubber boats.
Yeah. On Wednesday night, thanks to the 4th Marine Brigade, dozens, perhaps hundreds of lives were saved, especially in Lawag, but in other areas as well. So we thank the PNP Maritime, the Navy, even Gov Jerry sent a group along with the Navy. No? Nagpapasalamat po kami. The search and rescue on Wednesday night was extremely burdensome at very, very miraculous also in a way. Next slide, please. Here are our damages. Total of over 2.8 billion. Primarily DP and town infra, mga cities at mga municipios po. So, of course, long-term, hopefully we can address these, but in terms of accessibility, that's our priority, as well as the food packs for the most part have been covered, but we will continue to do so. But I think in terms of housing will be the immediate need. And of course, water, drinking water, as we turn back on our electricity. I've asked the mayors also to consider partnering with water stations to make sure that everyone has drinking water. Next slide, please. Our agri damages brought over 361 million, primarily rice and agri infra. Also lots of livestock. Ito po ang paborito ng mga kakailian natin. So we're hoping also for additional livestock assistance from BAI under DA, and NTA I know also has. Next slide, please. This has since increased to 25%. For INEC, our backbone is already fully restored. And for the barangay coverage, we're at 25%. I failed to mention NIA Administrator Nani Almeda, who has also been extremely helpful and sent 9 teams from neighboring co-ops to assist INEC. As of course, this is paramount and urgent. Next slide, please. INWAD quite quickly got back on its feet, and as of yesterday was already at 88%. Next. Ito na lang po ang mga smaller roads na non-passable. I'm sure, Uncle Bong, you know many of these roads and have experienced these yourself, no?
Even Isik is closed.
Yeah, Isik, certainly. So as you can see, this is similar to the isolated areas, no? Next slide, please. That completes our brief presentation. And as I mentioned, SecRex has committed 25,000 food packs. So I don't think our food packs are an issue. Drinking water is still a need. We also have 4 choppers from the PNP, so that will really help reach the far-flung areas. Our priorities now, as mentioned, are water, electricity, housing.
Okay. Yeah. So, what are we doing about the water supply beyond providing bottled water? Yung sa purification, wala pa tayong OCD. O si Ariel, are we bringing? Have we brought water purification units?
Good morning, Mr. President. Yes po. Kaya lang, dadalawa pa lang ho yung nakarating na water filtration machines natin. And then, of course, from the other regions, we will be sending more. Meron lang ho tayong 17. So, dalawa pa lang ho nandito. Then, 1 big truck from Camp Aguinaldo is on its way.
Ano yung mga how big is that? Yung 500 gallons?
Opo, yung pong big truck can produce 24,000 liters a day. And then yung maliit lang ho yun okay. 6,000 liters per day lang po yun. But we have sent to already, then we will send more from the other regions. Isang filtration machine lang po per region kasi ang available.
That's what's happening na daw. Galing lang kami sa Cordillera, ganun din ang siguro talagang tignan natin. Marami na naman, we'll have to look and see that to increase our capability because this is not, it looks like this is going to be happening more often than we hope. All right. Yung sa kuryente, where's INEC?
Yeah, this is at 25% na po. I'm not sure if anyone here is from INEC.
We have no INEC here. I was just worried because of all the provinces, we are the lowest in terms of having come back. Is there a particular reason? I heard about the mistake that somebody made that destroyed some of the power.
Right. That's what started the blackout in the northern towns was Pasukin by the bridge. One of our DPWH projects. The equipment took out the power line, basically.
Yeah.
That's what started it. But then obviously after the typhoon hit harder, we were all out.
What does INEC tell you? How long is this going to take?
Well,
do they have to look at all the lines again?
Yeah, thankfully I also asked RD Renel to help inspect kasi at least kung hindi maayos, at least ma-assess ng mismo para masabi sa INEC kung saan yung mga damaged pa. And to help with the clearing and the posts and such. But obviously the electrical has to be handled by INEC and similarly skilled individuals.
Pero tinutulungan naman tayo ng linemen. May linemen na pinadala yung mga ibang probinsya. Mga ibang cooperative.
We have 9 teams po. So 9 complete linemen teams. So the improvement and the energizing should really pick up now kasi kakarating po nila. And NIA Administrator Nani set the goal of Sunday, which is now tomorrow. So I think they projected na within 2 days with all these teams, baka kaya po.
Okay.
So hopefully by tomorrow.
By tomorrow, how many? What percentage do you think we can get?
All, if not most. Yeah, that's the plan.
Okay.
100% sana by tomorrow if we work extra overtime.
Because we were able to give the generators, but the generators are maliit lang. 8 kVA, di ba? 8 kVA. So, para sa equipment. Okay, now, who can give me when we were flying over, nakita ko yung agri-damage. Sino makapagbigay ng report ng agri-damage dito sa, where's your OPAG?
Yeah, I don't think they're here. Attorney Pancho is here, our agri head, but we have a slide here. I think it was 361.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think this is still, this will still increase, unfortunately. Primarily rice and agri infra and
Yeah, I wanted to ask because from the DA's point of view, what's the damage? Is it something that is it flooded? Pwede pa ba? Or kailangan na mag-provide ng bagong binhi para mag-plant ulit? Yung mais, ganun din. Yung high-value crops, hindi naman, malagay ko, mas madaling problema yan kasi mabilis ang cycle. Pwede tayo makapag-provide ng seeds para dyan. Yung infrastructure, may ano ko ba? May assessment ka na ba dun sa ating mga irrigation na facilities?
Yeah, yes sir. Well, fortunately po for rice, karamihan po is nasa vegetative stage pa po. So I think yung mga karamihan sa damage po natin sa crops is mga high value po. No? But meron na hong nauna kasi, but karamihan ho is vegetative. Sa infra po naman, dito sa ating mga national irrigation systems, sa Ilocos lamang po is 394 million as of yesterday. Nag-evaluate pa po kami, sir. So, kailangan po namin sa estimate namin, mga around 20 million.
Ano yung mga damages?
Well, yung mga siphons, canals, may nawas out po kami mga canals, lalo sa Sulsura, sir. Malalaki po yung damage.
Ano na naman? Lagi dyan.
Fortunately lamang po, napansin namin ho, sir, yung mga dams namin below ng mga sabo dams, ay mas lesser ang damage. Kasi,
talaga?
Yes, ang sabo dam po kasi, sir, is like a weir dam eh.
Nag-umpisa sa Sulsura na, kaya wala pa silang, hindi na pang makontrol yung...
Kaya yung mga maraming damages, for example, sa Bintar, wala pong mga sabo dams dyan eh. Kaya yung mga malaki po ang sira, sir. But yung mga may sabo dam, medyo na mitigate. Like in the case of Karasi, nasira sana yung ating Cora Dam kung wala po yung sabo dam doon. So, sabi ko nga po kay Director kanina, dadamihan pa nila yung para po yung velocity kasi ng tubig pagbaba, pag may weird dam, sabo dam, nalilesen po eh. So anyway, ang bulk po ng sira ng infra, sir, ng irrigation is sa Ilocos Norte. For the whole Region 1, ang estimate po namin is around 500 million. Sa Ilocos Norte lamang po is around 400 na eh. So, and yung immediate repair na kailangan po namin is around 50 million. Kaya tinabihan ko na po yung OCD dito, sir, para mabilis ang usapan.
Okay.
At yun po, sir.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, these are the main issues. So, nagre-rescue pa ba tayo? Meron pang mga stranded na kailangan rescuein?
No more rescue operations.
Okay.
More of relief distribution.
Relief distribution. So, tayo na natin. So, how do we distribute basta ibibigay lang sa mayor, all our food packs, we just give it to the mayor.
We turn it over to the province.
To the province, and
will
same,
be allocated.
yeah. Okay, ganun din sa so, yeah. That's
Rarely through the mayors, but certain barangays we've also contacted directly to validate also, that they're all right, and we have turned over to some capitanes, and at the same time informing the mayors of that turnover to at least make sure, that we can also go direct to the capitanes.
Yes. So, but are there enough? You said there's not an issue. There are enough food packs.
Yeah.
We're all right. Okay.
Thanks to SecRex, we have more than enough food packs. Our problem is how to distribute.
Good. Well, that's a better problem than not having any. Okay. So we've moved away from the rescue part. We're now in the relief, and we have to start thinking about, since nakauwi na yan, may rebuilding yan, repair, and then wala tayong human settlements, but they will also provide assistance in those that were fully destroyed. I think at 96 fully destroyed residences. So yun ang pwede na, that's what we are going to do. But I will bring these reports to them. Anyway, I'm sure that this is hindi pa ito final. Baka dadami pa ito. Oo, but anyway, just send me your reports kahit na hindi pa kumpleto para at least alam namin kung ano yung takbo. More or less, we'll just keep preparing and padala kami ng padala ko ng kailangan. All right, let's move on now to the La Union situation report.
His Excellency, President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., Senator Amy Marcos, Congressman Sandro Marcos, to my dear colleagues of the League of Provinces, my dear governors, to our friends from the national government agencies, to our dear secretaries present today, our dear mayors din po, na imbag nga aldaw kada tayo amin apo. First and foremost, I'd like to thank all of you, from our friends, of course, to our dear President, to our friends from the Senate, our friends from the Congress, and our friends from the national government agencies for reaching out to me personally and to the provincial government of La Union for any assistance that you may be able to provide to help us in our plight, especially during the effects of the Super Typhoon Egay. I would usually reply, La Union is faring well, because if there would be provinces who would need immediate assistance, it would be the provinces of Ilocos Norte and Ilocos Sur. But now, given the chance to show to all of you our presentation thus far on the partial situation report on the damages done on La Union by Super Typhoon Egay, please allow me to have your attention for a few minutes. So this is La Union situation after Egay, PH, as of July 28, 2023. So we have a total of 91 total incidents. 77 of these are flooded areas. 25 have already subsided. We have 1 collapsed bridge for inspection, 9 rain-induced landslides which have all been cleared, and 4 stranded individuals who have already been rescued. So most of yung roads naman po natin and yung bridges na na-damage po, it's not part of yung national highway po natin and main roads. So mostly mga inner roads na po siya, yung mga na-damage po natin. We have a total of 15,800 families affected, 61,900 individuals, and a total of 268 barangays out of the 576 barangays in the entire province affected. And we only have 1 reported injury po. So no deaths reported po as of today. So moving on, ito po yung roads and bridges natin. 17 have been affected. 3 are already passable, 14 not passable, and we have 1 unpassable bridge po, which have been temporarily fixed by the municipality involved, pero kailangan pa rin po sanang ayusin para hindi lang po siya yung temporary na pwedeng magamit.
Why are the 14 still not possible? Ano yan, landslide o nasira?
Sira po, Mr. President.
Nag-erode sa ilalim?
Yes po, nag-erode na po.
That's harder to fix.
Yes po. So moving on po, yung next slide po natin. So for our power, a total of 167 barangays experienced power interruptions. Pero as of yesterday po, we have about 152 restored. I actually received a call from Governor Matthew as well yesterday para makapagkuha po ng assistance sa mga local cooperatives po natin who are connected din po with Ilocos Norte para kahit papaano po makapag-assist din po kami with the power restoration po dito sa Ilocos Norte. And then, to add nga po pala doon sa last slide po natin on infrastructure damage po natin, I have about 2 damaged health facilities in the province po, which was just reported to me by our regional director of the DOH. We have yung Caba District Hospital amounting to about 2 million pesos in damage. And we also have yung Rosario Health Center po natin located in Barangay Parasapas, Rosario, amounting to 736,000 pesos lang naman po yung estimated damages for that. So moving on po tayo. Next slide, please. So yan po yung power natin. Next slide. Damaged houses po, we have about 845 total damaged houses with 68 being totally damaged and 777 partially damaged pa po. So this is just yung, again, partial situation report. Probably lumaki pa po yung mga numbers po natin pero as of yesterday, yan po yung nakuha nating numbers. Next slide po tayo. Cost of damages po natin, estimated damage to agriculture is about 37 million pesos and estimated damage naman po to infrastructure is 295,000 pesos. Pero yung nga po with more reports coming in, mukhang lalaki pa po yung mga infrastructure estimates po natin. Next po. Preemptive evacuation, nagkaroon po tayo ng preemptive evacuation. 7 evacuation centers were used po to house 42 families and a total of 123 individuals. Next. Assistance provided, we had a total 4,300,000 cost of assistance po, and majority of this came from the Department of Social Welfare and Development. So thank you very much, Secretary, and to our proactive regional director then po for always keeping in touch with us. And we also have, syempre, from yung mga local government units po natin, from the provincial government and non-government organizations din po. Next slide. As for disaster preparedness, so ever since po na we were raised to red alert status, La Union 911 Public Safety Answering Point was activated 24/7, and 100% of our local DRRM operation centers were activated, and of course 100% of PDRRMC member agencies are always in constant coordination. But as of yesterday po, yung red alert status po ng La Union, nababa na po namin sa blue alert status. Next. Rescue augmentation, we also sent rescue augmentation for Ilocos Norte. Nag-send po tayo ng jet ski and diving equipment, and a total of five water search and rescuers po natin. Pinadala rin po natin dito to help po with the search and rescue efforts of Ilocos Norte. Next. Recovery assistances. So ito po yung mga urgent needs po na kakailanganin ho natin sa La Union. For agriculture, of course, we'll need subsidy for damaged harvest po natin. As of now, wala pa po akong numbers if meron din po bang livestock na mga nadamay po during the typhoon. Pero once the report comes in po, we'll be in constant coordination with our DA. Funds to repair damaged agri-infrastructures, of course. For infrastructures naman po, we need to repair yung mga damaged bridges and roads po natin. And yung main priority po talaga is yung housing for typhoon victims. But more than housing po, if we could also appeal to DSWD to help us with yung emergency shelter assistance po natin for cash assistance na pwede po nating mabigay for those whose houses were partially damaged po from the typhoon. And of course, tuloy-tuloy pa rin pa naman po yung relief efforts po namin. As of yesterday and today, yan po yung tinututukan po natin. Additional relief po for victims, pero we are in constant coordination din naman po with our regional director with regards po dito. So, yun lang po. I believe that's the end of my presentation. Tuloy-tuloy po. Naniniwala po ako, basta tulungan po tayong lahat. And of course, being one region po, dito sa Region 1, you can expect La Union to provide assistance din po sa mga neighboring provinces natin whenever needed po. So, thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity.
Thank you for the assistance that you provided the province. Maraming salamat. So I think the agri situation is a little better than Ilocos Sur and Ilocos Norte, and even in the Cordillera. But the infrastructure is a bit, kung talagang nasira nung ganun. At mukhang dito sa atin, yung infrastructure, ang tinuman, yung Quirino Bridge, can you imagine, naputol yung dalawang span, natanggal yung dalawang span. So,
Mr. President, kahit na anong development ang gawin natin, will go to waste if our rivers will not be dredged. Kasi the volume of water coming down, wala nang ilog namin, flat na, silted na silted. Kaya ang tubig, rumaragasa sa bukid, sa mga bayan-bayan, wash out ang tananim, wash out ang mga bahay. So we need to dredge our rivers, Mr. President.
So ito naman sa La Union, the damage to agriculture is 37 million. That's still, it's not a small number, but it's manageable. And I think it will, as I said, I'm pretty sure, I'm making the assumption that it will increase. But the thing that we have to look at is the infrastructure. But we will get the details from the OCD report. But before we get to that, Pangasinan has a presentation also to make on their situation regarding Typhoon Egay.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the province of Pangasinan, I'd like to present to this body our good President Bongbong Marcos, our Senator Amy Marcos, Deputy Speaker Congressman Sandro Marcos, of course, members of the local chief executives, members of the cabinet, regional directors. Magandang tanghali po sa ating lahat. Mr. President, this is a situational report of the province of Pangasinan. This is primarily based on data that was submitted to us some 6 p.m. yesterday with some minor updates that were given as of 6 a.m. this morning. So just a quick background on the history of our past few weeks. Mr. President, we raised a tropical storm seal number 1 from July 24 to 26, and then July 26, it was raised to typhoon signal number 2. Eventually, on July 27th, the typhoon signals was lifted and only orange and yellow rainfall alerts were raised by Pag-asa in the province of Pangasinan. Next slide, please. As part of the preparedness of the province of Pangasinan, I could say, Mr. President, that the province of Pangasinan relatively fared again well compared to the other provinces here in Region 1, especially compared to Ilocos Norte and Ilocos Sur. There were massive early preparations done by our disaster risk reduction management officers as early as Friday. And we have already prepositioned the necessary goods in the strategic areas as early as 72 hours before the arrival of the typhoon. Next slide, please. One of the major response operations that we had, Mr. President, was when our brothers and sisters from Ilocos Norte called. We also sent a group of 8 PDRMO personnel, particularly water assets here in Lawag, Ilocos Norte. As far as relief operations, we'd like to thank the DSWD for at least 2,600 family packs that were already released as of yesterday. And for today, July 29, there are still additional schedules of releases in at least 3 municipalities. Next slide, please. As far as the impacts of the typhoon in the province of Pangasinan, there are 81 barangays that were affected, 50 of those coming from the 9 municipalities and 1 cities that are under the political jurisdiction of the province, while all municipalities under the Dagupan City, which is an independent component city, are affected by the floods. As of 6 p.m., Mr. President, there are 245 families or 970 individuals who were evacuated. But I was informed earlier today that this number has been reduced to 219 families, amounting to 593 individuals. So there's already a reduction of the evacuees, and we're expecting this to go lower in the next update at around 6 p.m. As far as environmental impacts, there are reports of fallen trees in several areas, with 1 major landslide in Malico, San Nicolas, Pangasinan. That's the Villa Verde path connecting the province of Pangasinan and the province of Nueva Vizcaya. But this was cleared yesterday at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, so that path is already passable. As far as infrastructure, Mr. President, there's a total, next slide please. There's a total of 32.9 million pesos worth of infrastructure damages among all the 6 districts. But these are all relatively minor infrastructure damages.
Damages to what?
More on farm-to-market roads, Mr. President. Yes, but very minor. There are no reports of impassable national or provincial roads in the province of Pangasinan, as well as bridges that cannot be accessed. So all major roads and thoroughfares in the province, both national and provincial, and even in municipal roads, these are generally passable. Most are on farm-to-market roads that were washed off by runoff. I'd like to add, for agricultural damages, we have already reported damage of around 69 million, with bulk of the damage coming from the corn production, which is actually the season due for the harvesting, kaya marami po tinamaan. We're very lucky that during this moment, as far as palay is concerned, nasa early stages po. So flooded sila, but we will know in the coming days kung recoverable po yung damages sa palay. We also have 5 million damages as far as high-value crops, and around 876 as far as fisheries. We also reported 1.1 million pesos worth of damages to livestock. As far as the damaged houses, 89 partially damaged and 14 totally damaged.
Pag sinabi mong livestock damage, anong ibig sabihin yan?
Yung sa general infrastructure po ng mga livestock facilities, infra as well as yung kanilang mga produce mismo, yung mga livestock, mga nilipad po ng mga poultries, mga manok, but very minor po. Reason po niyan, Mr. President, is that we have no reported flooding due to the releasing of the dam, because as of right now, the water level in San Roque is only at 258, which rose by 6 meters as compared to yesterday due to the release of being a dam. Pero malayo pa po ito sa spill level ng San Roque, so wala pong releases ang San Roque. What the province of Pangasinan is experiencing is runoff from the torrential rains over the previous 72 hours. But over the past 24 hours, tumigil na po. And today, we're only expecting light to moderate rains in the province of Pangasinan. What we're monitoring right now, Mr. President, is the impact of the rising waters in Sinucalan River, which is affecting Dagupan City primarily, because right now the water level in Sinucalan is already at 7.8, which is already 0.8 meters higher above the critical level. So umaapaw na po yung Sinukalan. This can affect also the adjacent municipalities of Calasiao and Santa Barbara. Pero primarily po, lubog po basically ang Dagupan City ngayon. I don't have the exact figures of Dagupan City, but that is the general situation. All barangays in Dagupan City are experiencing flooding right now, Mr. President. So as far as casualties, we have no reported cases of fatalities or casualties in the province. And like I said, the Pantal-Sinukalan River is what we are monitoring because it's still rising in the past 24 hours. That's why the Dagupan City has already declared a state of calamity yesterday through the Resolution 8073-2023. I'd like to echo as well the statement of Governor Rafi Ortega of La Union that being a member of the Ilocos region, the province of Pangasinan is ready to extend any assistance to our fellow brothers and sisters in the Ilocos region, Mr. President. That will be all. Thank you.
All right. Siguro malayo-layo na ng konti. Kaya ang Pangasinan from its further south, so not so severe ang damage. But I think all of that, especially wala na kayong evacuees.
It already got lower as of 12 noon, Mr. President. Pero ina-expect namin, karamihan po nasa Dagupan and Calasiao area po kasi kung saan tumataas po yung Sinukalan. But that number already went down earlier.
Anong forecast ninyo sa tubig, sa water level? Pagbaba ng tubig galing Abra?
Wala po kasing release ang dam, sir. So
Yes,
ito po ay run-off talaga ng mga ulan. But since the past 24 hours, light to moderate na lang po. I'm hoping that the 12 noon update should show a decrease in the water level of Sinukalan. If that would be the case, bababa na po, magre-recede na po yung flooding sa Calasiao, Santa Barbara, and Dagupan City.
All right. Okay, thank you. Mukhang at least that's some good news. It's not, Pangasinan was not so hard hit. Now the overall overview rather of the situation as it came and what we are doing now. We will get the briefing from the Office of Civil Defense. Who will give us the briefing?
Thank you, Mr. President. For the to present the consolidated report on the initial interventions and assistance provided to the entire region, may I call on our officer on the ground, retired General Greg Cayetano, our regional director for the Office of Civil Defense, Region 1.
Your Excellency, President Ferdinand Bongbong Romualdez Marcos Jr., sir, Senator Amy Marcos, members of the House of Representatives, members of the Cabinet present here, our Special Assistant to the President, Secretary Antonio Lagdamero Jr., our Region 1 governors, vice governors, and mayors present here. Morning po. And our CDAU Sec Arel Pumusan, sir. And National Line Agencies present here today. Allow me to present the monitoring by the OCD Region 1. But may mga data po dito na kailangang i-update lang natin kasi medyo because of the events that happened, medyo nahuhuli po yung ibang data. Next slide, please. So ito po yung aming data. But I believe there are notable data here like dead, only one. We only recorded one. It's because that we are stringent in verifying with the DLG as to the cause of death, whether it's disaster-related or not. Basically po, may apat na po tayong confirm ngayon. One lang po inalagay muna. There are incidents that namamali po kami mag-report ng dead pero hindi naman pala disaster-related, which is why we are really dependent upon the local government units and the DLG to confirm, to include the death certificates for the dead. So ito po ang flooded areas pa sa La Union. We have declaration of state of calamities in 2 provinces. Next slide, please. So ito po yung sa status of lifeline. We recorded 32 roads not passable, but nag-decrease na po ito. And we have 3 bridges not passable in La Union. 70% of the affected LGU's electrification were restored, but this still subject to confirmation po. Medyo kailangan po namin ng tulong na makakuha talaga ng real-time data from the electric cooperatives sa Kasanea. Then we have 6 flights canceled and communications interruption of 6. We have, but this one, 275 damaged houses, ito po ay dependent po kami sa pagre-report ng mga PDRIMOS sa amin. Pag medyo nalilate po, medyo hindi rin po tumatama yung aming figures. Pagpasensyahan nyo na po yung aming figures. Next slide, please. So ito po yung non-food items that have been provided by the OCD Central Office, as shown, for Ilocos Norte. Initially po, we were able to provide upfront 2 8.5 kVA generators on the night of the dilubyo po and 1 75 kVA. Yun po available sa aming opisina sa San Fernando. Pinadala po namin dito kaagad. And eventually, more generators are coming.
So when you average it out, it comes up to 75.
But I heard source also not.
Okay, next slide please. We now go to the different agencies that exerted efforts to respond to the disaster. So dito po sa amin po, sa Operation Center ng Regional DRIMC, we monitor the AOR, we strengthen the risk communication, yung risk na posibleng tatamaan ng mga lugar based on the forecast by Pag-asa. And we have been downloading this to the PDRIMSOS and the INDRIMOS. Ang intention po namin sana, when we declared the Emergency Response Protocol Charlie, ito po yung signal sa mga PDRIMSIS and MDRIMSIS to really consider mandatory evacuation. Kasi po, palagi po namin ni-remind na pag hindi po tayo nag-i-evac, mas mahirap po yung rescue. Mas malalalim po yung mga i-rescue natin, nanganib po yung mga rescuer natin. And there are cases na yung rubber boats po natin hindi niya kayang salubungin yung agos. Which is why nakita ko po yun dun sa Central Mindanao, sa Agusan Mars, that they can manage the flow of the flood by using slim boats with outboard motors. Kaya ito po ay nakaka-negotiate upstream to defeat the flow of the current. Pero ngayon, itong ating rubber boats, susceptible hindi lang sa mga sharp objects, but hindi rin po masyadong makagalaw because of a strong current. If you will note in the pictures, hindi rin sila mapunta sa lalim because yun po, natatalo ng agos. So, we released memorandum for preparedness measures on 19 July, including preemptive evacuation, and basically no activities at coastal air waters within AOR. We initiated, we administered the regional pre-disaster risk assessment analysis, yung po mga area na tatamaan. Mga member po ng regional and DRIMC ang nag-discuss nito, and then we raised our blue alert on 21 July and declared red under Charlie of the Emergency Preparedness Readiness Protocol on 24 July. Wala pa po yung bagyo, may araw pa, nag-declare na po tayo ng red. Nag-declare na po tayo ng red, and then yung mga preemptive actions pinapagawa na po namin sa mga provincial DRIMOS. Next slide please. We were augmented by the detailed duty officers from the different agencies in our Emergency Operations Center. We attended various meetings and media interviews for dissemination of the warnings. We initiated series of weather updating sessions, and we did a response cluster meeting on 26 July para ma-ready na po sila sa mga gagawin nila. Ang readiness nila, ang prepositioning of resources and manpower. Then we activated the Regional Incident Management Team, which is composed of the different line agencies members of the Council. And we facilitated just this morning unloading of 67 PMS gensets from C-130 today. Next slide, please. We also deployed 6 gensets, kanina mention ko na po earlier, and provision of a water filtration device for Ilocos Norte, R1MT, and provision of non-food items for Ilocos Sur, Ilocos, amounting to 1.6 M.
It's still our fault.
For DSWD po,
No, you're the oldest.
they have a total of 3.4 million funds for support to the affected areas. Ito po yung breakdown ng kanilang support. Family food packs at 38.7K. Non-food items at 28.02K. Bottled drinking water at 736. Raw materials equivalent to family food packs at 5.9K. And a standby fund. So next slide po. Sa APPNP naman po, continuous po yung search, rescue, and retrieval operations, including clearing operations, evacuation of affected residents, tumulong po tayo doon, but unfortunately po, yung ni-rescue namin were the families na ayaw mag-evacuate. Maybe because they need to protect their properties also. But ito po yung naging problema namin. Then we help in the hauling of relief packs and welfare goods and relief distribution. Next slide po. Sa DOH naman po, they deployed the DOH-CHD1 Regional Office and Response Team. 37 from DOH and 27 from the Ilocos Training and Regional Medical Center. Medical public health, water sanitation, hygiene emergencies, nutrition in emergency were prepared. Mental health and psychological support sa evacuation po. Commodities delivered noong 27 July were first aid kits, heavy-duty cot beds, hygiene kits, water containers, amounting to 191K pesos. Also for medicines and for tablets for drinking water amounting to 7,736. And various medicines amounting to 182,000 pesos. Other delivered commodities on the 28th was still various medicines amounting to 477K pesos, first aid kit amounting to 68,000 pesos, sanitation kit and purifying agents amounting to 766,000 pesos. Next slide, please.
Of course, I don't. But
For the DPWH, they also have activated their own disaster and incident management team. They preposition quick response assets. QRAS, manpower and equipment.
Can we get to the part where we have the actual figures of exactly the damages and what we're doing? Like for example, we're doing something that we do in government. When asked how did you perform, you say how much you spent. That doesn't really tell us very much. We need to know how much you spent, but we know for how many kits is that, how many food packs is that, how many families have been reached, etc., etc., etc. How many more are needed? That's we have to get down to the nitty-gritty of what we're going to do moving forward.
Yes, sir, noted, sir. I will just skip some of the slides na medyo walang laman.
Sige. We'll just go to the parts where we can so that we can assess the damage, because the SOPs are okay. We do that all the time. So tignan na natin yung specifics nitong situation na ngayon.
Yes, sir. So for the Department of Agriculture, ito po yung kanilang display. Ito po yung kanilang na-prepare, prepositioning of for rice amounting to 1,900 bags.
What is that? Yan yung kailangan o yan yung ibibigay?
Yan po yung sir available na piniprepare nila. But
that is available for?
For distribution, sir, according to their reports to us.
All right.
But hopefully the DA can assist us in giving us more particulars on this. For rice, hybrid regular, 1,900 bags. Hybrid, also 1,500 bags to cover 1,500 hectares. Certified seed buffer, 1,000 bags for 500 hectares, intended for 500 hectares. Yan po ito po yung ini-earmark nila. Then for corn, OPB seeds, 400 bags for 400 hectares, intended for 400 hectares. High value craft development program of assorted vegetable seeds at 50 kilograms. Yan po yung report ng DA. Next slide, please. For the human settlements and urban development, ito po yung information na nabigay sa amin. They have informed the LGUs for the provision of rental subsidy under Track A. And they are allocating 1,000 pesos per family as emergency shelter financial assistance for totally damaged housing units. And they are coordinating with the UN International Organization for Migration for about 500 shelter-grade tarpaulins. Iko-coordinate pa po nila ito. They're in the process of negotiations with the IOM. Next slide po. For the National Housing Authority, continuous coordination with the LGUs in assessing the damaged houses in preparation po for the packaging for emergency housing assistance also, or the EHAP. And they are proposing to request for 25 M pesos as cash grant assistance to families with damaged houses in the region. So they, back. They are proposing 200,000 pesos for totally damaged houses and 10,000 pesos for partially damaged houses. Next slide, please. Ito naman po sa DOLE, distributed per province and three sectors in Pangasinan. For immediate implementation po yung kanilang gathered the fund initiatives of district and party representatives totaling to 87 million pesos for targeted 20,038 beneficiaries. At may additional fund po for implementation ng Emergency Response Fund with a total amount of 20.39 million, which is intended for 5,027 beneficiaries, or a total of 107.6 million pesos for a total beneficiary of 25,065. Next slide, please. Sa ating mga na-deploy po na uniform service na nagtumulong sa immediate search and rescue, yung Naval Forces Northern Luzon po, Joint Task Force Karagatan, nag-provide po sila ng 30 packs teams ng water search and rescue. Initially po, 2 rubber boats for Ilocos Norte and Ilocos Sur. First, sa ano po ito na-deploy sa Ilocos Sur. Then, nung gumaan na po sa Ilocos Sur, nag-swing po ito pataas sa Ilocos Norte. And then sa Coast Guard naman po, districts sa Northwestern Luzon, which is in Gurimao, they provided rubber boats. I think may typographical error. Dalawa po ito. Plus 3 SAR teams of 13 packs. Yung atin pong Coast Guard sa Manila, nagpadala ng tao na 24 na tao. At I believe they also provided 2 boats. Yung po medyo sa tagal ng biyahe nila, medyo hindi na po masyadong nagamit. Sa Philippine Army po, ng 501st Brigade, they provided a man truck. And pang ano po ito, evacuation ng haul ng evacuees. So sa 4th Marine Brigade po na nakadestino sa Burgos, Ilocos Sur, meron po silang isang watercraft na pinadala at mga vehicles po for the mobilization of supplies and evacuation of affected individuals. Yung ating 525th Engineer Brigade po, under ng 51st Engineer 525th Engineer Battalion.
Ano yung KM500, KM250, what is that?
Ang ano po, pag nakikita nyo sa highway, ito pong 250, ito po yung pinakamaliit na version ng troop carrier ng Army.
Okay.
Ang katapat naman po na mas malaki-laki na parang M35, 5-tonner, ito pong KM500.
Oh, sige. I understand. Okay.
450 po, ito yung malaki-laki na. So ito po, nanggaling pa itong 525th Engineering Combat Battalion, galing po ito sa Libis. Diretso po ito dito sa Lawag. Medyo nagda-die down na po yung yung search and rescue, kaya nagamit po sila sa ibang activities na. Next slide, please. We are thankful for the PTV Pangasinan for helping out in Ilocos Norte. Ito po yung kanilang dineploy. The Army personnel are the reservists. They provided 5 rubber boats. A correction. Yung nasa kanila po yung jet ski. Correction po, Dream On ng La Union. Maraming salamat po, Gob, for the jet ski also. Ito po yung nagtatawag po kami ng Dream On sa different provinces kasi po kailangan tulong dito sa Ilocos Sur and lalo na po sa Ilocos Norte. Kaya nung pumayag, medyo pasalamat po kami sa mga Dream Ons nyo sa kanilang pagtungod sa aming request po. Medyo ano po, delikado po nung Wednesday night. Kahit gabi na po, nag-search and rescue sila. Pero yun nga po, medyo malakas ang agos, hindi rin sila masyado nakagalaw. Ito po, mga pictorials na lang po ito. Kung ano nangyari nung nahudang response nila. Slide. 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 So that's all, Mr. President. Thank you and good day.
All right, thank you. Okay, it's useful to find out what are the average, but I think that altogether, very clearly it's Ilocos Norte and Ilocos Sur with La Union. La Union, for whatever reason, it's the infrastructure that has been damaged. The biggest damage that La Union has suffered from EGAY. Everyone has suffered from agricultural damage. Kaya kailangan natin talagang tignan na mabuti yan so that we in the DA can respond quickly. So continue to send, as I said earlier, kahit hindi pa kumpleto, padala nyo sa amin mga report ninyo para makapaghanda naman kami, especially, I'm talking on the national government. Just keep sending us the reports para makapaghanda kami, makapag-source kami kung ano yung kailangan pa. I think food packs were okay. So if we are in the relief phase now, pagkain na lang yan. Yung tubig, kailangan natin, we have to find a way to get more of those purification units. I think there are more. MMDA yung marami. The last time they were able to send 6. So tignan natin because yun ang magiging critical. We can only bring so many bottles of water. Yung single-use pa ito, bawal dito. So let's anyway. But that's going to be the next. Meron tayong. It's for the medical side. Meron tayong mga medical teams na umikot para dun sa mga, ewan ko, nasaktan, nasugatan, nagsakit, hinika, whatever.
Yes, in Ilocos Norte, I think you've already established several that are going around, and that's what I was going to mention, if I may add. Human life is primordial that we preserve during a disaster, and we have had some deaths. It's important we institute some free consults and some roving medical teams. We've done that already in Ilocos Norte, but we need the help of the DOH so that they can provide the medicines for those who suffered cardiac arrest. There's quite a few during the storm. I think there's diabetes medicine required, hypertension medicine, and of course the inevitable infections that will arise, cholera, dysentery, and even dengue. Siguro mabuti mag-launch na rin ang Oplan Dalus because there's stagnant pools of water in the entire province. And that's one. Unmentioned has been the DOH. Secondly, I'd also like to report the unfortunate timing of this typhoon, which arrived exactly 1 month before the opening of class, August 28th. The schools have suffered significant damage. I don't think they're within the capability of the Brigada Escuela. So I don't know where we will be able to do this. Bangsirit in Bacara, for example, Arusip, Nagrebkan, Lanao National School, a lot of the schools in Palyas and in Solid North Bintar, these are all unusable, and within the month we will be starting. Saan kaya makakakuha ng tulong, Mr. President, the DPWH, dahil yung DepEd, sabi nila talagang hirap sila dyan. Ikatlo, namomroblema po kami dyan sa housing, in as much as the, ayoko magsumbong pero yung DSUD medyo unresponsive. Santa Praxedes in Cagayan, as well as many groups in Uplands, Ilocos Sur are already requesting housing assistance, as we saw. And yet, after the transfer from DSWD to DSUD, we're not certain where to go. So to all of you, perhaps we can resolve these issues and the President can help us here.
All right, thank you. Yes, those are the general elements of the. I'm surprised that the DSUD is not here because they generally come immediately to. Oh, you. So, what is the response that DSUD is for those? Usually, may emergency response ang DSUD for the different yung mga damage na ganyan housing.
We called the secretary and the office said just go ask NHA. They did not refer us to the region.
That's
and
also true.
It's a little bit confusing.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Yes, NHA.
Senator Amy, there's a letter sent already to the various LGUs seeking the names that will be given assistance, those that will be given that suffered totally damaged houses.
All right. Okay.
And also there will be shelter grade tarps that will be given to.
I know that this would always has a emergency response for the destroyed houses especially. Yun ang pinaprioritize nila. So now the problem is the schools. We have to probably get supplemental funding. And there's also there's also this upcoming issue of who does it, the LGU or the national government. Yeah. So well, anyway, that's those
Maybe
are
the calamity funds, the contingency funds.
It will have to come out of the. We'll find it. We'll find it. We have to. Have you made an assessment of what are the damages? What will it? How much will it take to
Maraming
fix?
bubong, karamihan mga bubong totally ripped off, and many of them yung mga coastal, yung mga poste, syempre tangay kalahati ng classroom.
Okay. Oh, sige.
Andito,
We'll ask. Give
it's
me.
complete na actually.
No, sige. That is Ilocos Norte?
Yeah, that's Norte
Oh, we
pa
have
lang.
to get also from
I'm sure
La
Sur
Union
and
and
the rest
Ilocos
have
Sur.
similar problems.
Yes, I'm sure it's exactly the same. Pero yung infrastructure, I don't know how. I don't think the infrastructure is the figures there include damaged school buildings. So I think I'm correct in assuming that it's because it is not under the DPWH, although there will be the implementing agency at some point. Depends on how we do it. But in a month, what can we do in a month?
That's right. Well, in many cases, these are roofs, so I think it can be done quickly, hopefully. And again, we'd like to reiterate the request for medicine.
For
medicine? Yes, I think we need a lot of medicine, given that we should be undertaking free consults all over the region. The 3 regions, as a matter of fact, Region 1, 2, CAR, as well as the areas in Bulacan and Pampanga that are clearly underwater as well.
The problem with the medical teams is it's not so much here. Generally, we put a medical team in each of or a roving medical team, and there's a medical team for the evacuation centers.
Yes.
Pero marami nang nakabalik.
Kaya ng lokal, yung medical team, kulang sa medisina, and yun nga, the hypertension, high blood, diabetes, the usual, and then the infection, of course, that will be spreading
Here's
very
the thing:
shortly.
we can only procure common medicines, not prescription medicines.
That's fine, as long as they're in the national formulary, will be all right.
They need to see a doctor, and a doctor has to prescribe the medicine. We're not allowed to do that. We can buy it, but it still has to be the doctor still has to see them, and a doctor still has to say that they need their maintenance, whatever it is.
Marami tayong doktor sa lokal, okay lang muna.
Mr. President, if I may also, DOH actually, the storm hit Tuesday afternoon, and DOH actually quickly sent supplies both Wednesday and Thursday, including medicine. So we're quite grateful for that. With regard to housing, if I may, I talked to RD Rick earlier. I think it's 10K also cash assistance. If I may humbly recommend, in times of extreme calamity like this, cash is actually not
very useful.
that helpful.
Yeah.
So I think if we can, there should be a mechanism wherein construction materials or temporary shelters or tents are actually distributed in the first phase of recovery. And then obviously later on, the cash can then be used. But the construction materials are really primary.
We will do both. The reason that we give cash very soon after is because there are things that people need that are not included in the relief goods. For example, medicines or baby care, things like this, formula, yung mga ganon, na hindi kasama sa mga pack natin. So at some point, I remember nung last time, hiningian tayo, sabi cash na kasi marami kaming gustong kailangan bilhin na hindi nga kasama, kailangan namin na pambili. So that's why we do both. There comes a point after which they've settled, especially if they're in the evacuation centers. Once they've settled themselves there, yung needs nila, with the basic needs are all provided for: water, food, shelter. They have the tents, etc. Ang sumusunod dyan, hihingi na ng cash. Because kailangan nga nilang bumili ng mga bagay na hindi kasama sa food pack, hindi kasama sa sanitary pack, hindi kasama sa hygiene kit, hindi kasama sa mga ganun.
Are we still at the same levels, 10,000 and 30,000?
For?
And then yung totally damaged?
10,000 for the partial and 20.
And what about the totally
20 for.
damaged? Kaya nga, pero magkano yung sa totally damaged?
10,000. Hindi, totally 20.
Separate po yung sa NHA, 20 po.
20.
And then there will be, from this wood, 10,000 for the totally damaged po.
10,000 lang totally damaged?
20,000.
20 also from the NHA po.
There's from the NHA also. Yeah.
So walang nalilito ako, 20 plus 10. 20 plus 10 ang sinasabi mo. Sa partial?
Sa partial,
parang ang gulo kasi sa DSUD at saka sa NHA. Nachuchubibo kami, paikot-ikot, pabalik-balik. Pwede lang sabihin kagad kasi they urgently need it. Sabi nga ni Gov. Jerry, wala nga silang mauwian, kaya nandyan pa rin sa evacuation center.
Sorry, if I may, as far as I know, it's all cash-based.
That's
so
right.
I think
It's all cash-based.
my humble suggestion, if it's possible, that construction materials are also considered, because as of now, basically we house them in tents or evac centers. In the meantime, their house is in shambles. No? So as far as I know, if I'm not mistaken, there is no agency that provides construction materials in times of emergency. So I am humbly recommending that I think that be considered in the future.
Yes, that's correct. There are certain barangays like Lasien, for example, in Badok, there are unreachable. There's no hardware store where they can procure the GI sheets, the pako, and lahat ng kinakailangan para itayo ulit ang bahay.
Yeah.
They moved it out kasi of DSWD. Now it's magulo. It's all cash eh.
Kasi sa Yolanda, ganun din ang ginawa namin.
We just buy the GI sheets, remember?
Kaya namili kami na marami kasi makamura ka pati. Pati martilyo, pati lagari, pati pako, pinamimigay namin.
And they're
Tapos
not
yung
substandard.
GI sheet, 2x4, 2x2.
Can that be part and parcel of a special effort to re-roof both the school buildings as well as the houses? To re-roof all the houses and the special and the school buildings.
We'll look first at the list and see how we're going to go about it, and then how we're going to pay for it. Where will we get there are emergency funds that we can access. Okay. All right. I think that's a fairly thorough overview of Region 1. So, is there anything else that anybody would like to add? Okay, thank you all very much. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat.
Our road network plans must link not only our 3 major islands, but all prospective sites of economic development. The 1,200-kilometer Luzon Spine Expressway Networks program will effectively connect Ilocos to Bicol from 20 hours to just 9 hours of travel. Under the Mega Bridge program, 12 bridges totaling 90 kilometers will be constructed, connecting islands and areas separated by waters. The program notably includes the Bataan-Cavite Interlink Bridge and the Panay-Guimaras-Negros Island bridges, each spanning 32 kilometers, and also the Samal Island Davao City Connector Bridge. We initiated several railway projects with a total length of more than 1,000 kilometers. Notably, the southern leg of the North-South commuter railway system is now in full swing. In a few years, travel from Pampanga to Laguna will be reduced from 4 hours to just 2.
Gusto mo ba ng career sa broadcasting? Ito na ang pagkakataon mo para maging bahagi ng PTV. Kasama ang mga batikang broadcaster na naghahandog ng mga award-winning na programang pang-telebisyon para sa Pilipino. Ipadala na ang iyong resume. Panahon ng ibahagi ang iyong kakayahan para sa bayan.
Upang masuklian naman natin ang naging sakripisyo ng ating mga health workers sa pribado at pampubliko ng mga ospital nung nakaraang pandemya, ipapamahagi na sa kanila ang kanilang COVID Health Emergency Allowance at iba pang mga nabinbing benepisyo.
Check out your dream machines with veteran journalist Ron De Los Reyes in one of the longest-running motoring shows on Philippine television. Auto Review, Saturday afternoons, only here on PTV.
สวัสดีครับผมชื่อนายชัยวิทย์นะครับสุจริตกุลซึ่งชื่อน้องเสือตอนนี้เป็นครูสอนเต้นอยู่
สวัสดีค่ะทันนะคะนิชชาลีเป็นเอกชนะศักดิ์ค่ะก็เป็นนักเรียนไทยนะคะที่ประสบอุบัติเหตุค่ะตกรถไฟฟ้าเมื่อประมาณปี 2554 ค่ะก็เลยเป็นเหตุที่ทำให้สูญเสียขาทั้งสองข้างแล้วก็มาสวมใส่ขาเทียมในปัจจุบันค่ะเรียกว่าเหมือนกับเราก็ต้องเรียนรู้ชีวิตค่อนข้างใหม่พอสมควรนะคะในเรื่องของการดำรงชีวิตเกือบทุกด้านของชีวิตเลยอะค่ะไม่ว่าจะเป็นการใช้ชีวิตในแต่ละวันอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะจากที่เมื่อก่อนเราสามารถเดินเหินหรือว่าสามารถทำกิจกรรมต่างๆได้ตามปกติใช่ไหมคะแต่ว่าเหมือนปัจจุบันนี้มันเหมือนทำให้เราต้องมาใช้วีลแชร์ผสมกับการใส่ขาเทียมมูลนิธิ Art for All ค่ะมีการเหมือนคล้ายๆส่งสื่อประชาสัมพันธ์ไปที่โรงเรียนแล้วก็ด้วยความที่เราอยากก้าวข้ามขีดจำกัดของตัวเองอะค่ะเราก็เลยตอบรับในการแบบส่งใบสมัครไปที่โครงการ Art for All ในตอนนั้น
Art for All ได้ริเริ่มดำเนินการมาตั้งแต่ปี 2539 และปัจจุบันเราได้รับรางวัลเป็นโครงการดีเด่นของชาติสาขาพัฒนาสังคมและผู้ด้อยโอกาสผู้พิการคอนเซปต์ของ Art for All ก็คือ5คนรวมเป็น1อัจฉริยะตาบอดมองไม่เห็นก็เป็นปากหูหนวกเป็นตาให้กับกลุ่มคนที่ขาดแขนขาแต่มีสติปัญญาก็เป็นสมองให้เพื่อนคนปัญญาอ่อนร่างกายสมบูรณ์ก็เป็นแรงกาย
กระทรวงวัฒนธรรมในฐานะหน่วยงานที่ ดูแลงานด้านวัฒนธรรมของประเทศไทยและเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของประชาคมสังคมและวัฒนธรรมของอาเซียนนะคะก็เราก็มีส่วนสนับสนุนในการ
การสร้างคุณค่าชีวิตโดยการนำคนพิการทุกประเภทเนี่ยเข้ามาพัฒนาผ่านกระบวนการสร้างสรรค์ทางศิลปะศิลปะเนี่ยมันสัมผัสหมดทุกโสตสัมผัสก็เลยเลือกเอาศิลปะขึ้นมาพันธกิจที่2ก็คือการสร้างความสุขสงบในชีวิตพันธกิจที่3ก็คือการอนุรักษ์มรดกทางศิลปะวัฒนธรรมเมื่อรวมตัวเป็นค่ายแล้วเนี่ยเราก็สามารถเชื้อเชิญบุคลากรอาจารย์ศิลปินต่างๆเนี่ยมารวมตัวกัน
จุดเด่นของโครงการนี้ก็คือว่าผู้มาร่วมกิจกรรมมีความหลากหลายนะคะ
สิ่งที่ได้รับจากโครงการอย่างแรกเลยค่ะก็คือได้แลกเปลี่ยนมุมมองกับคนในค่ายค่ะพอเราไปอยู่ในสังคมของกลุ่ม Art for All มันทำให้เรารู้สึกว่าเฮ้ยเรามีศักยภาพที่เราก็ช่วยเหลือคนอื่นได้
จะเป็นพี่เลี้ยงของจิตอาสาอยู่เรียกว่าเป็นสร้างความอดทนได้ช่วยเหลือเพื่อน
เหมือนมันทำให้คนพิการเนี่ยสามารถพัฒนาหรือแสดงศักยภาพของตัวเองได้มากขึ้น
Art for All มีฐานอาเซียนเป็นครูอาเซียนและให้เยาวชนได้เรียนรู้เทคนิควิธีจากคุณครูอาเซียน
โครงการ Art for All นะคะนอกจากจะยังประโยชน์ให้ประชาคมอาเซียนด้วยกันแล้วเนี่ยนะคะยังเป็นเรื่องที่ตอบโจทย์ของสหประชาชาติในเรื่องของการพัฒนาคนพิการแล้วก็ทำให้เป็นสังคมที่อยู่ร่วมกันแบ่งปันกันแล้วก็ไม่ทิ้งใครไว้ข้างหลังด้วยค่ะ
สิ่งที่ทันอยากเห็นเลยก็คือว่าทันอยากเห็นคนพิการลุกออกมาทำกิจกรรมดีๆค่ะที่สำคัญเลยก็คืออยากให้เขาได้เห็นว่าจริงๆแล้วเราก็สามารถที่จะอยู่ในระดับนานาชาติได้เราสามารถที่จะร่วมมือหรือว่าจับมือกันเพื่อพัฒนาสิ่งดีๆให้กับคืนสู่สังคมได้ค่ะ
Art for All เนี่ยจัดการศึกษาในลักษณะเรียนรู้ร่วมกันสร้างสภาวะสะเทือนใจเมื่อคนหนึ่งมาเห็นอีกคนหนึ่งที่ยากลำบากกว่าถามว่าได้อะไรไปสิ่งที่ได้บอกว่าวัคซีนชีวิตวันหน้าเมื่อเขาเจอปัญหาให้นึกย้อนกลับมาสภาพตอนที่เขาดูแลน้องๆที่ค่ายนะครับตรงนั้นมันจะทำให้เรามองโลกมองมนุษย์เนี่ยได้ชัดขึ้นได้ถูกต้องขึ้นจากนี้ไปเนี่ย Art for All มองอนาคตคือต้องทำยังไงให้อยู่รอดสู้กับโควิดให้ได้กิจกรรมต่างๆคงต้องปรับเปลี่ยนไปความหวังในอนาคตเนี่ยอยากเห็น Art for All 3, 4, 5 กระจายไปทั่วครับปีนี้เป็นปีที่ 25 ของ Art for All หวังและก็เชิญชวนให้ทุกท่านที่จะมาร่วมกันในระมิดโครงการ Art for All นี้ให้สำเร็จและก็เติบโตแล้วก็เป็นแหล่งที่อาสาสมัครครูบาอาจารย์จะได้เข้ามาศึกษาวิจัยได้เป็นเหมือนกับห้องเรียนมนุษยศาสตร์ขนาดใหญ่ที่เห็นความจริงของมนุษย์ทุกคน
ดิฉันนิชารีเป็นเอกชนะศักดิ์เป็นคนไทยและนี่คือเรื่องราวอาเซียนของฉันค่ะ
ผมชื่อนายชัยวิทย์สุจริตกุลและนี่คือเรื่องราวอาเซียนของผมครับ
50 taon ng tapat na pagsiserbisyo. Kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 10 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV, ang pambansang TV.
For strategic financing, some of the nation's high-priority projects can now look to the newly established Maharlika Investment Fund without the added debt burden. In pooling a small fraction of the considerable but underutilized government funds, the funds shall be used to make high-impact and profitable investments, such as the Build Better More program. The gains from the fund shall be reinvested into the country's economic well-being. To ensure sound financial management, a group of internationally recognized economic managers shall oversee the operations of the fund, guided by the principles of transparency and accountability. This guarantees that investment decisions will be based on financial considerations alone, absent any political influence.
Nagbabalik ang PTV Balita ngayon. Personal na pinuntahan ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. ang probinsya ng Abra ngayong araw para mamigay ng tulong sa maapektadong residente ng Bagyong Egay. Alamin natin ang sitwasyon doon sa report ni Dante Gaito ng PTV Cordillera. Yes, Dante!
Bea, mataas na ang sikat ng araw dito sa Abra at humupa na rin ang pagbaha sa ilang lugar. Pero sa pagdaan namin kanina makikita pa rin ang bakas ng hagupit ng Bagyong Egay. Isa kasi nga ang Abra sa mga pinaka-naapektuhan ng bagyo na binisita ni President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. ngayong araw. Nagkaroon muna ng aerial inspection si Pangulong Marcos bago lumapag sa Abra Police Provincial Office. Layunin nilang bisitahin at kumustahin ang kalagayan ng Abra at ng buong Cordillera pagkatapos ng paghagupit ng Bagyong Egay. Ang ilang lugar nananatili pa ring lubog sa baha. Mayroon ding mga naitalang mga pagguho ng lupa. Aabot naman sa 68,910 na pamilya ang kabuoang apektado ng Bagyong Egay. 3 ang nasawi dahil sa pagkalunod, tig-isa sa bayan ng Bukay, Bangged at Pilar. 4 naman ang naitalang nasugatan, tig-2 sa Likwan Baay at Villa Viciosa. Isa naman ang hanggang sa ngayon ay nawawala pa rin at pinaghahanap pa rin ng mga otoridad. 3,553 naman na kabahayan ang nasira. 3,396 dito ang partially damaged at 157 ang totally damaged. Dito lang sa Abra nga na kinaroroonan natin ngayon, 1,087 na kabahayan ang napaulat na nasira. At tinatayang aabot sa 6 million pesos ang halaga ng nasirang pananim. Pero hindi pa ito ang kabuang bilang dahil marami pa silang hindi natatanggap na reports. Bagsak pa rin kasi ang komunikasyon at linya ng kuryente sa ilang lugar hanggang sa ngayon. So matotal aabot sa 1.2 billion pesos ang tinatayang halaga ng mga nasira o napinsala dito sa Abra. At sa pagbisita nga ng Pangulo, inatasan niya ang iba't ibang mga kinatawan ng line agencies na pabilisin pa ang pagtugon sa pangangailangan ng mga apektadong residente sa Cordillera. Pagkatapos ng situational briefing ay nagtungo ang Pangulo sa Abra Plaza kung saan tayo nakatayo ngayon para naman pangunahan ang distribusyon ng relief packs sa mga apektadong residente. Ganun na lamang nga yung tuwa nila nang makita nila itong ating President Marcos. Kaugnay nito, namahagi rin ang Department of Agriculture ng aabot sa 9.9 million pesos na halaga ng tulong. Ang DOLE naman nagbigay ng 15 million pesos sa mga nasalanta ng bagyo sa Abra sa pamamagitan ng TUPAD program. Namahagi rin ang Office of the President ng cash assistance sa lahat ng munisipyo sa lalawigan. 10,000 pesos naman ang ibibigay sa mga 600 mamamayan ng Bangged mula sa Department of Social Welfare and Development. Pero nauna na rin nakapagbigay ng 20,000 family food packs ang DSWD at bukas ay madaragdagan pa ito ng 40,000 na food packs sa Abra para tugunan ang pangangailangan ng iba pang mga apektadong pamilya. Pero ang hiling naman ng mga taga-Abra na mas maayos na daan dahil na rin sa palaging nagkakaroon ng pagguho ng lupa at long-term solution sa Abra River sa problema naman ng pag-apaw ng tubig at pagbaha. Ayon sa Pangulo, ito ay kailangan nilang o kanilang agad natitignan at itong kaso naman ng Abra River, suggestion niya na magtanim pa sa mga watershed para makatulong sa pagsipsip ng ulan. Bea, kasama rin ng Pangulong Marcos ang kaniyang kapatid na si Senator Amy Marcos at si DSWD Secretary Rex Gatchalian sa kanilang pagbisita dito sa lalawigan ng Abra. Pagkatapos ito ay agad namang nagtungo itong si President Marcos at ang kanyang kapatid at si Senator Gatchalian sa Ilocos Norte at doon ay nagkaroon naman ng situation briefing. Yan muna ang mga uling balita dito sa Abra. Ako si Dante Gitu ng PTV Cordillera para sa Bayan.
Alright, maraming salamat Dante Goito. Pumunta rin sa Ilocos Norte ngayong araw si Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. para alamin din ang sitwasyon sa probinsya kaugnay pa rin ng pinsalang dulot ng Bagyong Egay. Naroon ang ating kasamang si Noel Talakay. Yes, Noel?
Bea, katatapos lang ng briefing ni President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. kasama ang mga leader ng Region 1. Nandito nga si Pangasinan Vice Governor Marca Lambino, si Vice Governor La Union Rafaela Veronica Ortega, Ilocos Sur Governor Jerry Singson, at ang Governor din ng Ilocos Norte na si Matthew Marcos Manotok. At pinag-usapan nila ang mga problema at kailangan pang solusyonan dito sa kanilang mga probinsya. Ang kanilang priority ngayon ay mabigyan ng tubig, electricity at housing ang mga nasalanta sa mga nasabing lugar dito sa Southern or Region 1 at namahagi rin ng generators si Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos at nagbigay na rin ng paunang cash assistance at ang sinasabi nga nila dito maaari mamigay sila ng a total of 20,000 pesos para doon sa totally damaged para pambili at maitayo ulit ang kanilang mga bahay at dito sa lalawigan ng Ilocos Norte, mayroong 1,400 na mga bahay ang nasira at ang kabuuan ng mga individual na apektado ng Bagyong Egay ay nasa 60,000 pesos. Sa loob ng 559 na barangay dito, Bea, nasa 233 dito ang nasalanta ng Bagyong Egay at ang totally damaged combination nito, Bea, ng agriculture at saka infrastructure, nasa 3.2 billion na. Yan lang ay sa Ilocos Norte. At pinapamadali rin ng Pangulo na maibalik ang kuryente dito sa Ilocos Norte dahil nasa 20% or 25% pa lang ang may kuryente dito. Yan muna ang update dito sa Ilocos Norte. Balik sa iyo, Bea.
Maraming salamat, Noel Talakay. At yan ang mga balita sa oras na ito. Para sa iba pang update, follow at like kami sa Facebook at Twitter sa @PTVPH. Ako po si Bea Bernardo. Magandang hapon.
Susunod sa aksyon, laban sa kahirapan.
Ang kinabukasan ng ating bayan ay nakasalalay sa bawat batang nasa ating mga tahanan at maging yung mga nakikita natin sa lansangan.
Katuwang ng NAPSI Children's Sector ng iba't ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan pagdating sa paglaban sa pang-aabuso at pagtataguyod ng karapatan ng mga bata.
Aksyon laban sa kahirapan. Sabado ng hapon. Dito sa inyong People's Television. Nakahanda na ang COVID-19 bivalent booster para sa mga senior citizen at healthcare worker. Kung nakumpleto mo na ang primary vaccine series mo kontra COVID-19, nakatanggap ka na ng first at second booster at may 4 na buwan nang lumipas matapos mong matanggap ang iyong second booster. Ready ka nang tumanggap ng iyong COVID-19 bivalent booster. Ang bivalent booster ay safe at nagbibigay proteksyon laban sa orihinal na virus ng COVID-19 at Omicron variant. Makipag-ugnayan na sa inyong lokal na pamahalaan o kumonsulta sa inyong doktor para kayo ay magabayan. Isang mahalagang paalala mula sa inyong PTV.
Sa pinagandang konsulta package ng PhilHealth, 21 klase ng mga gamot at 13 laboratory service ang ibibigay ng libre. Ngayon, meron na tayong mahigit 2,000 konsulta center sa buong bansa. Ang bilang na ito ay mas marami ng 35% mula nung nakalipas na taon. Upang mas lalo pang makatulong sa mga pasyente, ang dating 70 libreng dialysis session ay inakyat na natin sa 156. Mga kababayan, libre na po ngayon ang dialysis para sa karamihan.
Sa paglipanan ng maling balita, dito ka na sa Subok at Totoo. Kumpletong pagtatalakay sa mga usaping pambayan at mga programa ng pamahalaan. Dito nyo malalaman. Samahan ang veteranong mamamahayag na si Aljo Bendijo sa Public Briefing. #Laging Handa PH. Lunes hanggang Biyernes sa PTV. Disaster Watch. Alamin ang Modified Tropical Cyclone Wind Signal System para sa mga paparating na bagyo. Signal number 1. Isa itong tropical depression na nagtataglay ng bahagyang lakas ng hangin at tatama sa loob ng 1.5 araw. Posible itong makadulot ng pinsala. Walang pasok ang mga bata sa preschool. Signal number 2. Ito ay tinatawag na tropical storm na may dalang katamtamang lakas ng hangin at posibleng tumama sa loob ng 24 oras. Pinapayuhan ng lahat na isecure ang kanilang mga bahay at kagamitan at huwag na munang maglakbay. Wala ring pasok ang mga mag-aaral mula sa preschool hanggang high school. Signal number 3. Ito ay severe tropical storm na posibleng tumama sa loob ng 18 oras. Pinapayuhan ang mga residente na lumikas sa mabababang lugar, baybayin at tabing ilog at maghanda sa pagkawala ng kuryente at komunikasyon. Walang pasok sa lahat ng antas ng edukasyon. Signal number 4. Ito ay isang ganap na typhoon na maaaring tumama sa loob ng 12 oras at nagtataglay ng napakalakas na hangin. Dapat manatili muna sa bahay at lumikas mula sa mga mapanganib na lugar. Signal number 5. Ito ay isang super typhoon na nagtataglay ng napakalakas na hangin at posibleng magdulot ng malawakang pinsala. Manatili sa loob ng matibay na gusali at mag-monitor sa mga weather update para sa inyong kaligtasan. Sa panahon ng bagyo, dapat laging listo. Susunod sa aksyon laban sa kahirapan.
Ang kinabukasan ng ating bayan ay nakasalalay sa bawat batang nasa ating mga tahanan at maging yung mga nakikita natin sa lansangan.
Katuwang ng NAPSI Children's Sector ng iba't ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan pagdating sa paglaban sa pang-aabuso at pagtataguyod ng karapatan ng mga bata.
Aksyon laban sa kahirapan. Sabado ng hapon. Dito sa inyong People's Television. Health Watch, alertong pangkalusugan. Mag-ingat sa dengue. Ang dengue ay isang viral infection na nagmumula sa kagat ng lamok na Aedes na sanhi din ng iba pang sakit gaya ng Zika virus at chikungunya. Ito ay nagdudulot ng mataas na lagnat, pamamantal, pananakit ng kasukasuan at kalamnan, panghihina, pagturugo ng ilong, at pagsusuka at pagdurumi na may kasamang dugo. Ang mga sintomas ay karaniwang nagtatagal mula 2 hanggang 7 araw. Sa unang sinyalis ng dengue, kumonsulta agad sa doktor, uminom ng maraming tubig at magpahinga at inumin ang mga gamot na nireseta. Iwasan din ang pag-inom ng aspirin at ibuprofen at ikonsulta muna sa inyong doktor kung iinom ng herbal o alternative medicine. Tandaan, ang kalinisan ang pinakamabisa nating panlaban sa dengue. Sa panahon ng sakit, dapat laging listo.
បាទឈ្មោះធីសុភាមានអាយុ28ឆ្នាំមកពីខេត្តកំពង់ចាមជាកូនកសិករមួយរូបតែបច្ចុប្បន្នស្នាក់នៅរាជធានីភ្នំពេញបច្ចុប្បន្នខ្ញុំកំពុងធ្វើការនៅក្រុមហ៊ុន PTV ពេលនោះទទួលបានមេដាយសម្រិតពេលនោះគឺគិតជារំភើបមែនតើគឺចង់និយាយថានិយាយអត់ចេញដោយសារយើងប្រឹងខំពីមុនមករហូតបានសម្រេចជោគជ័យមែនតែទទួលបានជាជំនះមេដាយសម្រិតនៅក្នុងកម្មវិធីប្រកួតជំនាញម៉ាស៊ីនស្វ័យប្រវត្តិកម្មនៅប្រទេសម៉ាឡេស៊ីកាលពីឆ្នាំ2016ហើយរយៈពេល3ថ្ងៃហ្នឹងពួកយើងប្រឹងប្រែងធ្វើការផលិតម៉ាស៊ីនស្វ័យប្រវត្តិកម្មតូចមួយទៅតាមវិញ្ញាសាដែលបានចែងហើយពួកយើងបានជោគជ័យមែនកម្មវិធីប្រកួតម៉ាស៊ីនស្វ័យប្រវត្តិហ្នឹងគឺគេតម្រូវឲ្យយើងហ្នឹងធ្វើដំឡើងលក្ខណៈថាម៉ាស៊ីនស្វ័យប្រវត្តិកម្មមួយខ្នាតតូចដែលអាចដំណើរការទៅបាន 3-4 របៀបដូចជារបៀបការចាប់បង្គំចាប់ជញ្ជូននៅវត្ថុមួយទៅដាក់វត្ថុមួយហើយពួកយើងក៏ធ្វើបានជោគជ័យមែនដូចជាការធ្វើហ្នឹងបានរបៀបរៀបរយតាន់ពេលវេលានិងធ្វើបានត្រឹមត្រូវច្រើនក្រោយពីការប្រកួតវិញគឺជំនាញរបស់យើងមានការកើនឡើងដែលធ្វើឲ្យយើងហ្នឹងមានសមត្ថភាពធ្វើមេកានិកហ្នឹងបានល្អការតបណ្ដាញអគ្គិសនីបានស្អាតត្រឹមត្រូវនិងការសរសេរប្រូក្រាមគឺគិតបានល្អនិងត្រូវជាងមុនហើយកម្មវិធីទាំងអស់ហ្នឹងគឺធ្វើឲ្យយើងហ្នឹងអភិវឌ្ឍខ្លួនឯងកាន់តែច្រើនហើយរយៈពេលដែលខ្ញុំប្រឡងមកពីប្រឡងវិញគឺខ្ញុំបានចាប់យកជាគ្រូបង្រៀននៅសាលាចាប់ដកក្រុងងុយតាំងពីឆ្នាំ2016រហូតដល់2018ខ្ញុំបានបង្រៀនសិស្សនៅជំនាញផ្នែកអគ្គិសនីផ្នែកប្រូក្រាមផ្នែកមេកានិកហ្នឹងដើម្បីឲ្យសិស្សចំនួនក្រោយហ្នឹងបានស្គាល់និងបានដឹងថាបច្ចេកវិទ្យាយើងកំពុងតែដើរទៅមុខក្រោយចប់លក្ខណៈធ្វើជាគ្រូខ្ញុំបានបន្តអភិវឌ្ឍខ្លួនខ្ញុំហ្នឹងគឺរកបទពិសោធន៍ បន្ថែមទៀតនៅក្នុងក្រុមហ៊ុនមីលីបៀដែលជាក្រុមហ៊ុនផ្នែកសង្វាក់ផលិតកម្មស្វ័យប្រវត្តិដែលត្រូវនឹងជំនាញរបស់ខ្ញុំដើម្បីនឹងបង្រឹងសមត្ថភាពកាន់តែខ្លាំងឡើងពីព្រោះការធ្វើការងារនៅក្នុងក្រុមហ៊ុនគឺជាម៉ាស៊ីនស្វ័យប្រវត្តិកម្មដែរប៉ុន្តែលក្ខណៈធំធ្វើឲ្យយើងនឹងបានស៊ីជម្រៅនៅក្នុងកម្មវិធីការគិតសេ program ការដំឡើងមេកានិកការដំឡើងអគ្គិសនីនឹងតាមខ្ញុំធ្វើការនៅក្រុមហ៊ុននេះគឺខ្ញុំខិតខំប្រឹងប្រែងធ្វើការដើម្បីទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍និងបង្កើនសមត្ថភាពខ្ញុំកាន់តែខ្ពស់តាមរយៈរៀនច្បងនៅក្នុងក្រុមហ៊ុនតាមរយៈការសិក្សាតាមរយៈការប្រកួតប្រជែងជំនាញអាស៊ានថ្នាក់អន្តរជាតិពីមុនគឺបានផ្ដល់ឲ្យខ្ញុំនឹងមានក្តីប្រាថ្នាទៅថ្ងៃអនាគតគឺចង់ផ្នែកកាត់ជាលក្ខណៈក្រុមហ៊ុនតូចមួយដើម្បីដល់សេវាកម្មខាងផ្នែកស្វ័យប្រវត្តិកម្មពីព្រោះវិស័យកសិកម្មឧស្សាហកម្មតាមរោងចក្រនីមួយៗមិនសូវមានបច្ចេកវិទ្យានេះទេដូច្នេះគឺយើងអាចបង្កើតជាក្រុមហ៊ុនដើម្បីផ្គត់ផ្គង់នៅជំនាញបច្ចេកវិទ្យានេះទៅតាមតម្រូវការការប្រកួតជំនាញអាស៊ានហ្នឹងគឺបានផ្លាស់ប្ដូរជីវិតខ្ញុំហ្នឹងដើម្បីឲ្យខ្ញុំហ្នឹងមានការងារសមរម្យធ្វើមានលក្ខណៈបទពិសោធន៍ដើម្បីស្វែងយល់ពីការងារនិងអាចចែកចម្រៀងនៅបទពិសោធន៍ហ្នឹងទៅដល់សិស្សទៅដល់មិត្តរួមក្រុមការងារខ្ញុំឈ្មោះធីសុភាជាជនជាតិខ្មែរនេះជារឿងរ៉ាវអំពីអាស៊ានរបស់ខ្ញុំ
Alongside power generation, we are also as relentless in pursuing total electrification. Since my assumption into office, almost 500,000 homes have been given access to electricity. We will spare no effort to achieve full household electrification by the end of my term. 100% is within our reach.
Check out your dream machines with veteran journalist Ron De Los Reyes in one of the longest running motoring shows on Philippine television. Auto Review, Saturday afternoons, only here on PTV.
Ang presyo ng mga mahalaga at pangunahing gamot ay bumaba ng humigit kumulang ng 40%. Mayroon ding iba na bumaba na hanggang 70%. Aside from the maximum retail price regulation being implemented, strategic VAT exemptions also lowered the prices of 59 essential medications such as those for cancer, diabetes, hypertension, kidney disease, and mental illness.
Tatlong bagong programang sumasalamin sa kwento ng Pilipino. Mapapanood na sa inyong People's Television.
Mr. President, what do you do every day? Maraming bagay naman talaga na ginagawa ng isang Pangulo na hindi alam ng publiko. Kaya dito ko na lang sasagutin sa vlog yung katanungan na yan.
The Philippine President, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., like you've never seen him before on BBM Vlog.
Madami na ako nakitang picture ng beach at iba pang lugar sa Pilipinas. Pero ngayon ko lang talaga masasabi. Ang ganda pala talaga ng Pinas, no?
Tunghayan ang mga nakakaantig na istorya ng buhay ng mga ordinaryong Pilipino sa On the Ground.
Ang oras ng pagpapatrol ko sa dagat, alas 8 ng gabi.
10 taong gulang pa lamang ako nang matuto akong magpayot.
Ako pala si Alvin Cristobal. Isa po akong mandarame.
At sumabay sa pagbuo ng mga bagong pangarap, katuwang ang mga programa ng pamahalaan para sa isang bagong Pilipinas.
Tinupad niyo po yung pangarap namin. Na ang pangarap po namin ay pangarap niyo rin po pala para sa aming mga mahihirap.
BBM Vlog, On the Ground, Bagong Pilipinas. Mapapanood na dito lang sa PTV, ang pambansang TV.
ကျွန်တော်ဟာ1986ကစပြီးတော့မှဒီသဘာဝဝန်းကျင်နဲ့တန်ခါးတန်ထင်းဌာနမှာစတင်တာဝန်ထမ်းဆောင်ခဲ့ပြီးအင်ဒိုကြီးတော်ရင်တိဆန်ပေးမဲ့တော့2016ခုနှစ်မှာကြောင်းရွှေရောက်ရှိလာပြီးတော့မှအုပ်ချုပ်ရေးမှုတာဝန်များကိုထမ်းဆောင်ရရှိပါတယ်။အင်ဒိုကြီးတော်ရင်တိဆန်ပေးမဲ့တော့ဟာအင်ဒိုကြီးကဲနဲ့ဆက်ဆက်ရေဝီဧရိယာ100စတူယန်မိုင်နဲ့ကံပတ်ဝန်းကျင်မှာရှိတဲ့ရေဝီကြီးလေးကျိုးဝိုင်းတော့ဧရိယာ214.6ခွန်စတူယန်မိုင်စုစုပေါင်း314.6ခွန်စတူယန်မိုင်ကိုအင်ဒိုကြီးတော်ရင်တိဆန်ပေးမဲ့တော့အဖြစ်1999ခုနှစ်ကနေပြီးတော့မှဒီရွယ်ကြောင်းကြီးညာခဲ့ပါတယ်။အင်တော်ကြီးကံပတ်ဝန်းကျင်မှာရှိတဲ့မျိုးကွဲစုံလိုက်တဲ့ဇီဝမျိုးစုံမျိုးကွဲတွေကြောင့်အင်တော်ကြီးကံကို2003ခုနှစ်မှာအာဆီယံအမွေဖြစ်ဥယျာဉ်ဖြစ်သတ်မှတ်ခဲ့ပါတယ်။အင်တော်ကြီးကံဟာဘေးမဲ့တော်တီထောင်ခြင်းတွေကကျွန်တော်တို့ဘေးမဲ့တော်နဲ့ဒီဒေသခံပြည်သူတွေကြားမှာဇာတ်ခံနေနေဆိုတာမရှိတဲ့အတွက်ဒေသခံပြည်သူတွေကအင်တော်ကြီးတော်ရင်တိဆန်ဘေးမဲ့တော်ကထွက်ရှိတဲ့သဘာဝတရားဇာတအရင်းမြစ်များကိုမိခိုးလုံးအားကြီးတဲ့အတွက်2019ခုနှစ်မှာ UNESCO အတိအမှတ်ပြုလူသားနဲ့ဇီဝအဝန်းနယ်မြေအစီအစဉ်အောက်မှာရှိတဲ့ဇီဝအဝန်းနယ်မြေဖြစ်သတ်မှတ်ခြင်းခံခဲ့ရပါတယ်။အင်တော်ကြီးတော်ရန်တိဆန်ပေးမဲ့တော့မှလက်ရှိဝန်ထမ်းအင်အား15ဦးနဲ့ထိန်းသိမ်းကာကွယ်ရေးလုပ်ငန်းများနောက်ပညာပေးလုပ်ငန်းများသုတေသနလုပ်ငန်းများနဲ့စောင့်ကြည့်လေ့လာရေးလုပ်ငန်းများကိုဆောင်ရွက်လျက်ရှိပါတယ်။အဲ့လိုဆောင်ရွက်လုပ်တဲ့ချိန်မှာကျွန်တော်အင်တော်ကြီးတော်ရန်တိဆန်ပေးမဲ့တော့အဖွဲ့သားမကဘဲနဲ့အစိုးရမဟုတ်တဲ့အဖွဲ့အစည်းတစ်ခုဖြစ်တဲ့ FFI အဖွဲ့ရဲ့နောက်တစ်ခါကျွန်တော်တို့ဒေသမှာရှိတဲ့ဒေသခံပူးပေါင်းပါဝင်ဆောင်ရွက်တဲ့အဖွဲ့အစည်းတွေရဲ့ပူးပေါင်းပြီးတော့မှကျွန်တော်တို့သင်ပေးလုပ်ငန်းတွေကိုဆောင်ရွက်လက်ရှိပါတယ်
ကျွန်တော်တို့အင်ဒိုကြီးတော်ဒိဆန်နဲ့ဘေးမဲ့တော့မှတာဝန်ထမ်းဆောင်နေတဲ့တအုပ်ဦးစိုးမြင့်ဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဟုတ်ကဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ငှက်နဲ့ပတ်သက်လို့ကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီဆောင်းရသည်ဆိုရင်ဆောင်းကုန်ငှက်တွေအများပြားလာရောက်ကျက်စားနေထိုင်ပါတယ်အဲ့ဒီမှာမှအခုကျွန်တော်တို့နိုဝင်ဘာလအထိနောက်ဆုံးစီးရင်ကောက်ရယူထားတဲ့ငှက်မျိုးစိတ်ကတော့133မျိုးရှိပါတယ်ငှက်ကောင်ကြီးကတော့2000ကျော်အထိတွေ့ရှိပါတယ်အဲ့ဒီမှာဒါရေငှက်တွေမျိုးစိတ်ပါအဲ့တော့ဒီရေငှက်မျိုးစိတ်တွေကိုကျွန်တော်တို့ဘေးကနေပြီးတော့မှလာရောက်ပြီးတော့နှောက်ယှက်ခြင်းမရှိအောင်ငှက်တွေကလွတ်လပ်စွာတက်စားနိုင်အောင်ဆိုပြီးတော့မှကျွန်တော်တို့ကပုံမှန်ကင်းလှည့်ခြင်းရှောင်းတခင်ကင်းလှည့်ခြင်းသတင်းရကင်းလှည့်ခြင်းဆိုပြီးတော့ကင်းလှည့်ခြင်း3မျိုးနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဆောင်ရွက်ခဲ့ပါတယ်ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီမှာဘာပုတ်ချက်တို့ပါလို့ဆိုရင်ဒါတော်တော်လေးအနေနဲ့ဟိုထဲမှာကြာရောက်နေပါပြီအမတန်မှနေပါတယ်ဘဲကောင်းဒီတို့ဆိုတဲ့ဟာမှာဆိုရင်တော်တော်လေးရှားပါတဲ့ဟိုတွေကိုကြောက်တော့ပါပြီအဲ့တော့အခုကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီမှာတော့တကယ်ပေါ်နေတာတော့အခုဆရာတို့မြင်တဲ့အတိုင်းပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ပါပဲဆွမ်းဆိုတဲ့ရေချက်တုပ်ပေါ့ပြီးတော့ black cook ဒီဘဲတွေကတော့အမတန်ပေါ်ပါသေးတယ်ပြီးတော့ tablet ဆိုတဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဘဲနေကြားဟိုလေးတွေလည်းရှိပေါ်ပါသေးတယ်
အရှိတ်ကန်းအနောက်ကန်းရွာတွေပေါ့အဲ့ဒီရွာတွေမှာကျွန်တော်တို့နှမွန်မြို့ရယ်အဓိကထားပြီးမှကျွန်တော်တို့အမိုက်သိမ်းစီးလုပ်ငန်းကိုကျွန်တော်တို့လုပ်ပါတယ်ဗျဒီချောင်းတွေမြောင်းတွေကနေမှအမိုက်စွန့်ပစ်တာများလို့ရှိရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီအင်ဒိုကြီးရဲ့ဇီဝဝန်းဝိုင်းနယ်မြေကပျက်စီးသွားတဲ့အနေအထားမျိုးရှိပါတယ်လူလူတွေကဒီမှာစီကန်းတကြနဲ့သူကအမိုက်ပစ်တတ်တဲ့စနစ်မျိုးအမိုက်ကိုဖျက်ဆီးတဲ့စနစ်မျိုးလုပ်မယ်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီပတ်ဝန်းကျင်ဝန်းဝိုင်းကိုထိန်းသိမ်းပြီးဖြစ်ဖို့ ဖြစ်သွားမှာပါဒါကြောင့်မို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကဒီလူထုကိုပညာပေးတဲ့လုပ်ငန်းကိုဦးစားပေးပြီးမှလှုပ်ဆောင်ခြင်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်
သွားချင်မှာဆိုရင်တားကောင်းနဲ့ခြေရတွေ့မယ်နော်သွားလမ်းချောင်းမှာခြေရတွေ့လို့ချင်တယ် OBM မှတ်မယ်နော်โอเคကျွန်တော်အခုလုပ်နေတဲ့လုပ်ငန်းလေးကတော့ဒီတောထဲမှာကင်းလဲသွားလို့ရှိရင်တရားမဝင်လုပ်ငန်းတွေဘာတွေလုပ်ကိုင်လဲရှိတယ်လေအနေထားတွေသူတို့ရဲ့ဟိုပေါ့တရားမဝင်လုပ်ငန်းလုပ်ကိုင်တဲ့လမ်းကြောင်းတွေရှိသလားနောက်ကြတော့ဒီတောကောင်တွေတွေ့ရှိမှုမှာမတ်တပ်တင်နေကျွန်တော်ဒီတောကောင်တွေရဲ့မစင်တွေ့ဒါမှမဟုတ်ရင်အော်ဒါမဲ့အကြားတွေနောက်တစ်ခုကကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီခြေရာပေါ့လေမတ်တပ်တင်ခြင်းလုပ်ငန်းတွေကိုဆောင်ရွက်ပါတယ်နောက်တစ်ခုကကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီညောင်လဲရော်အော်တဲ့အတန်တွေကိုလည်းမတ်တပ်တင်တယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီငှက်နဲ့ပတ်သက်နေတာဒီထူကြတဲ့အကောင့်ကြီးမျိုးသိပ်ပေါ့ကျွန်တော်ဒီစွန်အုပ်စုလိုလက်ထားအုပ်စုလိုနောက်တစ်ခုကကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီအောက်ချင်းငှက်မျိုးသိပ်အုပ်စုလိုအားမျိုးတွေ့ရှိလို့ကျွန်တော်မတ်တပ်တင်ပါတယ်
အင်းတော်ကြီးတော်ရေးကိစ္စပြီးမဲ့တော့ကိုကျွန်တော်တို့နိုင်ငံတော်ရဲ့အစိုးရထိန်းသိမ်းရေးလုပ်ငန်းကိုဆောင်ရွက်သလိုပဲတခါကျွန်တော်တို့အစိုးရမဟုတ်တဲ့တခြားသောအဖွဲ့အစည်းဖြစ်တဲ့ ASEAN Center for Biodiversity ကနေပြီးတော့မှလည်းကျွန်တော်တို့ထိန်းသိမ်းရေးလုပ်ငန်းတွေပညာပေးလုပ်ငန်းတွေနဲ့သုတေသနလုပ်ငန်းတွေတက်ကိုရန်ပုံငွေပံ့ပိုးခြင်းနောက်ကနည်းပညာပံ့ပိုးခြင်းတွေကိုဆောင်ရွက်လျက်ရှိပါတယ်ခင်ဗျ။အင်းတော်ကြီးတော်ရေးကိစ္စပြီးမဲ့တော့ဟာအာဆီယံအမွေအနှစ်ဥယျာဉ်သတ်မှတ်ထားတဲ့အတွက်အာဆီယံအဆင့်အရေးကြီးတယ်လို့ပဲကျွန်တော်တို့လက်ရှိချိန်မှာတော့အင်းတော်ကြီးတော်ရေးကိစ္စပြီးမဲ့တော့ကမ္ဘာအမွေအနှစ်ဖြစ်တင်ပြဖို့အတွက်ဆောင်ရွက်လျက်ရှိပါတယ်။
Roadwatch, iwas disgrasya tips sa kalsada. Eyes on the road, kaibigan. Ayon sa Republic Act 10913 o Anti-Distracted Driving Act, mahigpit na ipinagbabawal ang paggamit ng cellphone o anumang gadget habang nagmamaneho. Ibig sabihin nito, bawal tumanggap ng tawag, mag-text, maglaro, mag-compute, magbasa, at mag-internet kapag hawak ang manibela. Siguruhin ang cellphone ay nakalagay sa safe zone ng sasakyan at hindi nakasasagabal sa line of sight mo habang nagmamaneho. Gumamit ng hands-free function. At kung gagamit ng Google Maps o Waze, iset muna ang destinasyon bago magbiyahe. Pwede lamang gumamit ng cellphone kung may emergency sa daan at kailangan tumawag sa kinauukulan. Hindi biro ang parusa sa mga lalabag sa batas, kaya sumunod sa lahat ng oras. Kapag buhay ang nakataya, dapat listo sa kalsada. Roadwatch, hatid ng inyong PTV.
When it comes to energy, renewable energy is the way forward. We are aggressively promoting renewables so that it provides a 35% share in the power mix by 2030 and then on to 50% by 2040. To accelerate the realization of this green energy goal, we have opened renewable energy projects to foreign investment. Since last year, an additional 126 renewable energy contracts with a potential capacity of 31,000 megawatts have been awarded. To date, we have over 1,000 active projects spread all over the country. 299 of these are solar, 187 are wind, 436 are hydroelectric, 58 biomass, 36 geothermal, and 9 are ocean power.
Gusto mo ba ng career sa broadcasting? Ito na ang pagkakataon mo para maging bahagi ng PTV. Kasama ang mga batikang broadcaster na naghahandog ng mga award-winning na programang pang-telebisyon para sa Pilipino. Ipadala na ang iyong resume. Panahon ng ibahagi ang iyong kakayahan para sa bayan. Healthy diet sa maliit na budget? Kaya nating diskartehan yan. Bumili ng mga napapanahong gulay at prutas o magtanim na lang ng mga ito sa sariling bakuran. Mag-isip ng mga bagong lutuin para sa mga tirang pagkain. At piliin ang mga mas murang alternatibo sa karne na bukod sa masustansya ay puno pa ng protina. Healthy diet. Gawin nating affordable for all. Isang mensahe ngayong pambansang buwan ng nutrisyon mula sa PTV.
Hai, saya Haja Narmona Saliana Suzi, boleh dikenali sebagai Mona, selaku Presiden Malam Minggu Pusat Belia daripada Brunei Darussalam. So, Malam Minggu Pusat Belia adalah platform bagi para belia untuk menampilkan aktiviti mereka daripada hobi dan ditampilkan segala kreativiti mereka dengan inisiatif dengan berkarya, berjarah dan berlurih untuk menampilkan kepada orang ramai inisiatif-inisiatif mereka. Dan disitulah Malam Minggu Pusat Belia membantu belia-belia kita ni dan juga komuniti negara Brunei Darussalam dengan lebih kondusif menuju ke wawasan negara 2035. Okay, peranan saya adalah untuk memberikan kepada dorongan dan juga inisiatif kepada belia-belia dan juga komuniti di luar sana untuk mengeluarkan mereka daripada poverty, kemiskinan yang ada di Brunei Darussalam. So, pada tahun ini, Malam Minggu Pusat Belia adalah tahun kedua untuk mengikuti Day of Action dengan Kementerian Kebudayaan Belia dan Sukan. Dengan itu, kami ada menjalankan beberapa aktiviti-aktiviti kesukarelawan untuk membantu komuniti dan juga kepada vulnerable group yang ditarget. Sepertinya adalah komuniti di Kampung Katok B, yang mana kami membina jati diri dorang, mendisiplinkan dorang dengan kebersihan dan juga budaya sehat. Seperti aktiviti-aktiviti yang dijalankan adalah seperti hiking dan sambil itu beriadah juga, memperkenalkan sesama sendiri orang because of COVID-19 kita ni tersekat dengan keluar di sana. Antara aktiviti yang akan diadakan juga adalah aktiviti senam riadah bersama dengan pelbagai grup yang kami target adalah belia-belia dan juga beberapa komuniti daripada luar sana. Jadi perkumpulan ini adalah orang dikatakan perkumpulan yang sehat dan juga memberikan networking kepada sesama sendiri. Seperti yang kita tahu, maskot SEA Games Brunei pada tahun 1999 adalah Awang Budiman. Jadi pada aktiviti projek-projek Day of Action 2020, Malam Minggu Pusat Belia akan menyerapkan apa itu Awang Budiman dan siapakah Awang Budiman, kerana belia-belia masa sekarang masih belum mengetahui siapakah Awang Budiman. Dari di sanalah kami mengajar indirectly approach of pemahaman apa itu Awang Budiman dan siapa Awang Budiman. Dan projek kedua adalah membantu kesedaran terhadap orang ramai dengan menerima golongan-golongan daripada Down syndrome. Kerana Down syndrome mereka juga manusia, mereka juga punya perasaan dan juga mereka ingin kata orang kira di penerimaan daripada orang ramai, kerana mereka pun ingin bekerja, mereka pun ingin berdikari sendiri seperti orang lain juga. Jadi Malam Minggu Pusat Belia dalam projek ini create awareness untuk membantu mereka-mereka tersebut dengan harapan dan hasrat impian daripada golongan Down syndrome akan tercapai suatu hari nanti, insya-Allah. Kalau dikatakan projek about Down syndrome itu adalah satu yang unik di negara Brunei Darussalam, because of kalau di negara luar memang barang itu sudah common for them, tapi di Brunei masih memerlukan platform-platform seperti ini untuk create awareness for orang ramai membuka minda dan menerima penerimaan mereka. Pasal mereka juga perlukan bantuan seperti ini di negara kita ni sendiri. Kalau bukan kita ni yang bertindak seperti ini, siapa lagi kan? Sedikit pesanan kepada negara-negara ASEAN di luar sana, berharap agar kita dapat mencontohi sesama sendiri dan mengikuti segala aktiviti yang bermanfaat ni kepada kita ni semua. Jadi kemungkinan kita ni dapat orang exchange ideas, topik pengetahuan ataupun macam mana untuk menaikkan, mempertabatkan lagi cara orang memang about breaking of the poverty of cycle is not easy out there. Everything, I think almost everywhere in ASEAN we face the same thing, but I hope and I wish that this is one of the way that we can tackle this problem as an Asians, one nation, one country, one we unite together.
I am Mona Seliana, a Bruneian, and this is my ASEAN story.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagsiserbisyo, kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 10 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV, ang pambansang TV.
Our healthcare system is undergoing structural changes. Public health facilities are being increased, both in number and capability. Last year, more than 3,400 projects were completed. To improve capacity for specialized medical treatment, specialty centers in various fields are being established and integrated into our government hospitals. And in the last year, additional 60 specialty centers have been opened to the public. Just last week, we inspected the site of what will soon be a 5-hectare multi-specialty center in Pampanga, which will specialize in pediatrics, cardiology, kidney, and cancer treatment.
Singapore was hosting the ASEAN quiz, and there was also a lot of pressure on us as the host to also do well. It had been a while since Singapore had actually won anything during the ASEAN quiz. We thought we'd only be attaining a top 3 or top 5 position. So when we obtained the top 2, which we worked very hard for, it really was something that we really felt rewarded for, because we'd spent our entire December holidays preparing for it.
ASEAN was not something we studied in school. It was not part of our history syllabus. So personally, I went into the ASEAN quiz treating it as an eye-opening experience, hoping to expose myself to as much as ASEAN as possible. As for our team, I think we had a very good strategy coming into the quiz. We each had our own designated roles, and that allowed us to execute everything to perfection.
We took a really systematic and detailed approach to how we approach the quiz questions.
We were able to share our ideas candidly and honestly with each other.
After participating in the ASEAN quiz, I have really discovered that the diplomatic relations between these member states goes far and beyond just that of the socio-cultural. It's not just a mere cultural exchange.
To be honest, I was not very aware of the inner workings of ASEAN and the events that were going on in the region before I participated in the quiz. But after I participated in the quiz, it kind of opened my eyes how much work goes into trying to organize a group of countries in the same region into one collective where everyone is able to work together in order to achieve the same goals.
ASEAN quiz itself was very eye-opening in terms of how other countries view ASEAN relative to Singapore. Opportunities to engage with one another distantly make it even easier for us to learn more about different cultures and exchange ideas and information, which in turn will benefit both Singaporeans and people from ASEAN.
I do believe that participating in the ASEAN quiz has really allowed me to gain a deeper understanding as to how and why ASEAN is so important to Singapore. Very importantly, it has allowed me to understand more deeply and comprehensively that it is very important for Singapore to maintain and establish amicable relations with our neighbours in order to ensure our political and economic stability, as well as to, of course, ensure our defensive security as well.
I think it is important that ASEAN is able to collaborate with these international powers in order to help them to grow and to thrive in an ever-changing world.
The fact that I met so many youths just like me who are vibrant, dynamic, with bold ideas. It was through this that I ultimately came out with lofty ambitions of ultimately wanting to work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and becoming a diplomat, and hopefully getting the opportunity to serve within the region as well, working in one of the ASEAN member states.
Initiatives such as the ASEAN quiz are really helpful in allowing youth to bond with other youth from these various Southeast Asian nations. I still remember very clearly after the ASEAN quiz last year, the organizers held the networking session where we would be able to bond with the other youths via Zoom, and we would play many games. And I still remember having exchanged contacts with almost all the participants in the quiz, and I do still talk to my friends from Thailand and Brunei quite regularly, and I definitely do look forward to hosting them eventually and bringing them out for a meal.
I believe it's imperative that future generations of leaders continue to reaffirm their individual countries' commitment to forming good relations with other ASEAN member states and presenting a united front to the world that will ultimately see us become even more successful.
The Malaysia contingent consists of 29 members, led by Mr. Muhammad Jamil bin Muhammad Ani. Malaysia's ruling Asia.
I'm Natasha Diana, 22 years old, and I'm from Malaysia. I'm currently studying in Sanu University, doing International Trade and Marketing, and it's my last semester. And I am the 46th participant youth for the SHIP of Southeast Asian and Japanese Youth Program. Pendek dia sayap kita orang panggil.
Okey, sayap.
Mula-mula kita daftar dan sediakan karangan 300 patah perkataan, bebas, boleh tulis apa-apa.
Okey.
Dari situ kita akan tapis untuk ujian psikometrik. I started this program because it was encouraged by my aunt, as she was an ex-PY as well. And she said it was an amazing program for me to try out, and I tried it myself, and it was an amazing program. Other reason was because that it was another initiative for me to study overseas. And I would say it was the perfect program for any youth to participate and study overseas. That was a lot. One of it is leadership skills, public speaking skills, and my love for Malaysia have gone so much stronger and bigger. Impak
Okay.
Boleh dikatakan one of the best experience in my 22 years of life. Sebab dia kuatkan jati diri, kepimpinan, and dia memang push you out of your comfort zone.
I want to be included. I want them to understand why. But how often we take the initiative to understand other people, to take the initiative to learn the situation.
There was so much thing that I experienced for the first time, and I can personally say that these experiences can only be gained through the program itself. Tasha salah seorang daripada peserta yang pegang jawatan sebagai Ketua Jawatan Kuasa Penajaan.
Oh, okey.
So, bila diberikan tanggungjawab untuk cari penaja untuk kontingen-kontingen Malaysia yang akan keluar sana paparkan imej negara Malaysia, rasa tanggungjawab tu berat sangat kan? Tapi lepas dah beberapa hari di-train dan alhamdulillah capai objektif. I strongly encourage the Malaysian youth to join because it's definitely once in a lifetime experience. For you to check out the updates for this program, you can check out mepi_sayap on Instagram. I'm a proud Malaysian.
Nagbabalik ang PTV Balita ngayon. Pinaghahandaan ng Philippine Ports Authority ang mga port management officers sa bansa para sa posibleng epekto ng bagyong Falcon. Ayon kay PPA General Manager J. Santiago, walang naitalang major damage sa iba't ibang pantalan sa bansa kaugnay ng pananalasan ng bagyong Egay, maliban na lamang sa nabasag na salamin sa pintuan sa kanilang opisina sa Northern Luzon. Iginiit ni Santiago na maaga ang naging paghahanda ng mga pantalan para sa bagyong Egay kaya't wala itong naging epekto sa kanila. Kaya dapat ganito rin ang kanilang gawin para naman sa papasok na sama ng panahon. Nakatakdang bumisita si European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen sa bansa sa susunod na linggo. 2 araw siya magtatagal dito sa Pilipinas. Layon ng kanyang pagbisita ang patatagin ang bilateral relations ng Pilipinas at European Union. Nakatakdang makipagpulong si von der Leyen kay Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. kung saan inaasahang mapag-uusapan ng trade, investment at global gateway cooperation. Ang pagbisita ng European Commission President sa bansa ay buhat ng imbitasyon ni Pangulong Marcos. Unang nagkausap ang dalawa noong EU-ASEAN Commemorative Summit sa Brussels noong Disyembre ng nakaraang taon. At yan ang mga balita sa oras na ito. Para sa iba pang updates, follow at like kami sa Facebook at Twitter sa @PTVPH. Ako po si Bea Bernardo. Magandang hapon.
Naglalaan tayo ng sapat na pondo para sa mga paglingap ng mga lubos na nangangailangan. Layunin natin na sila ay makabangon, mabigyan ng sapat ng kakayahan at maging produktibo. Hindi lamang DSWD, kundi pati ang DOLE, ang DepEd, TESDA, CHED ay tumutulong sa ating mga kababayan nangangailangan. Ang AIX, TUPAD, TVET for Social Equity, Social Pension for Indigent Senior Citizens at ang Cash for Work para sa mga PWDs ay ilan lamang sa mga mahahalagang programa ng pamahalaan para sa kanila. Nariyan din ang Integrated Livelihood Program Kabuhayan upang matulungan ang mga maliliit na negosyo.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagsiserbisyo. Kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 10 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV, ang pambansang TV.
We will not let a student's financial constraints be an hindrance to his or her education. We have activated social safety nets such as skills development training and youth employment programs. Tertiary education in state universities and colleges will remain free for our qualified students.
Ang susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Lola, ang alien, totoo ba sila?
Oo. Naniniwala ako na totoo ang mga yan. Kasi malaki ang universe.
Bakit ba sila, Lola? Kapag ba dumating sila dito sa Earth, sakupin nila tayo?
Depende. Pwede. Hindi malabo.
Di ka pa natatakot, Lola?
Walang dapat itatakot.
Sinasakot na tayo ng mga aliens! Kaya nga eh. Kinuha nila si Lola. Ha? Talaga? Si Lola Ising? Oo. Wala nga akong magawa eh. Di kasi gumanap ng laser gun ko. Alam mo ba kung saan siya dinala? Hindi. Pero sinakay din siya sa may hingin na. Yun! Kagaya nun! Tara, sundan natin! Dali! Boy, hindi ka ba hahanapin sa inyo? Lagi naman busy si Papa. Dahil nga lang siya umuwi. Galing kasi siya sa ibang bansa. Nag-work siya dun. Ikaw ba? Hinahanap ka na? Ayun! Gumana! Lola? Okay ka lang ba? Iiwan natin ba ako ni Lola? Buboy, huwag ka nang malungkot. Nandito naman ako eh.
Ma! Naku, bata ka! Kanino pa kita hinahanap pa? Pasok! Di ba sabi ko sa'yo, delikadong maglalabas ngayon? Hindi mo ba alam, may nagpasipig na sa kapitbahay? Gusto mo ma-hospital?
Nasaan siya?
Si mama mo, nagpapahinga na siya. Alam mo ba, nakipaglaban siya para mailigtas ka niya. Tapos, si papa mo ang nag-alaga sa mama mo.
Saan siya nagpapahinga?
Sa langit. Nakikita mo ba yung mga stars na yon?
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagsiservisyo. Kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 10 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV, ang pambansang TV.
We will not let a student's financial constraints be an hindrance to his or her education. We have activated social safety nets such as skills development training and youth employment programs. Tertiary education in state universities and colleges will remain free for our qualified students.
Disaster Watch. Alamin ang heavy rainfall warning system ng Pag-asa. Yellow rainfall warning. Maghanda sa posibleng pagbaha sa mga mabababang lugar at tabing baybayin. Pinapayuhan ang lahat na mag-monitor ng mga weather updates sa inyong lugar. Orange rainfall warning. Mas malawak na pagbaha ang inaasahan at posibleng magka-landslide sa mga tabing bundok. Bumuo ng isang emergency kit at maghandang lumikas sa anumang sandali. Red rainfall warning. Inaasahan ang matinding buhos ng ulan sa loob ng 2 oras na magdudulot ng malawakang pagbaha at landslide. Para sa inyong kaligtasan, lumikas agad ang mga nasa mabababang lugar, baybayin at tabing bundok. Sa panahon ng kalamidad, dapat laging listo.
Ang susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
This program is brought to you through the support of the following sponsors.
A very pleasant day, friends. Welcome to another edition of Auto Review. I'm Ron De Los Reyes. Today I've come to you once again from the Honda Cars Philippines plant here in Santa Rosa City in Laguna. We get the privilege of test driving the new Honda City. And the Honda City, the big news is that it comes with the Honda sensing technology. It is now much safer with the new safety features of the Honda City. The City, of course, is one of the best-selling models of Honda, and its history traces back to the 90s when the first Honda City was born. Honda Cars Philippines Incorporated, or HCPI, has officially launched the new City and the new Brio. The event was held at the Mega Fashion Hall, SM Mega Mall in Mandaluyong City. Friends and partners from the media, bank and insurance, dealers, and Honda car clubs attended the launch program and the opening of the 4-day event.
We are very much expecting that more customers to come over to check and enjoy our new City and Brio, which has refreshed the designs, and also especially for the city, we have Honda sensing for the all variants. So please enjoy our new product.
With its elevated safety and advanced features, exterior that is both elegant and sporty, spacious and premium interior, powerful and fuel-efficient driving performance, and the inclusion of the Honda Sensing as standard in all variants, the new City will elevate your drive through its refreshed look, additional color options, and a new variant to cater to a wider audience. This is the new Honda City RS, and not too long ago, we had an opportunity to test drive it at the Honda Cars plant in Santa Rosa City in Laguna. And we had a great time testing the features of this car, especially the Honda sensing technology. And I think that is the best-selling point or feature of the new Honda City. The new City gets even more sporty and stylish with its newly crafted RS designed front grille with RS emblem and new front and rear bumper with carbon wrapped lower molding that gives the vehicle a sleeker, wider look. In line with Honda's global goal of realizing zero traffic collision fatalities by 2050, all variants of the new Honda City now come with Honda Sensing. This is an advanced driver assist safety technology with features that provide comprehensive protection by giving warnings and automatically taking action to reduce the risk of accidents. The Brio, introduced in the Philippine market in 2014, has captured the hearts of over 30,000 customers to date.
we provide them. So, Mr. President, just to give you an idea, before the storm struck, we had 52,000 on the ground. We were able to provide 14,000. So there's still marami pa nasa bodega. And I told the governor the other day, anytime the LGUs need, we will keep on deploying.
Yeah, malaki pa rin eh. Eventually that were evacuated were 22,000. But hindi naman, not all of those are in distress. Kasi they are preemptive evacuation, sabi ni Gob. Oh, so, okay, so we're servicing the 15,000 or 4,800 families?
Mr. President, kasi diba normally the LGUs will have their own. So they normally ask augmentation lang from the SWD. That's what we agreed on. But basta pag may request sila, we will deploy to the LGUs.
So nasa servisan pa natin yung mga displaced?
Yes, sir. Up to the time they left, no, talagang LGU yun, sir. Una-una, barangay muna, and then yung munisipyo, and then we augment also from the province. Okay. And then that is the time when we will ask DSW to help out.
Have we gotten to that point in Cagayan?
Not really, sir. Kaya pa naman.
Anyway,
kasi 2 days lang naman sila, sir.
Pero, Gov, Mr. President, we sent out 14,000 directly to municipalities who requested. For instance, in the kung saan naglandfall sa Fuga Island, we had pre-position there. And then we replenished it already, nandiyan si RD. And then yun sa Calayan Municipality also, we also had pre-positioned before the storm, nagamit nila, so we replenished them also.
All right, okay. So, all right, so those who are left, presumably those who are still left in the evacuation centers are those who had their homes completely destroyed. Pero yung mga damage lang, more or less, meron nang napunta, nakauwi na, nakapunta sa ibang lugar.
Usually, sir, yung mga kahit yung nawalan ng bahay, they have their relatives. But we have to make a list of all of these because we have
important. That's yun ang trabaho ng LGU. You have to do that for us. Oo. Kasi you don't have the capability. Available naman lahat yung sa local government. Diba? Yun, mayor naman ito si Secretary Rex.
Mr. President, we also spoke kay Governor. We're just waiting for the final listing so we can start the financial assistance. Kasi nga, nasa mga bahay na, umuwi na.
How will we distribute it? We call them?
Normally,
pupuntahan
yes.
ng
Normally, the LG will give us a list. And then we will set a payout date together with the MSWD and local
a
payout center.
Yeah, okay. Meron, where is the OCD, RD? There. Later you will give us the overall kasi itong infrastructure, kailangan natin hati-hati kasi iba-ibang departamento yan eh. Okay, so, all right, thank you, Gov. Manny. Yes, the situation briefing for Kalinga is going to be next, and si Gov. Ayan.
Yes, to His Excellency, good afternoon. As of today, the province of Kalinga recorded 0 casualties. However, Super Typhoon Egay, I'll just read na lang siguro para did not spare us from the damages to properties and in agriculture. Based on the initial damage assessment, we have the following. At present, we have a total of 801 affected families, composed of 3,939 individuals from the 6 municipalities and the city of Tabuk. There were 13 families composed of 45 persons who were now sent back as of yesterday to their homes after a preemptive evacuation. These families are mostly from Tabuk City. Dito kasi yung lower ng Chico River, kaya dito naiipon yung tubig. As to structural damages, we have recorded 3 totally damaged houses in Lumbagan and 104 partially damaged houses from the different municipalities. We also have schools in Tanudan and Tingayan that were reportedly damaged. As to infrastructure, as reported by the lower and upper district of the DPWH, we have initial damage amounting to 322,745,564,000. which includes slope protection, farm-to-market roads, national roads, food bridge, and flood controls, including the mega dike at the city of Tabuk. As to access, most of the provincial roads are open except those roads connecting to Barangays Balato, Culayof, Basil, Kalinga, and this one connecting Kalinga-Abra Road. As of this morning, tumawag si Mayor na still close pa, and then they are really trying to open because there are some businessmen from Isabela and Tabuk who were trapped na bumili ng baboy sa Abra, so they're still in Balbalasan. That's why they're doing everything para ma-open. The most affected in our province is agriculture. Just like Cagayan, ang reported rice is 27,583,262,000. Mas malaki ang corn. Kasi we have 32,531,376 worth of damaged corn and 4,465,940 worth of highly valued crops. Of course, this is hindi pa tapos yung so we expect na tataas pa to. As to lifeline, power and communications in Balbalan and Tanudan, may mga hindi pa na-restore as of this moment. After we distributed some early preposition goods, we still have 8,400 food packs for distribution and 2,106 non-food items. We have a regional interagency warehouse po kasi sa Tabuk, which we have now, so doon po naipon. So pwede yung mga Apayaw, pwedeng the other nearby provinces po ng Kalinga, they can get from there. And this is being nare-refill po ng DSWD. As of yesterday po, nagpadala po ang PCSO from Togegaraw, nagpadala sila ng 700 food packs and 10,000 bottled water. And directly from GM, nag-deliver, dumating din kahapon ng umaga from GM Mel Robles po ng food packs din, dumating din kahapon sa Tabuk City. Sa mga health facilities namin, okay naman po, wala namang okay naman ang kasi wala namang in terms of emergency. So okay pa naman yung mga health station, pero naki-standby na po sila yung mga health workers natin. Even our itong cold storage po namin sa mga vaccines, okay naman, hindi still in good naman. Kanina, the members of the PDRMC, we nag-meeting kami kanina before I left here, going here. So we are in blue alert status because we're still getting reports from the different municipalities. And I also warned them that because of this Typhoon Falcon na naman na darating, so naka-blue alert pa rin po ang probinsya ng Kalinga. Yan po, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you. Maganda naman yung response dito sa yung sa power. Nakalagay dito wala pang kuryente, 16 barangays in Tanudan, Municipality of Balbalan, and walang signal. Ito malapit na. Maayos. Nag-improve na ba yung power? Itong 16 barangays na nabigyan na ng power?
Yun yung kulang, wala pa.
Wala pa as of now?
Yes.
Okay. So anong coverage ng how much is the power na nawala in terms of percentage?
Siguro mga karamihan kasi sa upper municipality, so about mga 40% siguro ang hindi pa naibalik. Hanggang kasi
30% ang hindi pa nabalik.
Yes, because this is for the upper municipalities, karamihan kasi, Mr. President.
Tingnan ko yung report ng Department of Energy. Kung kailan kaya natin okay. As of yesterday pa ito . Tama, the same. Mga 30% pang. Pero Kalinga, Apayaw, Electric Cooperative, and Isabela, 100%. Cagayan is at 97%. Kalinga is that nakalagay dito 97% is of the power is already restored.
Yeah.
Tama
Siguro
ba?
sa pero dito sa upper municipalities kasi as of this morning nakausap ko lang si Mayor, wala pang
kuryente.
wala pa yung nila.
Ba't ka dito yung report nila? O sige, yun siguro ang next natin na gagawin. We're all right for the relief goods. Secretary Rex, we're all right for the relief goods. Pati for the Cagayan and Kalinga and Isabela. Isabela naman, hindi kayo masyadong yung disaster, yung nasa Kapitolyo. Yung meron.
Kung wala rin ulan, mamamatay din yung mga
Rock na.
effect ng El Nino eh. Actually, nakatulong din yung ulan.
Oo nga. Pero sumobra naman. Okay. Malakas masyado yung tubig eh. So sa health, you're okay. Etong flooded pa rin ba ito? In Pinukpok, in Tabuk, in Kabarwan, Purok to San Juan.
Medyo humo pa noon, Mr. President.
May tubig pa, bumaba
na.
O, sige. Alright.
I think may hinahanap pa kasi missing sa Abayaw, kaya siguro hindi makaalis si Governor Butsi.
Okay. So, ang pinaka-problema is also the, the power, number one. Mabuti naman that I think for the food packs and we are okay. Ito lang sa sa
infrastructure, agriculture.
Palay at saka sa mais.
Yes, Mr. President.
Malaki-laki ang damage,
Yes.
Pati yung high value crop. 4 million.
Yes.
Oh, sige. Etong damaged corn, pwede pa magtanim? Pwede pa? Pwede ihabol ito? Kala ko mag-harvest na. Not yet? Pwede pang mag-replant. O si Binhi, ang ready natin. High value crops pati. Yung high value crops, marami tayo. Mais, hindi gaano eh.
Kailangan ng tubig din, Mr. President. Kasi El Nino, di ba?
Oo nga.
So, mabuti, welcome respeto.
Oo nga, pero
Sumobra sa kanila.
sumobra dun sa amin. Buti sa inyo, medyo.
Sir, kasi ang Governor Baba, sir, ito talagang palusot ito eh. Kasi it's the typhoon months.
Yes. Oh.
It's good kung hindi tatama ng typhoon, may maha-harvest ka talaga. Pero pag ganito na tama ka ng typhoon, really, problema talaga. That is why, when you plant again, baka most probably by October, November, tatamaan na naman ang typhoon. Palusot pa rin yun, sir.
Tamaan tayo ng
Typhoon. Meron pa rin typhoon dito up to October, November, December.
Okay. So ang main issues is agri at sa Kalinga is agri and power. Oh, dito rin.
Usually, sir, ang ginagawa, nagbibigay sila ng mga seeds ng vegetables, mga high-value crops, 45 days, ganun, munggo, kung ano-ano. Pantawid hirap lang yun, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay, so let's get now an overview of the response of the government sa EGAY. RD Rafael of the OCD Region 2 will give us the briefing.
His Excellency, good afternoon. On behalf of the Cagayan Valley Regional Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council, allow me to present the situation update for Typhoon Egay. Super Typhoon Egay affected a total of 28,666 families, composed of 95,618 individuals in the provinces of Batanes, Cagayan, Isabela, Nueva Vizcaya, and Quirino. We have preemptively evacuated a total of 198 families, consisting of 752 individuals in the provinces of Cagayan and Isabela. 8,414 families were catered in 307 evacuation centers, and as of reporting time, all evacuees already have returned to their respective residences, except for one family composed of 4 individuals currently staying with their relatives in the province of Quirino. And due to the preparedness measures conducted by these regional and local DRRM councils, there were no dead or injured reported. However, there are 11 individuals who are reported missing in the coastal waters of Apari, Cagayan. These individuals consist of 4 personnel from the Philippine Coast Guard who were supposed to rescue 7 crew members of a tugboat, sir.
Oh, that's yung, sige, nireport sa akin ni Admiral Abu yan eh.
Yes, sir. The boat used by the Philippine Coast Guard personnel was allegedly capsized, and based on the narrative of the crew of the tugboat, and the Coast Guard Cagayan Station was still able to contact one of the PC Coast Guard personnel aboard the capsized boat, but at about 11:44 p.m. of said date, they lost contact with the personnel on the capsized boat, and also lost contact with the tugboat at about 12:45 a.m. of July 27. And on said date, sir, rescue teams were immediately deployed to conduct search and rescue operations, and coordination were made to request for the air assets as well as sea vessel to help in the search and rescue operations.
For the SNR?
Yes, sir. Oh. This morning, sir, we had a breakthrough as of 8 a.m. today. Our Ardena team deployed in Camiguin, Calayan area, passed by Camiguin Island, and that the 7 crew members of the tugboat were found safe in Camiguin Island.
Oh.
So we are now monitoring them, sir.
Okay.
And for the status of lifelines, all roads in the regions are passable except that for the Tawes Bridge in Barangay Santa Barbara, Piat Cagayan, which is not passable due to scarred bridge approach. And we have 40 municipalities which experienced power interruption during the onslaught of Super Typhoon Egay. And as of reporting time, 29 municipalities or 72.5% have already been restored. The timeline of Caguelco 2, which is servicing this area, sir, is 100% of barangays will be restored by August 5, and full household
talaga yan at hindi binabalik yan hanggang ma-inspeksyon ng mga linya. So they just have to do it kasi pag hindi nila na-inspeksyon at magkamali sila, may short, pag on nila sira yung buong sistema. Kaya kailangan maingat tayo. So that's the only thing that I think we have to be really waiting for. We will sa DA naman, yun ang inaalala ko ngayon because ang taas ang laki ng damage sa mais at saka sa palay. Yung high value crops, mas madali makarecover yan. Dahil yung cycle niyan almost just 45 days. It's medyo meron ng pwedeng harvest. So we will also provide for high value crops. But the amounts of seedlings, that's why I need to get as DA, I need to get the proper reports. But anyway, I told dun sa sinabi ko rin dun sa kabila sa Region 1, kung ano yung report ninyo, kahit hindi pa complete, basta ilagay ninyo dyan na hindi pa complete or sa 80% complete or whatever, padala niyo na sa amin para maumpisahan na namin. So at the very least, sasabihin na sira 10,000 hectares. O sige, paghandaan na natin. Tapos meron pa palang dagdag na 10,000 dito sa kabila. O di dadagdag natin. So that's what we will do sa agri recovery. Hirap nito because yung palay, iniisip ko na yung supply natin pag nag-El Nino talaga. Mag-import na naman.
Mr. President. Mr. President, gaano kahaba ba itong El Nino na iniisip nyo? Kasi biglaan na lang itong ulan eh. So, La Nina ba ito o El Nino na yung... Wala man DOST dito. Para malaman natin kung gaano kahaba yung ulan na mangyayari para... Kasi kami sa Isabela...
Supposed to be, technically, as of about 3 weeks ago, 3.5 weeks ago, nag-declare ng pag-asa na we're in El Nino. Patuloy naman ang bagyo. Tuloy-tuloy ang bagyo. But ang overall assessment nila hanggang first quarter ito ng next year. Kaya problematic ito eh. Kasi kailangan mag-ipon na tayo na maparami natin ang ani natin sa palay at saka lahat ng agricultural products. Kasi pag pumasok talaga yung tunay na talagang El Nino, delikado tayo. Delikadong supply natin.
Yung El Nino tagtuyot, di ba, Mr. President? Mr. President, kasi kami sa Isabela, ang report sa amin ng mga mayor kahapon, kulang pa kami ng tubig, lalo na yung sa Magat Dam. Sa Southern Isabela, kulang kami. Hindi pa nag-normal eh. So, kung kulang kami ng tubig, Mr. President, ibig sabihin, maapektuhan yung palay namin doon. Kaya yung monsoon rains na inaasahan natin, kasi dati tawag monsoon rains, di ba? Kung darating yung monsoon rains, Mr. President, yun ang kailangan namin para alam namin kung ano itatanim namin. Wet ba ang itatanim namin or tagtuyot? Kasi itong nangyari, Mr. President, 1 minute lang. Kung walang ulan din, kasi yung mga palay, yung mga mais, nagmulaklak na eh. Kaya kailangan nila ng ulan eh. So ang masama lang, sinabayan ng hangin. Kung ulan lang sana, okay lang. Pero nung sumabay yung hangin, dumapa. So nung dumapa, doon nagkaroon ng damage kasi highland yan eh. So ang importante, Mr. President, malaman lang natin kung ano talaga itong mangyayari. El Nino ba o darating ba yung mga ulan?
Kaya nga, yun ang problema. Dahil ang forecast talaga, nasa El Nino na tayo. Dapat tagtuyot na.
Exactly.
Oo, pero hindi nga eh. Hindi sumusunod sa forecast natin eh.
Kaya nga, yung kailangan natin, Mr. President.
Look, tignan naman ninyo ang buong mundo. Lahat ng forecast nila mali. Kahit sino, usually yung hapon, tama lahat eh. This time, hindi nila nakuha. Itong egay. Yeah. Hindi ganun dapat it wasn't supposed to be this strong. Yan ang bagong feature ng mga bagyo. Yung Odette, ganyan din. 24 hours, LPA pa lang yun eh. Yeah. 24 hours later, nasa 4 na tayo, signal number 4. After that, nag-5 na. Within 36 hours. Ang bilis mag-develop. Ito ganun din. dapat ito dapat halos hindi tatama sa atin eh. It was supposed to go above, it was supposed to, at least yung I, dapat hindi mag-landfall. Hindi naman nag-landfall, pero tinamaan pa rin, fugang unang tinamaan. And then, rest of region 2, kagaya ng nauna, tapos region 1. So, that's everybody's problem. Hindi natin, yung nagwawala ang weather talaga. Kahit saan ka pumunta. Nakita mo sa Europe, yung mga matatanda, ang dami nang namatay dahil sa init. Sa Greece, di ba, nagkaalisan yung turista dahil sa sunog.
Baka kailanganin natin yung mga weather balloon noong China. Mama.
Mr. President, I'm trying to look for a bright side to all of this. Since we are anticipating more typhoons, I think a minimum of 8 typhoons are forthcoming, including the Falcon, which is so nearby. Perhaps one thing that we can start doing is to start rehabilitating all our dams, or even the smaller ones, the SWIP, the SFR, and any other cisterns, collection, pond areas that we already have, and use this for the El Nino, which is really until next year. At least may mag-rain harvest na po tayo, na kahit pa paano, may tubig, kahit pa konti-konti, it could possibly tide us over this period. Yun nga, may batas tayo na kada barangay dapat may pond, hindi po ba? Pero hindi naman nagagawa. Yung mga sweep natin, mga sira-sira, pati yung mga dam. Pero siguro, maglinis na po tayo, mag-ayos, tapos magtanim ng bayog at kung ano-ano sa gilid para lang maibsan itong El Nino. Habang may tubig, layos. E di yung layos, e di ipunin na muna natin hanggat kaya.
Yeah, but ang laking nito sa atin. Yung the value that 327 million plus ang damage sa corn, 41 million plus ang damage sa palay. Yung high valued crops, hindi ako masyadong worried dyan dahil madaling ang makamawi. So we can provide binhi. Yeah, so we can, I think that but I'm thinking in terms not only of Region 2 or Region 1, I'm thinking about the national supply for rice. Because ini-import lahat ng Indonesia, nagsara ang Vietnam, maghahanap na naman tayo ng bagong India, nagsara. Pero I think I can make a deal with India. Baka meron tayong mapakiusapan doon. But we have to start importing already. Vietnam says they put nailabas na raw nila lahat ng kanilang ilalabas. So Thailand pwede pa. Pero everybody is preparing for El Nino. Lahat ng Southeast Asia, sabay-sabay ng bibilihan. Kaya ninenervyos ako, tataas na naman ang presyo kahit na mag-import tayo. So that's the problem that I see on the world. We can provide binhi. Pwede magbigay ng binhi sa palay, sa mais, sa high value crops. Yung fisheries kailangan i-repair yan. Wala tayong ibang magagawa dyan. Of the
rice, there are significant flood-resistant varieties, but they need to propagate a great deal more. Our seed farms are producing their regular varieties all the time.
Ayan, pag-asa. Oo.
Reportin natin pag-asa. Halika dito.
Sige nga, ano bang best forecast?
Magandang hapon po, Mr. President. As for the query of Governor Albano earlier, that usually po ang El Nino po natin naglalast yan ng 9 to 12 months at based po sa initial assessment ng pag-asa in the start of July and August, that portions of Northern Luzon will experience above normal rainfall condition. Ibig sabihin po nun, ito po yung precursor na usually nangyayari kapag may El Nino event. Meron po tayong inaasahang sobra-sobrang ulan, in the coming months, may deficit naman po tayo. Dito po sa may part po ng Region 2, inaasahan bababa yung mga pag-uulan, mag-start po yan ng September, and totally mababa po yung inaasahan po namin for October, November, and December. So as of now po, itong nangyari sa pag-uulan natin for the previous ECAI, this is somehow po an extreme event that causes so much rain but not equally distributed to the entire region. Only portions of Batanes, Babuyan Islands, and Northern Cagayan. Looking at sa report po ng Isabela, may pag-uulan po tayo but in reference to its normal rainfall during the month of July, mababa po sa governor. So somehow, nakikita natin na yung Egay, compact po yung ulan nandito po sa may side or nasa Northern Cagayan area. And the flooding situation of the Ilocos provinces was caused by the combination of Egay and the southwest monsoon. So yung ating pong nakikita for now, Mr. President, yung pagkakaroon ng epekto ng El Nino kahit na-declared po sa Pilipinas for the months of July and August, the province of Cagayan will continue to have normal condition except for the past event of extreme above normal rainfall condition po. Asahan natin, bababa na po talaga yung paulan namin sa rehiyon pagdating po ng Oktubre, Mr. President. Thank you po.
Thank you. All right, so yes, that's why itong parating, ganun din. It will, ang track na is all sumusunod din dito sa Egay.
Actually, Mr. President,
hihila na naman ng habagat. That seems to be the phenomenon in the last 2 typhoons.
Tama po, Mr. President. For our information po, si Bagyong Falcon ay pumasok po 11 o'clock kagabi at tracking po siya northwestward. So, itong corner sa northern side ng Philippine Area of Responsibility, yung initial track po natin. So, moving towards southern portion po siya ng Japan. So, less po, hindi po siya inaasahan, ma'am, na papasok sa anumang landmass. The problem is, hihila po siya ng habagat that may affect the western section of Luzon and Visayas, in particular, Ilocos region and some portions of Cordilleras po.
We are here on a knife edge. Gusto natin yung ulan pero wag yung bagyo. Di ba? Dapat yung tamang-tama lang yan. Kaya kailangan ma-eksakto, wala naman tayong magawa. We cannot change the weather. But that's yan ang dasal ko. Pagka nakikita ko may bagyo, yung tama lang, wag yung masyadong maraming damage. But anyway, to get back to Egay, we will provide as much as we can in terms of assistance, in terms of seedlings, mga binhi na palagay ko, we will ano yung tatanim natin, hybrid o tatanim natin yung dry season ba o pang wet season, hindi rin natin alam Well, if for July to November in Cagayan, Pag-asa is saying, except for extreme events such as this one, it will be normal. But I don't know what that means anymore. Kasi sinabi nga normal hanggang October, dalawa na yung bagyong dumaan. Dalawa na yung bagyong dumaan, parating pa itong Falcon, you don't know what it's going to do. Because again, of the new nature of the storms now, ang bilis mag-develop. Hindi kagaya noon na it takes 3-4 days from LPA to storm. Ngayon, within hours, talagang nagbabago. So, we just have to adjust and be careful. That's why maasa talaga kami sa Pag-asa to give us good information and good forecast. But it's a problem that everybody's facing. So we will have to just deal with it as it comes. All right. I think that's the extent of the briefings. Are there any other issues that anybody would like to raise? The governors that are here, ang ating mga LGU, or other agencies that need assistance. All right. Thank you all very much. Magandang hapon sa inyo. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po, mahal na Pangulo. At ngayon, ang Office of the President sa pangunguna ng ating Pangulo ay mamamahagi ng tulong pinansyal sa mga nasalanta ng Bagyong Egay. Para sa lalawigan ng Cagayan, tinatawagan po natin si Governor Manuel Mamba. Tayo po muna'y umupo. Para sa lalawigan ng Kalinga, tinatawagan po natin si Governor James Eduba. Mamamahagi din po ang Office of the President sa 7 bayan ng Cagayan na lubos na naapektuhan ng Bagyong Egay. Tinatawagan po natin sina Mayor Brian Dale Chan ng bayan ng Apari, Mayor Abraham Bagasi ng bayan ng Sanchez Mira, Mayor Nelson Robinyon ng bayan ng Santa Ana, Vice Mayor Jesus Florencio Vargas ng bayan ng Abulug, Vice Mayor Edmund Escalante ng bayan ng Calayan, at Vice Mayor Ruben Fagela ng bayan ng Santa Teresita. Maraming salamat po sa ating Pangulo. Dito na po nagtatapos ang ating programa. Muli po, nais po naming ipaabot ang taos-pusang pasasalamat sa mahal na Pangulo para sa kanyang pagbisita at sa kanyang pamamahagi ng tulong sa ating lalawigan.
Ang susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Walang makapagsasabi kung ano ang mga numerong mananalo sa lahat ng PCSO game. Huwag maniwala sa mga text messages, liham o tawag sa telepono na nagsasabing magbibigay daw sila ng tip kapalit ng pera o cellphone load. Bumili ng ticket sa mga PCSO authorized outlets at PCSO branches bago ang actual draw.
Good afternoon, Lotto Philippines. Alas 2 na po at isa lang ang ibig sabihin yan. Oras na para maglaro at manalo. Dito lamang po yan sa paboritong game show ng buong bansa, ang PCSO Lottery Draw. Pabuhay naman ang swerte ngayong rainy Saturday, July 29, 2023 ang magmumula po sa paborito ninyong 2D Lotto at 3D Lotto games. Maulan man ho, hindi magpapapigil sa sama ng panahon ang PCSO sa pamimigay ng instant cash prizes. Yan, kasama na po dyan ang only good news at good vibes. Lotto players, para maiwasan po ang pabalik-balik sa mga Lotto outlets, lalo na pag ganitong pabugso-bugso po ang ulan, baka mabasa pa ang mga Lotto tickets. Ang advice po namin, mag-advanced draw system play kung saan maaari kang makasali up to 6 consecutive draws. Okay? Good luck po sa inyo lahat na nakabili ng tickets. Batiin na ho natin ang ating mga kasama dito sa PCSO Draw Court. Narito po ang ating Lotto Draw Judge to witness our live Lotto draws. Good afternoon, sir. Present din ang mga representatives ng PCSO and the Commission on Audit. Pati na rin po ang technical operations personnel ng ating PCSO Data Center. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. And to assist us with our draws, we have our PCSO Draw Coordinator. Good afternoon, sir. Lotto Philippines, get ready with your tickets and let's play Lotto! Sa Sa isinagawang pre-draw procedures, natunghayan ng Lotto Draw Panel of Judges and Draw Representatives from the PCSO and the Commission on Audit ang mga paghahanda bago ang live Lotto draws. Sa pamamagitan ng machine inspection at machine testing, siniguro po na maayos ang kondisyon ng mga draw machines. Only the operation of the remote switch button ang may human intervention. Sa drawable case selection, 3 sets ang pinagpilian sa bawat game. Randomly, pumili ang chairperson ng isang set ng bola na gagamitin. Lahat po ng bola ay tinimbang para masiguro na halos pantay-pantay ang bigat ng bawat bola. Properly documented at covered po ng video ang bawat activity. Patapos ba siguro na ito'y kumpleto, ang draw team member ang maglo-load ng draw balls na gagamitin sa mga draws. Lotto players, unang magpapapremyo ang 3 numbers po ninyo. 4,500 pesos ang instant panalo pag nag-match ang 3 numbers nyo sa ating 3D Lotto winning combination in exact order. At pwede rin ho kayo mag-Rambolito system play dito kung saan 750 pesos or 1,500 pesos ang pwedeng mapanalunan. Ayan, nakapili na po ang ating machines ng winning combination. The first number, 9. The second number is 3. And the third number, we have number 1. Recapping the 2 p.m. 3D Lotto winning combination, we have 9, 3, and 1 in exact order. Two numbers na nasa ticket po ninyo. Yan na kaya ang susunod na mananalo? Sana nga. Alamin po natin. Let's play 2D Lotto. $2D Lotto players, ito na po ang papremyo ng 2 numbers ninyo. For only 10 pesos per combination, pwedeng manalo ng 4,000 pesos kung mag-match ang 2 numbers po ninyo sa ating winning combination in exact order. Pwede rin mag-Rambolito rito kung saan 2,000 piso ang naghihintay sa inyo. There you go, nakapili na po ang ating machines ng winning numbers. The first number is 27. And the second number is 18. Again, our 2D Lotto winning combination for the 2 p.m. draw, we have the numbers 27 and 18 in exact order. Congratulations, Lotto winners! Sa ating next segment, mga lucky numbers sa ginanap na 10:30 a.m. STL Draw. Sa alamin po natin sa aming pagbabalik. Araw-araw, libo-libo ang papremyo. Araw-araw, 3 times a day, maaring manalo. Ang dali-dali lang maglaro at sumali dito. Favorite 2 numbers from 1 to 31 ang pagpipilian para sa 2D Lotto. At 3 numero naman from 0 to 9 for the 3D Lotto. Exciting prizes ang naghihintay sa inyo. So what are you waiting for? Sugod na sa Lotto outlets at araw-araw, let's play Lotto! Maayong hapon, STL players. Dun po sa mga sumali sa 10:30 a.m. STL Departmentalized Draws para sa Visayas, excluding the provinces of Aklan, Antique, Capiz, Guimaras, Iloilo, Negros Occidental, Bacolod City, and Iloilo City. Ito po ang mga winning numbers. Sa STL Pares, we have 23 and 9 in exact order. Sa STL Suertu, we have 2 and 9 in exact order. At para naman sa STL Suertri, we have 3, 9, and 7 in exact order. At para naman sa 10:30 a.m. STL Departmentalized Draws for Mindanao, excluding the provinces of Camiguin, Dinagat Islands, Misamis Oriental, Sulu, Tawi-Tawi, Zamboanga, Sibugay, Cagayan de Oro City, and Davao City. Here are the results. Sa STL Pares, we have 35 and 21 in exact order. Sa STL Suertu, we have 6 and 1 in exact order. At sa STL Suatri, we have 5, 0, and 8 in exact order. Congratulations, STL winners! Doon sa mga nagnanais maging kapartner ng PCSO para sa ating STL Games, ito na po ang hinihintay ninyo. Maaari na ho kayong mag-submit ng inyong mga applications. Para sa detalye, panoorin po natin.
Starting July 31, 2023, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. until August 14, 2023 at 3 in the afternoon, PCSO will be accepting applications for small town lottery operations for the following areas. Provinces of Camiguin, Cebu excluding Metro Cebu, Misamis Oriental excluding Cagayan de Oro City, Samar, Sulu, and Tawi-Tawi, as well as for the cities of Cagayan de Oro, Makati, and Naga, and the municipality of Pateros. The start of opening and evaluation of applications shall be on August 15, 2023 at 9 in the morning. For the list of requirements and guidelines, you may call the PCSO Branch Operations Sector or visit the PCSO website.
Reminder ho sa ating game players, yung Lucky Pick 3 at Suertes Hearing Facebook pages, hindi ho sila konektado sa PCSO. At maging yung Pakiloto at Sure Lotto, hindi rin po produkto ng aming tanggapan. Tandaan, sa mga authorized Lotto outlets and authorized STL representatives lamang bumili ng mga tickets para sure, legit po ang games na sinasalihan ninyo. Samantala, patuloy po ang free medical and dental outpatient services ng PCSO para po sa inyo. Sa mga nais makatanggap ng libreng check-up, punta lamang po kayo dito sa PCSO Main Office sa Conservatory Building, Shaw Boulevard in Mandaluyong City. Bukas po ang ating clinic 8 ng umaga hanggang alas 5 ng hapon, Monday to Friday. At yung fully vaccinated individuals lamang po ang makakatanggap ng serbisyo, kaya huwag kakalimutan ang inyong mga vaccination cards. At magdala na rin po ng photocopy ng inyong valid ID. Para naman sa mga mag-BFF na gusto pang humabol sa photo collage contest ng PCSO, pwede pa kayong mag-submit ng inyong entries. For more details, panoorin po natin.
What's up, Lotto Peeps? Sa mga mag-besties, best buddies, or partners for life, it's your time to shine. I-flex na ang BFF goals bonding ninyo with PCSO's Bet on Your Best Buddy FB Photo Collage Making Contest. Basic lang ang pagsali dito. Bumili lang ng Lotto 642 System 7 ticket at mag-selfie sa Lotto outlet together with your bestie holding the purchased Lotto ticket. Collect your best shots together at your photo dumps at gumawa ng collage highlighting your BFF goals of playing and winning Lotto together. Fill up the entry form and submit your photo collage to marketing@pcso.gov.ph kasama ang entry form. Copy ng inyong valid ID at picture ng Lotto 642 System 7 ticket purchase within 5 days bago ang submission ng inyong entry. Exciting prizes await you! Submission of entries is up to August 4, 2023. Winners will be announced on September 15, 2023 during our 9 p.m. lottery draw and in our social media accounts. For more information, bisitahin ang PCSO Facebook page, PCSO Games Hub Facebook page, at ang PCSO website.
Recap time po tayo. Simulan ho natin sa ating 2D Lotto winning numbers. We have 27 and 18 in exact order. At para po sa ating 3D Lotto, we have the numbers 9, 3, and 1 in exact order. Congratulations po sa mga nanalo. Ipa-validate na po agad ang winning tickets para ma-claim at ma-enjoy na po ang inyong panalo. Baka mawala, masira o abutan pa ng expiration date ang mga yan. Sayang naman po. And to know how to claim your prizes, panoorin po natin. Napakasaya ng manalo, napakadali pang mag-claim ng premyo sa mga Lotto games ng PCSO. Kung isa ka sa pinalad na maging Lotto winner, isulat ang iyong pangalan at pirmahan ang likod ng inyong winning ticket. Kung 20 pesos hanggang 10,000 pesos ang napanalunan, maaaring i-claim ang inyong premyo sa kahit saang authorized Lotto outlet near you. And for winners of more than 10,000 pesos up to 300,000 pesos, you can claim your prizes at the nearest PCSO branch in your area and present 2 valid IDs. Kung ikaw naman ang super swerteng jackpot winner, dalhin lamang ang inyong winning ticket at 2 valid IDs sa PCSO Main Office, Shaw Boulevard, Mandaluyong City. Tandaan lamang, may 1 taon kayo mula sa petsa ng inyong pagkapanalo para makapag-claim ng inyong premyo. To all the winners, congratulations po!
Hoy kapatid, gusto mo ba na yumaman? Yes! Na sa malapit na lutuhan, simple lang naman ang iyong kailangan. 20 na lang ulit ang ating puhunan. Ito ay laro na galing sa puso. Nakatulong ka ba sa kapatao? Balik loto sa mababang presyo. May pag-asa makamit ang pangarap mo.
Arangkada muli ang mga digit pa premyo mamayang alas 5 ng hapon. Kaya make sure may mga tickets ho kayo. Huwag din hong kalimutan ang tickets for our jackpot bearing games dahil malalaki po ang mga papremyong nakaabang. Mamayang gabi sa ating Lotto 642 ang estimated jackpot prize po 9 million pesos. At kasama niyan sa Grand Lotto 655 29.7 million pesos. Para naman bukas sa ating Super Lotto 649, 15.8 million pesos. Habang sa Ultra Lotto 658 ang naghihintay sa inyo, 61 million pesos. Sa Lunes naman sa Mega Lotto 645, 25 million pesos. Don't forget to join us with tickets for your chance to become the next Lotto Millionaire. After po nitong 2 p.m. draw, sugod na sa Suking Lotto Outlet and buy your tickets. Magdala lang ho kayo ng payong. Para ho sa PCSO kasi Eric Gimson. Stay safe and healthy, Pilipinas. Maraming salamat po.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagsiservisyo. Kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 10 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon, Hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV, ang pambansang TV. Gusto mo ba ng career sa broadcasting? Ito na ang pagkakataon mo para maging bahagi ng PTV. Kasama ang mga batikang broadcaster na naghahandog ng mga award-winning na programang pang-telebisyon para sa Pilipino. Ipadala na ang iyong resume. Panahon ng ibahagi ang iyong kakayahan para sa bayan. Tatlong bagong programang sumasalamin sa kwento ng Pilipino. Mapapanood na sa inyong People's Television.
Mr. President, what do you do every day? Maraming bagay naman talaga na ginagawa ng isang Pangulo na hindi alam ng publiko. Kaya dito ko na lang sasagutin sa vlog yung katanungan na yan.
The Philippine President, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., like you've never seen him before on BBM Vlog.
Madami na ako nakitang picture ng beach at iba pang lugar sa Pilipinas. Pero ngayon ko lang talaga masasabi, ang ganda pala talaga ng Pinas, no?
Tunghayan ang mga nakakaantig na istorya ng buhay ng mga ordinaryong Pilipino sa On the Ground.
Ang oras ng pagpapatrol ko sa dagat, alas 8 ng gabi.
10 taong gulang pa lamang ako nang matuto akong magpayot.
Ako pala si Alvin Cristobal. Isa po akong mandarames.
At sumabay sa pagbuo ng mga bagong pangarap, katuwang ang mga programa ng pamahalaan para sa isang bagong Pilipinas.
Tinupad niyo po yung pangarap namin. Na ang pangarap po namin ay pangarap niyo rin po pala para sa aming mga mahihirap.
BBM Vlog, On the Ground, Bagong Pilipinas. Mapapanood na dito lang sa PTV, ang pambansang TV.
Again, my name is Norjamin de los Reyes. I am from the Department of Trade and Industry. We would like to acknowledge the presence of Ambassador Charles C. Jose, Ambassador of the Philippines to Malaysia, House Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, Senator Mark Villar, Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito, Secretary Alfredo Pascual of the Department of Trade and Industry, Secretary Benjamin Jokno of the Department of Finance, Secretary Maria Belen Acosta of the Mindanao Development Authority, Secretary Cheloy Velicaria Garafil, Chief Minister Ahod Ibrahim of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, and Ambassador Abdul Malik Melvin Castilino, and all the business leaders and delegates that are present with us today. To officially start the program, I would like to call on Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Philippines to Malaysia, Charles C. Jose, who will give us the welcome remarks.
His Excellency President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., the honorable members of the President's official delegation, esteemed business leaders from Malaysia and the Philippines who are joining us today, good morning to all of you. Salamat pagi. I'm honored to once again deliver the welcome remarks for the Philippine Business Forum. Following the two highly successful business investment forums in 2018 and 2021, this Philippine Business Forum is the most special one, as we are graced by the presence of His Excellency, President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. As we celebrate the 59th year of Philippines-Malaysia diplomatic relations, I am very optimistic that today's forum will put a spotlight on the strong business relations between the Philippines and Malaysia. Our countries, as fellow founding members of ASEAN, have shared a long history of good economic relationship. Malaysia has been and remains to be one of the top trading partners and investment sources of the Philippines. In 2022, Malaysia ranked as the Philippines' 10th major trading partner, 11th export market, and 9th import supplier. Malaysia also ranked 4th as source of foreign direct investments in 2022. The Philippines is positioned as an ideal investment destination and partner for companies in Malaysia. We can continue to strengthen our economic partnership through our collaborative efforts to increase trade and investments between our countries, and by working together to make advances in priority industries and sectors, specifically the halal industry, digital economy, agriculture, and energy. Today, our esteemed speakers will present and discuss the business opportunities in agribusiness and renewable energy. These are two industries that both our countries have a shared interest in. Through this business forum, I am confident that the relationship between the Philippines and Malaysia will transcend beyond the good partnership that we now have, as we form stronger people-to-people connection through mutually beneficial business agreements. We hope that you find this forum insightful, and we look forward to the benefits that these business commitments will bring to both our countries. Thank you once again, and again, a pleasant morning to everyone.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Jose, for your welcome remarks. May I now call on DTI Secretary Alfredo E. Pascual to give us his opening remarks and to introduce today's keynote speaker.
Thank you. His Excellency, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., the Philippine delegation to Malaysia, our friends from the Malaysian and the Philippine business, good morning to you all. It is with great pleasure to welcome you to the Philippine Business Forum here in Kuala Lumpur that we have organized in partnership with the Malaysian International Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I recognize the great contribution Malaysia is making to the growth of the Philippine export and the flow of foreign direct investment into our country. 2021 and 2022, Philippines received investments from Malaysia in areas of manufacturing, real estate activities, and administrative and support service activities. And consistent with our country's effort, we also look forward to achieving an investment-led economy. Vital to this move is to ensure that we offer healthy business environment for foreign direct investments from our key partners, such as Malaysian businesses that consider the Philippines as a favorable investment destination. Let me also take this opportunity to share with you our priority industries driven by science, technology, and innovation, or STI. As the Philippines leverages Industry 4.0 technologies and its existing industrial strengths and competencies, we aim to focus on 4 clusters as drivers of Philippine growth. 1, industrial, manufacturing, and transport cluster. 2, technology, media, and telecommunication cluster. 3, health and life sciences cluster. And 4, the modern basic needs of a resilient economy cluster. Under the modern basic needs of a resilient economy cluster, we invite investments in agriculture, technology, food processing, agribusiness, aquaculture, and infrastructure development. In the field of agribusiness, the Philippines offers immense potential for investments in various activities. Our abundant agricultural resources make it an ideal destination for ventures in food production, processing, and distribution. We also welcome investments in aquaculture, which can harness our coastal and marine resources to meet growing demand for seafood in our region. Additionally, I invite Malaysian investors to explore the burgeoning halal market in the Philippines. There is a growing demand for halal certified products and services, not only in food sector but also in banks, cosmetics, and pharmaceutical. As an authority in halal, Malaysia can play a crucial role as our major partner in developing this sector, as we aspire to be an active player in the global halal ecosystem. As we align with global efforts towards sustainability, we encourage investments in agriculture, technology, food processing, agribusiness, and aquaculture. These initiatives not only support our economic agenda, but also contribute to the global goal of sustainable food systems. Our government, through the leadership of President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., offers you the assurance of the efforts in making the business environment more conducive and enabling for foreign investments. With our shared efforts and cooperation, I am hopeful that we will achieve our economic agenda and promote prosperity for all. As our key partner, let me personally invite you to do business and invest in our country, and together let us make it happen in the Philippines. Thank you very much, and now it is my distinct honor to introduce our keynote speaker, the President of the Republic of the Philippines, His Excellency President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr.
Thank you to Secretary Fred Pascual for that. Oh, please, please take your seat. To a thumbnail sketch of what we are hoping to achieve at these meetings. We have also with us the Finance Secretary, Secretary Ben Jokno, and our partner who is an important part of all our plans because of the new legislation that we are having to enact to be able to respond better to the new economy. He's the Speaker of the House of Representatives in the Philippines, Speaker Martin Romualdez. And our ambassador to Malaysia of the Philippines, Ambassador Charles Jose. Our partners in the private sector who have come to join us today, the business delegations, the different corporations who are here represented, and together with their discussions with the Philippine delegation. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me a great pleasure to address you about and to move and cooperate strongly with our partners such as Malaysia to reap the benefits of partnership and cooperation in this shared future that we are facing. I will focus my discussion on what we have done so far. Shared partnership for the future. Let me first discuss the Philippines' fundamentals and how we have fared amidst the recent global challenges. The Philippines has shown healthy signs of recovery from the economic downturn brought about by the pandemic. We are very proud to have registered a 7.6% growth in 2022. This makes the Philippine economy one of the best performing in the region. For the first quarter of 2023, the Philippines outperformed its peers in the region by posting the highest GDP growth of 6.4%, which is right in the middle of our target of 6.0 to 7.0% for the year. We rolled out our Philippine Development Plan for 2023 to 2028. The country has been open and transparent, and has these discussions that we have are not simply for us to explain to our prospective partners what is happening and what we are planning to do in the Philippines, but also to listen to all of you and to hear what are, in your view, are the necessary changes and the elements that we have to put together so as to be able to make the Philippines a more attractive investment destination. The country has come up with a development plan which centers on partnerships, and one of the central elements of the economic policy that we have rolled out is the importance that we have put in the partnerships with our private sector. We have developed what we call which started off as a whole of government approach, wherein all the problems that we are facing in terms of public service are attended to not only by one department or one agency, but all agencies that might be relevant in helping to face the challenge. Now, in the context of businesses and partnerships, what we have come to extend that concept now to the whole of nation approach. And we believe, it is certainly my belief, that the government can do much, but the government needs partnerships with every sector of government. And the private sector plays an enormous part in in those development plans that we have. Malaysia is still the fourth top source of foreign direct investment to the Philippines. The FDI from Malaysia stands at about $108 million, which continues to indicate a strong interest from Malaysia to the Philippines. However, it has been at that level for a fairly long time now, and I agree. I think that it's time that with the new transformation, and this provides many new opportunities, and that will give us a chance to increase that level of trade that we have been achieving over the past many years. We have met with a number of Malaysian businesses in the key sectors of agriculture, transportation, and technology. The insights from these meetings have once again convinced us that it is the right way. We have embarked upon the correct way, the changes that needed to be made in the Philippines to make it again an ideal investment partner for Malaysian businesses. So once again, I thank you all for joining us here and for your continued interest in the Philippines and in partnering with our private sector, with our government, and in any other way that we can achieve, so as to further this transformation that we are trying to bring about in the Philippines. The investment commitments that we have received thus far are valued at around $235 million, which is a good indication that there is strong interest from Malaysia to invest in the Philippines. The engagement with Malaysian companies and business leaders this morning yielded very interesting and what I believe will have a potential for mutual beneficial outcomes for both Malaysian and Philippine companies. At present, Malaysian investments already provide a valuable contribution to the Philippines and its economic development, particularly in terms of the administration's food security, and in terms of infrastructure development, job generation for our Filipinos. We continued our commitment to support not only prospective Malaysian investors, but most particularly the Malaysian companies who are currently doing business as well in the Philippines already. We have identified manufacturing, agribusiness, service industries, infrastructure, and property development, energy, especially renewable energy, and the BIMPIAGA priority industries such as the priority sectors of investment promotion for and to Malaysia. So let me focus on the policies and programs we have set in motion. This is to support our proposition for the Philippines as your strategic partner for regional and growth investments. We have broadened the range of liberalized business and sectors through the passage of key landmark legislation such as the Retail Trade Liberalization Act, the Foreign Investments Act, the Public Services Act, and the Renewable Energy Act. Through these measures, we have opened up sectors including air transport, telecommunications, shipping, retail, and renewable energy projects to foreign ownership. Again, this is probably a very good example to cite in terms of when we talk of the whole of government approach. As you can well imagine, we could not possibly have achieved these changes without a close coordination with our partners in the legislature. And that is why we consider them again to be essential in understanding and promoting and finally enacting what amendments are necessary to the existing laws and to enact new laws, which we think are more attuned to the times that we are living in. So we have made our system of corporate tax more business-friendly, with a lower tax rate and improved mechanism for tax and duties incentives. We continue to seek ways to facilitate and expedite investments. We have recently established green lanes for strategic investments. It is a means of applying the whole of government approach so as to make it easier for our foreign partners to facilitate to work in the highest levels of government and to make the critical investments that are necessary for the development and competitiveness in the Philippines. We are also leveraging our active participation in multilateral platforms to sustain and promote its economic agenda. So we have all joined the RCEP, or the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. This again opens markets to the Philippines. However, the fact that these markets are open to us does not mean that that is necessarily going to be a success unless we make ourselves competitive. And that competition is what will make the economy healthier. And that is why the investments are necessary, and that is why the transfer of technology is necessary. And that is why the what we have to redress the balance, for example, between the contributions to GDP. We are at the present, it is the large part of the majority of the GDP, the contributions to GDP are in service industries, which is fine. So we are a service export hub in the Philippines. However, we have to redress that balance and put manufacturing also at a more even level with the service industries in terms of their contribution to the GDP. And for that, we need capital-intensive investments, and not hot money is all very well for making a quick buck, but that is not what we are looking for. What we are looking for are partnerships. What we are looking for are commitments on a long term, so we can make a commitment. When we make that commitment will take us through the many years to our final and ultimate success. So with our participation in multilateral cooperation, such as RCEP, we are strengthening our participation in regional supply chains with an objective of attracting more foreign direct investment. The Philippines looks to foster economic partnerships with our fellow ASEAN member countries, especially Malaysia, through this RCEP. The country looks at RCEP positively as a catalyst that will form more collaborations among businesses and bring prosperity to both nations. Participation in the RCEP is seen as beneficial for both countries as it enhances market access for most goods in the region and encourages investments in vital sectors. I think that in these critical times, I think a good guide would be to say that we compete with each other, but we cooperate whenever possible. There is significant potential for complementation between our two countries. We take pride in our key asset, our people. The Philippines boasts a deep pool of human capital. They are highly skilled and educated, talented, dedicated to take on various roles in different sectors. The Philippine workforce is accustomed because of our very large OFW or overseas Filipino worker community. We are quite accustomed to working with partners not from the Philippines. So it is something that will be a natural progression of the experiences that people have gained while they were working outside of the Philippines. We also sit on an ideal demographic spot. The median age of our country is 25 years old, which gives us the youngest workforce, the most of all the countries around the region. And they are well trained. Again, they are used to working with foreign entities, such as foreign corporations, even governments, and have gained this cosmopolitan experience to the advantage for our dealings with our foreign partners. So this translates to immense potential to achieve breakthrough growth and greater productivity, higher savings rate, and increased creativity. So we recognize the important role of mid-tier companies in the regional value chain. So we invite you to offer the key advantages of the Philippines as a strategic choice for expansion of the mid-tier companies. The Philippines is not only a market of 100+ million individuals, it also provides a strategic launchpad for your exports to compete in regions like the European Union. With the European Union's agreement with the Philippines, our EU GSP Plus advantages, local manufacturers and investors enjoy zero tariff access to the EU for over 6,000 product lines. So let me end with this assurance that we are committed and will continue to commit our support to Malaysian investors. I thank you for your interest and your confidence, and I look forward to the Malaysian business community coming to the Philippines and working together with the Filipino counterparts in partnership to unlock value not only in our two countries but in our entire region. So, as the slogan that we have adopted goes, let us all make it happen in the Philippines. Mabuhay, terima kasih, banyak, 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 banyak. Thank you very much. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagsiservisyo, kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 10 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV, ang pambansang TV.
We are recalibrating the K-10 curriculum to ensure that it is always relevant, responsive, and at par with international standards. Literacy and numeracy skills need to be strengthened. The virtue of good citizenship and sense of community are also now integrated into our curriculum.
Disaster Watch. Alamin ang Modified Tropical Cyclone Wind Signal System para sa mga paparating na bagyo. Signal number 1. Isa itong tropical depression na nagtataglay ng bahagyang lakas ng hangin at tatama sa loob ng 1.5 araw. Posible itong makadulot ng pinsala. Walang pasok ang mga bata sa preschool. Signal number 2. Ito ay tinatawag na tropical storm na may dalang katamtamang lakas ng hangin at posibleng tumama sa loob ng 24 oras. Pinapayuhan ng lahat na isecure ang kanilang mga bahay at kagamitan at wag na munang maglakbay. Wala ring pasok ang mga mag-aaral mula sa preschool hanggang high school. Signal number 3. Ito ay severe tropical storm na posibleng tumama sa loob ng 18 oras. Pinapayuhan ang mga residente na lumikas sa mabababang lugar, baybayin at tabing ilog at maghanda sa pagkawala ng kuryente at komunikasyon. Walang pasok sa lahat ng antas ng edukasyon. Signal number 4. Ito ay isang ganap na typhoon na maaaring tumama sa loob ng 12 oras at nagtataglay ng napakalakas na hangin. Dapat manatili muna sa bahay at lumikas mula sa mga mapanganib na lugar. Signal number 5. Ito ay isang super typhoon na nagtataglay ng napakalakas na hangin at posibleng magdulot ng malawakang pinsala. Manatili sa loob ng matibay na gusali at mag-monitor sa mga weather update para sa inyong kaligtasan. Sa panahon ng bagyo, dapat laging listo. Susunod sa aksyon laban sa kahirapan.
Ang kinabukasan ng ating bayan ay nakasalalay sa bawat batang nasa ating mga tahanan at maging yung mga nakikita natin sa lansangan. Katuwang ng NAPSI Children's Sector ang iba't ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan pagdating sa paglaban sa pang-aabuso at pagtataguyod ng karapatan ng mga bata.
Aksyon laban sa kahirapan. Sabado ng hapon. Dito sa inyong People's Television.
Ang ating butihing Vice Presidente na kalihim din ng kagawaran ng edukasyon ay tumutulong upang tiyakin na ang bawat batang Pilipino ay mabibigyan ng nararapat at kalidad na edukasyon. We have renewed hope in giving the best to our next batches of students, especially the 28.4 million learners who return to school this year. Learning recovery will be at the forefront of our education agenda.
Roadwatch, iwas disgrasya tips sa kalsada. Eyes on the road, kaibigan. Ayon sa Republic Act 10913 o Anti-Distracted Driving Act, mahigpit na ipinagbabawal ang paggamit ng cellphone o anumang gadget habang nagmamaneho. Ibig sabihin nito, bawal tumanggap ng tawag, mag-text, maglaro, mag-compute, magbasa, at mag-internet kapag hawak ang manibela. Siguruhin ang cellphone ay nakalagay sa safe zone ng sasakyan at hindi nakasasagabal sa line of sight mo habang nagmamaneho. Gumamit ng hands-free function. At kung gagamit ng Google Maps o Waze, iset muna ang destinasyon bago magbiyahe. Pwede lamang gumamit ng cellphone kung may emergency sa daan at kailangan tumawag sa kinauukulan. Hindi biro ang parusa sa mga lalabag sa batas, kaya sumunod sa lahat ng oras. Kapag buhay ang nakataya, dapat listo sa kalsada. Roadwatch, hatid ng inyong PTV. Nakahanda na ang COVID-19 bivalent booster para sa mga senior citizen at healthcare worker. Kung nakumpleto mo na ang primary vaccine series mo kontra COVID-19, nakatanggap ka na ng first at second booster at may 4 na buwan nang lumipas matapos mong matanggap ang iyong second booster. Ready ka nang tumanggap ng iyong COVID-19 bivalent booster. Ang bivalent booster ay safe at nagbibigay proteksyon laban sa orihinal na virus ng COVID-19 at Omicron variant. Makipag-ugnayan na sa inyong lokal na pamahalaan o kumonsulta sa inyong doktor para kayo ay magabayan. Isang mahalagang paalala mula sa inyong PTV.
Minglawa, welcome to ASEAN Women Entrepreneurship Program. Through this program, you will see the efforts of women entrepreneurs in ASEAN member states who are achieving in their respective business field with creative idea. ASEAN has over 600 million population and it is one of the largest economies in the world. In accord with the economic growth in the region, the women participation in the business sector plays one of the crucial roles. Now, women in ASEAN contribute their efforts significantly to support the economic progress of their countries through their own businesses and SMEs. You will enjoy sharing business experience and knowledge of ASEAN women, enhancing entrepreneurship and gender equality, and creating a business environment led by women through the program. It will highlight the role of ASEAN women entrepreneurs and share their experience, how they have overcome challenges for their success to the viewers. Let's enjoy the programs of ASEAN member states.
Dreams change all the time. It's important to acknowledge the power of seizing the right opportunity at the right time.
I'm a comms graduate, actually chanced upon the tech industry about 10 years ago, and it was all from a late night landing session with a friend. It was very interesting. Obviously, it's completely new in this region, and it was a very exciting opportunity for me, so I decided to just go for an interview anyway, got the job immediately. 3 years later, 2015 I believe, right near the start, and took care of country management for Singapore, and today I take care of expansion for Shopback. People think I have a pretty cool job. I travel, I meet new people, I discover new cultures, try new food. All of them are true. But of course, on top of that, there is a lot more that comes together with that. It's a lot about growing teams and bringing Shopback's culture to the new markets. And of course, over the years, there are a lot of awards. One of the first one was actually a startup award in Singapore. And we also submitted for a mobile congress. And I remember that was only within our first year, we already won gold for that in Barcelona. Shopback since 2014 has expanded into 9 different countries, of course including Singapore, as well as Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, Taiwan, Australia, Vietnam, and South Korea most recently. Some of the challenges I face as a technopreneur, well, actually there's just one major one, which is facing constant uncertainty. For example, expanding into a new market, you need to sort of deal with completely new cultures, new languages, the way they operate, the way you communicate with people, they all have to change. And all these little things sort of happen on a daily basis, and we sort of have to adapt ourselves to it. And to stay ahead, you need to make sure that you're also thinking about how you can improve your product every day in order for users to see you adding value to them too. So that is one of the key challenges.
So we chose Josie to be part of Shopback because I think she has 3 good qualities. So I think the first one is that she's highly competitive. Every time she does something, she really goes out of her way to want to win it.
Josie constantly challenges us because she basically sets very high standards for the team. She has very high expectations of what we can achieve for the team.
She's always so passionate and working relentlessly towards her goals, and that is really, really inspiring to us as well. So we see her as a leading example, and we aspire to be like her.
I think behind every tech startup that you have is actually run by people, right? And being able to see the good in people, I think that really helps a lot. So I think that allows her to really get things started as well as to help things grow well.
Currently in Singapore, women only makes up about 30% of the workforce in the tech industry. 30%, it's a very small amount, and unconscious bias or even cultural stigmas have a massive role to play here. And this forms a really unhealthy cycle, right, that goes on, where women's confidence level is affected. And then that causes these stigmas to be formed from a very young age. And that's a really big problem. And we all know that women have a huge role to play in the future of tech. And the first step is really for women to acknowledge that this exists, and it will help to give confidence to all women to help fill the tech gap that's needed in a very male-dominated industry. So how can we encourage more women to be in tech? I think it's quite important that we tackle this right from the start, where education plays a major role. And it's just as simple as having a women spokesperson to talk about STEM-related the field of studies. So as any parent, I think, typically they always care about you by, telling you how you need to drink more water, you need to breathe sometimes, brush your teeth. I think it's just their way of telling them, that they telling you that they care about you. But what I really love about my family is that while they're doing that, they never really question my every move. Even when I joined a startup, they never sort of ask me, why would you do that? Why would you not, take on something a little bit more stable? And of course, I guess there were always a little bit of questions, especially from my dad's side, where both my sisters were always in major stable jobs in large corporations. And it was more like, hey, you could have considered these opportunities, why wouldn't you now? But there was never anything that was more like telling me to not do it or asking me why or challenging me why. It was more of a silent supporting role that they really played, and it was something that I really appreciated. So they definitely supported me in my entire career in the startup.
其實係冇咩特別擔心啦，因為佢咁年輕，係可以做多啲唔同嘅嘗試啦。咁亦都佢比較係容易接受到有挑戰性嘅嘢啦，咁亦都可以學習其他唔同多啲範圍嘅嘢咯。其實我冇擔心佢要做啲咩嘢啦，咁佢當然肯去嘗試啲新嘅嘢係非常好嘅，同埋佢從小咧我都感覺到佢係比較喺學習方面嘅能力都幾高，亦都好肯去接受新嘅嘢啦。咁佢亦都好有創意，佢知道我好 support 佢啦。其實係因為我都好似 其實佢返工啊、去打波啊、去成啦，我都會 pick up 佢。咁佢都會感覺到我係會 support 佢咯。
She's also very entrepreneurial. I remember when I think I was like 7 or something, and that means she's 11. We would have these postcards that my mom purchased, and then she would bring me along to start selling these postcards to our neighbors. So we would go across blocks, up and down, knocking on every single door, and she'll be leading me, and she'll be asking everyone, do you want to buy a postcard from us? And there is no reason why anyone would need to buy a postcard, but it was just like something that she did. I thought it was really fun as well. So yeah, she's very entrepreneurial. I think she's a very brave person. She takes on a lot of challenges. She doesn't get bogged down by the things around her, and she's fearless in that sense because she's not afraid to fail, and she tries out a lot of different things without that kind of worry, which I think is what separates her from a lot of other people.
My advice for women who really want to enter the tech industry is really try not to please everyone, because it really gets you nowhere. And if you know what you want to do, focus on that and really just try your best to get that done. And if you really want to go into it, find out more about it, talk to people about it, get advice about it, and that really, really helps you out in the first place. All back to my first point about confidence levels, which is what support are schools giving you? What information are your parents giving you? Are you getting the consent that you need? If you want to do it, you're interested in it, get into it. And that's your personal choice to make. And I feel like that really, really helps and to make a huge difference.
My life philosophy is, can't is not an option. This helps me to continuously try, fail, learn, and hopefully succeed. And the mistakes I make will always remind me to stay humble.
The shortage of classrooms and facilities is being addressed. Aside from new construction, schools and facilities are being retrofitted to become ready for the future, ready for hybrid and high-tech learning, and also climate-ready and disaster-proof. Through the DepEd Partnership Assistance Portal, private sector partners continue their assistance in the rehabilitation and improvement of schools as part of their corporate social responsibility programs.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagsiserbisyo. Kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 10 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV, ang pambansang TV.
We are inclusive in our pursuit of social protection. The pension of the military and the uniformed personnel is as important, as urgent, and as humanitarian as that of all other civilian Filipino employees. Efforts are underway to make it fully functional and financially sustainable. We are once again working closely with Congress to ease the transition from the old system to the new one, so as to be able to guarantee that no effects are felt by those in the uniformed services.
Susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Gold medalist, Philippines!
Troy Steele. They're tall.
Nabubuhay tayo para lumaban.
Welcome to another episode of PTV Sports Chat. For today, we have a very special guest, a legendary coach in the PBA. Everybody, please welcome Sir Arlene Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Sir, thank you finally. After ilang linggo na natin pinaplano, ngayon nagawa na rin natin. Una, Coach, siguro not all may know you kasi pag sinabi mong PBA, players agad iniisip. Ang coaches, di ba, may kasabihan nga, ang players win games pero yung coaches kinakalimutan nila. Pero yun nga, siguro, Coach, before we get into that, siguro maybe you could share us your basketball journey. Kung saan kayo nag-start and how come you never made it to the PBA as a player, but eventually coached?
Nag-start ako maglaro sa JRC, sa NCAA. Pagkatapos noon, nakapaglaro ako ng isang season sa Mika, sa Presto. Pero may PBA na naman. Hindi ako nakapaglaro ng Presto kasi sa PBA, medyo nagkaroon ako ng problema sa tuhod. Tapos naglaro lang ako sa mga invitational games sa mga probinsya. Tapos naging player ako ng Maisagana sa Interclub. Doon ako nag-start. Yung coach namin na wala, naging playing coach ako sa Maisagana 77. Tapos nagkaroon ng PABL, nag-concentrate na ako mag-coach. 1983 yun. Kaya yun, dire-diretso na. Pagkatapos nasama ako sa national team, naging coaching staff ako noong 84. Kami nila Sambo, ang head coach noon, si Coach Larry Albano na letran. Ang player namin, Samboy, Robiang, Anthony Mendoza, Al Solis, Dondon Ampalayo, Jerome Cueto, saka iba pa. Naglaro kami sa Korea, nag-third place kami sa Korea. Pagkatapos nakasama na ako sa Jones Cup, iba-iba na. Naging head coach ako ng Philippine Team Women's. Tapos nakuha ko ni Coach Dante na assistant coach sa Shell, sa PBA. 1989 yun. 1989. Nung nawala si Coach Dante, naiiwan ako sa naging head coach ng Shell. Naswertehan naman, nakuha namin yung champion yung unang-unang champion ng Shell. Kaya lang, nung second year, nasilat naman kami.
Nabalikan kayo.
Nabalikan kami. Pagkatapos nun, natapos yung kontrata ko sa Shell, kinausap ako ni Coach Sheng para sa Sarsiano, sa sweep. Eh biglang dumating yung isang bata ni Coach Johnny Jaworski na gusto rin ako makausap. Napunta ako sa Ginebra. Si Rino Salazar naman napunta sa Shell. Mula in 91, late 91, hanggang early 95, nasa Ginebra ako. Nung pagpasok ko sa Ginebra, late 91, lumabang kami ng championship. Ang import namin si Wes Matthew. Natalo kami sa Alaska. Ang time na yun.
Very ironic, sir, yung sa PBA, I'm talking about the PBA side. Shell kayo. Tapos naging ka-rival nyo yung Añejo Ginebra.
Oo.
Tapos bandang uli, napunta ka naman sa Ginebra.
Nagkasama naman kami.
Parang very ironic. And under Coach Sunny Jaworski pa.
Oo.
So parang that means, siguro that may nakita sa inyo si Coach Sunny na, kasi pinag-aagawan kayo, even Coach Sheng.
Oo. Hindi ko rin alam kung ano nakita nila sa akin.
Okay, let's talk about yung sa Shell niya. Medyo very colorful yun, Coach.
Oo nga.
Kasi the name of the late Bobby Ray Parks was there. He was supposed to be actually the coach, if I'm correct me if I'm wrong. Pero anong nangyari, nagkaroon ng problema because the local coaches were against it. And then you stepped in. So you were in the middle of that. Anong nangyari nun, Coach?
Nung head coach si Bobby pa, hindi pa nag-start noon eh. Nagpapa-ensayo kami, tapos may time na may dala siyang mga plays galing sa States. Pinakita niya sa akin, siguro mga 10 pages ng Kokomban. Tinignan ko. Tapos binaba ko na agad. Nagulat siya kung alam ko na raw. Sabi ko, pinractice na namin. Nagulat siya. Nakita ko naman, LA Lakers yung play.
Lakers yung play.
Pati sana, yung 1-3-1 offense, pag pinasa sa wing, kakat si Magic Johnson sa ilalim. Hindi ko naman sabi sa kanya, matagal ko na alam yan.
Yung pala yung play.
Matagal ko na alam yan. Hindi ko masabing gano'n. Tapos yung napasin ko lang sa PBA noon, sa amin, sa Shell, palaging si Benji, problema sa fouls.
Yes.
Problema. Dinisayin ko sa kanila yung defensive rotation. Sabi ko, nahihirapan tayo kay Benji, minsan nagpo-4 fouls kagad. Ngayon, ito, sabi ko, may depensa ako, matagal kong ginagawa sa amateur. Kasi wala akong sentro na magaling sa amateur eh. Dumodobol ako agad pag pinasahin nawala na yung problema yun. Hindi na naging problema ni Benji. Kasi bigla pinapadouble yung tao ni Benji. Hindi nila makataka si Benji. Tapos pangalawa, sabi ko kay Benji, napapagod ka kasi puro inside play. Sabi ko, pag-aralan mo yung jump shot sa elbow. Pinaractice namin yung jump shot niya sa elbow. Madali naman makapick up si Benji. Sabi ko, pag hinabol ka dyan, isang dribble, dunk na yan eh. Pag hinabol siya ron, kasi tao-tao eh. Parang normal lang yan eh. Pag tanggap niya sa elbow, isang dribble, dunk. Kaya madami siyang dunk nun eh. Yung power dunk kaya. Yun, pagkatapos nga nung nawala ako sa siya, napunta na ako sa Ginebra. Pag naglalaro si Joe sa loob, ako yung nagko-coach. Binibigyan niya naman ako ng gay signal. Sabi niya sa akin, Len, pag gusto magpalit ng tao, pag nasa loob ako, magpalit ka lang. Sabi ko, sige, coach.
Ganun ko lang itiwala sa'yo ni coach. Di ba? To tell you that, yung palitan mo lang. Kasama ba siya doon sa papalitan? Pag ano?
Ay, hindi. Hindi pwede.
Akala ko kasama pa siya. Anyway, back to Shell, coach. Napaka-talented yung team nila. You had Ronnie Magsanak, right? Benji Paras, sino ba? Rami De La Rosa.
Yeah. Calvito Aldes. Si
ground.
Ang oras ng pagpapatrol ko sa dagat, alas 8 ng gabi.
10 taong gulang pa lamang ako nang matuto akong magpayot.
Ako pala si Alvin Cristobal. Isa po akong mandarame.
At sumabay sa pagbuo ng mga bagong pangarap, katuwang ang mga programa ng pamahalaan para sa isang bagong Pilipinas.
Tinupad niyo po yung pangarap namin. Na ang pangarap po namin ay pangarap niyo rin po pala para sa aming mga mahihirap.
BBM Vlog, On the Ground, Bagong Pilipinas. Mapapanood na dito lang sa PTV, ang pambansang TV.
What is your favorite food and why?
I love pizza. The funniest joke you know by heart. Anong sound ng shark pag nauntog? Pating!
What is the food that is always in your fridge?
Chocolate. Would you rather spend the day with your favorite athlete or your favorite movie star? And who?
Favorite movie star? Chris Evans.
Favorite athlete? Coach Payeng, definitely po.
Favorite color?
Red and black.
Cigar na. Sing. Kasi karaoke.
Fast Talk, only on PTV Sports.
Ano nangyayari nung kasi I understand na both teams went to the dugouts at that time. What happened then?
Yung sa game kasi...
This was game 6?
Tama.
Anong game ba, sir?
Parang game 6 nga. Game 6 nga. Game 6.
Sige pa.
Yung time na yun, yung bago mag-game, one day before na practice, sinabi ko doon sa mga player ko, bigay na natin kay Gray yung driving lane. Pero yung mga local, i-deny natin. Siya na paglaruin natin. Sabi ko, mapapagod dyan. Sabi ko, pilitin nyo dumrive, habulin nyo lang. Tapos, pag atin offense, atakihin natin siya. Nag-5 fouls sa attack agad siya, second quarter. Kaya, ano sila eh. Ang iniisip nila, siguro, alaan nila, kumikiling. Pero inatake si Grace. Saka pinaglaro namin siya ng gusto. Dang. Napagod eh. Napagod siya. Sabi ko, yari na to. Medyo malaki na lamang namin nun. Kaya medyo, kung ano nasa isip nila, bakit na medyo napikon. Ano yun? Kaya yun ang nangyayari.
Yun yung uso nagbabatuhan ng mga points, di ba? Sakit nun pag tinamaan kayo.
Yun. Kaya nung nagbigay ng trophy, hindi na ako pumasok.
Okay, well,
Binayaman na sila. Si Charlie Pabis ang binuhat nun. Hindi na ako nagpabuhat. Hindi na ako pumasok sa ano.
Yun yung talagang wild talaga ng time na yun.
Medyo ano yun.
Pero looking at that, coach, hindi ba parang ano, for you, was that okay lang, parang normal o parang medyo na-tarnish ng konti? Kasi it wasn't really one finishing the game.
Oo nga, medyo ano. Hindi natin alam kung ano, pero siguro talagang mangyayari lang talaga yun eh. So, walang makakapagsabi kung bakit o ano. Bigla yun.
Tapos 1 year later, natalo kayo, pero nagkita na naman kayo. Pero tanong ko lang ko, sino man nadagdag ba na notable sa lineup nyo?
Wala naman
It's the same lineup.
Nawala si Arnie, pero mas buong-buo kami noon. Nakita ko. Kaya nag-4-1 yun eh. Tapos 2 beses kami nasilat eh. Hindi, 3-1 pala, 3-1. Yung tira ni last game, game 7, yung tira ni Distrito, tinamaan pa ni Benji yung bola. Kung hindi tinamaan, baka hindi na-shoot eh. Tumama sa board, sumiyot.
Nadaplisan pa.
Oo, nadaplisan pa. Pag napanood mo yung ano, nadaplisan yung dulon-dulon ng bola. Kaya umangat, tumama sa board, sumiyot.
So malamang baka mag-over pa yun.
Oo, kasi nagmamadali na eh.
But given that, I just have to ask, Coach, nung pumasok yun, they call it, I think, the Hail Mary shot of Rudy Distrito. As a coach, ano bang alam ko, I know as a coach also, ang sakit
Siyempre, lang kasi sanay ako sa, sa amateur na mahina yung team ko. Kaya yung mga ganung bagay, madalas na mangyayari sa akin. Kaya lang, ito PBA. Ito PBA. Siyempre, medyo hindi na masasama. Kaya lang, parang manghihina. Manghihina ka talaga. Manghihina ka. Kasi panalo na. Kita ko na panalo na. Kaya lang, talagang Hail Mary shot niya. Saka tinamaan talaga ng kapraso ni Benji yung bola. Talaga siguro shoot.
And this is Benji rin. Ano wala namang reaction si Benji at that time.
Medyo talagang lahat naman ng lumo. Lahat ng buong team ng lumo yun.
So I guess, Coach, would it be safe to say it was your defensive matrix and your ability to adjust the plays, adapt the plays from the amateur to the pros and make it effect? Was this one of the reasons why you gain attention from Coach Yeng and Coach Sunny Pino?
Hindi ko rin alam. Siguro dahil sa unang-una nung 91 na nga. Kasi nagsusulat kami sa board kung ano yung gagawin before the game o ano nga. Ni-scout ko sila. Sinasabi ko kung sino yung tumitira sa 3 points, kung sino yung mahilig dumrive, kung saan nanggagaling. Pagkatapos ng game, hindi nabura yung hindi nabura yung blackboard sa dito sa Ultra ata. Doon sa Ginebra ako, sinabi sa akin ng staff, Coach, kaya yung laro nyo doon, nalaman namin, hindi nyo nabura yung
Ouch.
Oo, hindi nabura. Siguro nakalimutan din namin. Talagang hindi nabura. Yung scouting report ko.
When was naalala nyo ba, Coach, when was the last time na you were active in the PBA? Yung talagang bago mo you moved on?
Ang ko sa Ginebra eh.
It was Ginebra.
Kaya lang nung nawala ako doon, early 95, February, wala pang liga.
Okay.
Wala pang liga. Bumaba ako ng amateur. Kasi may nag-ano sa amateur na Saka gusto ko rin yung sa mga basketball camp training.
Which is what you're doing today, right now. I understand.
Every weekend. Itong summer, lalagyan pa namin sa ibang lugar.
Coach, can you tell us more about it? Kumbaga, kahit pa paano, up to this day, you're still involved in basketball. You're still preaching it. You're still preaching sport on kids and everything. Talaga bang, hindi, talagang it's in the blood? Kumbaga, you continue to do this?
Siguro. Kasi, sabi nga nung nakakapanood sa akin, pagtuturo, intense kita sa magduro, nandun palagi. Kasi may dumadalaw sa akin mga taga-probinsya. Gusto nila makakita yung pagtuturo ko. Nakikita nila, pag nagtuturo ako, pinapawisan ako. Talagang lakad ako ng lakad, sigaw ako ng sigaw sa mga bata. Talagang sinasabi ko sa kanila, ipupus ko kayo para matuto kayo. Kasi ang number 1 point ko dyan, ako nakapag-aral ng libre, yung mga anak ko nakapag-aral ng libre dahil sa basketball. Yun ang sinasabi ko sa kanila. Sa kayo sa mga parents, sabi ko, malaking tulong niyo sa parents nyo kung magiging player kayo. Kasi scholar, hindi may hirapan yung mga magulang nyo. Yun ang number 1 ko ron.
Coach, you had your chance to coach the national team back in the 80s and 90s. Right na, doon I'm sure noon medyo mahirap yung talent makakuha ng, the proper fit for a national team or whatever team. Pero in this day and age, parang ang sobra natin, parang abundant masyado tayo, overabundance of talent. Anong nakikita niyong pagkakaiba na malaki? Kasi ngayon, bukod sa maraming talent, how hard is it to pick those talents that will stand out?
Sa totoo lang, nung national team, pag lahat ng player ng araw gusto maging national player. Yun ang number 1 major advantage. Talagang nagpapakumatay para mapunta ron. Tapos, unang-una, tapos puro halos local player. Madaling nagkakasama-sama na sa ibang teams, madaling mag-gel. Kaya ngayon, medyo, mga pilam-pilam, hindi magkakilala, medyo matataas ang Tapos, siyempre, gusto rin kumita na, kaya hindi masyado. Yun ang lalang pagkakaiba noon. Kaya ang team nung araw sa national team, madaling buuin, madaling mag-gel. Minsan, pati sa pag-running game, nagpapalit saan magtakbuhan, mag-sprinting, di ba?
Correct.
Yung time nila Freddy Wave sa Yoyong, talagang talagang binibigay talaga lahat ng mga player na makasama sa national team. Tapos binibigay talaga ng gusto nila. Di katulad ngayon, hindi naman ewan ko rin kung ano yung mga nasa isip ng ibang player. Kaya minsan talaga, iniisip siguro nila, maiksi lang ang basketball eh.
Yeah, well, if you think about it, Coach, ang problema natin noon, height.
Height.
Agility nung big ngayon meron na, pero still, parang, I don't know.
Hindi, ang mabigat, yung kalaban din, ganun din, meron na rin eh. Kasi sa totoo lang, yung noong araw, national team, ang mga conditioning coach, puro football coach.
Okay.
Kaya mabibilisan pa. Agility, mabibilisan pa naman. Talo natin yung mga ASEAN country na katabi natin. Talagang takbuhan eh. Kasi mga football coach yung mga nagte-train. Tinuturuan yung paano paggamit ng paa. Kasama na rin yung pagpatid.
Yung speed base. Kasi isa yung trademark natin Pilipino, speed. Diba?
Dahil nga ang trainer dati kasi, football coach. Sila Cotilla, sila...
Coach, tatanungin kita, since you've been around, you've handled different people and been with legends as well. Ask kita, sino yung 5 all-time PBA greats for you? Yung 5 lang. Kasi from then up to now, for you, as a coach, if you were to build a team, an all fantasy team, sino yung 5 players na pipiliin mo na maging first 5 mo?
Siyempre, Joe.
Okay.
Andyan si Joe. Siyempre, player ko, si Benji.
Okay.
Si Alvin, Simon. Siguro, si Bogs.
Adornado.
Oo, yung namang yun. Kumpare para sa edad.
Oo, sa bagay. Oo nga.
Kasi
pero, deadly,
si Bogs, bigyan mo lang yung bola, wala nang problema.
Yeah, true.
Si Joe, pag nakita ka libre niya, andyan na bola.
Correct.
Pag nakita mo kasi si Jaworski, si Bogs, si Benji, si Alvin, Simon. Si Benji, saka si Simon, pwedeng 2-3 yan eh. Puro marunong mag-dribble yan. Pati si Benji marunong mag-dribble. Lahat yun marunong mag-dribble.
Yeah, that's true.
Marunong sumute. Marunong dumipensa.
Okay. Sige, Coach. Coach, I'm afraid yun na yung time natin na pwedeng ibigay, no? Siguro I'll just give you the floor right now. Maybe batiin nyo. Yung mga, I'm sure marami nag-aabang sa inyo. Batiin nyo sila. Now's your chance.
Unang-una, binabati ko yung pamilya ko. Siyempre, yung mga anak ko. Saka yung mga apo ko. Yung apo ko naglalaro sa Ateneo. Si Derek Dumangkas sa junior. Grade 12 na siya ngayon, last year sa junior. Yung isa naman, nasa Sobel, si Damon Dumangkas, grade 11, first year sa junior. Tapos yung isa naman, si Drake Rodriguez, nasa 16 under ng Adamson. Andun yun. Tapos yung mga, Far East Batang Court family ko, yung mga parents doon, yung mga estudyante namin doon, sana pag-igihan nila na ma-achieve nila yung pinapangarap nila maging player ng eskwela. Tapos yung mga ka-walking ko sa Mandaluyong, yung Tropang Ligaya, sana mapanood nyo itong para marinig nyo na binabanggit ko kayo. Sila Sabas, sila Jay, sila Cesar, saka sila June, madami yun, grupo yun. Saka yung may-ari ng Sinugba, si Manny, saka si Cap may-ari ng Kasalo. Saka yung TUP team ko nga pala.
Okay, Coach. Thank you so much. And sana hopefully in the future, mukhang marami pa tayong pwede magkwento. Pero pag nagka-reunion ulit tayo nila, magkikita tayo.
Pwede.
Marami tayong pag-uusapan ba, sir?
Thank you rin.
Thank you, sir. Alright. Thank you, everybody. We hope you enjoyed our episode with Coach Arlene Rodriguez. Good night.
50 taon ng tapat na pagseserbisyo. Kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 10 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV, ang pambansang TV.
Ang ating butihing Vice Presidente na kalihim din ng kagawaran ng edukasyon ay tumutulong upang tiyakin na ang bawat batang Pilipino ay mabibigyan ng nararapat at kalidad na edukasyon. We have renewed hope in giving the best to our next batches of students, especially the 28.4 million learners who return to school this year. Learning recovery will be at the forefront of our education agenda.
Pasiglahin ang inyong weekday mornings kasama ang #1 kabalitaan ng bayan. Siksik sa mga balita at kaalaman. Mga dagdag impormasyon at istorya na inyong kagigiliwan. Tara at makibanding na kasama ang inyong RSP Barkada. Rise and Shine Pilipinas. Dito lang sa PTV. PTV Consumer Watch, bantay presyo sa gasolina.
Susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Walang makapagsasabi kung ano ang mga numerong mananalo sa lahat ng PCSO game. Huwag maniwala sa mga text messages, liham o tawag sa telepono na nagsasabing magbibigay daw sila ng tip kapalit ng pera o cellphone load. Bumili ng ticket sa mga PCSO authorized outlets at PCSO branches bago ang actual draw.
Nagbabalik ang programang nag-uumapaw sa saya, sorpresa at exciting ng mga papremyo. Welcome sa 5 p.m. edition ng PCSO Lottery Draw. Isang maulang araw ng Sabado, July 29, 2023. Round 2 na po tayo ng paborito ninyong mga digit games na 2D Lotto and 3D Lotto. Kaya sa may mga tickets po, tutok lang sa PTV Network at sa ating mga social media accounts. At sa mga hindi pa po nakakasubok maglaro ng Lotto, magpunta lamang po sa pinakamalapit na Lotto outlet at magtanong sa mga tellers ng game mechanics. Bukas po ang mga outlets mula alas 7 ng umaga hanggang alas 8:30 ng gabi. Ang mga draws po natin ay tuwing 2 p.m., 5 p.m., and 9 p.m. Kaya siguradong mag-e-enjoy po kayo sa mga papremyo. Okay, bago natin ipamigay ang mga papremyo, i-welcome muna natin ang mga makakasama ko sa paghahatid ng good vibes. Here with us is our Lotto Draw Catalog broadcast from the gaming complex. Siyempre, hindi mawawala ang mga representatives ng PCSO and the Commission on Audit. At present din ang mga technical operations personnel ng PCSO Data Center. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. And of course, to assist us with our draws, we have our PCSO Draw Coordinator. Handa na ang mga Lotto papremyo at handang-handa na rin ang mga makakasama ko dito sa studio. Handa na rin ba ang mga tickets nyo? Tara na! Let's play Lotto!
Sa isinagawang pre-draw procedures, natunghayan ng Lotto Draw Panel of Judges and draw representatives from the PCSO and the Commission on Audit ang mga paghahanda bago ang live Lotto draws. Sa pamamagitan ng machine inspection at machine testing, siniguro po na maayos ang kondisyon ng mga draw machines. Only the operation of the remote switch button ang may human intervention. Sa drawable case selection, 3 sets ang pinagpilian sa bawat game. Randomly, pumili ang chairperson ng isang set ng bola na gagamitin. Lahat po ng bola ay tinimbang para masiguro na halos pantay-pantay ang bigat ng bawat bola. Properly documented at covered po ng video ang bawat activity. Matapos masiguro na ito'y kumpleto, ang draw team member ang maglo-load ng draw balls na gagamitin sa mga draws.
Lotto players, nagmi-mix na po ang mga bola sa ating 3D Lotto machine. Sa game na ito, 3 numbers inyo, 4,500 pesos ang katapat na papremyo kapag nag-match sa mapipiling 3D Lotto winning combination in exact order. Sa Rambolito system play naman, 750 pesos or 1,500 pesos ang take-home prize. Prize daily po ang papremyo nito. That's every 2 p.m., 5 p.m., and 9 p.m. And there you have it, our 3D Lotto winning combination. The first number is number 1. The second number, number 2. And finally, the third number is the number 6. Recapping the 3D Lotto winning combination for the 5 p.m. draw, we have 1, 2, and 6 in exact order. Lucky numbers sa next game natin. Nasa ticket mo na kaya? Let's find out as we now play the 2D Lotto. Lotto players, narito na po ang papremyo ng 2 numbers ninyo. Sa halagang 10 piso, pwedeng manalo ng 4,000 pesos kung mag-match ang 2 numbers ninyo sa mapipiling winning combination in exact order. Sa Rambolito system play naman, 2,000 pesos ang naghihintay na panalo. So good luck, 2D Lotto players! Yan, at nakabili na po ng mga numero para sa ating 2D Lotto draw. For the first number, we have the number 4. And the second number is the number 16. Muli po ang ating 2D Lotto winning combination ngayong alas 5 ng hapon. 4, and 16 in exact order. Exciting prizes din ang naghihintay sa mga lucky STL players na sumali sa 3 p.m. STL Departmentalized Draw. Ang mga resulta, aalamin na po natin yan sa aming pagbabalik.
Araw-araw, libo-libo ang papremyo. Araw-araw, 3 times a day, maaring manalo. Ang dali-dali lang maglaro at sumali dito. Favorite 2 numbers from 1 to 31 ang pagpipilian para sa 2D Lotto. At 3 numero naman from 0 to 9 for the 3D Lotto. Exciting prizes ang naghihintay sa inyo. So what are you waiting for? Sugod na sa Lotto outlets at araw-araw, let's play Lotto!
Isang maswerteng araw din po sa mga STL players natin dyan sa Visayas at Mindanao. Nasa usapang small town lottery na po tayo. Narito po ang mga resulta ng STL Departmentalized Draw na ginanap kaninang alas 3 ng hapon para sa Visayas, excluding the provinces of Aklan, Antique, Capiz, Guimaras, Iloilo, and Negros Occidental, and the cities of Bacolod and Iloilo. Sa STL Pares, we have 37 and 19 in exact order. Sa STL Swear 2, 6 and 0 in exact order. At sa STL Swear 3, we have 5, 0 and 6 in exact order. Para naman sa 3 p.m. STL Departmentalized Draw for Mindanao, excluding the provinces of Camiguin, Dinagat Islands, Misamis Oriental, Sulu, Tawi-Tawi, and Zamboanga Sibugay, and the cities of Cagayan de Oro and Davao. Here are the results. Sa STL Pares, we have 7 and 32 in exact order. Sa STL Swear 2, 2 and 8 in exact order. At sa STL Swear 3, the lucky combination is 9, 4, and 2 in exact order. Congratulations, STL winners! Sa mga nagnanais maging kapartner ng PCSO para sa ating STL Games, eto na po ang iniintay ninyo. Maaari na po kayo mag-submit ng inyong applications. At para sa detalye, panoorin natin.
Starting July 31, 2023, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. until August 14, 2023 at 3 in the afternoon, PCSO will be accepting applications for small town lottery operations for the following areas. Provinces of Camiguin, Cebu excluding Metro Cebu, Misamis Oriental excluding Cagayan de Oro City, Samar, Sulu, and Tawi-Tawi, as well as for the cities of Cagayan de Oro, Makati, and Naga, and the municipality of Pateros. The start of opening and evaluation of applications shall be on August 15, 2023 at 9 in the morning. For the list of requirements and guidelines, you may call the PCSO Branch Operations Sector or visit the PCSO website.
Game players, maging mapanuri tayo sa mga nakikita online. Huwag maniniwalang konektado sa PCSO ang Lucky Pick 3 at Smart Criteria Facebook pages. Hindi rin po produkto ng aming tanggapan ang Pakiloto at SureLotto. Para siguradong legit ang game na sinasalihan ninyo, sa mga authorized Lotto outlets at authorized STL representatives lamang bumili ng inyong mga tickets. Pampagood vibes naman sa mga nangangailangan ng medical and dental check-up. Libre po yan sa PCSO. Pumunta lamang po kayo dito sa PCSO Main Office, Conservatory Building, Shaw Boulevard, Mandaluyong City, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Huwag pong kalimutan ang photocopy ng inyong valid ID, pati na ng inyong mga vaccination cards. Dahil fully vaccinated individuals lamang ang makakatanggap ng nasabing serbisyo. At para naman sa mga mag-BFF na gusto pang humapo sa photo collage contest ng PCSO, pwede pa po kayo magsabit ng inyong entries. Para sa iba pang detalye, panoorin natin ito. What's up, Lotto Peeps? Sa mga mag-besties, best buddies, or partners for life, it's your time to shine. I-flex na ang BFF goals bonding ninyo with PCSO's Bet on Your Best Buddy FB Photo Collage Making Contest. Basic lang ang pagsali dito. Bumili lang ng Lotto 642 System 7 ticket at mag-selfie sa Lotto outlet together with your bestie holding the purchased Lotto ticket. Collect your best shots together at your photo dumps at gumawa ng collage highlighting your BFF goals of playing and winning Lotto together. Fill up the entry form and submit your photo collage to marketing@pcso.gov.ph kasama ang entry form. Copy ng inyong valid ID at picture ng Lotto 642 System 7 ticket purchase within 5 days bago ang submission ng inyong entry. Exciting prizes await you! Submission of entries is up to August 4, 2023. Winners will be announced on September 15, 2023 during our 9 p.m. lottery draw and in our social media accounts. For more information, bisitahin ang PCSO Facebook page, PCSO Games Hub Facebook page, at ang PCSO website. For our late tuners, narito na po ang mga nanalong numero sa ating 5 p.m. draw. Unahin na po natin ang 2D Lotto winning numbers. We have 4 and 16 in exact order. For the 3D Lotto, the lucky numbers are 1, 2, and 6 in exact order. Congratulations, Lotto winners! Ipavalid dito po ang winning ticket para ma-claim at ma-enjoy na ang inyong panalo. At ang paraan kung saan at paano ma-claim ng premyo, panoorin po natin.
Napakasaya ng panalo, napakadali pang mag-claim ng premyo sa mga Lotto games ng PCSO. Kung isa ka sa pinalad na maging Lotto winner, isulat ang iyong pangalan at pirmahan ang likod ng inyong winning ticket. Kung 20 pesos hanggang 10,000 pesos ang napanalunan, maaaring i-claim ang inyong premyo sa kahit saang authorized Lotto outlet near you. And for winners of more than 10,000 pesos up to 300,000 pesos, you can claim your prizes at the nearest PCSO branch in your area and present 2 valid IDs. Kung ikaw naman ang super swerteng jackpot winner, dalhin lamang ang inyong winning ticket at 2 valid IDs sa PCSO Main Office, Shaw Boulevard, Mandaluyong City. Tandaan lamang, may 1 taon kayo mula sa petsa ng inyong pagkapanalo para makapag-claim ng inyong premyo. To all the winners, congratulations po!
Lotto players, may oras pa po para mabili ng inyong mga tickets para sa ating 9 p.m. draws. Mas marami at mas malalaking premyo ang ihatid ng mga games na 2D Lotto, 3D Lotto, nasasamahan pa ng 6D Lotto, Lotto 642 with an estimated jackpot prize of 9 million pesos. And the Grand Lotto 655 with 29.7 million pesos. Buy your tickets na rin po for tomorrow's Super Lotto 649 with 15.8 million pesos. At sa Ultra Lotto 658 with 61 million pesos. At sa Lunes naman po sa ating Mega Lotto 645, the jackpot estimate is 25 million pesos. And that's all for this afternoon. Para po sa PCSO, ako po si Sherry Pamintuan. Take care, Pilipinas!
Nagsisimula pa lamang tayo. Ang pagbangon ng ating bayan ay magpapatuloy pa. Hinihiling ko ang inyong tiwala at pakikiisa. Sa ganitong paraan, makakamtan natin ang ating tanging hangarin, ang maginhawa, matatag at panatag na buhay para sa lahat ng Pilipino.
Susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Ang kinabukasan ng ating bayan ay nakasalalay sa bawat batang nasa ating mga tahanan at maging yung mga nakikita natin sa lansangan. Pero mga batang ito ay kabilang sa vulnerable sector na dapat nating maproteksyonan. Ano-ano nga ba mga dapat gawin para masiguro natin ang isang magandang bukas para sa mga bata?
Is better than this. The children are better than this. And we cannot fail. And that is the main motivation that we should keep in our hearts. We have failed them. We have to admit that. We have failed our children. And let us not keep failing them anymore.
Pagbisita sa Tagum City sa probinsya ng Davao del Norte, nakilala namin ang batang si Andro. Sa edad na 15 ay nagsimula na siyang maghanap buhay para makatulong sa pagtataguyod sa kanyang pamilya.
Kailangan ako ng trabaho kay wala may klase, tapos nagsakit si Papa. Asthma, tapos nahuli kong complicated. Tapos kailangan that time kailangan ako mo provide og tambal niya panggamot. Tapos kailangan sa namin sa pang-araw-araw.
Bagamat ipinagbabawal ang child labor o ang pagpasok ng batang 18 years old pababa sa trabahong nakakasama sa kanyang kalusugan at kaligtasan, napipilitan si Andro na maghanap buhay dahil sa realidad na mahirap ang kanyang pamilya.
Wala ko yung mabuhat sa akong sarili, ako lang isa, wala ko yung igsuon. So siyempre makakuan yun ko kay wala mo tabang sa kuha kung dili ako rang sarili, kay ako naman isa anak.
Sa tala ng Philippine Statistics Authority, as of 2020, ay may 31.17 milyon na batang edad 5 hanggang 17 at 872,000 dito ay naghahanap buhay. Isa na dito si Andro na pinasok na ang samot-saring trabaho.
Andito, nag-kupras kami, nag-mukdok lubi, bugat kaayo. Tapos, kapoy siya, pero labanon din. Pero tapos, kaning mga bunot na itong nakita sa palibot, amon ni siyang ginasilong para lutoon, pangluto sa kupras.
Nag-iisang anak lang si Andro. Pumanaw na ang kanyang ama dahil sa asthma at ang kanyang ina naman ay umi-extra sa paglalabada. Kung sipag ang pag-uusapan, hindi ito questionable kay Andro. Pero malinaw sa kanyang hindi sapat ang kinikita niyang 1,800 pesos kada linggo.
4 years na ako sa kontrabaho, nabati na ako ang kakapoy. 4 years na bugat kayo, tapos muli ko sa balay, gabiin na, say malate pa ako sa eskwelahan. Maligo pa ko, siyempre, akong lawas, looy, dyan kayo.
Sa sitwasyon ni Andro na pinagsasabay ang full-time job at pag-aaral, kulang ang 24 oras sa isang araw.
7 a.m. regular, 7 a.m. mag-in ko 7 a.m. tapos uwian 4:30 p.m. 5:30 p.m. nag-start na mong klase na. Say malik pa ko. 9:30 akong out sa eskwela, 10:30 mag-review ko anahan to 12:30.
Sa kabila nito, hindi pa rin siya nawawala ng pag-asang balang araw ay makaaahon siya sa kahirapan.
Pangarap sa buhay, successful. Papasok ko sa law enforcement, police, para makatabang ko sa atong lugar. Kay sa lugar namo dratong pamilya nagpuyo bali magserbisyo ka para dili lang para sa mong pamilya, para sa tanang tao.
Ngayon ay magsa-second year na si Andrew sa University of Mindanao, Tagum City at kumukuha ng kursong criminology. Pero nakalulungkot isipin na di pa rin tiyak sa kanya kung kaya pa niyang maigapang ang kanyang edukasyon.
Wala ko kabalo kung mupadayon ba ko kay lisod kayo. Nga nila ang trabaho tapos nag-provide po ko supply sa balay para namin kaunon.
Sa bigat ng pasa ni Andro, ito ang kanyang hiling.
Para sa ko ay scholarship. Para kay gusto na ko makauman ng eskwela kay sa ang Pilipinas man good taas kay sa standard ang Pilipinas. Pati mall mag-apply ka og mall pangitaan pa kag diploma. Tapos kung uban trabaho high school graduate. Kung sa mga high professional college graduate. So, gusto yun ako makauman ng eskwela para puhon, successful. Kung surrender mo ka, susukuan ni mo, wala kay mapadulngan, hantod sa ingon, ani lang yun ka. Gusto yun ako nga, dili yun ko ma-stay forever dire sa akong trabaho. Laban lang yun ta.
Fighting, sabi pa ni Andro. Pero sa labang ito, hindi nila kaya ang mag-isa. Kailangan nila ng tulong at pagkalinga. Dahil baliktarin man natin ang mundo, sila pa rin ay mga bata na dapat ay malaya.
While the global prospects were bleak, our economy posted a 7.6% growth in 2022, our highest growth rate in 46 years. For the first quarter of this year, our growth has registered at 6.4%. It remains within our target of 6 to 7% for 2023. We are still considered to be amongst the fastest growing economies in the Asian region and in the world. It is a testament to our strong macroeconomic fundamentals.
Yung video na to is for the World Day Against Child Labor. So this is our Philippines commitment sa pagpapataguyod na to make sure that our country is a child labor-free Philippines. So this is actually a flagship program ng ating National Council Against Child Labor in which yung NAPSI Children Basic Sector is also a part of.
Ang National Council Against Child Labor ay policy coordinating body na inatasang palakasin ang mga pagsisikap ng gobyerno para sa proteksyon ng mga karapatan ng mga bata at mag-ambag sa pag-iwas, pagbawas at pag-alis ng anumang uri ng child labor sa bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno na na may parehas na mandatong mapabuti ang kalagayan ng mga bata sa pangunguna ng Department of Labor and Employment at Department of Social Welfare and Development bilang chairperson at co-chairperson. Child Labor Free Philippines. Ito ang nais maisakatuparan ng sektor ng mga bata sa ilalim ng National Anti-Poverty Commission. Kaya naman sa aming kwentuhan ay kinamusta namin kay Josh kung nasaan na nga ba tayo at gaano na kalayo ang narating natin sa pag-abot ng hangaring ito sa kasalukuyan.
Malayo na po yung narating natin as a country in terms of eradicating and addressing child labor. Meron na po tayong Philippine Plan of Action Against Child Labor. So isang strategic framework po siya from 2023 hanggang 2028 na layong tugunan yung child labor, especially in the grassroots.
Maraming hamon ang kinakaharap ng sektor ng mga bata sa kasalukuyan at mas nadagdagan pa ito noong panahon ng pandemya na ayon kay Josh ay mas nagpataas ng kaso ng pang-aabuso at pananamantala.
Noong pandemya, noong 2020, nakita talaga namin yung pag-degrade ng situation not only in child labor sa Pilipinas, but also in the other children's issues.
Tinitiyak naman ng Department of Labor and Employment o DOLE na kanilang pinaiigting ang laban kontra child labor. Ayon kay DOLE Secretary Bienvenido Laguesma, prioridad ng Marcos administration na wakasan ang child labor sa Pilipinas. At hangad nito na wala na ni kahit isang child laborer sa bansa, batay sa Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028. Isa sa mga nakakabahala dito ay ang mga pagkakataon kung saan mismo ang mga magulang pa ng mga bata na dapat nagpoprotekta sa kanila ang siyang naguudyok sa kanilang mga anak na pumasok sa ganitong sitwasyon, dala na rin ng kahirapan. Ito ay isa lamang sa mga dahilan kung bakit lumalaki ang kaso ng pang-aabuso at pananamantala sa mga bata.
I think this is also one of the effects din ng poverty, especially with the recent pandemic, because everyone just wants to get by.
Katuwang ng NAPSI Children's Sector ang iba't ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan pagdating sa paglaban sa pang-aabuso at pagtataguyod ng karapatan ng mga bata. Ang Department of Labor and Employment ay nangunguna sa paglutas ng problema sa child labor sa bansa sa pamamagitan ng kanilang Child Labor Prevention and Elimination Program na nagbibigay ng mga serbisyo sa pamamagitan ng direktang interbensyon o referral sa mga naaangkop na ahensya at organisasyon. Katuwang nila sa paglaban sa child labor ang Department of Justice na meron namang Child Protection Program na layunin na lahat ng mga batang Pilipino ay protektado mula sa lahat ng uri ng karahasan, pang-aabuso, pagsasamantala at diskriminasyon. Bilang pagpapalakas ng mga programa laban sa pang-aabuso at pananamantala sa mga bata, ay nilagdaan ng Interagency Council Against Trafficking ng Department of Justice ang Implementing Rules and Regulations ng Republic Act No. 11930 o ang Anti-Online Sexual Abuse or Exploitation of Children and Anti-Child Sexual Abuse or Exploitation Materials Act sa pangunguna ni na Department of Justice Secretary Jesus Crispin Remulla at Department of Social Welfare and Development Secretary Rex Gatchalian. May kanya-kanyang programa rin ng Council for the Welfare of Children at Department of Social Welfare and Development para magbigay suporta at proteksyon sa mga bata. Mahalaga rin ang pagbibigay sa kanila ng kamalayan tungkol sa kanilang mga karapatan na siya namang tinututukan ng Department of Education at Commission on Higher Education. Bago matapos ang aming pag-uusap, ay inalam din namin kung ano ba ang iba pang hangarin na takbang ng sektor para mapabuti ang kalagayan ng mga bata at ano pa ang mga programa na makatutulong para mas maprotektahan sila.
We would like to go back sa aming pre-pandemic na main agenda, which was the passage of the Positive Discipline Bill. Pangunahing layunin nito is more on implementing positive discipline as a form of discipline ng ating mga magulang sa mga bata, and by discouraging the use of corporal punishment o pamamalo sa ating mga bata, because we know that these kinds of disciplining the child, especially physical harm or kahit mental harm lang, pag-gaslight mo dyan sa mga bata mo, pag-guilt trip mo yan, makakakos yan ng severe psychological trauma sa bata mo. Hindi mo lang alam na nire-repress mo lang, kumbaga, yung mga sakit na naiipon mo nung bata ka pa. And hindi mo lang namalayan pero mapapasa mo po ito sa mga susunod na henerasyon.
Binigyang diin din ni Josh ang kahalagahan ng paggabay at pagprotekta sa mga bata, lalo na pagdating sa usapin ng pagsugpo sa kahirapan.
Medyo motherhood statement na to sa ganitong point, pero sila po yung hope ng ating nation, di ba? So in order to protect that hope of the nation, especially for the future generations, we need to ensure na yung mga karapatan ng ating mga bata ay na papangalagaan talaga. Siyempre, the root of the most vulnerable sector here, especially in poverty, are the children. Siyempre, para na rin ito sa future ng ating bansa.
Inflation rate is moving in the right direction. From 8.7% in January, our inflation has continued to ease up in all regions, settling now at 5.4% for June. What this means is that in spite of all the difficulties, we are transforming the economy. We are stabilizing the prices of all critical commodities. According to the Bangko Sentral, inflation is expected to ease further by the close of the year and projected at 2.9% by 2024.
Dahil nabanggit ni Josh na ang Council for the Welfare of Children o CWC ang isa sa mga nangungunang ahensya sa pangangalaga ng karapatan ng mga bata, ay sumangguni kami sa kanila para malaman ng mga programa na kasalukuyang ipinatutupad at isinusulong ng ahensya.
Yusek Jello, kamusta po sa ngayon ang sektor ng mga bata?
Alam nyo, Miss Dayan, tuloy-tuloy ang problema ng bata, no? Pero of course, tuloy-tuloy din ang efforts ng national government sa pangunguna na po ng Council for the Welfare of Children para tulungan po sila. Ngayon po ay in the process po tayo of drafting the 4th National Plan of Action for Children. Ito po yung magiging game plan o framework po natin sa paglutas sa mga problema ng bata. Ngayon po ay nakafocus tayo sa child protection and participation kasi marami pa rin pang-aabuso o violence against children na nangyayari, at of course pinapahalaga naman po natin yung participation ng mga bata sa mga bagay na nakakaapekto sa kanila. Tara po, pasok tayo.
Okay, sige po, tara.
Puka muna. Ito nga pala yung conference room namin.
Okay. Yusek Jello, sakto na tayo ay nag-uusap ngayon kasi may mga ilalapit din po kaming concerns. Base na rin po sa naging panayam ko po sa kinatawan po ng mga bata. At nakakalungkot po na ilan po sa mga bata na dapat po sana ay nag-aaral, nasa eskwelahan, marami po sa kanila ay nagtatrabaho na. Ano po yung mga ginagawang hakbang po ng CWC para po masiguro na ang mga bata po ay nag-aaral at hindi po nagtatrabaho?
Ang child labor po sa ating bansa ngayon, as of 2021 data po ng PSA, talagang tumaas po yan ng bahagya. Aktibo po ang Council for the Welfare of Children dito sa tinatawag na National Council Against Child Labor. Ito po ay isang konseho na pinamumunuan po ng DOLE para po talaga pag-usapan at sugpuin or at least po pababain man lang yung child labor po sa ating bansa. Kung meron pong mga child labor po talaga dyan, yung pinagbabawal po ng ating batas, yan po ay pwedeng isumbong sa Makabata Helpline 1383 po. So dyan sa number pong 1383 po na yan.
Okay. May mga cases ba, Yusek Jello, na mismong mga magulang pa ang talagang nagbubuyo sa kanilang mga anak na kailangan mo magtrabaho tapos ang dahilan nila kasi ang hirap ng buhay?
Alam niyo po, Ma'am Dayan, batay po sa mga pag-aaral na rin po, ang pangunahing rason po talaga nung pagtaas ng child labor ay kahirapan. Yan po ay talagang tinutugunan po ng ating pamahalaan sa pangunguna na nga po ng National Anti-Poverty Commission kung saan po kami ay nakikilahok din po talaga. Habang sinusolve po ng pamahalaan po, ang DOLE naman po through the National Council Against Child Labor na aking nabanggit po, yan naman po ang naninigurado na ang mga panuntunan na inilabas po ng DOLE na nagbabawal po ng child labor ay nasusunod po. Whether yan po ay sinusunod po ng mga employers sa private sector o yung mga magulang po mismo. Kaya lang po talagang, alam nyo po, talagang nakakalungkot po yan. Hindi po natin maikakaila na pag ang kabataan po ay nasa sadlak po sa child labor, yan po ay nauubusan ng oras sa kanyang sarili, nakakalimutan ang pagiging bata at siyempre po yung pag-aaral po napapabayaan po. Meron pong mga ahensya ng gobyerno na tumutugon po sa kahirapan. Isa na nga po dyan yung NAPSI. Ang DOLE naman ho na namumuno po doon sa National Council Against Child Labor. Ang ginagawa po natin dito sa konseho na to ay of course sinisigurado po natin na mga panuntunan ho ay nasusunod. Pero ang DOLE po ay nagbibigay po ng livelihood programs din po sa mga magulang.
Ang DOLE ay isa sa mga ahensya na nangunguna sa pagsugpo ng child labor sa bansa. Kabilang sa kanilang mga hakbang ay ang pagbibigay ng kabuhayan sa mga magulang ng child laborers sa ilalim ng kanilang DOLE Integrated Livelihood Program at TUPAD. Sa ilalim ng mga programang ito ay nabibigyan sila ng mga kagamitan at kasanayan para makapagsimula ng maliit na negosyo at pagkakakitaan. Bilang pakikiisa sa World Day Against Child Labor 2023 na may temang buong bansa, lahat ng bata sama-sama para sa batang malaya, ay isinasagawa rin ng DOLE ang Project Angel Tree. Sa ilalim ng proyektong ito ay binibigyan ng mga profile child laborers ng iba't ibang klase ng assistance kasama na ang school supplies at gift packs. Bukod sa mga ito ay may stress debriefing at psychosocial activity din para sa mga bata kung saan maaari nilang ipahayag ang kanilang mga karanasan bilang batang manggagawa. Katulad ng ibang programa sa ilalim ng Project Angel 3 ay may ibinabahagi ring livelihood grants sa mga magulang ng batang benepisyaryo.
Paano po ninyo napapaalam sa mga bata at lalo tigit sa kanilang mga magulang na ganito ang karapatan ng mga bata at dapat itong maipatupad at maibigay sa kanila?
Alam niyo po, all year round marami po tayong awareness campaign na ginagawa. Maliban po sa aming mga national programs po, like yung meron po kaming mga PEP programs po every year. Kunyari yung Child Sexual Abuse Awareness Week po namin. Meron din po tayong Safer Internet Day for Children. Para po magbigay babala naman sa mga magulang at sa mga bata doon sa tamang paggamit po at sa mga panganib na pwede pong makuha sa internet.
Isa rin po sa mga problemang kinakaharap ng sektor ng mga bata ay ang issue naman po sa sexual abuse and exploitation. Ano po ang mga hakbang po natin para labanan po ito?
Alam nyo, Ma'am Dayan, nakakalungkot po yan. Even as early as 2015, when the Council for the Welfare of Children and UNICEF rolled out with this national baseline study on violence against children, lumabas po dyan sa pag-aaral na yan na 1 out of 5 children po, Filipino children, has experienced some form of sexual violence. So you can just imagine, this is pre-pandemic. So pagdating po ng pandemic, yan po ay inasahan po talaga nating tumaas pa. So kami po sa Council for the Welfare of Children bilang punong abalang ahensya ng gobyerno tungkol sa kabataan, kami po ay aktibo na nakilahok sa paggawa po nung bago nating batas. Ito po yung naging batas nung July 30, 2022, itong Online Sexual Abuse and Exploitation of Children and Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation Materials Act.
Ang Anti-Online Sexual Abuse or Exploitation of Children and Anti-Child Sexual Abuse or Exploitation Materials ay isang batas na naglalayong protektahan ang mga kabataan sa iba't ibang uri ng sexual na karahasan, pang-aabuso at pagsasamantala kabilang na ang banta sa seguridad na dala ng teknolohiya. Isinasaad ng batas na ito ang pagbabawal sa pagpapakalat ng mga material gaya ng video, audio, writings at iba pang anyo kung saan makikita ang isang bata na nakikibahagi o nasasangkot sa mga aktibidad na sexual o naglalarawan ng mga gawaing sexual na pang-aabuso o pagsasamantala sa isang bata bilang isang sexual na bagay.
Meron din pong isa pang struktura sa pangunguna naman po ng DOJ. Ito po yung Committee on the Special Protection of Children. Aktibo po ang ating butihing kalihim ng Department of Justice po na mas palakasin pa po itong committee na to at tingnan ang lahat ng instances ng violence against children. Kasama na po dyan yung sexual violence.
Yung Makabata Helpline, I understand, nandito po yan mismo sa building na ito. Pwede po ba natin yung bisitahin at silipin po, Yusek Jello?
Opo, nasa 3rd floor po namin yan ngayon. Pwede po natin silang bisitahin.
Sige, tara po, Yusek Jello.
Dayan, tara. Ito nga pala yung CWC Makabata Helpline Center namin.
So kasalukuyan silang tumatanggap ngayon ng mga tawag
Opo. Talaga pong ano yan, live na live po yan. Tumatanggap na tawag through the landline, the cellphone, and pati po yung Facebook Messenger and email, gumagana po yan.
Okay, so may mga iba't ibang platforms, sir, aside from the landline para makapag-sabi sa inyo ng mga dulog at concerns?
Tama po yan, Ma'am Dayan, kasi po ang mga kabataan po natin, unang-una, karamihan sa kanila ayaw nang naririnig ng boses nila. Gusto anonymous. Yung iba naman, siyempre, hindi gusto makita ang muka. So, bulk of the calls that we receive for the Makabata Helpline is through Facebook Messenger, through emails, or yung mga cellphone po. So very useful po yan. Ngayon po yung landline po namin na 1383, yan po ay gumagana na. Tapos po ang CWC Makabata Helpline ay available na po sa Council for the Welfare of Children website. Okay. So if you click the icon there, mapupunta po kayo sa computer nitong ating mga agents.
Ano-anong mga klaseng concerns, sir, ang pwedeng itawag dito sa 1383?
Of course, unang-una pong pwedeng itawag po dito ay from the simplest corporal punishment, verbal abuse, physical abuse, hanggang sa sexual abuse at rape, hanggang mga bullying po. Marami na po kaming na-receive niyan. Tsaka po yung tinatawag po na, of course, usong-uso po sa mga kabataan ngayon, yung mental health concerns po nila. Ginagawa po natin, if we can resolve it at the CWC level, we have lawyers here and social workers. Kami po ay nagpo-provide ng mga first aid po. Pag yan po ay medyo komplikado at talagang hindi sa amin ang mandato, kami po ay nagre-refer ho sa tamang ahensya. When we refer to the proper government agency or even to the private sector, we have a monitoring system. Talaga pong minomonitor natin kung talagang ina-actionan po nila. Kunyari po, kung may kasong ipafile, na-file na po ba ang kaso, anong estado niyan, at kung natapos na po. So we monitor ho everything that we refer.
How about Yusek Jello, yung mga bata na nasa lansangan, ano po ang ginagawa niyong hakbang para sa kanila?
Lahat po ng bata mahalaga. Hanggang pong mga bata po na nasa lansangan, yung tinatawag po nating children in street situation. In fact, may subcommittee po ang Council for the Welfare of Children, particularly handling CISS concerns. Ngayon po, kami po, yung subcommittee namin ay may close coordination po with DSWD dun sa nilulunsad po ng DSWD ng mga reach out programs. Ang plano po kasi ng DSWD dyan ay abutin ho ang mga pamilya, pati na po ang mga kabataan na nasa lansangan para po sila'y maalis dyan. Temporarily mailagak po sa mga centers na kakalinga po sa kanila, and eventually maibabalik po sila sa probinsya at mabibigyan po ng livelihood.
Yusek Jello, maraming salamat sa inyong oras at hangad natin na patuloy na maibigay ang mga nararapat na karapatan at mga serbisyo para sa ating mga bata. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat din po, Ma'am Dayan, at maraming salamat po sa NAPSI.
Tunay na katuwang po natin ng CWC para po labanan ng kahirapan, partikular itong nararanasan ng ating mga bata. Kaya naman, sabayan po ninyo ako at sama-sama tayong umaksyon laban sa kahirapan.
Tunay na mapaglaro ang realidad dahil sa kahirapan at hindi patas na oportunidad. Napipilitan ng ilang mga bata na maghanap buhay. Maganda man minsan ang hangarin, pero hindi ito tama. Dahil ang mga bata ay dapat nag-aaral, naglalaro at nagpapakabata. Sama-sama nating pagtulong-tulungan upang ito ay maitama para sa isang batang malaya.
I urge the government to enact a new government procurement law and a new government auditing code. This to make government procurement and auditing more attuned to these changing times. We will give effect to the mandate of the Constitution and the Local Government Code as clarified by the Supreme Court very soon. Almost all the required devolution transition plans of the LGUs are done. To fully prepare them for optimal devolution, the necessary technical and financial assistance is being extended to our local government. In everything that we do, the enduring Filipino quality of bayanihan will still be our guide.
Ang susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Culture is the pride of each country, and it embodies the unique identity of its community. It's represented through the art of dances, food, and customs. Culture is also evident in the art of handicraft, characterized by distinctive shapes and patterns. The art of handicraft is highly treasured in all 10 ASEAN member states, especially Brunei Darussalam. It produces lots of items made and designed from wood, fabrics, metal, glass, and many more. Brunei's cultural heritage and identity are embodied in the design of these handicraft products. A glass-making factory in the country is taking pride in producing these kinds of gems.
Welcome to Mahkota Crystal Sendiran Berhad, Brunei Darussalam's only glass-blowing studio factory and gallery showroom. We provide guided tours to our studio factory, and we also have our gallery showroom full of a wide range of products.
Mahkota Crystal has been producing various types of handmade glass products since its establishment in 2000. All of them are made by local people. It's the only glass-making studio on Borneo Island, and Bruneians are proud of it.
Semua apa yang ada di sini adalah unik. Mengapa saya katakan dia unik? Sebab ia adalah buatan handmade daripada tangan, di mana setiap barang-barang yang dibuat itu tidak ada duplikasi. So, kami melihat dari segi itu mengambil peluang, dan juga salah satu untuk memperbagaikan lagi industri kecil-kecilan di Brunei ini. Satu benda yang baru.
Even though the business runs on a small scale, the products have already caught the attention of locals and tourists who visit the Mahkota Crystal Gallery.
Daripada feedback yang kami terima daripada pelancong, orang luar, kadang-kadang walk-in customer, ya mereka memang meminati barang-barang keluaran Mahkota Crystal sebab ia hanya boleh didapati di Brunei. Contohnya warnanya berdasarkan kepada kebruneiannya, dan bahan-bahan barangan produk yang dihasilkan berasaskan apa yang ada di Brunei ini. So seperti gong, ketekiding, kulintangan, sumboi-sumboi.
The glass ornaments are inspired by the color of Brunei Darussalam's national flag, which consists of yellow, white, black, and red. This is the real identity of Bruneians. The shape and designs also symbolize the natural heritage and culture of Borneo Island. In line with the advancement of technology, Makota Crystal also uses social media to promote its products. Behind all of these accomplishments, there is more to the story. Challenges and difficulties are always part of the business. In order to succeed, they have to constantly rise up against the odds.
Cabaran utama yang dihadapi adalah seperti barang-barang tempahan customized tuh, di mana kadang-kadang tempahan itu memerlukan deadline yang singkat saja diberikan. Dan kadang-kadang barang-barang buatan yang customized nih pertama kali dihasilkan, kami akan mencoba dan mencoba sehingga berjaya menghasilkan produk yang dikehendaki oleh pelanggan. Kedua, jika kami mendapat tempahan yang banyak kuantitinya, so memandangkan semua tenaga ada di belakang, semuanya manual dan handmade, so kami memerlukan masa yang panjang jika untuk tempahan yang banyak. Faktor-faktor utama yang mendorong kejayaan bukan saja dalam pembuatan kaca lah. Dan salah satu faktor yang menggalakkan di Makota Crystal ini adalah artisan gelas kami yang tidak berputus asa mencoba improvekan lagi produk itu lah.
Far away from the city and surrounded by green trees down the road to the village stands a sago factory that processes ambulong, the traditional food of Bruneians. This factory was established in the 1970s and is managed by Yong Ming Leong, or Ali, who inherited the business from his father. During its early days, the factory used the traditional techniques of making ambulong in order to meet local demand. Machines were introduced after the factory moved to its current site in the 1980s. These machines were designed by his father. The production began to grow gradually as a result. As time changed, the demand eventually exceeded production. Now, the machines are unable to meet the rising demand in Brunei.
Kalau sebutan macam Brunei kan, macam penduduk Brunei tidaklah cukup dalam pasaran. Terlampau banyak permintaan kan, dorang mau yang kadang dorang mau yang sini juga kan, yang tempatan atau dorang suka mungkin dorang rasa atau press kah coba itulah. Kalau kira penduduk lah, pasal kami mengantar di kawasan kadai-kadai saya kan.
There is only one machine used to process the sago, thus limiting production. Getting sago supply is also not an easy task. Ali is also faced with several challenges, especially during monsoons.
Kalau kira dalam pengalaman pahit itu adalah saya ingin kerusakan, banjir, pernah banjir, kehilangan kan karena banjir, atau masalah atau kadang-kadang yang dapat dielakkan.
The basic material used to produce ambulong is sago tree, scientifically known as rumbia. The tree can be found at swamp areas. Ali must select a sago tree that matures around 8 to 10 years. If this tree is located on a villager's property, Ali would seek permission from the owner. Usually, Ali cuts down 2 to 3 sago trees at a time to enable him to produce ambulong twice a week. He also has to explore the nearest jungle at least 8 times a month. That is his monthly schedule. One sago tree can produce up to 250 kilograms of ambulong. The finished product is wrapped according to its weight, 500 grams, 1 kilogram, or 2 kilograms. Then, the package is sent to nearby shops or sometimes to other stores in the country. Despite the shortcomings, Ali will never give up. He will continue as long as there are demands from everybody.
Pasal kurang permintaan, kalau stok permintaan, kemasukan luar banyak, tidak guna sagu tempatan, sudah. Ini tidak mau, jadi semangat itu dari orang. dari rakyat to Brunei laki raya. Sagot tempatan bagus, lewatan orang kan, sini bagus buyat coba to. Jadi semangat tuh ada, sambung terus.
Disaster Watch. Alamin ang Modified Tropical Cyclone Wind Signal System para sa mga paparating na bagyo. Signal number 1. Isa itong tropical depression na nagtataglay ng bahagyang lakas ng hangin at tatama sa loob ng 1.5 araw. Posible itong makadulot ng pinsala. Walang pasok ang mga bata sa preschool. Signal number 2. Ito ay tinatawag na tropical storm na may dalang katamtamang lakas ng hangin at posibleng tumama sa loob ng 24 oras. Pinapayuhan ng lahat na isecure ang kanilang mga bahay at kagamitan at huwag na munang maglakbay. Wala ring pasok ang mga mag-aaral mula sa preschool hanggang high school. Signal number 3. Ito ay severe tropical storm na posibleng tumama sa loob ng 18 oras. Pinapayuhan ang mga residente na lumikas sa mabababang lugar, baybayin at tabing ilog at maghanda sa pagkawala ng kuryente at komunikasyon. Walang pasok sa lahat ng antas ng edukasyon. Signal number 4. Ito ay isang ganap na typhoon na maaaring tumama sa loob ng 12 oras at nagtataglay ng napakalakas na hangin. Dapat manatili muna sa bahay at lumikas mula sa mga mapanganib na lugar. Signal number 5. Ito ay isang super typhoon na nagtataglay ng napakalakas na hangin at posibleng magdulot ng malawakang pinsala. Manatili sa loob ng matibay na gusali at mag-monitor sa mga weather update para sa inyong kaligtasan. Sa panahon ng bagyo, dapat laging listo.
Papalawigin pa natin ang ating programa sa abot-kayang pabahay, lalo na para sa mga mahihirap nating kababayan. Itong nakalipas na taon, inilunsad natin ang pambansang pabahay para sa Filipino Housing Program o 4PH. Nagkaroon na tayo ng groundbreaking sa 25 lugar sa iba't ibang bahagi ng bansa. Nagpirmahan na rin ng kasunduan upang simulan ang mga proyekto sa mahigit 100 lokasyon. Kung susumahin natin ito, mahigit 1 milyong kabahayan ang may alay natin sa ating mga kababayan sa buong bansa.
Patid sa inyo mga konkretong impormasyon at serbisyong may aksyon.
At muli, ang tunay na malasakit ay laging at work.
Balanseng balitaan at napapanahong talakayan. Sentro Balita. Lunes hanggang Biyernes, alas 12:30 ng tanghali. Sa PTV. Health Watch, mga paalalang pangkalusugan laban sa leptospirosis. Ang leptospirosis ay sakit na dulot ng Leptospira bacteria mula sa ihi ng infected na mga hayop. Naipapasa ito sa pamamagitan ng pagtalsik ng kontaminadong tubig sa mata, ilong at bibig, sa kontaminadong pagkain at inumin, at paglusong sa maraming tubig habang may bukas na sugat. Kabilang sa sintomas ng leptospirosis ang lagnat, panginginig, pananakit ng katawan, sakit ng ulo, pamamantal, pamumula ng mata, paninilaw ng balat, at diarrhea. Kung hindi maaagapan, maaari itong makapinsala sa bato, utak, at atay. Agad kumonsulta sa inyong doktor o sa malapit na health facility kung makaramdam ng sintomas. Para makaiwas sa leptospirosis, iwasang lumusong sa maduming tubig o baha, o gumamit ng bota at gloves kung kinakailangan. Maligo at magsabon agad kung nababad sa maduming tubig. Siguruhing malinis ang inumin. Panatilihing malinis ang bahay at kapaligiran. At ugaliin ang tamang pagtatapon ng basura. Tandaan, sa panahon ng sakit, dapat laging listo.
Sa mga nakalipas na buwan, nakita natin ang pagbaba ng presyo ng bilihin sa iba't ibang mga sektor. Napatunayan natin na kayang maipababa ang presyo ng bigas karne, isda, gulay at asukal. Malaking tulong ang Kadiwa Store na ating muling binuhay at inilunsad. Sa mahigit 7,000 kadiwa na idinaos sa buong Pilipinas, 1.8 milyon na pamilya ang nakinabang sa mababang presyo ng bilihin. Sa kabuuan, halos 700 milyong piso ang naging benta ng mga ito na nakapagbigay ng hanap buhay sa mga membro ng mahigit 3,000 na kooperatiba at samahan. Maganda ang nakita nating resulta, kaya papalawigin pa natin ang kadiwa sa buong bansa.
Tatlong bagong programang sumasalamin sa kwento ng Pilipino. Mapapanood na sa inyong People's Television.
Mr. President, what do you do every day? Maraming bagay naman talaga na ginagawa ng isang Pangulo na hindi alam ng publiko. Kaya dito ko na lang sasagutin sa vlog yung katanungan na yan.
The Philippine President, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., like you've never seen him before, on BBM Vlog.
Madami na ako nakitang picture ng beach at iba pang lugar sa Pilipinas. Pero ngayon ko lang talaga masasabi, ang ganda pala talaga ng Pinas, no?
Tunghayan ang mga nakakaantig na istorya ng buhay ng mga ordinaryong Pilipino sa On the Ground.
Ang oras ng pagpapatrol ko sa dagat, alas 8 ng gabi.
10 taong gulang pa lamang ako nang matuto akong magpayot.
Ako pala si Alvin Cristobal. Isa po akong mandarames.
At sumabay sa pagbuo ng mga bagong pangarap, katuwang ang mga programa ng pamahalaan para sa isang bagong Pilipinas.
Tinupad niyo po yung pangarap namin. Na ang pangarap po namin ay pangarap niyo rin po pala para sa aming mga mahihirap.
BBM Vlog, On the Ground, Bagong Pilipinas. Mapapanood na dito lang sa PTV, ang pambansang TV. Limampung taon ng tapat na pagsiservisyo. Kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 10 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV, ang pambansang TV. Healthy diet sa maliit na budget? Kaya nating diskartehan yan. Bumili ng mga napapanahong gulay at prutas o magtanim na lang ng mga ito sa sariling bakuran. Mag-isip ng mga bagong lutuin para sa mga tirang pagkain. at piliin ang mga mas murang alternatibo sa karne na bukod sa masustansya ay puno pa ng protina. Healthy diet. Gawin nating affordable for all. Isang mensahe ngayong pambansang buwan ng nutrisyon mula sa PTV.
Government must fully embrace digitalization to provide better service to the people through its vital frontline services and its back-end functions. All our digitalization efforts will be linked to our payment systems, whose digital transformation has been accelerating at a remarkable rate. The eGov PH app has also been launched. As envisioned, all key government services are to be integrated into the single and centralized mobile app for the convenience of the general public.
Sa mabilis na takbo ng panahon, mahalaga sa amin ang maihatid sa inyo ang pinakabago at makabuluhang impormasyon.
Sa ngayon ay pinag-iingat na ng lokal na pamahalaan.
At yan muna ang mga huling kaganapan mula dito
Paalala
sa
ng mga eksperto sa Glory Balegan para itipagigyan.
Kasama ang mga tapat nating tagapaghatid balita. Kahit saan, kahit kailan, kasama nyo ang PTV para sa bayan.
Napakalakas na ng hangin at expect daw na mas lalakas pa ito.
Hindi na nararamdaman ang pagsik na super typhoon.
Sa mga oras nito, batay sa monitoring ng mga taga-barangay, initikas na yung mga residenteng malapit sa baybaying dagat.
Baka posible nang matabunan ang kanilang buhay.
Kaya naman yung mga motorista doon sa kabilang side.
Kaya patuloy ang paalala ng mga otoridad.
Pumapasok dito kung pwede mga residente dito.
Masayang kwentuhan kasama ang inyong paboritong sports personalities. Discover the lighter, more personal side of sports. Dito sa Sports Chat. Siyempre, saan pa kundi sa paboritong programang pampalakasan ng bayan, PTV Sports.
Dahil walang pahinga pagdating sa pagbabalita. Tuloy-tuloy ang pag-uulat hanggang weekend. Balikan natin ang pinakamalalaki at nagbabagang balita sa nagdaang linggo. Kasama si Joey Gilas at T. Atienza Valdepeñas tuwing Sabado. At sila Mela Las Moras, Daniel Manalastas, Alan Francisco,
Ito'y sa pamagitan ng
at Kenneth Pasyente tuwing linggo. Ulat Bayan Weekend, Sabado at Linggo, alas 6 ng gabi. Dito lang sa PTV.
For our seafarers to continue to excel, maritime education in the Philippines has been strengthened. This will progress and solidify our country's position as a global maritime hub through the steady supply of competent Filipino seafarers to foreign merchant marine vessels. The question about the European Union's recognition of the standards of training of Filipino seafarers has, after 17 years, finally been resolved.
numbers, facts, insightful analyses, and context on information for a better perspective.
Developing stories in the country and around the world.
The most current news and issues that are relevant to today's times.
Get a rundown of it all every night, only here on PTV News Tonight.
Ang ating butihing Vice Presidente na kalihim din ng kagawaran ng edukasyon ay tumutulong upang tiyakin na ang bawat batang Pilipino ay mabibigyan ng nararapat at kalidad na edukasyon. We have renewed hope in giving the best to our next batches of students, especially the 28.4 million learners who return to school this year. Learning recovery will be at the forefront of our education agenda.
calling all sports fanatics. Huwag palalampasin ang pinakamainit na sports news. Silipin natin ang latest updates, highlights at komentaryo tungkol sa inyong mga paboritong athletes, sports teams at personalities. Stay ahead of the game. Kasama sina Meg Shozon, Bill Velasco at Sheila Salaysay. PTV Sports. Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 7:30 ng gabi at tuwing Sabado alas 4:30 ng hapon. Dito lang sa PTV.
Nagsisimula pa lamang tayo. Ang pagbangon ng ating bayan ay magpapatuloy pa. Hinihiling ko ang inyong tiwala at pakikiisa. Sa ganitong paraan, makakamtan natin ang ating tanging hangarin, ang maginhawa, matatag at panatag na buhay para sa lahat ng Pilipino.
Sa paglipanan ng maling balita, dito ka na sa Subok at Totoo. Kumpletong pagtatalakay sa mga usaping pambayan at mga programa ng pamahalaan. Dito nyo malalaman. Samahan ang veteranong mamamahayag na si Aljo Bendijo sa Public Briefing. #Laging Handa PH. Lunes hanggang Biyernes sa PTV.
Susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Ngayong gabi sa Ulat Bayan Weekend, Bagyong Falcon nakapasok na ng Philippine Area of Responsibility. Epekto nito sa habagat, alamin. Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. personal na nagpunta sa mga rehiyon sa norte para silipin ang pinsala ng Bagyong Egay at mamahagi ng tulong. Imbestigasyon sa tumaob na motorbangka sa Binangonan, Rizal patuloy. Kapitan at crew ng bangka posibleng makasuhan. Pangulong Marcos planong pamyendahan ang batas para resolbahin ang isyu ng mga negosyante sa pagbubuwis. At ikalawang linggo ng Agosto, idiniklara ni Pangulong Marcos bilang Philippine Space Week.
Magandang gabi, Pilipinas. Umabot na po sa 14 ang bilang ng mga namatay sa pagdaan ng Bagyong Egay. 13 naman ang sugatan habang nasa 20 ang nawawala.
Pumapalo naman sa halos 1.2 billion pesos ang naging pinsala sa infrastruktura sa Region 1 at 2, Mimaropa, Region 5 at 6, 11 at sa Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Aabot naman po sa mahigit 800 million pesos ang danyos na dala ng bagyo at mahigit 70 magsasaka at mangingisdang apektado. Kaugnay niyan, personal na pinuntahan ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. ang ilang sinalantang lugar sa norte ngayong araw. Ang mga detalye mamaya lamang.
Inutos si Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. ang agarang paghahatid ng tulong sa mga sinalanta ng Bagyong Egay. Handa rin ang gobyerno na umalalay sa mga magsasakang apektado. May ulat si Kenneth Pasyente.
Bagaman nasa Malaysia para sa kanyang state visit nitong mga nakaraang araw, tiniyak ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. na tutok ang pamahalaan sa pagresponde matapos ang pananalasa ng Bagyong Egay. Sinabi ng Pangulo na walang opisyal mula sa disaster response ang sumama sa Malaysia para matiyak na mababantayan ang sitwasyon.
I am getting twice daily reports from Secretary Gatchalian and from Pagasa and from the Coast Guard at Biral Abu. So I'm in constant touch.
Agad ding nagbaba ng direktiba ang Pangulo sa disaster response agencies para ma-monitor ang typhoon hit areas. Katunayan, Agad na inatasan ng Pangulo ang mga kinauukulan na agad mamahagi ng relief goods sa mga apektadong individual. Agad din anyang nag-deploy ng mga disaster response unit na aaksyon sa rescue operations.
The moment that we are able to provide relief, well, right now it is rescue kasi may mga na-stranded pa, meron na baha. So rescue and then eventually relief, we will do it immediately. I know that most of the first respondents are already up north. Naglanding na yata yung iba sa Tuguegarao and the others who have been to Lawag to go down to also to Ilocos Sur and then up to Abra.
Nakahanda rin ang pamahalaan na umagapay sa mga magsasaka na naapektuhan ng pananim dahil sa pananalasa ng bagyo.
So we'll have to go back and find out what are the areas that na nasira ang bagong tanim para makapagbigay tayo ng seedlings para makabawi naman sila. Baka maihahabol pa nila yung season na ito.
Nauna nang sinabi ng punong ehekutibo na nakahanda ang 173 million pesos na standby funds para sa naging pananalasa ng bagyong Egay. Kenneth Pasyente para sa Bayan.
Bumisita at namahagi ng tulong si Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. sa mga nasalanta ng bagyong Egay sa Abra. Personal niyang nakita ang lawak ng sirang iniwan ng bagyo sa lalawigan at sa buong Cordillera Region. May ulat si Dante Gito.
Humupan ang baha sa ilang lugar dito sa Abra, ngunit makikita pa rin ang bakas ng hagupit ng bagyong Egay. Isa kasi ang Abra sa mga pinaka-naapektuhan ng bagyo na binisita ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. ngayong araw.
Kaya kami nandito para tiyakin na maayos ang takbo at magbigay ng instruction para maging maliwanag kung ano yung dapat nating gawin. Mahusay naman ang ating mga disaster response team sa LGU, sa National. At maganda naman ang ugnayan ng national at saka local.
Nagkaroon muna ng aerial inspection si Pangulong Marcos bago lumapag sa Abra Police Provincial Office. Layunin niyang bisitahin at kumustahin ang kalagayan ng Abra at ng buong Cordillera pagkatapos ng paghagupit ng bagyong Egay. Ang ilang lugar nananatili pa ring lubog sa baha. Mayroon ding mga naitalang mga pagguho ng lupa. Aabot naman sa 68,910 na pamilya ang kabuoang naapektuhan ng bagyong Egay. 3 ang nasawi dahil sa pagkalunod. Tig-isa sa bayan ng Bukay, Bangged at Pilar. 4 naman ang naitalang nasugatan, tig-2 sa Likwan Baay at Villa Vicosa. Isa naman ang hanggang sa ngayon ay nawawala pa rin. 3,553 na kabahayan naman ang nasira, 3,396 ang partially damaged at 157 ang totally damaged. Dito lang sa Abra, 1,087 na nakabahayan ang napaulat na nasira. Tinatayang aabot naman sa 6 million pesos ang halaga ng nasirang mga pananim, pero hindi pa ito ang kabuang bilang dahil marami pa silang hindi natatanggap na reports. Bagsak pa rin kasi ang komunikasyon at linya ng kuryente sa ilang lugar hanggang sa ngayon. Sumatotal, aabot sa 1.2 billion pesos ang tinatayang halaga ng mga nasira sa Abra. Sa pagbisita ng Pangulo, inatasan niya ang iba't ibang mga kinatawan ng line agencies na pabilisin pa ang pagtugon sa pangangailangan ng mga apektadong residente sa Cordillera. Pagkatapos ng situational briefing, nagtungo ang Pangulo sa Abra Plaza para naman pangunahan ang distribusyon ng relief packs sa mga apektadong residente. Ganoon na lang ang tuwa nila nang makita si President Marcos.
Kakaasi kami nga taga Santa Rosa, Bangged, Abra, kenda dumapay nga bumarangay. Ngamin, tinapasaran mi apo, awan tibadbado mi. Makita yu apo, ijay kanal, ijay kami nga, aglablaba. Agyamin kami kada kayo amin-amin, nga imay dito'y Abra, nga bumisita kada kami.
Kaugnay rin nito na mahagi ang Department of Agriculture na aabot sa 9.9 million pesos na halaga ng tulong. Ang DOLE nagbigay naman ng 15 million pesos sa mga nasalanta ng bagyo sa Abra sa pamamagitan ng Tupad Program. Namahagi rin ang Office of the President ng cash assistance sa lahat ng munisipyo sa lalawigan. 10,000 pesos naman ang ibinigay sa 600 mamamayan ng Bangged mula sa Department of of Social Welfare and Development. Nauna na ring nakapagbigay ng 20,000 family food packs ang DSWD at bukas ay magdaragdag ng 40,000 sa ABRA para tugunan ang pangangailangan ng iba pang mga apektadong pamilya. Hiling naman ng mga taga-ABRA ang mas maayos na daan dahil palaging nagkakaroon ng pagguho ng lupa at long-term solution sa ABRA sa problema naman ng pag-apaw ng tubig at pagbaha. Ngunit ayon sa Pangulo, ito ay kanilang titignan agad at sa kaso ng Abra River, suggestion niyang magtanim pa sa mga watershed para makatulong sa pagsipsip ng tubig ulan. Kasama ring bumisita ng Pangulong Marcos ang kapatid nitong si Senator Amy Marcos at DSWD Secretary Rex Gatchalian. Mula rito sa Abra, Dante Gitu ng PTV Cordillera para sa Bayan.
Dumiretso naman si Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. sa Ilocos Norte matapos dumalaw sa Abra, kung saan nagkaroon ng situation briefing kaugnay sa epekto ng bagyong Egay. May ulat si Noel Talakay live.
Sa mga oras na ito, nakararanas na naman yung Lawag, Ilocos Norte ng pag-ulan. Pero buti na lang, kaninang tanghali maganda ang panahon. Kaya naman yung pagbisita dito ni President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. ay naging maayos. Nagawa pa niya magkaroon ng aerial inspection sa 4 na probinsya ng Region 1 at nakapamigay pa ng ayuda doon sa mga apektadong pamilya ni Bagyong Egay. Umaga pa lang nakaposisyon na ang mga pulis at iba pang uniform personnel sa harap ng Ilocos Norte Provincial Capital bilang paghahanda sa pagbisita ni Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. sa nasabing probinsya para pangunahan ang pagbibigay ng mga cash assistance at food assistance sa mahigit 1,000 pamilya na apektado ng Bagyong Egay. Nagsagawa din ng briefing ang Pangulo kasama ang mga leader ng ilang probinsya ng Region 1. Sumentro ang kanilang usapan sa supply ng kuryente at tubig, pamamahagi ng pagkain at mga nasirang pang-agrikultura, infrastructure at mga bahay. Batay sa pinakabagong tala ng DSWD, kulang-kulang 100 LGU ang naapektuhan ng Bagyong Egay sa Region 1. Mahigit 130,000 families o mahigit 580,000 individuals. Nasa mahigit 370 naman ang totally damaged na bahay habang mahigit 11,000 naman ang partially damaged.
Sa mga nasiraan ng bahay na destroyed, completely destroyed houses, merong emergency support na gagawin ang human settlements at meron din gagawin ang NHA.
Nagsagawa rin ng aerial inspection ang Pangulo sa buong Ilocos Norte.
I was looking galing sa helicopter, talagang ang daming flooded, ang daming inundated, ang laki ng ilog. But so that is what we are trying to deal with now. Natapos na tayo sa rescue phase, yung meron pang mga isolated, wala na i-rescue na lahat ng mga kailangan na i-rescue. Nasa relief phase ngayon tayo.
Isa rin sa mga problema dito sa Region 1 ay ang supply ng kuryente. Katunayan, ang Ilocos Norte, 25% pa lang ang naibabalik na supply ng kuryente sa ilang lugar dito.
Kung inon nila yan at may putol na koneksyon, masisira yung buong sistema. Kaya't maingat na maingat lahat before they turn on the power.
Samantala, 4 na individual ang nasawi dito sa Ilocos Norte kahapon. Ang pinakabagong naitala, isang lalaki na inanod sa baha matapos bumalik sa kanyang bahay noong kasagsagan ng malakas na ulan upang isagip ang ilang gamit at ang kanyang mga alagang hayop. Ang nasawi ay isang 70 years old na lalaki kung saan tinangay ang kanyang katawan sa isang dike. Kasama rin kanina ni Pangulong Marcos Jr. ang kanyang kapatid na si Senador Amy Marcos at ang kanyang anak na representative or ng First District ng Ilocos Norte na si Sentro Marcos at kasama rin ng DSWD Secretary Rex Gatchalian.
Okay, Noel, considering na ang sama talaga ng tama ng Bagyong Egay dyan, sa Ilocos Norte, ano ang mga paghahanda ng gobyerno naman tungkol dito sa Bagyong Falcon?
So far, Chi, hindi pa nagbibigay ng statement ang pamalaan ng Ilocos Norte kaugnay dyan sa Bagyong Falcon. Ang tinututukan nila ngayon ay ang pamimigay ng ayuda doon sa mga apektado at matiyak na maibalik kaagad ang supply ng kuryente. Alam mo, Chi, isa pa sa nagiging problema nila ngayon, itong pag-ulan o pagbuhos ng ulan dito dahil hindi ito nakakatulong para humupa ang tubig sa ilang lugar na may baha ngayon.
Alright. Maraming salamat, Noel Talakay. Samantala, hindi pa nakaka-recover ang bansa sa Bagyong Egay, ito't pumasok na ng Philippine Area of Responsibility ang Bagyong Falcon na magkakaroon pa rin ng epekto sa habagat. May ulat si Gabi Natividad.
Hindi maglalandfall ang Bagyong Falcon sa bansa. Ito ay ayon kay Pag-asa Deputy Administrator Nathaniel Servando sa kanyang panayam kaninang alas 9 ng umaga sa Saturday Forum ngayong araw. Bunsod nito, hindi rin umano magbibigay ng storm warning ang Pag-asa.
Bagamat ang Bagyong Falcon ay sa ngayon pumasok na sa Philippine Area of Responsibility, sa nasabi namin kanina, ito ay hindi inaasahan na lalapit sa ating kalupaan.
Sa kabila nito, inaasahan na maghahatak ang Bagyong Falcon ng hanging habagat sa bansa, kung kaya't magkakaroon ng pabugso-bugsong pag-ulan sa mga susunod na araw. Maaaring umalis ang Bagyong Falcon sa Philippine Area of Responsibility ng Lunes ng gabi o Martes ng umaga. Samantala, patuloy naman ang pakikipag-ugnayan ng Office of Civil Defense o OCD sa mga nasalanta ng Bagyong Egay. May mga lugar umano na lubog tulad na lamang ng Zambales. Kausap umano ng OCD ang mga lokal na pamahalaan patungkol sa kanilang pangangailangan. Nang matanong naman tungkol sa maaaring pagbabago sa kanilang struktura bilang ahensya ng gobyerno, ayon kay OCD spokesperson Edgar Posadas, handa naman sila sa anumang mandato ng Pangulo.
It is responsive po to the needs and sa palagi ko po ito ay usapin na kailangan pag-usapang mabuti. But whatever it is, sir, it's beyond us. We will abide po kung ano man yan, kung magta-transition pa kami po to a bigger organization, then we will abide po. We will just do the mandate that is given to us, sir.
Gabi Natividad, para sa Bayan.
Asahan ang mga pag-ulan sa kanlurang bahagi ng Luzon at Visayas sa susunod na 3 araw. Bunga ito ng habagat na pinalakas ng nagdaang Bagyong Egay at ng Bagyong Falcon ngayon. Bukas, asahan ang makulimlim na mga panahon at mga pag-ulan sa Zambales, Bataan, Pampanga, Bulacan, Metro Manila, Occidental Mindoro, Palawan, Romblon, Northern Samar at malaking bahagi ng Calabarzon, Bicol Region at Western Visayas. Sa pinakahuling pagtaya ng Pag-asa, lumakas ang Bagyong Falcon habang mabilis na kumikilos pahilaga sa Philippine Sea. Huli itong namataan sa layong 1,215 kilometers sa silangan ng Central Luzon. Taglay ang lakas ng hangin na 75 kilometers per hour malapit sa gitna at pabugso na nasa 90 kilometers per hour. Posibleng lumabas ito ng PAR sa Lunes ng gabi o Martes ng umaga.
Samantala, pinaghahanda na ang mga pantalan sa bansa para sa posibleng hagupit ng Bagyong Falcon. Ipinag-utos na po ni Philippine Ports Authority General Manager J. Santiago sa mga Port Management Officer ang preparasyon para sa papasok na sama ng panahon. Dagdag pa ni Santiago, naging maagap ang kanilang ahensya sa paghahanda nitong pagdaan ng Bagyong Egay kaya wala itong naging malaking pinsala sa kanila.
Susunod, investigasyon sa tumaob na motor bangka sa Binangonan, Rizal. Patuloy, kapitan at crew ng bangka posibleng makasuhan.
Halos 300 milyong dolyar halaga ng investment pledges na naiuwi ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. mula Malaysia.
At Pangulong Marcos planong paamyendahan ang batas para resolbahin ang isyu ng mga negosyante sa pagbubuwis. Ang detalye sa pagbabalik ng Ulat Bayan Weekend.
Our fisheries codes must be revised to incorporate and strengthen science-based analysis and determination of fishing areas. This approach will protect both the interests of our fisherfolk and our fisheries and aquatic resources. To this end, we will seek the support of Congress to amend the code to guarantee sustainable development of our fishery sector in harmony with environmental balance.
Bakasyon na nauwi sa trahedya. Ganyan po ang nangyari nang tumaob ang isang motorbangka sa lawa sa may Binangonan, Rizal noong Huwebes kung saan mahigit 20 ang patay. Lumalabas naman sa paunang investigasyon na posibleng nagkaroon ng overloading sa bangka. Narito po ang report. Halos gumuho ang mundo ng maginang Liza at Aquilina sa paglubog ng MV Princess Ayak. 3 miyembro ng kanilang pamilya ang nasawi. Kasama ang kanyang anak na babae at manugang. Namatay ang 4 na taong gulang na apo ni Liza. Magbabakasyon lang sana ang mag-anak sa isla para ipagdiwang ang kaarawan ng kanyang anak at wedding anniversary ng mag-asawa. Pero ang sanay masayang okasyon napalitan ng hinagpis.
Nung umunos, kachat ko pa siya sabi ko, kumusta na kayo? Sabi ko, bandilim. Baka umunos kung anong mangyari. Hindi na siya nag-reply, wala na. Tapos nakita nung anak ko, tumaob na ang bangkay, alam ko.
Sana po, patawad nila ako. Kasi po, di ko naman po talaga, kahit sino naman po tao, nasa ka lang, kung di lang po gusto yung gano'n po yun.
Ryan Lisiges para sa Bayan.
At Kasunod nga ng trahedya na yan sa Binangonan, iniutos ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. sa Philippine Coast Guard na maging mahigpit sa kanilang inspeksyon sa mga naglalayag. May ulat si Gabi Natividad.
Patuloy ang investigasyon ng Philippine Coast Guard kasama ang PNP sa paglubog ng MTIA Express sa Binangonan, Rizal noong June 27. Ang mga nakatukang personnel at station commander noong panahon ng aksidente ay kasalukuyang nasa headquarters na nila para makapagbigay ng kinakailangang impormasyon. Ayon ito kay Rear Admiral Armand Balilo sa naganap na Saturday Forum ngayong araw.
Ang pinaka-goal po ay makapag-file na po ng kaso against dun sa captain at dun sa crew.
Patuloy rin ang search and rescue operations sa lugar.
Hindi po kami nagtanggal ng mga tao, baka alam nyo na, meron pang makita o kaya may ma-retrieve pa. Nag-iwan pa rin po kami ng tao, di pa rin namin inaalis yung possibility na baka meron pang na-trap doon sa ilalim.
Samantala, direktiba rin umano ng Pangulo na mas maging mahigpit na ang PCG sa kanilang mga inspeksyon ng mga naglalayag.
Maging mahigpit tayo doon sa pag-inspect ng mga inter-island ferries at para maiwasan po yung mga ganitong klase ng aksidente.
Ang MTIA Express ay may kapasidad na 42 passengers lang, ngunit nakapagsakay ito ng 66 na pasahero. 20 dito ay kumpirmadong pumanaw na habang ang 6 naman ay nananatiling missing. Gabi Natividad, para sa Bayan.
Mananatili naman sa pinaglubugan ng bangka sa Binangonan ang Surface Search and Rescue at Retrieval Operation Team ng Philippine Coast Guard. Ayon sa PCG, patuloy sila sa paghalughog kahit pa wala ng pamilyang naghahanap ng nawawalang kaanak. Hindi kasi nila isinasantabi ang posibilidad na may makita pa silang tao sa lugar. Sa manifesto ng bangka, 22 lang ang nakalistang pasahero, pero umabot na sa 27 ang namatay, habang nasa 4 na po ang nailigtas.
Gustong papanagutin po ni Senator Raffy Tulfo ang Philippine Coast Guard at Maritime Industry Authority. Kaugnay pa rin po yan sa pagtaob ng motorbangka sa Binangonan. Ayon po sa senador, may kapabayaan ang dalawang ahensya dahil binigyan nila ng permisong maglayag ang bangka kahit masama ang panahon. Git po din ng senador, walang suot na life vest ang mga pasahero at overloaded ang bangka dahil sa halos 70 sakay nito. Sa ibang balita, abot po sa $285 million investment commitment ang nakuha ng Pilipinas sa katatapos lamang po na state visit ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. sa Malaysia. Ayon po kay Pangulong Marcos, mamumuhunan ang mga investment na ito sa food processing industry, manufacturing at infrastruktura. Malaking bagay ito sa paglago ng ekonomiya ng bansa at magbibigay daan para sa trabaho. Sinabi rin po ng Pangulo na maraming investors ang interesado sa Maharlika Investment Fund ng Pilipinas. Pero maingat sila, dala na rin ang naging karanasan nila sa One Malaysian Development Berhad o 1MDB na nabalot ng kontrobersiya. Tiniyak naman niya sa kanila na hindi magkakaroon ng politika at anomalya sa ating Sovereign Wealth Fund.
I am consistently saying it is going to be run professionally and without undue political influence. Of course, the government has an interest in the fund. So we have a representative on the board, but on the day-to-day decisions as to what investments are to be made, it is left to those financial managers that we will be putting into place.
Nakahanda si Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. na paamyendahan ang Create Law o Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentives for Enterprises Act. Layo nito na ipakita ang suporta ng Marcos administration sa mga negosyante at tugunan ang mga inilatag nilang issue sa pagbubuwis. Kabilang sa mga isyong ito, 12% VAT sa indirect exporters na nagsusupply ng produkto at serbisyo sa export-oriented enterprises. Hindi pagre-refund ng VAT ng domestic market enterprises o DMEs sa mga biniling lokal na produkto. Ang napakaraming documentary requirements at kawalan ng kasiguraduhan sa VAT refund claims. Hinikayat ng Pangulo ang mga negosyante na bumuo ng mga amyenda sa batas na gusto nilang maisulong para mapag-aralan ito ng gobyerno.
Ibinabara po ng pamahalaan ang bayarin sa real estate tax ng Independent Power Producers o IPP na nag-ooperate sa ilalim po ng Build, Operate, Transfer Scheme. Sa ilalim ng Executive Number 36, kinontra ng ekotibo ang posisyon ng local government units na hindi pareho ang benepisyong ibinibigay sa GOCCs at IPPs pagdating po sa pagbabayad ng amilyar. Ayon po sa EO Number 36, bagamat taxable entity ang mga IPP, ilang bahagi po ng kanilang real property tax ang sinasagot ng National Power Corporation kaya't hindi na ito dapat singilin sa kanila. Sinita rin po ang banta ng mga LGU na handa nilang ipahinto ang operasyon ng mga IPPs na nasa kanilang lugar at isubasta ang lupa na hindi bayad ang amilyar. Malaki umano ang mawawala sa pamahalaan kapag ito ng LGU at maring magresulta sa katapusan ng supply sa kuryente.
Nagpaabot naman ng pakikiramay si Senator Jinggoy Estrada sa pamilya ng mga namatay sa lumubog na Aya Express sa Binangonan. Sa inilabas nitong pahayag, umaasa ang senador na mabibigyan ng hustisya ang mga nasawing pasahero. Dapat din umanong magsilbing wake-up call ang nangyari sa mga kinauukulan sa pagsasagawa ng masusing pagsusuri sa safety protocols at enforcement measures para hindi na ito maulit. Hindi raw kasi katanggap-tanggap na may natutulog sa pagtupad ng kanilang tungkulin, kaya dapat lang napatawan sila ng kaukulang parusa. Susunod, problema sa baha sa Metro Manila at iba pang lugar sa bansa, pinaiimbestigahan sa Senado.
At presyo po ng petrolyo, nagbabadya na namang tumaas ngayong linggo. Ang detalye sa pagbabalik ng Ulat Bayan Weekend.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagsiservisyo. Kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 10 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao.
Pinaimbestigahan na po sa Senado ang problema sa baha ng Metro Manila at iba pang lugar sa bansa. Nakapaloob ito sa Senate Resolution number 693 na inihain ni Senate Majority Leader Joel Villanueva. Gusto ni Villanueva na i-review ang mga patakaran at mabusisi ang mga programa ng DPWH, MMDA at DENR sa pagtugon sa baha. Layon nito na makabuo ng solusyon para mapabuti ang urban drainage at flood protection sa bansa, lalo na po sa Kamaynilaan at sa mga mabababang lugar.
Bibisita sa bansa sa susunod na linggo si European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. Mismong si Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. ang nag-imbita kay von der Leyen nang magkausap sila sa EU-ASEAN Commemorative Summit sa Brussels noong Disyembre ng nakaraang taon. Layon ng kanyang pagbisita ang patatagin ang bilateral relations ng Pilipinas at European Union. Nakatakdang makipagpulong si von der Leyen kay Pangulong Marcos kung saan inaasahang mapag-uusapan ang trade, investment at global gateway cooperation.
Bukas ang Department of Foreign Affairs sa mga bansang maghahayag ng interes para po sa joint gas exploration. Ayon kay Foreign Affairs Secretary Enrique Manalo, handa po ang kagawaran sa pakikipagsundo sa ibang bansa hinggil dito. Patuloy naman ang negosasyon ng Pilipinas at China para mabuo na po ang terms of reference sa pag-uusap ng joint exploration ng dalawang bansa. Kamakailan ay nabanggit ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. sa kanyang ikalawang State of the Nation address na isusulong ng kanyang administrasyon ang gas exploration sa bansa.
Para sa mga motorista, magpakarga na po tayo dahil may malaki-laking oil price hike na naman na nakaabang ngayong linggo. Base sa tansya ng kumpanyang Unioil, 3 pesos and 20 centavos hanggang 3.40 ang madadagdag sa presyo ng kada litro ng diesel. Piso at 70 sentimos hanggang piso 90 naman ang itataas sa kada litro ng diesel. Sa ibang balita, idiniklara ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. ang August 8 hanggang 14 kada taon bilang Philippine Space Week. Alinsunod ito sa rekomendasyon ng Philippine Space Council para isulong ang space awareness sa mga Pilipino. Sa Proclamation number 302 na nilagdaan ni Executive Secretary Lucas Bersamin, isinabay ang deklarasyon sa pagsasabatas ng Philippine Space Act noong August 8, 2019. Binigyang diin dito ang malaking impluensya ng mga aplikasyon sa space science and technology sa socio-economic development ng bansa. Inatasan naman ng Pangulo ang Philippine Space Agency na isulong ang pagdiriwang ng Philippine Space Week at tukuyin ang mga programa, proyekto at aktibidad para sa taunang pagdiriwang nito.
Mas pinalakas pa ng inyong telebisyon ng bayan ang pagbibigay po ng napapanahong balita at impormasyon dahil ngayon mas pinalawak pa at mas malinaw ang signal ng People's Television Network sa iba't ibang bahagi ng bansa. May ulat si Karen Velyanda.
Sa loob ng ilang dekada, kasama niyo po ang People's Television Network sa paghahatid ng mga napapanahong balita at impormasyon. Mga balitang tumatalakay sa mga programa ng pamahalaan tungo sa pag-unlad ng bansa at para sa mga Pilipino. At sa nalalapit na ika-50 anibersaryo ng PTV, mas malawak pa ang ating naaabot sa pamamagitan ng 60 analog transmitting stations. Dito sa Luzon, mapapanood ang mga programa sa PTV sa PTV Channel 8 sa Cordillera, PTV4 Manila, PTV4 Palawan at PTV4 Naga. Sa Visayas, masusubaybayan nyo rin ang PTV sa PTV Channel 11 sa Cebu, PTV2 Guimaras, PTV10 Dumaguete, PTV10 Calbayog at PTV8 Tacloban. At sa Mindanao, mapapanood din ang PTV sa PTV11 Pagadian, PTV11 Sibugay, PTV11 Davao, PTV8 Agusan del Sur, PTV8 Cotabato, PTV7 Zamboanga at PTV48 Davao del Norte. Gayon din sa 6 na digital transmitting stations, PTV14 Manila, PTV42 Cordillera, PTV46 Naga, PTV42 Cebu, PTV23 Guimaras at PTV45 Davao. At saan man kayong panig ng mundo, maaari nyo ring mapanood ang PTV gamit ang aming social media platforms. Makakaasa po kayo na ang telebisyon ng bayan ay patuloy niyong magiging kaagapay sa pagsusulong ng makabuluhang balita at impormasyon para sa mga Pilipino at para sa bayan.
Dumalaw rin po sa Cagayan ngayong araw si Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. para kumustahin naman ang mga residenteng naapektuhan ng bagyong Egay. Binigyan din naman ng Pangulo ang kahalagahan ng importasyon ng bigas. May ulat si Mark Fetalco.
Matapos ang kanyang pagbisita sa Ilocos Norte, sunod na tinungo ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. ang probinsya ng Cagayan upang alamin ang sitwasyon doon matapos manalasa ang bagyong Egay. Sa isang situation briefing, nagpahayag ng pagkabahala ang Pangulo sa matinding pinsalang iniwan ng bagyo sa sektor ng agrikultura lalo na sa mais at palay. Sa tala ng Cagayan LGU, aabot sa mahigit 539 million pesos ang halaga ng pinsala sa agriculture, kabilang na ang 41 million pesos sa bigas at 327 million pesos sa palay.
3.5 weeks ago, nag-declare ng pag-asa na we're in El Nino. Patuloy naman ang bagyo. Tuloy-tuloy ang bagyo. But ang overall assessment nila hanggang first quarter ito ng next year. Kaya problematic ito eh. Kasi kailangan mag-ipon na tayo na maparami natin ang ani natin sa palay at saka sa lahat ng agricultural products. Kasi pag pumasok talaga yung tunay na talagang El Nino, delikado tayo, delikadong supply natin.
Dahil sa banta ng El Nino, iginiit ang Pangulo na mahalagang simulan na ang importasyon ng bigas ngayon pa lang. Pero dahil maraming bansa rin ang nagkukumahog para makapaghanda sa El Nino, ang isa pang inaalala ng Pangulo,
everybody's preparing for El Nino. Lahat ng Southeast Asia, sabay-sabay ng bibilihan. Kaya ninenervyos ako, tataas na naman ang presyo kahit na mag-import tayo.
Tiniyak naman ng Pangulo na magbibigay ang gobyerno ng binhi ng palay, mais at iba pang high-value crops para makatulong. Sa datos ng RDRRMC, aabot sa halos 30,000 na mga pamilya o mahigit 93,000 na mga individual ang naapektuhan ng bagyong Egay sa probinsya. Ayon sa lokal na pamahalaan ng Cagayan, may mahigit 4,800 families o 15,000 individuals ang inilikas. Bagamat maganda na ang panahon ngayon sa probinsya, may ilan pa rin namamalagi sa evacuation centers, lalo't sa tala ng Cagayan LGU, aabot sa mahigit 1,500 na mga kabahayan ang partially damaged, habang 83 na mga bahay ang totally damaged dahil sa bagyong Egay. Pagitiyak ng DSWD na paghandaan nila ang pagibigay ng tulong. Sa katunayan, aabot na sa mahigit 13 million pesos na halaga ng non-food items at financial aid ang naipamahaging tulong ng DSWD sa mga apektadong pamilya.
Before the storm struck, we had 52,000 on the ground. We were able to provide 14,000. So there's still marami pa na sa bodega. And I told the governor the other day, anytime the LGUs need, we will keep on deploying.
Bukod dito, pinatututukan din ni Pangulong Marcos Jr. ang restoration ng kuryente sa probinsya. Mark Fetalco, para sa Bayan.
Bago po tayo magtapos, ituloy naman natin ang talakayan kaugnay sa night differential pay para sa mga empleyado ng gobyerno. Paano nga ba ito kinukwenta? Ibabahagi yan at iba pa sa CSC in Action. Narito po.
Magandang gabi Pilipinas, tayo ngayon ay nabigyan ng pagkakataon para tugunan ang inyong mga katanungan sa mga programa at patakaran ng Civil Service Commission. Ako po si Chairperson Carlo Nograles para sa CSC in Action.
Sir, sino-sino ang hindi sakop ng night shift differential pay?
Ang hindi sakop ng night shift differential pay ay ang mga empleyado ng gobyerno na ang regular schedule ng trabaho ay between 6 o'clock a.m. hanggang 6 o'clock p.m. Ang mga serbisyong kanilang binibigay na lampas na sa regular na 8 oras ay dapat bayaran alinsunod sa existing laws, rules, and regulations ng overtime services at overtime pay. Pangalawa, hindi rin sakop ang mga kawani na ang mga services ay required or on-call ng 24 hours a day tulad ng mga uniformed personnel ng Armed Forces of the Philippines, Philippine National Police, Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, Bureau of Fire Protection, and others similarly situated as may be determined by the CSC and DBM. Bukod sa kanila, ang night shift differential pay ay hindi rin applicable sa job order at contract of service at iba pang katulad na positions. Sa halip, sila ay sakop ng COA-DBM Joint Memorandum Circular No. 2, Series of 2020 o iba pang similar issuances governing JO and COS workers sa government.
Paano naman po ang computation ng night shift differential pay ng government workers?
Maaring ibigay ang night shift differential pay sa mga kawani ng gobyerno na nagbibigay ng mga serbisyo sa pagitan ng alas 6 ng gabi at alas 6 ng umaga ng susunod na araw, as authorized by the head of agency sa rate na hindi hihigit sa 20% ng hourly basic rate ng isang empleyado. Para naman sa public health workers, ang kanilang night shift differential pay ay hindi dapat mas mababa sa 10% ng kanilang hourly basic rate. Para sa kaalaman ng lahat, ito ang formula sa pagkuha ng hourly basic rate. Kapag ang schedule ng working hours ay parte lang sa pagitan ng 6 o'clock p.m. at 6 o'clock a.m., ang night shift differential pay ay babayaran para lang sa mga oras ng trabaho na ginawa sa pagitan ng alas 6 ng gabi at alas 6 ng umaga ng susunod na araw. Panghuli, kapag ang isang empleyado na nagtatrabaho sa regular night shift between 6 o'clock p.m. and 6 o'clock a.m. ay nag-render ng serbisyo na lagpas sa regular 8-hour night shift, ang excess hours ay dapat bayaran alinsunod sa mga tuntunin at regulasyon ng overtime services at overtime pay.
If ever po na makapasa ako sa NAPOLCOM exam, pwede po ba siyang gamitin as eligibility to enter government aside from PNP?
Ang pagpasa sa NAPOLCOM examinations ay tinuturing na angkop lang para sa appointment sa uniformed personnel positions ng PNP. Hindi po ito nagkakaloob ng civil service eligibility. Para sa karagdagang impormasyon, maaaring makipag-ugnayan sa aming mga opisina at social media channels. Pwede ring sumangguni sa contact center ng bayan. Hanggang sa susunod nating talakayan, mga issue ay tutugunan. Mamamayan muna. CSC in Action. Ako po ang inyong lingkod, Chairperson Carlo Nograles.
Ryan, na-compute mo na ba ang night differential mo?
Oo nga mukhang mahirap-hirap yung formula pero subukan natin.
Uy, merong may birthday pala ngayon si Abigail Reyes. Happy birthday! At bukas naman si Kagawad Eddie Almendra. Naku, happy birthday po sa inyo.
Ayan, at advance happy birthday din po sa aking mama. Mahal na mahal po kita. At advance happy birthday sa aming baby sa bahay, si Baby Jim. At hindi kita nabate.
Oo, ay birthday
Belated.
ko nga pala.
Happy birthday sa'yo. At maraming salamat po sa 1,300 na nanonood sa atin ngayon sa Ulat Bayan Weekend.
Oo, tama. Masaya po kami ngayong gabi dahil sa inyo. Ito na. May sabihin ka pa, Ryan. Wala na. Tapos ka na. At sumayin niyo ang Ulat Bayan Weekend. Naway nabigyan namin kayo ng mga napapanahong balita at impormasyon. Ako po si Chia Tienza para sa Bayan.
At sa ngalan po ni Joey Gilas, ako naman po si Ryan Lisiges para sa Bayan. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, ito ang
Ulat Bayan Weekend.
Our independent foreign policy, a friend to all and enemy of none, has proven effective. We have formed strategic alliances with our traditional and newfound partners in the international community. We have embarked on foreign trips to promote the interests of the country for peace building and for mutually beneficial purposes. These economic missions have yielded an estimated total investment value of 3.9 trillion pesos or 71 billion US dollars, with a potential to generate 175,000 jobs.
na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
There are still many places in this world that are completely unreached and isolated, where people live in great spiritual darkness. In this world full of uncertainty, challenges, crisis, problems, deceptions, and deep darkness, Youth of Christ from the four corners of the world, arise and shine.
Mga kabataan, it's your time!
Kulang 7.7 bilyong tao sa lalabas na flaming anti-apostolic prophetic living life revivalist.
The greatest demonstration of God's power and glory, such as the world has never seen heard before.
Ito ang sikreto ng ating kapangyarihan. We are full of power.
You shall receive power when the Holy Spirit has come upon you. And you shall be witnesses to God in Jerusalem and to the ends of the earth. Join this much-awaited, life-changing, glorious, and joyous Living Like Jesus Youth Camp 2023. Register now.
Ang programang ito ay nagpapatuloy dahil sa inyong walang tigil na pagtangkilik, pananalangin at higit sa lahat, katapatan sa pagkakaloob. Maraming salamat po. Pagpalain kayo ng Diyos, ang ating Panginoong Hesukristo.
Si Jesus lamang ang may kakayahan na ipamulagat ang mata ng lahat at bigyan ng pagkamangha ang lahat ng matatalino at marunong. Si Jesus lamang ang may kakayahan na ang ordinaryong tao ay gawing isang extraordinaryong tao. Kaya anong nakakapagtaka kung ang isang bakla ay sa isang segundo ay biglang naging lalaki pag naranasan si Jesus? Wala. Anong nakakapagtaka kung ang tuboy biglang naging babae ng ganong kadali? Ano nakakapagtaka kung itong taong ito ay alipin ng alak for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. Eh nang maranasan siya sa isang kisap mata, ay naging bagong nilalang at naging ibang tao. Because God has so much power to turn everyone into another man and another woman.
Of God, the power of God will accompany those who believe.
Are you ready to receive your miracles and blessings? Experience God's glory and learn His powerful word through our host, Apostle Renato D. Carul.
So samahan natin ang Tatay Apostol in the book of Acts 4:13. Now when they saw the boldness of Peter and John and perceived that they were uneducated and untrained men, they marveled. And they realized that they have been with Jesus. So, namangha po sila. Eh, sino nga naman po hindi mamamangha? Ito pong mga taong ito, si Pedro, si Juan, mga untrained. Ibig po sabihin, sa panahon nila, hindi sila edukado. Pagdating po sa kwalifikasyon, wala sila. Uneducated. Sa lahat, sa kaalaman, karunungan, pinag-aralan. At sila po yung mga sapagat ito po mga uneducated at untrained na mga taong ito ay very bold. so bold, no, powerful, ay miracle-working people. At wala po silang maibigay na eksplanasyon o paliwanag kung bakit nagkaganito itong mga taong ito. Maliban sa isang katotohanan. That they have been with Jesus. That is the only reason. Wala pong iba. Si Jesus ang tanging dahilan. And that is forever true. Siya lamang po yung may kakayahang gawing malakas ang mahina, matapang ang duwag, mayaman ang mahirap, gawing matalino ang mangmang, bigyan ng kapangyarihan ang wala nito. Gawing isang simple, supernatural at espiritual na tao, ang dati ay normal, hindi espiritual, at the same as usual. Si Jesus lamang ang may kakayahan na ipamulagat ang mata ng lahat at bigyan ng pagkamangha ang lahat ng matatalino at marunong. Si Jesus lamang ang may kakayahan na ang ordinaryong tao ay gawing isang extraordinaryong tao. Ang normal na tao ay gawing supernatural. Ang taong mababa ang kalagayan ay iligay sa mataas na katayuan. Ang taong hindi kilala ay makilala. Ang taong walang-walang ipagmamalaki sa lahat ng bagay ay magkaroon ng pagmamalaki at maraming ipagmamalaki. They realized that they had been with Jesus. Ito ang isang katotohanang dapat na maging buhay ng lahat. Hindi sa panahon na ikaw ay matagal na sa Panginoon, o naging bishop ka na, o naging pastor, o naging full-time, o naging manggagawa, o naglingkod sa Diyos. Kundi sa araw at oras na ikaw ay kanyang iniligtas. Na pagkatapos ng salvation na yan, ay deep intimacy, communion, earnest fellowship with Jesus night and day. Kinakailangan magkaroon kagad tayo ng uwat gutom sa Kanya. Dahil yun ay sign na siya ay mahal natin. Yung great longing to have the Lord, earnest desire to experience the Lord. Determination to chase the Lord is a sign, a declaration that we cannot live without the Lord. Mula sa karanasan, nung tayo wala pa sa Kanya, anuman meron tayong credential o credibility, ay alam natin ang katotohanan hindi tayo nagtagumpay. Wala tayong narating. Biktima tayo ng kasalanan, ng kalaswaan, ng kahalayan, sakit karamdaman, kaguluhan ng puso't isip, buhay na walang kapayapaan, buhay na walang katiyakan. At napatotohanan natin, the moment the Lord come into our heart, then everything changes. At yung longing natin sa mahabang panahon, hindi na ibigay ng pera, pinag-aralan, kasikatan, katanyagan, sasakyan at sinamang tao, ay natapos na. Kaya walang pupunta sa presensya ng Panginoon ang mananatiling kagaya ng dati. And this true is proven. Nung panahon po ni Adam at ni Eve ay atin pong maintindihan na sila po ay puno po ng biyaya. Pero ang pinaka-greatest blessings po nila ay ang manifest presence ng Diyos. Kaya actually, ang nakakapanghinayang po nung sila po ay makas out from the paradise ay hindi po yung material benefit na nawala sa kanila, kundi po yung fellowship sa Diyos araw at gabi at yung manifest presence ng Diyos. Na siyang reason kung bakit ang paradise po ay so beautiful, so lovely. Kaya nga tinawag na paradise, one of its kind. They were so much privileged to commune with God. Night and day, day and night. Nila hinahanap ang Diyos mismo nagpupunta sa kanila. Kung pag-aaralan niyo ang Bible, mga anak, mga iniibig, isang bagay ang madidiscover niyo. At ang dalangin ko, huwag niyo itong makalimutan. Ano yun? Sabik ang Diyos sa fellowship. Napakalaki ng pananabig niya sa ating pakikipagniig sa Kanya. This is one of the great reasons why we were created. We were created to have an intimacy with God, to fellowship with God, to have communion with God. Kaya siya yung nagbo-volunteer na laging dinadalaw sila Adam at sila Eve. Mababasa niyo sa Bible, hindi sila nagpipray. They don't ask God to visit them. They don't know how to do that. God Himself decided to reveal Himself to them and to visit them. Napakalaki ng longing niya. Na maunawaan natin, hindi lang tayo mga kabataan, hindi lahat ng mga anak ng Diyos, ang buong sangkatauhan, na sabik siya sa atin. Sabik na sabik siya sa ugnayan. Hindi siya kontento sa mga anghel. Ang ibig niya ay mga lalaki at babaeng nilikha sa kanyang anyo at wangis. Lahat na po na magagandang anghel ay nilikha niya, they were billions. Iba-ibang klase ng angel, seraphim, cherubim, ministering angel, warrior angel. Pero wala makasatisfy sa puso niya. Tayo lamang. Kaya hindi kayo dapat magtaka na wala siyang iuupo katabi ni Jesus sa kanyang kaharian habang panahon na sinamang angel. In fact, the angels were with God for billions and billions of years and forever. Pero ang pinili niyang makasama ay tayo. Kaya ganyang kalaki ang kasalanan na hindi mo mahalin ang Diyos. Ganyan kalungkot sa puso ng Diyos na ipagpalit natin siya sa iba. Yung hindi natin siya ipaglaban. Yung magdadalawang isip pa tayo kung pipiliin siya o hindi. Ganyan siya nalulumo, nalulungkot. Pag tayong lahat ay nagtataksil sa Kanya. Nagiging salawahan. Nagiging double-minded. At madaling makalimot sa katotohanan kung wala siya, ay wala tayo at yung minimithi nating matamo sa buhay natin. Mababasa niyo sa Bible many times that the Lord cry, the Lord weep. At para sa marami, parang siya ay figure of speech lang. But for me, it is not so. Why? God is a person. Hindi naman siya sound system na sabihin mo, ating, pulpito, ating, sasakyan, ating. He's a person. Meron siyang will, may feeling, may emotion, may desire. Kaya pag siya po ay nananagoy at nananangis, ini-express niya lang yung kalungkutan niya. Yung nararamdaman niya. Di ba ganyan din tayo? Pag tayo po ay na-disappoint, na-betray, na-deny, na-reject, kumuha tayong mabuti, pero yung kinanti sa atin, masama. Inuunawa natin sila, lalo yung mga mahal natin sa buhay. Pero tayo ayaw nilang unawain. Pinagbibigyan natin sila, pero tayo ayaw nilang pagbigyan. Kahit karapat dapat tayong pagbigyan. At tungkulin nila na sundin ng Diyos na ating pinaglalaban. We are hurt. We cry. We weep. At ang totoo nga, kung malalim ang pain, matagal ang luha. Kung malaki ang sugat, matagal mahilom. Nawala mo siya ating buong katauhan ay sinaklaw niya. Ganito rin sa Diyos. At ito yung lagi nating mararamdaman pag lagi nating kasama si Jesus. Hindi niya lamang lagi ihayag ang sarili niya sa atin, hindi niya ipagdadamot sa atin ang lahat ng bagay na dapat nating matutuhan. Si Jesus lang ang pwede magpaapoy ng buong katauhan natin. Siya lang ang pwede magpalagablab ng buhay natin. At ang kagandahan dito, mga anak, mga minamahal, pag palagi mo siyang nararanasan, hindi ka mawawala ng apoy. Hindi lamang palagi kang on fire sa Kanya, but at the same time, palagi kang transform. At wala kang patutunguhan kundi maging kagaya niya. Maging kawangis niya, maging katulad niya. Ito yung istorya ni Saul na tinakda ng Diyos na maging hari. At tinawag niya ang propetang si Samuel upang siya'y pahiran ng langis. Alam niyo, ang langis ay simbolo ng Diyos, Espiritu Santo. At yun ang sabi ng verse 1, then Samuel took a flask of oil and poured it on his head and kissed him and said. At yun na nga po yung mga gagawin ng Diyos kay Saul. At ang sabi po ng Bible in verse 6, then the Spirit of the Lord will come upon you and you will prophesy with them. Now listen, and be turned into another man. And be turned into another man. And be turned into another man. Nakita niyo po yun? Na nang dumating po ang God the Holy Spirit kay Saul, kaagad, hindi na siya kagaya ng dati. Hindi po tumagal ng araw o ng oras, kundi nung araw at oras na matouch niya ang glory. Nung araw at oras na siya'y ma-anoint. Nung araw at oras ma-encounter niya ang Diyos, he was turned into another man. Kaya anong nakakapagtaka ko ang isang bakla ay sa isang segundo ay biglang naging lalaki pag naranasan si Jesus? Wala. Anong nakakapagtaka ko ang tomboy biglang naging babae ng ganong kadali? Anong nakakapagtaka ko itong taong ito ay alipin ng alak for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. Nang maranasan si Jesus sa isang kisap mata, ay naging bagong nilalang at naging ibang tao. Ano nakakapagtaka ko itong sexmaniac na ito, itong rapist na ito, itong adulterer na ito, na involved sa multiple fornication, multiple adultery, nang maranasan si Jesus, ay biglang nagbago at nag-turn around from being a vile sinner to a holy saint. Ano nakakapagtaka ko, itong taong ito ay matagal na alipin ng drugs, addict puser, sobrang pagka-addict, nang maranasan ng Lord, ay biglang nag-turn around and was turned into another man and another women. Walang nakakapagtaka. Because God has so much power to turn everyone into another man and another women. One encounter with Jesus, with God, will change your life forever. At maging sa sarili kong buhay, yun ang nangyari. January 12, 1986. One encounter with the Lord, it changed my life once and for all. Alam niyo, mahirap magbago. Napakahirap. Ako, hindi ko masisi yung mga bakla, mga tomboy, hindi naman lahat yan gusto ng kasalanan eh. Sawa na sila. Sila mismo nahahalayan. Yung mga nangangaling yan, nagikiapid, addict puser, kriminal, walaper, sawa na sila riyan. Wala silang magawa. Kaya tinanggap nila yung katotohanan, ito na talaga kami, at doon nga dumating yung maling pananaw na ipanganak silang ganyan, kaya tinuloy na lang nila. Dahil si Jesus lang talaga ang may kakayahan. Diyos lamang ang may kapangyarihan. Dito mahirap isipin kung sino ang creator, siya ang author ng change. Kaya pag napunta ka sa Lord, hindi pwedeng walang mangyayari sa iyo. I guarantee you, tataya ko buhay ko kahit kaninong tao sa ang lugar, sa ang puok, anong araw, oras, panahon. I will guarantee everybody, pag napunta ka kay Jesus, Sa gusto ng diablo, sino man, may mangyayari sa iyo. Jesus is more than any religion. He is more than any politician. He is more than any education, theology, ideology. He is more than anything the world can offer. He is above all. Kaya nga yung marating mo, yung kinalalagyan niya, and you decided to be like Him, napakapalad mo. At yun ang reason kung bakit sinasabi kong, kung may pupunta ritong police trillionaire or even a billionaire and will buy my love for Jesus, they will be ashamed and they will fail. No negotiation. Why? Hey, naranasan ko yung makarating sa kinalalagyan ng Lord. Yung buhay na dapat maranasan ng lahat. He was turning to another man, ang sabi ng 1 Samuel 10:6, and then verse 9. So, it was when he turned his back to go from Samuel that God gave him another heart. That God gave him another heart. Kaya kung sino yung lagi nararanasan ng Lord, hindi lamang sila yung lagi narinig ang tinig niya, kundi sila yung taong pinakamalambot ang puso sa harap ng Diyos. Alam niyo, pag malambot na ang puso natin sa Lord, grabe yung pagmamalaki niya sa atin. Grabe yung pagkalugod niya. At dito lalabas yung pagiging mighty ng Diyos sa atin. Malambot na puso mo, yun ang hinahanap niya eh. A soft, pure, tender heart. Madaling magpatawad. Madaling lumimot. Madaling sumunod. Madaling magkaloob. Madaling gumawa ng mabuti. So masyadong malambot ang puso para tumanggi sa Diyos. Masyadong malambot ang puso para sumuway sa utos ng Diyos. Masyadong malambot ang puso para mag-alinlangan sa Diyos. Ang humility, bunga yan ng brokenness of the heart. Pinakikita mo sa Diyos yan. At hindi lamang sa panahon ng karangalan, maging sa gitna ng pagsubok ng buhay. Kasi buhay mo na yan, kasi puso mo yan eh. Hindi yan one-time event na pag may nangyari, humble ka. Pag pangit ang nangyari, hambog ka. Hindi, ano man ang mangyari, yung ka. Kasi puso mo yan, buhay mo yan eh. At hindi nakukuha ng pag-aayuno yan. Even though mabuting mag-ayuno at dapat may nag-aayuno. Pero hindi nakukuha ng pag-aayuno yan. Saan nakukuha yan, tatay? Touch ng Lord. Paulit-ulit. Kasi pag tinatouch tayo ng Lord, alam niya kung anong tibok ng puso natin ang mali, naalis niya yan. At yung buhay dyan, binubuhay niya pa, pinagaganda niya pa. Ito ang end time na ang Lord, seriously, ay nagtatayo ng living like Jesus people na yahinig ng buong mundo. Na kahit itapat mo sa lindol, bagyo't ulan, ay hindi po pwedeng tinagin. So tough, so strong, a fortified, strong tower like Jesus, who is our shield forever. Too bold, too radical, but too humble, whose heart is too soft, so tender, so loving, forgiving, full of patience, understanding, but uncompromising. Ito yung panahon na kapag hindi narinig ng church si Jesus at di niya alam kung anong gustong gawin ni Jesus, pinapagawa at sinasabi, marami mga fellowship, leadership, congregation, ay mapapahamak, mabibiktima ni Satanas. At ang laro na matagal lang nilalaro at ang bolang matagal lang dinidribble ay tuloy. At magugulat na lang marami yung arko ni Noah, umandar na. At magsisiman, huli na. At manalangin man, ala ng sagot. At yun yung natutuhan ng mayaman sa impyerno. Eh kung kailan nasa impyerno, saka nanalangin. Eh dapat nung nasa lupa pa yun, nanalangin na lang gusto nagpakumbaba eh. Alang huli na. Kaya ang advice natin sa lahat, hanggang may pagkakataon pa, mag-aayos tayo ng buhay. Lagi nating isipin, si Kristong may-ari sa atin. Wala siyang kapalit sa buhay natin. Ano sabi ng Psalm 63 verse 1? O God, you are my God. Early will I seek you. My soul thirsts for you. My flesh longs for you. Ano ba sinasabi ng psalmist? So amazing, so marvelous. Yung salitang early will I seek you, hindi lang po ang ibig sabihin nito ay oras. Ang ibig sabihin nito, priority niya ang Diyos. Kaya nga, dahil priority niya, bago pa sumikat ang araw, hinahanap niya ng Diyos. Pinapanabikan niya na. Gusto niya nang makaulayaw. Anong pinakamagandang gawin pag nasa labanan ka? Kumuha ng lakas ng Lord. Anong pinakamagandang gawin pag pagod ka magpahinga? Saan? Sa presensya ng Lord. Anong pinakamagandang gawin pag nagugutom ka? Kumain ka, spiritual, physical. Kumain ka. So napakasimple nun. At sa lahat ng gagawin mo, unahin mo ang Lord at isama mo siya sa gagawin mo. Yun yung Proverbs 3:5 and 6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart. Lean not in your own understanding. In all your ways, acknowledge Him. And He shall direct your path. Sa ibang translation, He will establish you and make you successful in life. Alala ko nung 7 oras na ako nagpipray. Pagsamba, grabe, hindi nagre-reveal yung Lord ng sarili. Parang nagtago. Pero usually, for many years, saglit lang nandiyan na siya. Pero ito, sabi ko, Lord, may kasalanan ba ako? Bakit hindi ka naghahayag ng sarili mo? Nakaka-7 oras na ako rito. Grabe na yung luha ko. Sagot niya, dito ako anak. Kahit minsan hindi kita iiwanan. Kaya lang, tinago ko sarili ko. Kasi sabi ko sa iyo, gusto ko pang tumagal ka sa presensya ko. Kasi minsan, pag satisfy na tayo, okay na tayo eh. Hindi naman natin tinatanong kung satisfy na siya eh. At may mga panahon minsan, kahit nagkukommune ka sa Kanya, hindi siya sumasagot. Hindi siya nawawala. Nangako siya, hindi kanya iiwan eh. Alam mo o hindi. Ay kung bakit hindi siya nagre-reveal ng sarili niya, wala siyang response. Sabagat tinitingnan niya kung gaano ka kasinsire na maranasan niya. Kung gaano ka determinado na makaniig siya. At sa end time move na yan ng Diyos, let me remind you, even though alam ko hindi nyo nakalimutan, hindi magiging bansa ng Diyos ang Pilipinas at makakaranas ng visitation ng Diyos ang buong mundo nang wala ang living like Jesus youth. At ang sikreto sa lahat ng bagay para lagi tayo nag-aapoy at masusunog natin ang gawa ng Diablo, mga pintong bakal ay bubukas, ang kulungan ay bubukas, ang bilanggo'y lalaya, ay si Jesus lang. Be with the Lord Jesus Christ always. Pag sinabing always, walang oras, umaga, tanghali, hapong gabi, hanggang gusto mo. Kahit wala ako roon sa kwarto, sa prayer closet, I am with the Lord always. Paano yun, tatay? I talk to the Lord always. I am with the Lord always. Pero hindi ko sinasabing yun yung buhay ko. Una pa rin yung closet, alone with the Lord. Pero paglabas mo, tuloy-tuloy yan. Inindihan niyo ako. And I close, the Lord said, bago siya bumaba sa rapture, gusto niya lahat ng anak niya sa buong mundo, dalawin isa-isa. At yan ang reason ba't niya tayo dinadalaw ng dinadalaw. And more greater visitation are coming to us. Get ready. Another Pentecost is coming. Let the sweetness of your spirit cover each one of your children tonight. Hindi lamang po ang nandito, pati po ang nakakakita nito sa Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao at buong mundo. You alone can fulfill, accomplish, bring into perfection or completion what you began in the life of your precious children. Nakalang maunawaan ng mga living like Jesus youth people na makipag-away si David kay Goliath, ang nakikita mo ay hindi ang maliit si David o youth na si David, kundi ang Diyos, ikaw mismo na sumasa kay David. Na nagpalakad sa lumpo sa temple for 40 years na lumpo, ay ikaw na sumasa kay Pedro. Nang bumuhay kay Yuti kong patay, ay si Kristong nasa buhay ni Pablo. And as we behold the glory of the Lord, like a mirror, we'll be transformed in the same image of the Lord, from glory to glory, with an ever-increasing power. So we will always turn to you, Lord, for us to be transformed into your image and likeness. To turn to you, Lord, is to commune with you, to have an intimacy, to have an encounter, to desire you, to be with you always. At hatakin mo amang mga anak mo patungo sa secret closet na tinatawag kong our love room. Hatakin mo mga anak mo araw at gabi sa love room. Dahil andun ka, inaantay kami na mahalin ka. Lift your hands and the Holy Ghost drive you, move you to the love room, for the Lord is waiting for you to love Him day and night, night and day. At hindi kayo magtataka kung sabihin ng mga kamag-anak namin, kapitbahay, kaklase, kaibigan, kasama sa trabaho at negosyo, ano nangyari sa kanila? Kilala ko ito. Bakit sila nagkaganito? Ano nangyari? And they will answer their own question. They have been with Jesus. Saan sila kumuha ng power? Ba't nagliliwanag mukha nila? Bakit iba yung karunungang lumalabas sa labi nila? Bakit kayo sila ka-bold? Bakit sila ganyan ka-pure, ka-righteous? Ano nangyari? It amazes us. It causes us to marvel. And they answer their question. They have been with Jesus. And we say, yes, we have been with Jesus always. Because we cannot live without Him. He's more than our priority. He's our all in life. At nakahanda kami salubungin siya, sapagkat kami papakasalan at nananabi kaming maikasal kay Kristo. Glory to God. Napakapalad po natin mga minamahal na ngayon tayo nabuhay sa panahong ito. Na kung saan ay narinig natin ng maliwanag ang tinig ng Diyos. At the same time, ay dinadala tayo sa kaganapan ng kanyang mga pangako at propesiya. At isa po rito ay yung pagkakahiro niya sa mga kabataan. Alam nyo na mahirap mapulpil ang prophecy from the Philippine Island to the ends of the earth na wala po ang mga living like Jesus youth. Kasi pag-aaralan natin ang history from the Old and New Testament at mga nakalipas na revival ay palagi pong merong mga kabataan. Because that is the plan of God. Ganyan po kahalaga ang mga buhay nila. At isang reason niya kung bakit palagi tayong merong United Corporate Living Like Jesus Youth Prayer and Fasting. At lagi tayong merong Youth Anniversary at lagi tayong merong youth camp. At napakahalaga ng inyo pong participation, mga minamahal. Di lang po sa larangan ng pananalangin, pag-aayuno, encouragement sa mga kabataan, kundi maging po sa pagbibigay. Kaya napakahalaga mag-sponsor po tayo. Alinsunod sa inilagay ng Diyos sa inyong mga puso. Bawat kabataan po ay dapat makapag-raise up ng 10,000 para po sa lahat ng gastusin kailangan nila. At the same time, ay magamit natin ang dwelling place na gusto at makatipid po tayo ng milyong-milyong pera na binabayad sa ibang lugar. At the same time, ina-expect natin na ang Diyos ay tapat, na ang biyaya ay dadating, mananagana tayo upang magamit sa dwelling place at matapos na po siya ng maaga. Yan ang reason bakit ako nagsasalita sa inyo. Ako'y full of confidence na dahil lagi naman kayong tumutugon, sumusunod sa panawagan, kaya ang bagay nito hindi na mahirap sa inyo. Kami magbibigay sa inyo ng 20,000, 2 kabataan yan, 30 above, 100,000 plus, 10 kabataan mahigit yan. I-directa niyo po siya sa bank account ng ministry sa accounting department. Ay kung sino po yung mga kabataan gusto niyong sponsoran, isulat niyo po mga pangalan nila. Upang nang sa ganon, ay mailagay na nila ang kanilang mga sarili sa kalagayang maghahanda para po sa one of its kind, much awaited Living Lives Youth Camp Meeting. Hindi na sila hihingi sa inyo ng solicitation. Wala na rin silang ipapaabot ang solicitation paper dahil wala magbibigay. And this is the best thing to do para maiwasan po ang anumang kamalian at ibang issue na hindi nararapat sa mga Living Like Jesus people, sa Living Like Jesus family. Kaya in-specify po namin na wala mga kabataang manghihingi sa inyo ng inyo pong sponsorship. At kung meron man, ipapadala niyo po ang lahat ng yan sa bank account ng ministry. I-inform niyo ang accounting department at ibibigay niyo po yung pangalan ng mga kabataan. Na lahat po yan ay makakapasok. At ito pong pinakamagandang bagay na dapat gawin para maiwasan ang kasalanan, ang kamalian. Kaya salamat sa inyong pagsunod, sa inyong pagkaunawa ng perang ipapadala nyo sa bank account ng ministry, tawag nyo sa accounting department ay safe. At ang mga kabataan gusto nyo sponsoran ay tsak pong makakasama sa youth camp. Thank you so much for opening your heart to this generous giving. And God richly bless you as He promised us. He will repay you. Much is given, much is required. And the more you give, the more you receive. Walang lugi sa pagbibigay, pakinabang lang. At maraming kabataan na magpapasalamat sa inyo ay kundi dahil sa inyong pagkalinga sa kanila at pagbibigay ng mga biyayang iyan mula sa Panginoon para sila po'y maka-attend sa youth camp ay hindi na bago ang buhay nila at ni sa mga kanila ang buong kapuspusan ng Diyos kung paano ito'y suma sa inyo. Ang naging daan upang maraming maligtas, gumaling, lumaya at mapagpala. And the Lord is forever faithful, reward you here and there. And Father God, ihatid mo po ng ligtas at payapa ang Living Like Jesus Youth. I-multiply mo ang mga perang ipagkakaloob. Pakialaman mo ang gawain, manguna ka. Dahil ito po iyong activities, ito iyong mga anak. At pagpalain mo ng sobra-sobra ang lahat ng tumugon. In Jesus' name. Thank you for hearing me as you always do. Amen and amen. Hindi po may mga karamdaman, i-claim niyo na po yung kagalingan ninyo. Taas yung 2 kamay. Ito po ang lahat ng kasalanan. Tawad po sa aking mga sugal. Kung kayo po'y apid, sabihin niyo ito sa aking pakikiapid at pangangalon niya. Kung kayo po'y bakla, sabihin niyo ito sa aking ayag na maging tomboy pero ako'y babae. Tinatakwil ko po ang sexual perversion na to. Hiningi ko ng tawad at tinatakwil ang pagpapagamot sa albularyo. fake healer, espiritista, mananawas, psychic healer, tarot reader. Tinatakwil ko ang paghanap ng kapalaran sa tarot reading, sa horoscope, at mga baraha. Panginoong Hesus, tanging tagapagligtas ng kaluluwa ko, pumasok ka sa puso ko ngayon. Kamot, tagapagligtas. Tinanggap ko na po ang iyong pagpapatawad. Salamat, anak na ako ng Diyos. At pinatatawad ko na ang sinamang tao na ako'y may hinanakit at mayroong tampo. Sige po, patawarin niyo po sila. Kayo pong lahat na may karamdaman, patawarin niyo po ang mga tao na kayo po ay may hinanakit. Sige po, magpatawad po kayo. At wag po kayo magtaka kung kayo po'y gumaling. Dahil matagal niya na po kayong pinagaling. Na taon lang na ngayon niyo lang tatanggapin ang gagalingan. More than 2,000 years ago, pinagaling niyo na po kayo. Hindi lang kayo, lahat ng karamdaman ng mundo. Kaya ganyan halagang pumunta ang Pilipinas kay Kristo upang ang lahat na may karamdaman ay gumaling. Dahil ang kagalingan matagal nang tapos. More than 2,000 years ago. And now is the time to receive it personally by you. Walang bisa ko yung mga cancer na yan, goiter, glaucoma, catarata, epilepsy, pagkabulag, pagkapipi, pagkabingi, I rebuke you. Go! Leave them now and never to return in Jesus' name. Takot sa COVID, monkeypox, sipon, ubulag, not come out of them. I rebuke you. Back to the pit of hell and never to return. Arthritis, mataas na. Acid reflux, we rebuke you in Jesus' name. Mataas na blood sugar, blood pressure, I rebuke you, be normal. Mataas na high pressure, ear pressure, insomnia, I rebuke you in Jesus' name. Come out of them and never to return. Leukemia, epilepsy, sinusitis, I rebuke you in Jesus' name. Cancer sa utak, sa lalamunan, sa dibdib, sa buto, sa bato, sa baga, sa bituka, UTI, liver cancer, liver infection, kidney problem, I rebuke every disease sa iyong mga kidney. Mataas na creatinine, I rebuke it. At kinakancel ko ang salitang dialysis. Kinakancel ko ang salitang insulin. Pinapalitan ko siya ng salitang creative miracle. Lord, lahat po na may problema sa kidney, bigyan mo ng 2 bagong kidneys. Give them a new kidneys. Yung mga butas ang puso, takpan mo mga puso o mga barado ang puso, linisin mo, padaluin mo ng masigla ang mga dugo sa kanilang mga ugat, sa ugat ng kanilang mga puso. Ang mga ulcer na yan, sakit ng tiyan, colon cancer, colon problem, I rebuke it. Lord, sterilize that colon, sterilize that liver, sterilize that gallbladder and that pancreas. Problema sa pag-ihi, ihi ka ng ihi. Remove it at palitan mo po ito ng normal na pag-ihi. Oh, thank you Lord for healing them. Dalawang kamay. Begin to move. Inhale. Exhale. Bend, 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 bend. Swing po yung katawan. Swing. Taas yung dalawang kamay. Wave it. Sabi niyo, Lord, salamat po. Magaling na ako.
The supernatural testimonies of God.
Kundi dyan si tatay ko ay hindi po siya nakakalakad, hindi po naitataas ang kamay kasi po siya na-stroke ng 3 taon. Sabi po niya, kayo po na...
Oh. Sino gumamot sa iyo? Jesus po. O si Jesus, palakpakan natin si Jesus. God bless you.
Si ate po, lingkod high blood at last year po ay na-stroke po siya at mayroon pong nagbara na ugat sa kanya pong ulo. Ay hindi na po daw siya nabubuwal, pinagaling po siya ng ating Diyos sa buhay.
Ramdam ko, hindi ako nakakatayo ng matagal. Noong nag-start na yung hanggang sa makarating ako dito.
Pera nanay, sino po nagpagaling ng mga sakit nyo?
Si Jesus,
Si Jesus.
po.
God bless you po. Ito po hindi nakakatayo ng matagal eh. Ito niyo pag lumakad dito, normal na, parang walang nangyayari.
Lingkod ng Diyos, sinanay po yung kanya po mga matay ng lalabo. Ngayon, nung kanila daw po ipina-check up, nakita po ng doktor na mayroong tumor sa kanya pong ulo na nagiging sanhi para pumanlabo yung kanya mga mata. Ngayon, yung kanya pong mga anak, nagdesisyon po kaagad na ipa-opera siya. Nung pina-opera po siya, tinanggal po yung tumor, pero ang sabi po ng doktor sa kanya, wala na daw po silang kakayahan na ibalik po yung kanya pong paningin. At ayon po kay nanay, pati po yung kanya pong tenga ay nabingi dahil po sa operasyon na yun. Pero kanina daw po habang sumasabay po siya sa inyong panalangin, yung kanya pong mga mata, amen, ngayon po ay pinalinaw ng Diyos yung kanya pong tenga. Kanina daw po ay mayroong pumutok at nakakarinig na po ngayon si nanay. At dahil nga dahil po sa walang tigil po na kakapakinig po niya sa telebisyon, ngayon po nakita po ng doktor yung kanya pong MRI ay clear na. Siya po ay magaling na magaling na.
Buti ng Diyos. Yan po yung sinasabi ko eh. Inopera po kayo, lalong lumabo mata nyo. Hindi na nakakita. Nakakarinig na kayo. Palakpakan po natin si Jesus. Woo! Nanay, po natin si Jesus.
Ako po si Honey Grace, taga Nueva Ecija. Nung bata pa po ako, ang papa ko po ay isang tricycle driver at ang nanay ko po siya. Hindi na po niya kami naaalagaan. Namulat po tayo sa po natin mga nakikipagrelasyon din sa kapwa babae. Umuwi po tayo lasing. Nung namatay pong ating tatay, doon na po nagsimula na nagkaroon tayo ng depression, nagkaroon din po tayo ng bukol sa breast, malalang pananakit sa ating likuran, di tayo makatagal na makaupo, nagkaroon din po tayo ng astigmatism, sobrang bumagsak po yung katawan natin, yung buhay po talaga natin meron po tayong kasama sa bahay na umaate at na-curious po tayo. Na-amaze tayo, gumagaling yung mga may sakit. Patuloy po tayo nanonood. Nag-join po ako ng Youth Camp 2020 via Lord na hindi po natin naranasan sa mundo. Ganun po pala ako kamahal ng Lord. Sa pagtaas po natin ng kamay, nung sinabi po niya na nanginig po tayo kahit hindi po natin maintindihan. Ang pakiramdam ko po ay para po kung nalinis, naginhawahan. Pakiramdam ko po na yon ay parang restoration. At sa mga turo po ng apostol, sobrang bumabaon po siya sa puso natin. At simula po nung naka-attend tayo ng bumalik sa dati nating buhay. At dito po natutunan natin magbigay ng mga tithes and offerings at mga pledges. Sa pamamagitan po niyan ay binless po tayo ng Lord. Binigyan din po tayo ng Lord ng magandang trabaho. At yung sigla po ng katawan natin ay bumalik as worshipers who dance before the Lord. At ginagamit na rin po tayo ligtas at napagpala, kundi yung greater po, at nagpapasalamat po tayo sa buhay ng mga lingkod ng Diyos.
There are still many places in this world that are completely unreached and isolated, where people live in great spiritual darkness. Deep darkness, youth of Christ, from the four corners of the world, arise and shine.
Mga kabataan, it's your time!
Kulang 7.7 bilyong tao sa lalabas na flaming anti-apostolic prophetic living life revivalist.
The greatest demonstration of God's power and glory, such as the world has never seen and before.
Ito ang sikreto ng ating kapangyarihan. We are full of
Jerusalem and to the ends of the earth. Join this much awaited, life-changing, glorious, and joyous How do you see yourself in the next days of your life? Think about it. A world full of connection. A life filled a tomorrow where you can make an impact and change. We believe that every youth has the capability to make their life worth living wherever you may be across this modern and accessible world. The Living Like Jesus youth cherish each other to live in integrity. For the lost in every young individual's path to leave a mark for the future. Facing an uncertain tomorrow may be challenging, but with a strong foundation in Christ, all things are possible. To strengthen and motivate you to shape the future you desire. Why living like Jesus youth? Because you are the Living Like Jesus end-time key players.
Receive it in the mighty name of Jesus. Living like Jesus youth, it starts with you.
It starts with you.
It starts with you. It starts with you.
To the ends of the earth.
In this
world,
we
are like
Jesus.
Receive power when the Holy Spirit comes on you, and you will be my witnesses to the ends of the earth. Wedding anniversaries are the best times to celebrate the heavenly bond created between a husband and wife through marriage, remembering and reaffirming their vows before the Lord and thanking Him for His goodness and faithfulness on their marital journey. Experiencing a blissful 41 years of marriage is a special milestone that is worthy of celebration. It is compared to the gemstone topaz, which symbolizes love and affection, mirroring the deep connection shared over for 4 decades and a year. In the Bible, 41 means God is with us. And thus, 41st wedding anniversary denotes that the God of all creation lives within the couple, and that no matter what might come their way, they are safe, secured, satisfied, and victorious forever. This anniversary also represents breakthroughs, new beginnings, and enjoying the promised land. Rejoicing over the exceptional milestone of 4 decades and a year of true love. 4 decades and a year of blessed marriage. Man and woman of God, the Living Like Jesus Church, and countless audiences around the world sincerely greet you. Super abundantly blessed, grandest, triumphant Apostle Renato D. Carillo and Prophetess Elena Ga Carillo. We love you.
Be one of the partners with the mandate of the man of God, Apostle Renato D. Carillo of Jesus is Our Shield Worldwide Ministries in proclaiming the Living Like Jesus Gospel through every means available. With our TV and radio programs, social network evangelism, print resources, and other ways, we have reached the whole world with the good news. Our Living Like Jesus prayer and counseling hotline are here for all 24/7. We continue to share God's love and greatness through our live services and the Living Like Jesus Apostolic Mission Travel of the Men of God here and abroad, bringing salvation, healing, deliverance, blessings, and apostolic revival to the church worldwide. We also offer hope to the victims of calamity, tragedy, and pandemic, and those who are in need through Mission of Love, Love in Action. Join us in taking the life-saving, miracle-working power of Jesus Christ to the ends of the earth and the Living Like Jesus Gospel to the church. Call or send message now. Your love offerings truly make an eternal impact. Be a partner with the mandate now and be greatly blessed.
Tulad ng ating ipinangako, ipinagpatuloy natin ang reformang pangsakahan. Nitong nakalipas na taon, mahigit 70,000 titulo ng lupa ang ginawad sa mga benepisyaryo ng reformang agraryum. 1 taon mula nung aking unang sona na isabatas na ang bagong Agrarian Emancipation Act. Dahil dito, ang 57 billion piso ng utang na pinapasan ng mahigit 600,000 benepisyaryo ay tuluyan ng nabura.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagseserbisyo, kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 10 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people. Kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV, ang pambansang TV. Roadwatch, iwas disgrasya tips sa kalsada. Eyes on the road, kaibigan. Ayon sa Republic Act 10913 o Anti-Distracted Driving Act, mahigpit na ipinagbabawal ang paggamit ng cellphone o anumang gadget habang nagmamaneho. Ibig sabihin nito, bawal tumanggap ng tawag, mag-text, maglaro, mag-compute, magbasa, at mag-internet kapag hawak ang manibela. Siguruhin ang cellphone ay nakalagay sa safe zone ng sasakyan at hindi nakasasagabal sa line of sight mo habang nagmamaneho. Iset muna ang destinasyon bago magbiyahe. Pwede lamang gumamit ng cellphone kung may emergency sa daan at kailangan tumawag sa kinauukulan. Hindi biro ang parusa sa mga lalabag sa batas, kaya sumunod sa lahat ng oras. Kapag buhay ang nakataya, dapat listo sa kalsada. Roadwatch, hatid ng inyong PTV.
As of May this year, our employment rate rose to 95.7%. Clear proof of the improvement from the severe unemployment that we experienced during the height of the pandemic. We will generate additional jobs for the remaining 4.3% of our workforce, as well as for the 11.7% underemployed Filipinos seeking better employment opportunities.
To the 2023 post-SONA discussions. After a successful State of the Nation address by President Marcos Jr., let us continue to dive deeper into his message as we tackle specific issues in our cluster panel discussions. ang pag-aalaga ng kalikasan, ang pagbabago ng panahon o climate change, at ang ating agarang pagresponde sa bawat sakuna. Ilan lamang ito sa ating mga tatalakayin. And joining us this afternoon are our Cabinet Secretaries and agency heads for the Environmental Protection and Disaster Management Cluster, while some will be joining us via Zoom as they are attending the ongoing NDRRMC meeting on Typhoon Egay. We have Secretary Maria Antonia Yulo Loizaga, Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Secretary Renato U. Solidum Jr., Department of Science and Technology. Secretary Gilberto Teodoro Jr., Department of National Defense. Assistant Secretary Mylene Capongcol, Department of Energy. Undersecretary Marlo Iringan, Department of Interior and Local Government. Secretary Roberto Borge, Climate Change Commission. Secretary Rex Gatchalian, Department of Social Welfare and Development. Okay, so speaking of emergencies and disasters, the Philippines is highly exposed to natural hazards, such as typhoons, earthquakes, and volcanic activities. Since climate change exacerbates the impact of natural disasters, what are the efforts undertaken by the DOST to strengthen the country's disaster preparedness and resiliency, such as improving early warning or strengthening the capabilities of the Pag-asa and PhilVox?
Thank you, Daphne. To explain the whole range of what the Department of Science and Technology is doing, which is focused on science for resilience, let me quote first a famous part of the book of The Art of War by Sun Tzu, because this would give us the context of why we are doing this. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. So essentially what would this would mean is that we need to know the hazards that will be experienced in all places in the Philippines. When will this happen? And most importantly, how will this impact the people, the communities, the structures, the buildings, the businesses, the agriculture, the environment, and so on and so forth. And so one of the things that the Department of Science and Technology is doing is to conduct hazards and risk assessment by mapping the different hazards related to weather and climate and geological events like earthquakes, volcanoes, and tsunamis, together with the other hazards mapping organizations from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and put this in a platform
out the policy, legal, and regulatory framework for nuclear energy program in the country, and that would include the creation of an independent, strong regulatory body for nuclear. Also, we are now spearheading also the development of what we call the nuclear energy roadmap that will encompass all the requirements of the 19 infrastructure projects. Right now, we are in the phase 1 or milestone number 1 of the approach that was taken by the IAEA, which is informed or knowledgeable commitment towards energy development. So as far as renewable energy development is concerned, and vis-a-vis the nuclear, it complements because nuclear power is stable and base load, and the variable in terms of dispatch of energy can support the power. So this is also consistent with the government, particularly the DOE's trust of energy security. So we need to provide supply of electricity to our consumers 24/7, 365 days in 1 year. So that is part of us. And rest assured that we're doing all the transparency as well as decision-making as far as the establishment of nuclear energy program in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Asek. So this is also in keeping with the President's vision to have a healthy energy mix in order to address the energy needs of the country. We'll go back to that conversation also. I'm sure we would like to talk about that with the Climate Change Commissioner here. Let's first move on to DILG. Para sa kaalaman ng lahat, ang DILG ay nakikibahagi rin sa kampanya sa pagtitipid ng tubig. Please tell us more about DILG's initiatives in water conservation and other campaigns in environmental protection.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Daphne. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Much earlier when we received the advisory from DOST Pag-asa that we'll be experiencing El Nino in the coming months, upon the directive of our Secretary, Attorney Benjamin C. Abalos Jr., the DILG issued a memorandum circular for the guidance of all our local government units. Particularly, we urge our local government units to come up with policies and enact ordinances for the prudent use of water. Because we believe that, we know, of course, that with El Nino, the result will be less rainfall, which would further result to less stream flows and groundwater. And it will practically affect our supply of water. So part of the guidance that we gave to our local government units is to come up with policies and ordinances for the prudent use of water. Particularly, we highly encourage our local government units to allow water concessionaires to fix leaks in water pipelines. Now, even while the permits for the digging of the roads is yet to be issued by local government units. We also urge our LGUs to do intense advocacy to their constituents, particularly, as minor as fixing the leaks in our faucets. It could seem inconsequential, but if we lump all the households in the entire country, it would we would come up with a large volume of saved water. So as simple as that, these are things that our local government units have been doing for quite some time. Also, per the directive of the Secretary, the Bureau of Fire Protection will only draw water from water hydrants if necessary. So the BFP has that guidance from the Secretary. On environmental protection, the DILG is a key agency in the implementation of the Supreme Court decision to have a Manila Bay clean-up, recovery, and rehabilitation. We have 187 local government units, which is within the Manila Bay area. And part of our collaboration with our local government units and other national government agencies is the conduct of yearly environmental compliance audit. So the last audit that we came up with resulted to like 181 out of 187 cities and municipalities have come up with their sewage and septage management ordinance. 88% of the business establishments 89% of the factories and 77% of households have already established their sewage treatment plant or have their own septic tanks. 181 local government units have already their approved solid waste management plan approved by the National Solid Waste Commission, and 165 local government units have already their material recovery facility. These initiatives would contribute to addressing the factors and the practices that contributed to the degradation of Manila Bay. So as I mentioned, in coordination with other national government agencies, we will be monitoring the adherence to these policies by our local government units, and we do it yearly. Thank you.
Thank you, Undersecretary. At this point, we are now joined live by the Secretary of the DENR, Maria Antonia Yulo Loizaga, and Secretary Gilberto Teodoro of the Department of National Defense, who are both currently at the Department of National Defense, managing the situation with Typhoon Egay. Thank you, sir and ma'am, for joining us. We know your time is very limited at the moment, so I'll get right into the discussion. First question for DENR Secretary. The President said, considering its fundamental importance, water security deserves our special focus. Our efforts must not be scattershot, but rather cohesive, centralized, and systematic. On July 4th, 2023, Pag-asa declared the start of the El Nino phenomenon. Daily water interruptions started to decrease water level dams around the country. What are the programs being implemented by the government, led by the Water Resources Management Office, or DENR, to ensure water supply?
Thank you very much, Daphne, and good afternoon to everyone. As you know, the WRMO, or the Water Resources Management Office, was organized by executive order to actually coordinate the functions of all the water-related agencies, of which there were more than 20, as you know, in order for us to achieve what we call an integrated water resource management approach to our water security. That means equity, economic efficiency, and environmental sustainability are at the heart of the government's water security program. So in terms of our water security efforts, let me start with the immediate. The WRMO has issued 2 bulletins already. One first, basically to government offices, and the rest for the general public to warn on the impacts of El Nino. This means that conservation is at the top of our list. We do know that there are problems in infrastructure, as well as, of course, the problems of supply because of the decreased rainfall amount. So infrastructure, whether it's the major infrastructure of distribution or whether it's the pipes leading to your very home and your own usage, as Yusek Iringan has already mentioned, we'd like to plug the leaks wherever possible, and this is something that every household can do. We also need to collect and impound water, and so we're working with the DPWH to see whether we can have some of the flood control projects, in fact, be also water impounding projects, to see whether those can be stored for the coming months and years because of climate change and its impacts. Thirdly, we're looking for funding resources and, of course, for cooperation of the local governments. And here's where it gets very interesting for us. We would like, for example, and this is largely through the convergence of the different departments in this administration, led by the DPWH and, of course, NEDA. We have LUA and MWSS also participating, looking at our budgets and our programs to see how we can design multi-purpose infrastructure to actually serve the different needs of agriculture, of power, of water for domestic use, of industry. And so we're looking at this infrastructure that is multi-purpose in order to address the different dimensions of water security in the country. Thirdly, in terms of the longer term, funding is, of course, a question. So we're now working with the DOF to see how we might be able to incentivize PPPs for bulk water and other projects that could, in fact, deliver water where it is most needed. And lastly, we're looking at our development partners, such as the World Bank, for example, who are actually interested in looking at multi-purpose infrastructure funding for us to be able to address, especially those that are critically in danger because of climate change. So these are a whole range of projects, And we hope that, in fact, by August, we'll be able to release our Integrated Water Resources Management Plan. The consultations have already been completed, and therefore that new plan will be released for everyone to examine. Thanks, Daphne.
Thank you, Secretary Tony. Let's move on to Secretary Teodoro. Sir, in the Philippines, climate emergencies, natural disasters are not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And currently we have one right now, and I hope it's not so bad. But seeing as the Philippines is highly exposed to natural hazards, what is the DND doing to strengthen the country's disaster preparedness and resiliency? Go ahead, sir.
Well, great strides have been made by our partner agencies with the primary responsibility for preparedness and resiliency, namely, of course, the DILG, because the first responders are the local government units. In case of predictive capabilities for natural calamities, a lot has been done by the DOST through FIVOX and PAGASA, and the DPWH in terms of mitigating and resiliency too, and the DNR. Now, on our part, what we want to be is the bridge between concerted national government assistance and efforts in all these aspects and the local government units. That is what the Office of Civil Defense is all about. So it's a matter of marshalling and coordinating all efforts. And I forgot to mention our very energetic DSWD partner, Secretary Rex Gatchalian, who also has a great deal to do on preparedness and response, and rehabilitation too. So what the OCD is doing is to increase its coordinative functions to get us reliable and timely information and analyze this in as much a real-time situation or scenario as possible for concerted efforts of the national government in case a local government unit cannot cope with a natural or a man-made disaster. That being the case too, we continue also to partner with international humanitarian agencies and response agencies to advocate with the rest of the national government in best practices in disaster risk reduction. That being said, in the DND proper, the Armed Forces of the Philippines too does big share of helping our people in times of crisis and in terms of delivering basic goods and services when communities are isolated, as we see now. We also want to report that last Sunday, under EO24, the National Task Force on Crisis Management for Response was convened by the Executive Secretary, and we held our first joint NDRR-MC and Task Force meeting today to study the effects and to coordinate the efforts on Typhoon Egay and the southwest monsoon that it brings, and another tropical disturbance which is forming in the area of southeastern Philippines. Thank you, Daphne.
Thank you, Secretary Teodoro. Right now, let's move to DSWD. Okay, the President said we have learned many painful lessons from past disasters. We continue to be alert and prepared in our disaster response. It has, in fact, been commented that sometimes we are over-prepared for such natural disasters. To continue that, we are reorganizing our response teams to make them more adaptable, agile, and effective in times of calamities and crises. With a clear unity of command. What are the efforts undertaken by your agency to ensure immediate and faster delivery of relief assistance and services to the affected communities, DSWD? And feel free to come in again, Secretary Teodoro or DILG as well.
Well, Daphne, you'll hear this word over and over again in our programs, handa, prepared. In the department, in DSWD, we encapsulated our program in a program called Buong Bansa Handa. We believe that disaster preparedness and response is not just the government's responsibility, but it's every single Filipino's responsibility. Now, for the department, at least we are in charge of the response, making sure that the immediate needs or the immediate relief will be there, the humanitarian side of it. And DSWD has formulated a plan based on the President's instruction to come up with fail-safe mechanisms for our supply chain. The goal there is to be omnipresent, so to speak, making our people, most especially the victims, feel that government is there, in fact, ahead, during, and right after a storm or a natural calamity. So in the Buong Bansa program, Buong Bansa Handa program, we created 2 supply chains. The first supply chain is a government supply chain. It's government-driven, wherein we tap into the warehouse facilities of local government units, provincial governments, other agencies like DND, led by Secretary Teodoro, who lent us a couple of warehouses. So we started pre-positioning goods as, to all our regional offices and as far as we can in the provincial offices. As we speak right now, for instance, we have around 1.3 million family food packs spread across the entire country, ready on the ground, so that when typhoons like Egay hit, it's not like we're marshalling things always out of Metro Manila or the urban centers, but the goods are already there. That's part of being omnipresent. But we also know that if we just use government resources, it won't be enough. That's why in Buong Bansa Handa, we procured the services through framework agreements or supply agreements of the private sector. People or companies who are in the food distribution business, grocers. We know that their expertise or their infrastructure is more superior. We plotted out their presence nationwide, and they can fill in the gaps where we don't have government facilities or warehouses. So we're in the process of procuring that, and it should come to a fore very shortly. That will complement the government-driven supply chain line that we created, and thereby now creating 2 supply chain lines. One, government-driven, the other private sector-driven. We'll lean on these 2 supply chain lines to make sure that government relief efforts or government relief packs are spread across the entire country as widespread as we can, because that's about being prepared. Getting the private sector involved, as well as making sure that government is omnipresent in the farthest areas of the country where a disaster can strike anytime.
Okay. Secretary Teodoro, would you like to add to that?
Add that the coordination between the Department of Social Welfare and Development, of course, anchored on the much improved predictive capabilities of Pag-asa and PhilVox, has allowed us to adequately plan beforehand and marshal our resources more efficiently in order to serve our people in a faster manner. And it is a testament to the close coordination between cabinet members that we are able to function this efficiently. And we hope to institutionalize these practices so that the continuing delivery of services for our countrymen in need, when they need it, comes at a quicker pace because of pre-planning and pre-positioning without wastage, of course.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now let's move on to the Climate Change Commission. Of course, all of this whole-of-nation approach is needed to fully respond to the impact of climate change. For the CCC, what are the country's policies on addressing climate change, such as the National Climate Change Action Plan? What is the status of the local action plans of the LGUs? And despite being one of the lowest contributors to carbon emissions, the Philippines remains committed to the 2015 Paris Agreement. For the CCC, what are the policy measures to accelerate decarbonization efforts, and any updates on the country's implementation of the nationally determined contribution?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Daphne, for that question. First and foremost, I'd like to say that the Climate Change Commission is very much encouraged by the presence of the different agencies here. It goes to show that it is indeed a whole-of-government approach in order to address not just the issue of climate change, but other issues of governance. But we'd like to say that the climate change is the governance challenge of our generation. And if we can stretch it a little bit further, instead of simply a whole-of-society or a whole-of-nation approach, we would say that it's a whole-of-world approach, because the problem of climate change is global, it's historic, and it's also systemic. And I think it puts a very good context to the work that we do if we also understand not just the responsibilities of the Philippines as a party to the UNFCCC, but also the responsibilities and commitments of the developed countries or industrialized countries that have been historically responsible for climate change. Now, that being said, there are several policy frameworks already that have been implemented and put in place, including the National Framework for NFSS. We also have the National Climate Change Action Plan, of course, and we have our nationally determined contributions that sets an ambitious goal of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions by 75%. But again, we have to understand that the 75% reduction is dependent on more than 72% is dependent on the assistance being given by our partner countries in order to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. With that being said, it's also important that we understand that we have our nationally NDC implementation plan that's currently being undertaken by the CCC. And it's important to note that what we have under President Marcos is truly a whole of government, whole society approach that is based on nature-based solutions. And with guidance from SENR, we're able to work right now also on the National Adaptation Plan, which its main objective is to make sure that we have a framework and a plan for the country, for our LGUs and our agencies to truly help where it matters. It's important to note also that under this administration, we have been making good headways in our greenhouse gas inventory. And we're working on completing we've already done the 2010, but right now we're completing 2015 and 2020. Why is this important? It's important because the different sectors in the Philippines need to understand the trajectory of our industries, and we need to accordingly plan for that. And I think it's going to be a major accomplishment of the Marcos administration once we get up to date on our 2015 and 2020 greenhouse gas inventory. But that said, there are a couple of questions there. We'd like to focus on the communities and LGUs, and we've been working very closely with the Department of Interior and Local Government on the Local Climate Change Action Plan. Right now, what we have is 85% compliance with the LCCAP. But is that enough? No. What we want is 100% compliance with the Local Climate Change Action Plan. And when we speak about this, it was explicitly said by Secretary Yulo Luizaga that it's important, as she is the representative of the President to the Climate Change Commission, it's important to study not only the quantity, but also the quality of the local climate change action plans. Why? Because it's in the grassroots that climate change is truly felt. And what we're doing right now, together with the DILG, is to make sure that the submissions are both qualitatively and quantitatively good. So these are some of the measures that we have under President Marcos that we're working on in terms of strengthening the actions for climate change. And might we say again that it's important for us to really understand that when we talk about climate change, it's the lives and the livelihood and the future of our country. And President Marcos has been very clear on his vision and marching orders for this.
Thank you, Commissioner Borge. You mentioned the National Adaptation Plan and its the importance of the LGUs, and of course this is all anchored with the DENRs. So let's go back to Secretary Loizaga. What are the DENR's efforts to promote collaboration among the national and local government, private sector, and public to strengthen solid waste management and address plastic pollution, and I suppose as well climate resiliency? Any focus on mitigation and adaptation measures?
Let me start with the solid waste question. As you know, we do have a national solid waste management law, and all the LGUs are mandated to submit their plans to the council, which is the National Solid Waste Management Council. All of these plans have to carry their own estimates moving forward for 10 years in terms of the way their waste will be generated, the kind of waste, the budgets they expect to actually earmark, and of course what it is that they will actually do with that waste. Right now, most of the LGUs are using their sanitary landfill facilities. They locate these within their own properties, their political administrative boundaries, but we know there are challenges. There are challenges in segregation. There are challenges as well in identifying land that will be suitable for these landfills. So there are new solutions that we're beginning to look at. Some of the LGUs have now been working with cement companies, for example, that use the solid waste in their co-processing in order to use that as fuel for their own generation of their product. What this does for cement companies, it decarbonizes them slowly, but what this does also for the LGUs is it gives them a solution where they are short of land and short of technical expertise to actually handle their solid waste problems. Now, on the private sector as a whole, and this is where it gets very, very important that this administration has actually seen the passage into law of the Extended Producers Responsibility Act. Now, that requires all producers using plastic packaging to collect their packaging at the rate of 20% a year until they reach 80% collection. The accountability and the responsibility for the recycling, and the reduction of their plastic packaging now is in the hands of those that are actually producing and using the plastic packaging. This is very important because at the end of the day, we know that we cannot collect all of this plastic packaging and, of course, dispose of them adequately because plastic doesn't degrade. Depending on the type of plastic packaging that you use, it will take hundreds of years before you can actually be rid of it. So the private sector's responsibility is very, very important in this whole effort, but we need to work with local governments as well. It is very much a multi-stakeholder, whole of government, whole of society effort in order to address plastic waste. And here's where we need to also, at this point, begin to think of who are involved in the solid waste management sector and make that an industry in itself. Why that's important is this. There is a whole group of informal sector participants in the solid waste management activities of our country. These individuals, these families, many of them lived for generations beside the large landfills that we know. They need to be given a fair wage. They need to be valued for their contribution to the solid waste management effort of this country. And that means they need social protection, they need the just pay that they actually should receive, and they need occupational hazard and safety training in order for them to actually be more protected against the hazards of this actual profession. So let's not forget that the private sector, the local governments, they're key actors, but we need to also include in this particular problem of solid waste management the role of the different partners and contributors to what we see as a value chain for the solid waste management industry, if you will, and to give those sectors a fair wage and the social protection and the benefits that they need. Lastly, I would like to say that marine plastic litter is a big issue for us. We are now baselining and actually looking at methodologies as to how we can baseline our marine plastic litter. The development partners have been very, very generous with us in trying to work with us, not just the UN agencies, but organizations like the World Economic Forum. We are working with all of these groups in order for us to establish the baseline for marine plastic litter, and then look at the methodologies for us, not just to be picking it up when it's already in the ocean, but of course to prevent it from actually reaching our rivers and streams. This is a whole of society effort. It can't just be the government. And we look across our different department partners as well as the local governments vertically to help us in this regard. Thanks, Daphne.
Thank you, Secretary Loizaga. Sabi nga ni Pangulong Marcos, we can never lose sight of our responsibility to the future. The economic agenda cannot and will not ever be incompatible with our climate change agenda. Climate change is now an important criterion in our integral national policies in planning, decision-making, up to the implementation of programs. And with that, maraming salamat sa ating panel ngayon. Thank you especially to Secretary Teodoro and Secretary Loizaga, who's currently handling a disaster management situation. Thank you so much for joining us today. As we head on full speed to a modern and bagong Pilipinas, disaster resiliency, dealing with climate change, pushing for clean energy production and government assistance during times of calamities will remain key areas for our sustained progress through, of course, our dynamic environmental protection and disaster management cluster. Join us again later at 4 p.m. for the last session. We will tackle the administration's report card on good governance, peace, and security. This has been Daphne Oceania Paez. Thank you for joining us in the 2023 Post-SONA discussions.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagsiserbisyo. Kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 10 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV, ang pambansang TV.
Considering its fundamental importance, water security deserves a special focus. So given that urgency, we have created the Water Resources Management Office to specifically handle the delicate job involving this most precious resource. Nakikipag-ugnayan tayo sa Kongreso upang maipasa ang batas para sa pagbuo ng isang Department of Water Resource Management. This year, we have allocated 14.6 billion pesos for water supply projects, which will benefit communities all over the country.
Disaster Watch. Alamin ang Modified Tropical Cyclone Wind Signal System para sa mga paparating na bagyo. Signal number 1. Isa itong tropical depression na nagtataglay ng bahagyang lakas ng hangin at tatama sa loob ng 1.5 araw. Posible itong makadulot ng pinsala. Walang pasok ang mga bata sa preschool. Signal number 2. Ito ay tinatawag na tropical storm na may dalang katamtamang lakas ng hangin at posibleng tumama sa loob ng 24 oras. Pinapayuhan ng lahat na isecure ang kanilang mga bahay at kagamitan at huwag na munang maglakbay. Wala ring pasok ang mga mag-aaral mula sa preschool hanggang high school. Signal number 3. Ito ay severe tropical storm na posibleng tumama sa loob ng 18 oras. Pinapayuhan ang mga residente na lumikas sa mabababang lugar, baybayin at tabing ilog at maghanda sa pagkawala ng kuryente at komunikasyon. Walang pasok sa lahat ng antas ng edukasyon. Signal number 4. Ito ay isang ganap na typhoon na maaaring tumama sa loob ng 12 oras at nagtataglay ng napakalakas na hangin. Dapat manatili muna sa bahay at lumikas mula sa mga mapanganib na lugar. Signal number 5. Ito ay isang super typhoon na nagtataglay ng napakalakas na hangin at posibleng magdulot ng malawakang pinsala. Manatili sa loob ng matibay na gusali at mag-monitor sa mga weather update para sa inyong kaligtasan. Sa panahon ng bagyo, dapat laging listo. Health Watch, mga paalalang pangkalusugan laban sa leptospirosis. Ang leptospirosis ay sakit na dulot ng Leptospira bacteria mula sa ihi ng infected na mga hayop. Naipapasa ito sa pamamagitan ng pagtalsik ng kontaminadong tubig sa mata, ilong at bibig, sa kontaminadong pagkain at inumin, at paglusong sa maruming tubig habang may bukas na sugat. Kabilang sa sintomas ng leptospirosis ang lagnat, panginginig, pananakit ng katawan, sakit ng ulo, pamamantal, pamumula ng mata, paninilaw ng balat, at diarrhea. Kung hindi maaagapan, maaari itong makapinsala sa bato, utak at atay. Agad kumonsulta sa inyong doktor o sa malapit na health facility kung makaramdam ng sintomas. Para makaiwas sa leptospirosis, iwasang lumusong sa maduming tubig o baha, o gumamit ng bota at gloves kung kinakailangan. Maligo at magsabon agad kung nababad sa maduming tubig. Siguruhing malinis ang inumin. Panatilihing malinis ang bahay at kapaligiran. At ugaliin ang tamang pagtatapon ng basura. Tandaan, sa panahon ng sakit, dapat laging listo.
Our road network plans must link not only our 3 major islands, but all prospective sites of economic development. The 1,200-kilometer Luzon Spine Expressway Networks program will effectively connect Ilocos to Bicol from 20 hours to just 9 hours of travel. Under the Mega Bridge program, 12 bridges totaling 90 kilometers will be constructed, connecting islands and areas separated by waters. The program notably includes the Bataan-Cavite Interlink Bridge and the Panay-Guimaras-Negros Island bridges, each spanning 32 kilometers, and also the Samal Island Davao City Connector Bridge. We initiated several railway projects with a total length of more than 1,000 kilometers. Notably, the southern leg of the North-South commuter railway system is now in full swing. In a few years, travel from Pampanga to Laguna will be reduced from 4 hours to just 2.
Roadwatch, iwas disgrasya tips sa kalsada. Eyes on the road, kaibigan. Ayon sa Republic Act 10913 o Anti-Distracted Driving Act, mahigpit na ipinagbabawal ang paggamit ng cellphone o anumang gadget habang nagmamaneho. Ibig sabihin nito, bawal tumanggap ng tawag, mag-text, maglaro, mag-compute, magbasa, at mag-internet kapag hawak ang manibela. Ay nakalagay sa safe zone ng sasakyan at hindi nakasasagabal sa line of sight mo habang nagmamaneho. Gumamit ng hands-free function. At kung gagamit ng Google Maps o Waze, iset muna ang destinasyon bago magbiyahe. Pwede lamang gumamit ng cellphone kung may emergency sa daan at kailangan tumawag sa kinauukulan. Hindi biro ang parusa sa mga lalabag sa batas, kaya sumunod sa lahat ng oras. Kapag buhay ang nakataya, dapat listo sa kalsada. Roadwatch, hatid ng inyong PTV.
Alongside power generation, we are also as relentless in pursuing total electrification. Since my assumption into office, almost 500,000 homes have been given access to electricity. We will spare no effort to achieve full household electrification by the end of my term. 100% is within our reach.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagseserbisyo, kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 10 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV, ang pambansang TV.
Sa pinagandang konsulta package ng PhilHealth, 21 klase ng mga gamot at 13 laboratory service ang ibibigay ng libre. Ngayon, meron na tayong mahigit 2,000 konsulta center sa buong bansa. Ang bilang na ito ay mas marami ng 35% mula nung nakalipas na taon. Upang mas lalo pang makatulong sa mga pasyente, ang dating 70 libreng dialysis session ay inakyat na natin sa 156. Mga kababayan, libre na po ngayon ang dialysis para sa karamihan.
Susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Walang makapagsasabi kung ano ang mga numerong mananalo sa lahat ng PCSO game. Huwag maniwala sa mga text messages, liham o tawag sa telepono na nagsasabing magbibigay daw sila ng tip kapalit ng pera o cellphone load. Bumili ng ticket sa mga PCSO authorized outlets at PCSO branches bago ang actual draw.
Visayas, Mindanao, isang magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. Welcome back sa nag-iisang programa ng Bagong Pilipinas, kung saan nananalo ka na nakapagbibigay pag-asa at tulong ka pa sa ating mga kababayang nangangailangan. It's a rainy Sabado night, July 29, 2023. 30 minutos na saya at panalo ang nakahanda para po sa inyo. Kaya manatiling nakatutok sa PTV Network at sa ating mga live streaming channels, sa Facebook at sa YouTube. Pero bago po ang lahat, isang maganda gabi po sa kapartner ko ngayong gabi. Hi, Fe!
Hi, Romy. Good evening din sa'yo. At sa lahat ng Lotto players nationwide, alam niyo po ba na parami ng parami ang Lotto winners natin this month? At sa nalalapit na pagtatapos ng buwan ng Hulyo, may hahabol pa kaya sa listahan ng Lotto winners? Sa mga Lotto players natin na hindi inalintana ang pabugso-bugsong pag-ulan kanina, tumungo sa mga Lotto outlets para makabili lang ng kanilang mga tickets for tonight's draws. Naway blessings ang dala ng buhos ng ulan at swertehin kayong lahat ngayong gabi. Okay, wag na pong maglipat ng channel o mag-browse ng iba pang apps at stay tuned lamang sa live na pagbola ng mga numero.
And to get things started, welcome po sa ating Lotto Draw panel of judges from the gaming public.
Siyempre, kasama rin natin ang mga representatives from PCSO and the Commission on Audit. Pati na mga technical personnel from the PCSO Data Center. Good evening po sa inyo.
And to assist us with our draws, we have our PCSO Draw Coordinator. Good evening, sir.
Multi-million prizes, abot kamay na.
So get ready with your tickets and let's play Lotto.
Sa isinagawang pre-draw procedures, natunghayan ng Lotto Draw Panel of Judges and draw representatives from the PCSO and the Commission on Audit ang mga paghahanda bago ang live Lotto draws. Sa pamamagitan ng machine inspection at machine testing, siniguro po na maayos ang kondisyon ng mga draw machines. Only the operation of the remote switch button ang may human intervention. Sa drawable case selection, 3 sets ang pinagpilian sa bawat game. Randomly, pumili ang chairperson ng isang set ng bola na gagamitin. Lahat po ng bola ay tinimbang para masiguro na halos pantay-pantay ang bigat ng bawat bola. Properly documented at covered po ng video ang bawat activity. Matapos masiguro na ito'y kumpleto, ang draw team member ang maglo-load ng draw balls na gagamitin sa mga draws.
Grand Lotto players, wala po tayong jackpot winner last Wednesday. So tonight's Grand Lotto jackpot prize, 29,700,000 pesos, net of the Agent's Prize Commission. Mr. Draw Coordinator, press that button and let's play Grand Lotto 655. Grand Lotto players, 55 draw balls, 1 to 55 ang nasa loob ng ating draw machine. 6 na bola po ang hihintay nating pipiliin. Machine lang po ang pipili ng mga bola. And the first number, number 3. Ingatan po mabuti ang mga lotto tickets. Huwag babasahin at huwag paplansyahin. Kailangan po ma-validate ang winning ticket sa pag-claim ng premyo. The second number, 24. Sa game na ito, pag naswertehan ng 3 nanalong numero, 60 pesos ang papremyo. The third number, 19. Kapag 4 winning numbers po ang nakuha ninyo, 1,500 pesos ang instant panalo. And the fourth number, number 1. If you get 5 out of the 6 winning numbers, 100,000 pesos po ang mapapas sa inyo. The fifth number, 17. Lotto fans, tandaan, equally divided po ang jackpot prize kung 2 o higit pa ang mananalo. And the sixth number, number 11. Recapping the official Grand Lotto winning numbers in any order. 3, 24, 19, 1, 17, and 11 for the jackpot prize of 29,700,000 pesos net of the Agent's Prize Commission. 6 numbers pa rin ang bubuo sa isa pang multi-million game. Let's play Lotto 642. Wala rin po tayong jackpot winner sa Lotto 642 last Thursday. So tonight's jackpot prize, 9,965,962 pesos, net of the agent's prize commission. Once again, Mr. Draw Coordinator, press that button and let's play Lotto 642. Maraming salamat po sa ating Draw Coordinator. If you're just joining us tonight, good evening po sa inyo. Nasa Lotto 642 draw na po tayo. And this time, 42 drawballs 1 to 42 ang nasa loob ng ating draw machine. 6 lucky balls pa rin ang hihintay nating pipiliin. And the first number, 21. Huwag pong magpapaloko sa mga nagpapanggap na PCSO official or employee at nagsasabing mabibigyan kayo ng tip ng mananalong numero. Scam po yan. The second number, 1313. Sa Lotto 642, 20 pesos ang papremyo pag nagmas ang tatlong numero sa ating mga winning numbers. Para po manalo, your numbers can come in any order. The third number, number 8. Sakali naman pong maka 4 winning numbers po kayo, panalo po kayo ng 800 pesos. Martes, Huwebes at Sabado ang Lotto 642. And the fourth number, number 28. Kung 5 winning numbers po ang nasa ticket ninyo, 24,000 pesos po ang instant pa premyo. Mga tickets na hawak, swerte po sana ang dala. The fifth number, number 12. Lotto Philippines, one more lucky number to complete tonight's Lotto 642 winning combination. And the sixth number, it's the number 41. Muli po ang ating Lotto 642 winning numbers in any order. 21, 13, 8, 28, 12, and 41 for the jackpot prize of 9,965,962 pesos, net of the agent's prize commission. Di pa po nagtatapos ang papremyo, digit game players, oras na para humakot ng panalo sa aming pagbabalik.
Maraming nagtatanong tungkol sa loto. Maliban sa 20 pesos, swerte ang puhunan para maging instant milyonaryo. Oportunidad at pagkakataon ay di mabilang para makamit ang swerte. Tunay na pinagkakatiwalaan sa mga sulok ng mundo. Ano pang hinihintay ninyo? Sugod na sa mga Lotto outlets at bumili ng mga tickets ninyo. Para sa bayan, PCSO laging nandyan. Araw-araw, let's play Lotto!
The Lotto players. As of our last draw, over 600,000 pesos na ang 6D Lotto first prize na hindi pa rin napanalunan. Sa game nito, maliban sa first prize, marami pang paraan para manalo. May premyo sakaling makuha ang first or last 2 to 5 numbers in exact order ng walang combination. Kaya wag basta itapon ng ticket kung hindi nakuha ang first prize dahil baka may consolation prize kayo. There you have it, our 6D Lotto walang numbers. For the first number, we have 2. The second number, the number 5. The third number is 6. The fourth number, the number 9. The fifth number, the number 2. And the sixth and final number, the number 2. Again, tonight's 6D Lotto walang combination. 2, 5, 6, 9, 2. And 2 in exact order. Libo-libong papremyo pa rin ang hatid ng lucky 3 numbers. Let's play 3D Lotto. Tapos sa 3D Lotto, pwedeng manalo ng 4,500 pesos per 10 peso play. Kapag nag-match ang 3 numbers nyo sa mapipiling 3D Lotto winning combination in exact order, 750 pesos or 1,500 pesos naman ang pwedeng mapanalunan kung nag-Rambolito system play. At eto na po ang ating 3D Lotto winning numbers. For the first number, we have 4. The second number, the number 3. And the third number, the number 5. Again, tonight's 3D Lotto winning combination. 4, 3, and 5 in exact order. Huling hirit ng papremyo, swerte ng 2 numbers. Alamin na natin. Let's play the 2D Lotto game. 2D Lotto players, 4,000 pesos per 10 peso play ang panalo kapag nag-match ang 2 numbers nyo sa ating winning combination in exact order. Kung nanalo via the Rambolito system play, 2,000 pesos ang maiuwi nyo. Lotto winners, may 1 year kayo to claim your prizes. At nakapili na ng 2D Lotto winning numbers. For the first number, we have 29. And the second number, the number 25. Recapping the 2D Lotto winning combination for the 9 p.m. draw, we have 29 and 25 in exact order. Congratulations, Lotto winners! SEL players from Visayas, nasa usapang SEL na tayo. Resulta ng SEL Departmentalized Draws, ihatid namin sa aming pagbabalik.
Hi guys! Sa mga first-time players at aspiring Lotto millionaires, para sa inyo ang infomercial na ito. Araw-araw ang tsansang manalo dahil araw-araw din ang swerteng hatid ng mga games ng PCSO. From Monday to Sunday, 2D Lotto at 3D Lotto 3 times a day nakakasalo. That's every 2 p.m., 5 p.m., and 9 p.m. draws. Tuwing alas 9 ng gabi, back-to-back ang mga pampagood vibes na dala ng samot-saring digit at jackpot-bearing games. Every Mondays and Wednesdays, mega saya ang dala ng 2D Lotto, 3D Lotto, 4D Lotto, Mega Lotto 645, and the Grand Lotto 655. Nag-uumapaw ang multi-million excitement every Tuesday. Hatid ng 2D Lotto, 3D Lotto, 6D Lotto, Lotto 642, Super Lotto 649, at Ultra Lotto 658. Ready ang Super Jackpot every Thursday. Hatid ng 2D Lotto, 3D Lotto, 6D Lotto, Lotto 642, and Super Lotto 649. Sigurado mag-enjoy kayo every Friday sa weekend treat ng 2D Lotto, 3D Lotto, 4D Lotto, Mega Lotto 645, and Ultra Lotto 658. Talbog ang Sabado Night Gimmick dahil big time ang panalong dala ng 2D Lotto, 3D Lotto, 6D Lotto, Lotto 642, and the Grand Lotto 655. At pagdating ng Sunday, game na game pa rin ang Lotto Barkada sa papremyong hatid ng 2D Lotto, 3D Lotto, Super Lotto 649, at Ultra Lotto 658. Huwag palampasin ang pagkakataong maging Lotto Milyonaryo. Laging siguraduhin may Lotto ticket kayo at araw-araw, let's play Lotto!
Starting July 31, 2023, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. until August 14, 2023, at 3 in the afternoon, PCSO will be accepting applications for small town lottery operations for the following areas. Provinces of Camiguin, Cebu, excluding Metro Cebu, Misamis Oriental, excluding Cagayan de Oro City, Samar, Sulu, and Tawi-Tawi, as well as for the cities of Cagayan de Oro, Makati and Naga, and the municipality of Pateros. The start of opening and evaluation of applications shall be on August 15, 2023 at 9 in the morning. For the list of requirements and guidelines, you may call the PCSO Branch Operations Sector or visit the PCSO website.
Maayong gabi, STL players. Narito na po ang resulta para sa 7 p.m. STL departmentalized draws para sa Visayas, excluding the provinces of Aklan, Antique, Capiz, Guimaras, Iloilo, and Negros Occidental, and the cities of Bacolod and Iloilo. Sa STL Pares, 36 and 9 in exact order. STL Suertu, 7 and 4 in exact order. At sa STL Suertu, 6, 4, and 0 in exact order.
Congratulations sa STL winners! Sa mga mag-beshies naman dyan, nalalapit na po ang deadline ng ating photo collage contest. Malaking papremyo po ang naghihintay sa inyo kaya mag-submit na po kayo ng entries nyo. Para sa detalye ng contest, narito po.
What's up, Lotto Peeps? Sa mga mag-beshies, best buddies, or partners for life, it's your time to shine. I-flex na ang BFF goals bonding ninyo with PCSO's Bet on Your Best Buddy FB Photo Collage Making Contest. Basic lang ang pagsali dito. Bumili lang ng Lotto 642 System 7 ticket at mag-selfie sa Lotto outlet together with your bestie holding the purchased Lotto ticket. Collect your best shots together at your photo dumps at gumawa ng collage highlighting your BFF goals of playing and winning Lotto together. Fill up the entry form and submit your photo collage to marketing@pcso.gov.ph kasama ang entry form. Copy ng inyong valid ID at picture ng Lotto 642 System 7 ticket purchased within 5 days bago ang submission ng inyong entry. Exciting prizes await you! Submission of entries is up to August 4, 2023. Winners will be announced on September 15, 2023 during our 9 p.m. lottery draw and in our social media accounts. For more information, bisitahin ang PCSO Facebook page, PCSO Games Hub Facebook page, at ang PCSO website.
Paunawa sa publiko. Idineklara ng Arbitral Tribunal na wasto ang isinagawang terminasyon ng PCSO noong ika-17 ng Pebrero 2016 sa Deed of Authority ng Global Tech Mobile Online Corporation patungkol sa pagpapalaro ng peryahan ng bayan. Sa bisa ng desisyon ng Arbitral Tribunal, napatunayan na ang patuloy na operasyon ng Global Tech ng larong peryahan ng bayan pagkatapos binawi ng korte ang implementasyon ng status quo ante order dahil sa anunsyo ng Office of the President ay illegal. Inatasan din ng Arbitral Tribunal na magbayad ang Global Tech sa PCSO ng danyos na nagkakahalaga ng mahigit na 40 milyong piso sa pagpapatuloy na pagpapalaro ng peryahan ng bayan na walang autoridad at partisipasyon ng PCSO na labag sa batas at para magsilbing halimbawa at pagwawasto sa walang kabuluhan, mapanlinlang at iligal na mga gawain. Pinagbayad din ng Arbitral Tribunal ang Global Tech ng interes at penalty sa kanilang pagkakautang sa PCSO hanggang sa mabayaran ito kasama rin ang pagbabayad ng arbitration costs.
Paalala pa rin po sa ating mga game players, ang Lucky Pick 3 at ang Swerte Series Facebook page ay hindi po konektado sa PCSO. At bukod po dyan, ang Pakiloto at Sure Lotto ay hindi rin po produkto ng aming tanggapan. Tandaan, bumili lamang ng mga tickets sa mga authorized Lotto outlets at authorized STL representatives para sure na legit ang game na sinasalihan ninyo.
Dito po sa PCSO, priority po namin ang kalusugan nyo. Kaya naman patuloy pa rin po ang PCSO sa paghahatid ng free medical and dental outpatient services para sa lahat. Sa mga gustong makatanggap ng libreng konsulta, pumunta lamang po dito sa PCSO Main Office, Conservatory Building, Shaw Boulevard, Mandaluyong City. Bukas po ang ating clinic mula alas 8 ng umaga hanggang alas 5 ng hapon, Lunes hanggang Biyernes.
First come, first serve po ang ipinatutupad kaya mas maganda po kung aagahan ng pagpunta. Huwag pong kalimutan magdala ng photocopy ng inyong valid ID, pati na rin po ang inyong mga vaccination cards. Dahil fully vaccinated individuals lamang ang makakatanggap ng serbisyo.
Para naman sa mga kababayan nating nais magpa-check up sa ating espesyalista, narito po ang schedule ng ating clinic.
Libreng konsulta ba ang hanap ninyo? Meron tayo niyan dito sa PCSO. Inihahandog ng PCSO Multi-Specialty Clinic ang free medical services para sa inyo. Tuwing Lunes, ready to serve you ang aming mga cardiologist and neuropsychiatrist mula alas 9 na umaga hanggang alas 12 ng tanghali. Available naman ang ating mga ENT doctor and pulmonologist every Tuesday from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. At pagsapit ng Miyerkules, pwede kayong kumonsulta sa aming mga gastroenterologist and endocrinologist. Sa mga may problema sa buto, handang maglingkod sa inyo ang aming orthopedic surgeon every Thursday from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. At kung may problema sa inyong paningin, worry no more dahil ang ating ever-reliable ophthalmologist na ang bahala sa inyo. Tuwing araw yan ng Biyernes mula 2 p.m. hanggang 5 p.m. All these services are free, kaya bumisita na sa PCSO Multi-Specialty Clinic. Pero reminder lamang po, fully vaccinated individuals lamang ang makakapag-avail ng mga nasabing serbisyo. Kaya dalhin po ang inyong mga vaccination cards, pati na din ang inyong mga valid ID with photo. For your inquiries and appointments, tumawag lamang sa aming Medical Services Department sa telephone number 8846-8757.
The results of our 2 p.m. draws for the 3D Lotto, the winning numbers are 9, 3, and 1 in exact order. For the 2D Lotto, we have 27 and 18 in exact order. And the results of the 5 p.m. draw for the 3D Lotto, the lucky numbers are 1, 2, and 6 in exact order. For the 2D Lotto, we have 4 and 16 in exact order.
Lotto players, sa mga hindi naabutan ng games kanina, uulitin na po namin ni Romy ang mga resulta. Starting off with our 2D Lotto, winning numbers, we have 29 and 25 in exact order. For 3D Lotto, we have 4, 3, and 5 in exact order. And for 6D Lotto, we have 2, 5, 6, 9, 2, and 2 in exact order.
Para naman sa ating Lotto 642, 21, 13, 8, 28, 12, and 41 in any order for the jackpot prize of 9,965,962 pesos, net of the agent's prize commission. At sa ating Grand Lotto 655, 3, 24, 19, 1, 17, and 11 in any order for the jackpot prize of 29,700,000 pesos, net of the agent's prize commission.
Ito na ang pinakaabangan ng lahat. May jackpot winners kaya tayo tonight. Ayon po sa PCSO Data Center, for the Lotto 642, we have no winner. At sa Grand Lotto 655, also no winner.
Congratulations po sa lahat ng nanalo. Tandaan, may 1 taon lang po kayo para mag-claim ng inyong premyo. Mas maganda po kung ipa-validate na baka mawala o masira pa po. To know how to claim your prizes, narito po.
Napakasaya ng manalo, napakadali pang mag-claim ng premyo sa mga Lotto games ng PCSO. Kung isa ka sa pinalad na maging Lotto winner, isulat ang iyong pangalan at pirmahan ang likod ng inyong winning ticket. Kung 20 pesos hanggang 10,000 pesos ang napanalunan, maaaring i-claim ang inyong premyo sa kahit saang authorized Lotto outlet near you. And for winners of more than 10,000 pesos up to 300,000 pesos, you can claim your prizes at the nearest PCSO branch in your area and present 2 valid IDs. Kung ikaw naman ang super swerteng jackpot winner, dalhin lamang ang inyong winning ticket at 2 valid IDs sa PCSO Main Office, Shaw Boulevard, Mandaluyong City. Tandaan lamang, may 1 taon kayo mula sa petsa ng inyong pagkapanalo para makapag-claim ng inyong premyo. To all the winners, congratulations po!
Oy, kapatid, gusto mo ba na yumaman? Yes! Na sa malapit na lutuhan. Simple lang naman ang iyong kailangan. 20 na lang ulit ang ating puhunan. Ito ay laro na galing sa puso. Nakatulong ka pa sa kapatao. Balik loto sa mababang presyo. May pag-asa makamit ang pangarap mo.
Araw-araw, libo-libo ang papremyo. Araw-araw, 3 times a day, maaring manalo. Ang dali-dali lang maglaro at sumali dito. Favorite 2 numbers from 1 to 31 ang pagpipilian para sa 2D Lotto. At 3 numero naman from 0 to 9 for the 3D Lotto. Exciting prizes ang naghihintay sa inyo. So what are you waiting for? Sugod na sa Lotto outlets at araw-araw, let's play Lotto! Para po sa kaalaman ng lahat, sa ilalim ng PCSO Medical Access Program, lahat ng kahilingan para sa mga gamot na pang-chemotherapy, post-kidney or liver transplantation, hemophilia, at ipuwitin injection ay kailangan ng kalakip na official quotation galing sa retailers, drugstores, pharmacies, ospital o dialysis centers. Para sa kumpletong listahan, bisitahin ang PCSO website. I-click ang e-services tab at i-click ang list of medicine providers accepting PCSO guarantee letter nationwide. Para sa karagdagang kaalaman, magpadala ng mensahe sa email address na pcsomain.charity@pcso.gov.ph para sa NCR. Maaari ring makipag-ugnayan sa Charity Assistance Department sa telepono bilang 8366-3329 o kaya sa pinakamalapit na PCSO branch na matatagpuan sa directory ng PCSO website.
Lotto players, join us again tomorrow at 2 p.m., 5 p.m. and 9 p.m. para sa panibagong araw ng mga exciting na papremyo. Ang mga games natin, we have the 2D Lotto, 3D Lotto, the Super Lotto 649 with an estimated jackpot prize, 15.8 billion pesos. Sa ating Ultra Lotto 658, 61 million pesos. Sa Lunes, sa Mega Lotto 645, 25 million pesos. Mga tickets po, wag na wag kakalimutan para sa tsansang maging susunod na Lotto Milyonaryo.
That's all for tonight para po sa PCSO Fest Celebrado the 3rd. Ciao, Philippines!
Ang inyo pong lingkod, Romy Season, nagsasabing sa PCSO buong Pilipinas, panalo! Good night, everyone!
For strategic financing, some of the nation's high-priority projects can now look to the newly established Maharlika Investment Fund without the added debt burden. In pooling a small fraction of the considerable but underutilized government funds, The funds shall be used to make high-impact and profitable investments, such as the Build Better More program. The gains from the fund shall be reinvested into the country's economic well-being. To ensure sound financial management, a group of internationally recognized economic managers shall oversee the operations of the fund, guided by the principles of transparency and accountability. This guarantees that investment decisions will be based on financial considerations alone, absent any political influence.
Tatlong bagong programang sumasalamin sa kwento ng Pilipino. Mapapanood na sa inyong People's Television.
Mr. President, what do you do every day? Maraming bagay naman talaga na ginagawa ng isang Pangulo na hindi alam ng publiko. Kaya dito ko na lang sasagutin sa vlog yung katanungan na yan.
The Philippine President, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., like you've never seen him before, on BBM Vlog.
Madami na ako nakitang picture ng beach at iba pang lugar sa Pilipinas. Pero ngayon ko lang talaga masasabi. Ang ganda pala talaga ng Pinas, no?
Tunghayan ang mga nakakaantig na istorya ng buhay ng mga ordinaryong Pilipino sa On the Ground.
Ang oras ng pagpapatrol ko sa dagat, alas 8 ng gabi.
10 taong gulang pa lamang ako nang matuto akong magpayot.
Ako pala si Alvin Cristobal. Isa po akong mandarame.
At sumabay sa pagbuo ng mga bagong pangarap, katuwang ang mga programa ng pamahalaan para sa isang bagong Pilipinas.
Tinupad niyo po yung pangarap namin. Na ang pangarap po namin ay pangarap niyo rin po pala para sa aming mga mahihirap.
BBM Vlog, On the Ground, Bagong Pilipinas. Mapapanood na dito lang sa PTV, ang pambansang TV.
Ang presyo ng mga mahalaga at pangunahing gamot ay bumaba ng humigit kumulang ng 40%. Mayroon ding iba na bumaba na hanggang 70%. Aside from the maximum retail price regulation being implemented, strategic VAT exemptions also lowered the prices of 59 essential medications such as those for cancer, diabetes, hypertension, kidney disease, and mental illness.
Ang susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Ngayong gabi sa Ulat Bayan Weekend, Bagyong Falcon nakapasok na ng Philippine Area of Responsibility. Epekto nito sa habagat, alamin. Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. personal na nagpunta sa mga rehiyon sa norte para silipin ang pinsala ng Bagyong Egay at mamahagi ng tulong. Investigasyon sa tumaob na motorbangka sa Binangonan, Rizal. Patuloy. Kapitan at crew ng bangka posibleng makasuhan. Pangulong Marcos planong pamyendahan ang batas para resolbahin ang isyu ng mga negosyante sa pagbubuwis. At ikalawang linggo ng Agosto, idiniklara ni Pangulong Marcos bilang Philippine Space Week.
Magandang gabi, Pilipinas. Umabot na po sa 14 ang bilang ng mga namatay sa pagdaan ng Bagyong Egay. 13 naman ang sugatan habang nasa 20 ang nawawala.
Pumapalo naman sa halos 1.2 billion pesos ang naging pinsala sa infrastruktura sa Region 1 at 2, Mimaropa. Region 5 at 6, 11 at sa Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Aabot naman po sa mahigit 800 million pesos ang danyos na dala ng bagyo at mahigit 70 magsasaka at mangingisdang apektado. Kaugnay niyan, personal na pinuntahan ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. ang ilang sinalantang lugar sa norte ngayong araw. Ang mga detalye mamaya lamang.
Inutos si Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. ang agarang paghahatid ng tulong sa mga sinalanta ng Bagyong Egay. Handa rin ang gobyerno na umalalay sa mga magsasakang apektado. May ulat si Kenneth Pasyente.
Bagaman nasa Malaysia para sa kanyang state visit nitong mga nakaraang araw, tiniyak ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. na tutok ang pamahalaan sa pagresponde matapos ang pananalasa ng Bagyong Egay. Sinabi ng Pangulo na walang opisyal mula sa disaster response ang sumama sa Malaysia para matiyak na mababantayan ang sitwasyon.
I am getting twice daily reports from Secretary Gatchalian and from Pagasa and from the Coast Guard, Admiral Abu. So I'm in constant touch.
Agad ding nagbaba ng direktiba ang Pangulo sa disaster response agencies para mamonitor ang typhoon hit areas. Katunayan, agad na inatasan ng Pangulo ang mga kinauukulan na agad mamahagi ng relief goods sa mga apektadong individual. Agad din anyang nag-deploy ng mga disaster response unit na aaksyon sa rescue operations.
The moment that we are able to provide relief, well, right now it is rescue kasi may mga na-stranded pa, meron na baha. So rescue and then eventually relief, we will do it immediately. I know that most of the first respondents are already up north. Naglanding na yata yung iba sa Tuguegarao and the others who have been to Lawag to go down to also to Ilocos Sur and then up to Abra.
Nakahanda rin ang pamahalaan na umagapay sa mga magsasaka na naapektuhan ng pananim dahil sa pananalasa ng bagyo.
So we'll have to go back and find out what are the areas that na nasira ang bagong tanim para makapagbigay tayo ng seedlings para makabawi naman sila. Baka maihahabol pa nila yung season na ito.
Nauna nang sinabi ng punong ehekutibo na nakahanda ang 173 million pesos na standby funds para sa naging pananalasa ng Bagyong Egay. Kenneth Pasyente, para sa Bayan.
Bumisita at namahagi ng tulong si Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. sa mga nasalanta ng Bagyong Egay sa Abra. Personal niyang nakita ang lawak ng sirang iniwan ng bagyo sa lalawigan at sa buong Cordillera Region. May ulat si Dante Gito.
Humupan ang baha sa ilang lugar dito sa Abra, ngunit makikita pa rin ang bakas ng hagupit ng Bagyong Egay. Isa kasi ang Abra sa mga pinaka-naapektuhan ng bagyo na binisita ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. ngayong araw.
Kaya kami nandito para tiyakin na maayos ang takbo at magbigay ng instruction para maging maliwanag kung ano yung dapat nating gawin. Mahusay naman ang ating mga disaster response team sa LGU, sa National. At maganda naman ang ugnayan ng national at saka local.
Nagkaroon muna ng aerial inspection si Pangulong Marcos bago lumapag sa Abra Police Provincial Office. Layunin niyang bisitahin at kumustahin ang kalagayan ng Abra at ng buong Cordillera pagkatapos ng paghagupit ng Bagyong Egay. Ang ilang lugar nananatili pa ring lubog sa baha. Mayroon ding mga naitalang mga pagguho ng lupa. Aabot naman sa 68,910 na pamilya ang kabuoang naapektuhan ng Bagyong Egay. 3 ang nasawi dahil sa pagkalunod. Tig-isa sa bayan ng Bukay, Bangged at Pilar. 4 naman ang naitalang nasugatan, tig-2 sa Likwan Baay at Villa Vicosa. Isa naman ang hanggang sa ngayon ay nawawala pa rin. 3,553 na kabahayan naman ang nasira, 3,396 ang partially damaged at 157 ang totally damaged. Dito lang sa Abra, 1,087 na nakabahayan ang napaulat na nasira. Tinatayang aabot naman sa 6 million pesos ang halaga ng nasirang mga pananim, pero hindi pa ito ang kabuuan po ang bilang dahil marami pa silang hindi natatanggap na reports. Bagsak pa rin kasi ang komunikasyon at linya ng kuryente sa ilang lugar hanggang sa ngayon. Sumatotal, aabot sa 1.2 billion pesos ang tinatayang halaga ng mga nasira sa Abra. Sa pagbisita ng Pangulo, inatasan niya ang iba't ibang mga kinatawan ng line agencies na pabilisin pa ang pagtugon sa pangangailangan ng mga apektadong residente sa Cordillera. Pagkatapos ng situational briefing, nagtungo ang Pangulo sa Abra Plaza para naman pangunahan ang distribusyon ng relief packs sa mga apektadong residente. Ganoon na lang ang tuwa nila nang makita si President Marcos.
Kakaasi kami nga taga Santa Rosa, Bangged, Abra, kenda dumapay nga bumarangay. Ngamin, tinapasaran mi apo, awan tibadbado mi. Makita yo apo, ijay kanal, ijay kami nga aglablaba. Agyamin kami kada kayo amin-amin nga imay dito'y Abra nga bumisita kada kami.
Kaugnay rin nito na mahagi ang Department of Agriculture na aabot sa 9.9 million pesos na halaga ng tulong. Ang DOLE nagbigay naman ng 15 million pesos sa mga nasalanta ng bagyo sa Abra sa pamamagitan ng TUPAD program. Namahagi rin ang Office of the President ng cash assistance sa lahat ng munisipyo sa lalawigan. 10,000 pesos naman ang ibinigay sa 600 mamamayan ng Bangged mula sa Department of Social Welfare and Development. Nauna na ring nakapagbigay ng 20,000 family food packs ang DSWD at bukas ay magdaragdag ng 40,000 sa Abra para tugunan ang pangangailangan ng iba pang mga apektadong pamilya. Hiling naman ng mga taga-Abra ang mas maayos na daan dahil palaging nagkakaroon ng pagguho ng lupa at long-term solution sa Abra sa problema naman ng pag-apaw ng tubig at pagbaha. Ngunit ayon sa Pangulo, ito ay kanilang titignan agad at sa kaso ng Abra River, suggestion niyang magtanim pa sa mga watershed para makatulong sa pagsipsip ng tubig ulan. Kasama ring bumisita ng Pangulong Marcos ang kapatid nitong si Senator Amy Marcos at DSWD Secretary Rex Gatchalian. Mula rito sa Abra, Dante Gitu ng PTV Cordillera para sa Bayan.
Dumiretso naman si Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. sa Ilocos Norte matapos dumalaw sa Abra, kung saan nagkaroon ng situation briefing kaugnay sa epekto ng bagyong Egay. May ulat si Noel Talakay live.
Sa mga oras na ito, nakararanas na naman yung Lawag, Ilocos Norte ng pag-ulan. Pero buti na lang, kaninang tanghali maganda ang panahon. Kaya naman yung pagbisita dito ni President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. ay naging maayos. Nagawa pa niya magkaroon ng aerial inspection sa 4 na probinsya ng Region 1 at nakapamigay pa ng ayuda doon sa mga apektadong pamilya ni Bagyong Egay. Umaga pa lang nakaposisyon na ang mga pulis at iba pang uniform personnel sa harap ng Ilocos Norte Provincial Capital bilang paghahanda sa pagbisita ni Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. sa nasabing probinsya para pangunahan ang pagbibigay ng mga cash assistance at food assistance sa mahigit 1,000 pamilya na apektado ng Bagyong Egay. Nagsagawa din ng briefing ang Pangulo kasama ang mga leader ng ilang probinsya ng Region 1. Sumentro ang kanilang usapan sa supply ng kuryente at tubig, pamamahagi ng pagkain at mga nasirang pang-agrikultura, infrastructure at mga bahay. Batay sa pinakabagong tala ng DSWD, kulang-kulang 100 LGU ang naapektuhan ng Bagyong Egay sa Region 1. Mahigit 130,000 families o mahigit 580,000 individuals. Nasa mahigit 370 naman ang totally damaged na bahay habang mahigit 11,000 naman ang partially damaged.
Sa mga nasiraan ng bahay na destroyed, completely destroyed houses, merong emergency support na gagawin ang human settlements at meron din gagawin ang NHA.
Nagsagawa rin ng aerial inspection ang Pangulo sa buong Ilocos Norte.
I was looking galing sa helicopter, talagang ang daming flooded, ang daming inundated, ang laki ng ilog. But so that is what we are trying to deal with now. Natapos na tayo sa rescue phase, yung meron pang mga isolated, wala na i-rescue na lahat ng mga kailangan na i-rescue. nasa relief phase ngayon tayo.
Isa rin sa mga problema dito sa Region 1 ay ang supply ng kuryente. Katunayan, ang Ilocos Norte, 25% pa lang ang naibabalik na supply ng kuryente sa ilang lugar dito.
Kung inon nila yan at may putol na koneksyon, masisira yung buong sistema. Kaya't maingat na maingat lahat before they turn on the power.
Samantala, 4 na individual ang nasawi dito sa Ilocos Norte kahapon. Ang pinakabagong naitala, isang lalaki na inanod sa baha matapos bumalik sa kanyang bahay noong kasagsagan ng malakas na ulan upang isagip ang ilang gamit at ang kanyang mga alagang hayop. Ang nasawi ay isang 70 years old na lalaki kung saan tinangay ang kanyang katawan sa isang dike. Che, kasama rin kanina ni Pangulong Marcos Jr. ang kanyang kapatid na si Senador Amy Marcos at ang kanyang anak na representative or ng first district ng Ilocos Norte na si Sentro Marcos at kasama rin ng DSWD Secretary Rex Gatchalian. Che.
Okay, Noel, considering na ang sama talaga ng tama ng bagyong Egay dyan, no, sa Ilocos Norte, ano ang mga paghahanda ng gobyerno naman tungkol dito sa bagyong Falcon?
So far, Chi, hindi pa nagbibigay ng statement ang pamalaan ng Ilocos Norte kaugnay dyan sa bagyong Falcon. Ang tinututukan nila ngayon ay ang pamimigay ng ayuda doon sa mga apektado at matiyak na maibalik kaagad ang supply ng kuryente. Alam mo, Chi, isa pa sa nagiging problema nila ngayon, itong pag-ulan o pagbuhos ng ulan dito dahil hindi ito nakakatulong para humupa ang tubig sa ilang lugar na may baha ngayon.
Alright. Maraming salamat, Noel Talakay. Samantala, hindi pa nakaka-recover ang bansa sa bagyong Egay, ito't pumasok na ng Philippine Area of Responsibility ang bagyong Falcon na magkakaroon pa rin ng epekto sa habagat. May ulat si Gabi Natividad.
Hindi maglalandfall ang bagyong Falcon sa bansa. Ito ay ayon kay Pag-asa Deputy Administrator Nathaniel Servando sa kanyang panayam kaninang alas 9 ng umaga sa Saturday Forum ngayong araw. Bunsod nito, hindi rin umano magbibigay ng storm warning ang Pag-asa.
Bagamat ang bagyong Falcon ay sa ngayon pumasok na sa Philippine Area of Responsibility, sa nasabi namin kanina, ito ay hindi inaasahan na lalapit sa ating kalupaan.
Sa kabila nito, inaasahan na maghahatak ang bagyong Falcon ng hanging habagat sa bansa, kung kaya't magkakaroon ng pabugso-bugsong pag-ulan sa mga susunod na araw. Maaaring umalis ang bagyong Falcon sa Philippine Area of Responsibility ng Lunes ng gabi o Martes ng umaga. Samantala, patuloy naman ang pakikipag-ugnayan ng Office of Civil Defense o OCD sa mga nasalanta ng bagyong Egay. May mga lugar umano na lubog tulad na lamang ng Zambales. Kausap umano ng OCD ang mga lokal na pamahalaan patungkol sa kanilang pangangailangan. Nang matanong naman tungkol sa maaaring pagbabago sa kanilang struktura bilang ahensya ng gobyerno, ayon kay OCD spokesperson Edgar Posadas, handa naman sila sa anumang mandato ng Pangulo.
It is responsive po to the needs and sa palagay ko po ito ay usapin na kailangan pag-usapang mabuti. But whatever it is, sir, it's beyond us. We will abide po kung ano man yan, kung magta-transition pa kami po to a bigger organization, then we will abide po. We will just do the mandate that is given to us, sir.
Gabi Natividad, para sa Bayan.
Asahan ang mga pag-ulan sa kanlurang bahagi ng Luzon at Visayas sa susunod na 3 araw. Bunga ito ng habagat na pinalakas ng nagdaang bagyong Egay at ng bagyong Falcon ngayon. Bukas, asahan ang makulimlim na mga panahon at mga pag-ulan sa Zambales, Bataan, Pampanga, Bulacan, Metro Manila, Occidental Mindoro, Palawan, Romblon, Northern Samar at malaking bahagi ng Calabarzon, Bicol Region at Western Visayas. Sa pinakahuling pagtaya ng Pag-asa, lumakas ang bagyong Falcon habang mabilis na kumikilos pahilaga sa Philippine Sea. Huli itong namataan sa layong 1,215 kilometers sa silangan ng Central Luzon. Taglay ang lakas ng hangin na 75 kilometers per hour malapit sa gitna at pabugso na nasa 90 kilometers per hour. Posibleng lumabas ito ng PAR sa Lunes ng gabi o Martes ng umaga.
Samantala, pinaghahanda ng mga pantalan sa bansa para sa posibleng hagupit ng bagyong Falcon. Ipinag-utos na po ni Philippine Ports Authority General Manager J. Santiago sa mga Port Management Officer ang preparasyon para sa papasok na sama ng panahon. Dagdag pa ni Santiago, naging maagap ang kanilang ahensya sa paghahanda nitong pagdaan ng bagyong Egay kaya wala itong naging malaking pinsala sa kanila.
Susunod, investigasyon sa tumaob na motor bangka sa Binangonan, Rizal. Patuloy, kapitan at crew ng bangka posibleng makasuhan.
Halos 300 milyong dolyar halaga ng investment pledges na naiuwi ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. mula Malaysia.
At Pangulong Marcos planong paamyendahan ang batas para resolbahin ang isyu ng mga negosyante sa pagbubuwis. Ang detalye sa pagbabalik ng Ulat Bayan weekend.
Our healthcare system is undergoing structural changes. Public health facilities are being increased, both in number and capability. Last year, more than 3,400 projects were completed. To improve capacity for specialized medical treatment, specialty centers in various fields are being established and integrated into our government hospitals. And the last year, additional 60 specialty centers have been opened to the public. Just last week, we inspected the site of what will soon be a 5-hectare multi-specialty center in Pampanga, which will specialize in pediatrics, cardiology, kidney, and cancer treatment.
Limampung taon ng tapat na pagseserbisyo. Kailanman, kahit saan, para sa bayan. Reaching the Filipino from every corner of the country via terrestrial TV. In Luzon, PTV 8 Cordillera, PTV 4 Manila, PTV 4 Palawan, and PTV 4 Naga. In Visayas, PTV 11 Cebu, PTV 2 Guimaras, PTV 10 Dumaguete, PTV 10 Calbayog, and PTV 8 Tacloban. And in Mindanao, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Davao, PTV 8 Agusan del Sur, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, and PTV 48 Davao del Norte. And through the power of 6 digital transmitting stations, PTV 14 Manila, PTV 42 Cordillera, PTV 46 Naga, PTV 42 Cebu, PTV 23 Guimaras, and PTV 45 Davao. Connecting with the rest of the world in the era of digital technology. Through the power of television and our extensive online network, we continue crossing borders to serve the timeless news and information, bridging public service through innovative programs, fostering pride in the Filipino, and inspiring the people to be active partners in nation building. Noon hanggang ngayon, kasama mong naglilingkod. PTV, ang pambansang TV.
Bakasyon na nauwi sa trahedya. Ganyan po ang nangyari nang tumaob ang isang motorbangka sa lawa sa may Binangonan, Rizal noong Huwebes kung saan mahigit 20 ang patay. Lumalabas naman sa paunang investigasyon na posibleng nagkaroon ng overloading sa bangka. Narito po ang report. Halos gumuho ang mundo ng maginang Liza at Aquilina sa paglubog ng MV Princess Ayak. 3 miyembro ng kanilang pamilya ang nasawi. Kasama ang kanyang anak na babae at manugang. Namatay ang 4 na taong gulang na apo ni Liza. Magbabakasyon lang sana ang mag-anak sa isla para ipagdiwang ang kaarawan ng kanyang anak at wedding anniversary ng mag-asawa. Pero ang sanay masayang okasyon napalitan ng hinagpis.
Nung umunos, Kachat ko pa siya eh. Sabi ko, ano, kumusta na kayo? Sabi ko, bandilim. Baka umunos eh, kung ano mangyari. Hindi na siya nag-reply. Wala na. Tapos nakita nung anak ko, ay tumaob na ang bangkay. Alam ko doon nakasakay yun eh. Malakas ang kutob ko na.
Bakit naman na nagkagayan? Sana naman nakikukunin ko isa na lang. Isa, wag naman gayon tatlo-tatlo. Praise God! Hallelujah!
Sa Facebook Live pa unang nalaman ni Liza ang sinapit ng anak.
Bago nung makita ko yung anak ko, nakupo na yaw na siya. Wala na! Hindi na ako nakapanood talaga. Sabi ko, Diyos ko po, bakit naman?
Kasama ang 3 kaanak ni Liza sa hindi pinalad na makaligtas sa trahedya. Kwento ng isang nakaligtas na si Mark, kalmado ang tubig at walang hangin nung umalis sila sa Binangonan Port. Patungo sana siya sa Talim Island para magsagawa ng census. Pero ilang minuto bago sila makarating sa isla, sinalubong daw sila ng malaipo-ipong hangin. Ang sumunod na eksena,
yung unos po pala, zero vicinity na lakas ng ulan, lakas ng hangin, para siyang ipo-ipong punta sa amin.
si Mar pilit na nakipagbuno sa kamatayan, mailigtas lang ang kanyang sarili.
May tuktok ako, iyak ako ng iyak. Sabi ko, Kuya, ligtas niyo po ako, di ako marunong lumangoy. Kasi iniisip ko, baka lumubog pa yung bangka, baka lampas tao. Sabi ni Kuya, huwag ka mag-alala, ligtas ka na kasi yung bangka nakatuod na sa lupa. Yung mga kasama natin patay na.
Ilang oras matapos ang insidente, sunod-sunod na na-recover ng mga otoridad ang ilang pasaherong wala ng buhay. 42 ang nakaligtas. Mula Binangonan, tinawid ng PTV News Team ang isla kung saan ang retrieval operation. Sabi ng Philippine Coast Guard, nabigyan ng clearance to sail ang bangka dahil wala namang sama ng panahon sa lugar. Pero nagpanik ang mga pasahero nang hampasin sila ng malakas na hangin at bumuhos ang ulan. Isa pa sa sinisilip ngayon ay overloading. 22 lang kasi ang nasa manifesto. Pero lagpas 6 na po umano ang laman ng bangka. Ang PCG aminadong may kapabayaan sa kanilang tauhan.
Pero on my initial assessment, yung hindi namin pwede, talaga namin may lapse yung sa tao namin. And pagsabit doon sa manifest, pagbalik ng kapitan sa barko niya, sa bangka niya, nag-uunahan yung mga tao umakyat.
Gusto ko maging thorough din tayo sa investigasyon nito kasi syempre dito tayo manggagaling what are the preemptive measures that we will take para hindi na maulit ang ganito. Because this is the first time na nangyari to sa lugar natin.
Tiniyak naman ng provincial government ang tulong sa mga biktima.
Meron tayong financial assistance and not to mention of course kailangan talaga yung medical assistance dun sa mga survivors, especially psychological I believe, for trauma. Oo. So, tinatapos lang natin, ongoing lang tayo to identify talaga para mapuntahan natin isa-isa.
May mensahe naman ang kapitan ng bangka sa mga biktima.
Sana po mapatawad po nila ako sa trahedya po na nangyari. Hindi ko naman po ginusto yun po. Sana po mapatawad nila ako. Hindi po naman po talaga kahit sino naman po tao nasa ka lang. Kung di naman po gusto yung gano'n po.
Ryan Lisiges para sa Bayan.
At kasunod nga ng trahedya na yan sa Binangonan, iniutos ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. sa Philippine Coast Guard na maging mahigpit sa kanilang inspeksyon sa mga naglalayag. May ulat si Gabi Natividad.
Patuloy ang investigasyon ng Philippine Coast Guard kasama ang PNP sa paglubog ng MT-AYA Express sa Binangonan, Rizal noong June 27. Ang mga nakatukang personnel at station commander noong panahon ng aksidente ay kasalukuyang nasa headquarters na nila para makapagbigay ng kinakailangang impormasyon. Ayon ito kay Rear Admiral Armand Balilo sa naganap na Saturday Forum ngayong araw.
Ang pinaka-goal po ay makapag-file na po ng kaso against dun sa captain at dun sa crew.
Patuloy rin ang search and rescue operations sa lugar.
Hindi po kami nagtanggal ng mga tao, baka alam nyo na, meron pang makita o kaya may ma-retrieve pa. Nag-iwan pa rin po kami ng tao, di pa rin namin inaalis yung possibility na baka meron pang natrap doon sa ilalim.
Samantala, direktiba rin umano ng Pangulo na mas maging mahigpit na ang PCG sa kanilang mga inspeksyon ng mga naglalayag.
Maging mahigpit tayo dun sa pag-inspect ng mga inter-island ferries at para maiwasan po yung mga ganitong klase ng aksidente.
Ang MTIA Express ay may kapasidad na 42 passengers lang, ngunit nakapagsakay ito ng 66 na pasahero. 20 dito ay kumpirmadong pumanaw na habang ang 6 naman ay nananatiling missing. Gabi Natividad, para sa Bayan.
Mananatili naman sa pinaglubugan ng bangka sa Binangonan ang Surface Search and Rescue at Retrieval Operation Team ng Philippine Coast Guard. Ayon sa PCG, patuloy sila sa paghalughog kahit pa wala ng pamilyang naghahanap ng nawawalang kaanak. Hindi kasi nila isinasantabi ang posibilidad na may makita pa silang tao sa lugar. Sa manifesto ng bangka, 22 lang ang nakalistang pasahero, pero umabot na sa 27 ang namatay, habang nasa 4 na po ang nailigtas.
Gustong papanagutin po ni Senator Raffy Tulfo ang Philippine Coast Guard at Maritime Industry Authority. Kaugnay pa rin po yan sa pagtaob ng motorbangka sa Binangonan. Ayon po sa senador, may kapabayaan ang dalawang ahensya dahil binigyan nila ng permisong maglayag ang bangka kahit masama ang panahon. Git po din ng senador, walang suot na life vest ang mga pasahero at overloaded ang bangka dahil sa halos 70 sakay nito. Sa ibang balita, abot po sa $285 million investment commitment ang nakuha ng Pilipinas sa katatapos lamang po na state visit ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. sa Malaysia. Ayon po kay Pangulong Marcos, mamumuhunan ang mga investment na ito sa food processing industry, manufacturing at infrastruktura. Malaking bagay ito sa paglago ng ekonomiya ng bansa at magbibigay daan para sa trabaho. Sinabi rin po ng Pangulo na maraming investors ang interesado sa Maharlika Investment Fund ng Pilipinas. Pero maingat sila, dala na rin ang naging karanasan nila sa One Malaysian Development Berhad o 1MDB na nabalot ng kontrobersiya. Tiniyak naman niya sa kanila na hindi magkakaroon ng politika at anomalya sa ating Sovereign Wealth Fund.
I am consistently saying it is going to be run professionally and without undue political influence. Of course, the government has an interest in the fund, so we have a representative on the board, but on the day-to-day decisions as to what investments are to be made, it is left to those financial managers that we will be putting